This was once a technological paradise, but it collapsed due to the gods' reinitiation of civilization. Amidst the ruins, the embers of revival still linger. In the past, sages established a heart for heaven and earth today. There is Ruoyu, who wishes to establish a fate for the Dawn Empire and declare war on the gods. A low-dimensional civilization regarded as dust by the deities clenches its broken sword and ignites a rebellious flame under divine might. The path to rising begins at one's feet, aiming straight at the sky. Chapter 1. Civilization Reboot. He was handsome, truly handsome. Even on his home star, he was the one with the protagonist script that it's hard to believe that low-dimensional genes could give rise to the life foundation of a high-dimensional universe. Ruoyu stroked his chin and sighed. What a prodigy that in Dark Moon City. The mining area was nestled against mountains and rivers, with low radiation levels and a sense of warmth. Compared to the radiation-shrouded outer regions, this place was a paradise. Liu squatted by the roadside, gazing at the starry sky, pondering the principles of rebirth. He had been contemplating this for a long time and still couldn't find a convincing answer. As a star master and inventor of the high cosmos, his knowledge reserve was naturally vast. Yet even so, he couldn't explain the phenomena occurring before him. After all, even in a high-dimensional universe, rebirth was merely a concept without a complete theoretical framework. He remembered clearly that he was conducting an experiment. Yes, as a technological overlord controlling a star, the experiment he conducted directly pertained to the upgrade of civilization. However, due to a data error, an energy explosion trapped in the equipment occurred, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself here. A powerful gamma ray burst instantly blasted through the laboratory, reducing him to ashes. He feared that his home star had perished. Liu took a few bites of food. It tasted good and had the flavor of his hometown. After merging with his Bodis memories, he realized he was currently on a planet called Lingxing, located in the solar system. Solar system? Ruoyu thought for a long time before finding relevant information about this place in his memories, which he had seen as a child in the library. I see. The third universe, under the jurisdiction of the galaxy's Star Master. Gods? Ruoyu showed disdain. 50 years ago, this planet experienced a natural disaster when a meteorite capable of destroying the entire Lingxing suddenly appeared in Earth's orbit, causing a magnetic field imbalance and a shift in the Earth's core, leading to a catastrophe that caused the civilization built by humanity to collapse in an instant. Just as humanity was about to despair, the gods arrived. They descended from the heavens, adorned with stars and holy light, unparalleled, using unspeakable power to destroy that meteorite. Thus, civilization was rebooted, but civilization was no more. Any high-precision equipment and knowledge had become history in that disaster. However, to Ruoyu, this was merely a joke. The so-called natural disaster was nothing more than a shell fired by the Star Master to interrupt the process of civilization. This shell is ruthless. It directly overthrew a civilization that was supposed to upgrade. He felt a bit emotional. Those who were not from here, naturally, would not mourn the dead. While he was deep in thought, a boy, about 13 years old, approached him. He was bare-chested, wearing a pair of dirty shorts, holding a list in his hands, trembling as he shouted, "The mine owner has ordered that all slaves go to the Jinling ruins tomorrow to search for energy stones." The Jinling ruins, a large city before the disaster. After finishing, he chuckled and whispered, "According to inside information, if you dig up energy stones, you can redeem your slave status and become a citizen of Dark Moon City." The boy's name was Lurinjia, a distant cousin of Ruoyu. Although he was called a cousin, he was only a few days older than him. Before the disaster, they were family, but after the disaster, they both inexplicably became slaves of Dark Moon City. Interestingly, the identities of these slaves were not simple before the civilization reboot. They all came from scientific families and were outstanding in various fields. After the reboot, they were demoted to slaves because scientific research was heretical, while theology was the right path. Decades later, they no longer knew what scientific research was, and in their memories there were only legends of the gods saving them. Here, theology thrived and technology was relegated to heresy. No one knew that the disaster was a deception by the gods to sever the process of civilization. To solidify their rule, they even altered textbooks that today's textbooks recorded. When the earth was about to shatter, the gods came, stopping the disaster and establishing a nation together with humanity. The energy light screen in the void was proof of the god's descent. Hell, Ruoyu laughed. This was too fake. Energy light screen? He looked at the void, at the blue sky above the clouds. Wasn't that just the atmosphere? Ruoyu looked at Lu Rinjia and shook his head. Not going to doubt if we dig up energy stones, we can become normal people, and we can go to school too. Don't you want to go to school? Don't you want to become a citizen of the gods? Yes, in this world, the main course in school was theology. As long as one graduated smoothly, they could receive the gods' grace, becoming priests or preachers. Once they held these professions, they would be the children of the gods, gaining a high status and countless admirers. Ruoyu wanted to say that science was the right path, but he feared it would bring trouble, so he kept silent. This wasn't a joke. The previous owner of the mine had simply been drunk and said Lingxing was round, and then he died. Ruoyu's soul came from the top-level universe, so he had his pride and would not fall to become a charlatan. At the moment of his rebirth, the brain domain of this body reached its peak, with a knowledge reserve sufficient to support this planet in breaking through dimensional limits. Ascending to a high-dimensional universe was not impossible. Lu Rinjiao was somewhat unwilling. The big city has gods and beautiful sisters. You want to be a slave forever, not wanting to see the real world? Thinking too much will get you killed. Lu Rinjiao turned his back, facing the setting sun, raising his head and saying, "What does it matter if I die? I, Lu Rinjia, am destined to become one of the gods." This Ruoyu almost got angry. The gods were just frauds. Isn't it better to become a scientist? He put away his thoughts and carefully considered that Lu Rinjia's words weren't without reason. Although he felt that the so-called search for energy stones was a bit off, it wasn't impossible to try. He was eager to understand this world, to know how much of civilization had been severed. Relying solely on the original owner's memories was clearly limited. Entering the big city was the right choice. Ruoyu smiled and said, "All right, you go sign up, and tomorrow I'll go with you." Really? Lu Rinjiao was both surprised and delighted, not expecting Ruoyu to agree so easily, while also a bit puzzled as to how the once timid and fearful Ruoyu could so boldly agree. Ruoyu has grown up. Lu Rinjiao patted his head. Indeed, he had grown up. Chapter 2. Alchemist. The Jinling ruins, before the disaster, was a large city with a population of over 1 million, now reduced to ruins, said to have angered the gods and face punishment. Now under the jurisdiction of Dark Moon City, places capable of producing energy stones, even in ruins, held incredible value. Two little guys carried shovels and drilled into the forest area. Looking around, Lu Rinjiao was diligently inspecting, while Ruoyu leaned against a rock, smoking a cigarette leisurely. This cigarette was swindled from 2 other slaves. "Ruoyu, a big shot is coming." Ruoyu turned around and saw an old man about 70 years old, dressed in a big red robe, emerging from the forest area. He stood at the edge of the ruins, holding a blueprint, seemingly explaining something to the people behind him. Perhaps Ruoyu's gaze was too sharp, catching the attention of that person, who then raised his hand and pointed. 2 soldiers immediately rushed over, showing no mercy, each grabbing one of the Lu brothers, just like picking up little cats or dogs. "Sir, they are 2 slaves." The old man in the red robe frowned, not looking at Lu Rinjia, his gaze entirely focused on Ruoyu, as if it were a tangible force, revealing an undeniable aura of a natural superior. "Lil brat, how did your eyes get so bright?" "Scare me, I thought a wild beast was coming." The old man in the red robe sized up Ruoyu and guessed that his thin body was a result of frequent hunger, and he was dirty and disheveled, clearly the marks of a day spent mining. What a pretty little slave! A flash of surprise crossed the old man's eyes as he thought, with this appearance, before the natural disaster, he would definitely be a big star. He stroked his goat beard, thinking that if he were cleaned up and dressed in a beautiful gown, no one would doubt that he was a girl. Born with nobility, how could he have the temperament of a slave? The old man in the red robe asked, "Let me ask you, what is your name?" Smelling the gunpowder scent coming from the other party, it seemed to imply something. This old guy should be a chemist. "Ruoyu? Li family." The old man in the red robe seemed to recall something, showing a thoughtful expression. Seeing the curiosity in the other party's eyes, Ruoyu felt a bit uneasy. He had just been revived, unarmed, fearing that if he said something wrong, he might be killed on the spot, thinking of himself as a renowned inventor and star master in a high-dimensional universe with countless fans, yet now feeling so helpless. But to save his life, he quickly tugged at Lu Rinjia's pant leg, signaling him not to just stand there foolishly and to speak up. "We are slaves from mine, ordered to come to the Jinling ruins to search for energy stones," Lu Rinjia finally responded loudly. Just then, a soldier noticed some movement on the other side of the ruins and hurriedly said, "Sir, there's movement over there. I'll go check it out." "Go ahead." The old man in the red robe nodded in agreement, not even blinking as the soldier left, his attention entirely on Li Ryu, staring at him intently. "Is this old guy a pedophile? Eyeing my body?" If the old man in the red robe knew what he was thinking, he would probably be furious. After a moment of silence, the old man in the red robe said, "Sir, there's no need to tell this lowly one your name slaves are not worthy of knowing." The old man stroked his beard and said, "I am an alchemist from Dark Moon City, named Zheng Dao. I am the high priest of the Alchemy Association, and besides doing research, I also work part-time as a priest." Ruoyu looked at him blankly, not understanding what this old man was getting at. Normally, a superior should look at a subordinate with the gaze of a giant viewing an ant, full of disdain, but this guy's gaze, Ruoyu took a glance and felt a shiver run down his spine. Zheng Dao continued, "From now on, you two must follow me. Until we find the energy stones, you cannot leave my sight without permission, otherwise," he chuckled sinisterly. Before Li Ryu could react, Lu Rinjia trembled all over and said gratefully, "Sir, you don't need to worry. Being able to stay by your side is a blessing from the gods. Even if you want us to leave, we won't go." Li Ryu was furious. Zheng Dao perked up and said, "Lead the way." The soldier took command, quickly turning around to clear the weeds they had walked through, then respectfully said, "The weeds have been cleared. Please proceed, sir." Hearing the words, "Please proceed," Li Ryu covered his mouth, nearly laughing out loud. Zheng Dao was clearly a bit uncomfortable, but couldn't say anything. After all, this group of soldiers had grown up after the natural disaster. In his time, telling an elder to proceed was a huge disrespect. He glared at the soldier, who quickly lowered his head, not knowing where he had offended this towering alchemist. "You two follow as well. This is troublesome," Li Ryu thought, looking bitter, as if he had eaten a mouse. "Sir is calling you. Why aren't you moving?" The soldier, feeling aggrieved, was already in a bad mood, but now found a place to vent his frustration, kicking Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu couldn't dodge in time and was kicked squarely. Although his brain domain had been developed to the extreme in his current body, he clearly couldn't take on the other party. Then he hurriedly ran over. After walking 2 miles, they stopped. Zheng Dao stood ahead, holding a stone-like object, his face showing a pious expression as he chanted, "Thank you, gods, for leaving energy stones for humanity." Li Ruoyu rubbed his eyes, looking at the black stone, feeling insulted in his intelligence that he had thought that the so-called energy stone would be something like obsidian, but never expected it to be such a worthless thing. So he couldn't help but blurt out, "Coal?" He said it unintentionally, but the listener took it to heart. Upon hearing the word coal, Zheng Dao trembled as if struck by lightning, immediately shouting, "What nonsense are you talking?" Although it was the plain truth, but Zheng Dao wouldn't dare to say so. Although he was old, his body was still strong, and he had a few decades left to live. He certainly didn't want to die inexplicably. Chapter 3. The Chemist's Turmoil. Zheng Dao raised his head. This guy actually showed up. Lu Changfeng. Although he felt puzzled inside, he still smiled on the surface and said, "The energy stone is here, but the reserves are unknown. If we want to mine it, we still need the clergy from the Alchemy Association to come and check it out." It was Lu Changfeng's first time seeing the energy stone. He weighed it in his hand. It was quite heavy, and after touching it, his hand was left with dust. Clearly, this thing was different from what he had imagined. It was just an unremarkable black stone. Yet, this very stone stirred up waves in Dark Moon City, leading to the mysterious chemist's appearance. Once again, the already restless Dark Moon City was thrown into turmoil. Li Ruoyu and Lu Rinjia squatted on the ground, saying nothing. According to the soldiers, slaves could not raise their heads in the presence of adults. Otherwise, it would dirty the eyes of the gods. This was a grave sin. Therefore, they could only lean against the wall, holding their heads with both hands, with their bottoms raised high. Li Ruoyu smelled the scent of blood and suddenly remembered that the soldiers had apparently killed a few slaves when they came here. What a place where people are treated like grass. He squatted there honestly, though his posture was a bit ungraceful, resembling a dog digging in the mud. "Bishop, do you know about that incident circulating in the city?" "Which one?" Lia Changfeng touched his nose, not believing that Zheng Dao hadn't heard of it. The other party was clearly pretending to be ignorant. This old guy was becoming increasingly vigilant. The chemist, Lia Changfeng, said. Zheng Dao nodded, having heard of it, but not clearly. Pretending, huh? Let's see how well you pretend. Lia Changfeng scoffed and said, this is also the reason why the Lord wants to personally visit the mine area. He must suspect that the chemist has come. After saying this, his gaze inevitably fell on Li Ruoyu, who was bent over. Seeing his filthy body, he frowned and asked, who are these two? Slaves. Killed, came a reply. What? Li Ruoyu suddenly raised his head. Even being so low-key, they still had to be killed? The soldiers didn't care about so much. One kicked him to the ground and then drew a large knife, about a meter long, with still-drying bloodstains on the blade. They were preparing to behead him. Lu Rinjia stood up abruptly, her small face pale and trembling. Only Li Ruoyu looked at Lia Changfeng without changing his expression. He knew that this old guy would never let him die like this. Sure enough, after hearing Lia Changfeng's words, Zheng Dao stopped him, saying, forget it, just two little ones. Who isn't born of a mother and father? Besides, they were the first to find the energy stone. He lied right in front of all the soldiers. The Lord had decreed that whoever found the energy stone could be exempted from slavery. If they were killed just like that, it would lose people's hearts. Zheng Dao wasn't a man of mercy. After the natural disaster, he had long been numb to life and death. But this Li Ruoyu, he couldn't die just yet. The words coal made his heart race. Before the matter was clear, how could he easily die? He might be a talent. He wouldn't say there was another reason. And it certainly wasn't because Li Ruoyu was good-looking, although he was also a bit eager to clean him up and change him into a little skirt. This, Lia Changfeng hesitated. Zheng Dao's protection of the slaves made Lia Changfeng look at him with newfound respect. Was it just because he was good-looking? He thought. Lia Changfeng looked him up and down. There was no doubt that he was indeed beautiful. It was hard to distinguish between male and female at first glance. And he would surely be a rare gem when he grew up. If it were an ordinary slave, killing him would just be killing him, and one could casually pin a charge of disrespecting the gods on him. But Zheng Dao held a remarkable position in the Alchemy Association, in addition to being a priest. He also possessed alchemy knowledge from before the disaster. Such an old man who survived from before the disaster was considered a fossil-level figure, knowing many secrets from before the disaster. Even the Lord had to show him some respect and call him Old Zheng. Old Zheng, may I have a word? The chemist said that this energy stone was called coal before the disaster and was not a gift from the gods. A more reasonable explanation was that coal was a fossil formed from countless trees and plants through crustal movements millions of years ago. Zheng Dao looked at Lia Changfeng with a puzzled expression and snorted coldly. Who told you that? You also know about coal? This guy was genuinely from a family of theologians. Lia Changfeng curled his lips and said, it was the chemist who said it, not me. People's words can be terrifying. You better not touch things you shouldn't. Otherwise, you might lose your head and your little lady at home will be a widow. Zheng Dao's elder brother, the former mine owner, was executed for carelessly saying that the earth was round, thus offending the gods. The energy stone is a gift from the gods to us, a symbol of the gods' protection of the land and our glory. How can you say such things? Aren't you afraid I'll report you? Zheng Dao's face showed anger. Then he looked up at the sky, and his expression immediately became reverent, as if there really were gods above. Gods above, Lia Changfeng prayed, I naturally know this. The textbooks record that after the natural disaster, the land was desolate, covered in cold air and glaciers. To help humanity survive the harsh winter, the gods buried a batch of combustible treasures in the earth. This is the source of the energy stone. You know this too. You're already in your 20s. Don't act like you've lived to be a dog. Upon hearing this, Lia Changfeng lowered his head in shame. His face flushed, clearly not from fear but excitement. He looked around and, seeing no one following, seemed to make up his mind, gathering his courage to say, all right, no need to say more. Just remember, don't mention the word coal again. You can't bear the consequences, and not just you. Even I wouldn't dare to say it lightly. If it gets out, not just you, but your entire family will suffer. Zheng Dao was teaching him a lesson. Back at the base, the soldiers had already set up tents. Hastily piecing together 2 wooden houses and some tents for Zheng Dao and Lia Changfeng to rest. Tomorrow the Lord would personally arrive. And to prevent the news of the energy stone from leaking, everyone was on high alert, enhancing patrols. That night, Zheng Dao called the Liu brothers into the tent. Lia Changfeng pulled back the door curtain, increasingly confirming his thoughts. This old man was backstabbing. Inside, the wood was burning, crackling, blocking the invasion of the night as cold. After a long time, the wood gradually turned black, then stopped burning, leaving only the glowing coals. Zheng Dao picked up 2 pieces of energy stone, looked at Li Ruoyu's small face, and asked, "Little one, what do you think is the difference between charcoal and energy stone?" After saying this, he tossed 1 piece into the fire pit, and before long, the energy stone turned bright red. Li Ruoyu knew that the main topic had arrived. However, these 50 years had made those who grew up forget too much. The brilliance that was obliterated by the shells clearly has not completely vanished from history. Li Ruoyu smilat, revealing a maturity that belied his appearance, and said, "I heard someone say that charcoal is also a type of coal. In fact, coal is the fossil of wood, and when it burns, it releases a tremendous amount of energy. In an oxygen-rich environment, it produces carbon dioxide after burning, but if there is insufficient oxygen, it will produce carbon monoxide. Excessive inhalation of carbon monoxide can lead to poisoning. As for our little room, sir, I suggest you open the window." Honestly, he also wanted to know what this old man was up to. Chapter 4. Conversation, but if this was merely a test, then being so open and candid seemed a bit premature. Although in his previous life, he was a Star Lord and a great inventor in a high-dimensional universe. At the moment, he was still just a wet-behind-the-ears kid. Li Ruoyu did not think of herself as beautiful, so she had the leverage to negotiate with such an old fox. However, one still needs to find a backing. Whether she could become that support depended on what she said next. After hearing Li Ruoyu's suggestion, Zheng Dao didn't ask why. He got up and opened the window. The cold wind howled, making the window rattle, and the temperature dropped significantly. Continuing to speak, Zheng Dao moved closer to the fire, extending his withered hand to absorb the last warmth released by the coal. He was observing Li Ruoyu. At the same time, he glanced at Lu Rinjia, who was squatting in the corner at a loss. These two were of similar age, yet in terms of demeanor and conversation, how could there be such a disparity? One was so intimidated that he nearly wet his pants, while the other remained composed and at ease. The stark contrast spoke volumes about this young man's extraordinary nature. Zheng Dao felt a bit confused. How could a slave born after a natural disaster know about the knowledge from before the disaster? Li Ruoyu pundarat, preparing to formulate his words. He understood that the other party was testing him. Although he was crouched on the ground, that gaze, when it fell upon him, was as substantial as reality, leaving no room for lies or half-hearted responses. "Sir, when I was young, I found a book called Chemistry in the mining area. The title was Advanced Chemistry. What I just said comes from that book. They say that there is beauty in every book, and since it was free, I thought I might as well take a look at its content. Strangely enough, that was my first time reading a book. The content seemed to drill into my head like tadpoles, and I digested it immediately, as if I completely understood the meaning after reading it. Of course, I think it's an evil book with teachings that defy the divine, so after I finished reading it, I burned it." Zheng Dao squinted and said, "You little rascal, you really are a talent. I don't deserve such praise. No need to be modest, Li Ruoyu." This old man's way of thinking was indeed different from that of ordinary people. Even his attitude towards others was different. It wasn't that Li Ruoyu was flattering himself, but he is a slave. "Old man, have you almost forgotten that you are a priest?" Zheng Dao stroked his goat beard, realizing it was almost gone, then lowered his hand and said, "When I was your age, I also encountered those who were born wise. Their understanding was enviable, with photographic memories and clear insights. You might be one of that type of people. I knew it. People from the mining area are extraordinary. Everyone is a potential dragon hidden in the depths. The slaves in the mining area were, after all, descendants of the world's top researchers. Those prides etched deep in their genes are not so easily destroyed by natural disasters. Although most people are numb, there are still some who are quietly resisting." Zheng Dao, deep down, did not believe Li Ruoyu's words, even if one were exceptionally smart. It was impossible to grasp advanced chemistry knowledge at such a young age. That was a university textbook. If he hadn't automatically assumed that this guy's parents had secretly instilled knowledge in him, coupled with his intelligence, he would have truly wanted to curse him out. What about your parents? I don't know, they might be gone. The explosion caused by the experiment probably blew up his entire planet. Ruoyu is very hurt. To say that he does not regret it would be a lie. But if he hadn't conducted that experiment, how could he withstand the probing of the divine eye from above? Do you know why I'm talking to you about this? I don't know. Coal, my time, was something that was prohibited from being developed because of its severe environmental pollution. I know. So in this era, being referred to as energy stones, I find it quite amusing. I really want to tell them that this thing is not that magical. If we're talking about value, oil will be better. At that time, we converted more than 50% of solar energy. And when I say sun, I mean that star in the sky. Ruoyu nudda, indicating that he understood. Don't you find it strange? Strange about what? If you were talking to someone else today, their head might roll. I know, but I know you won't kill me. Why? Zheng Dao looked at him with amusement, not understanding where this guy got his confidence. Hee. Ruoyu smiled shyly and said, maybe it's because I'm good-looking, like your deceased granddaughter. Get lost. All right then, that little servant is going to sleep. Stop, I have more questions for you. Zheng Dao thought of something and called out to Li Ryu, who was about to open the door to leave, asking, do you know any chemists? I do. Where are they? Right in front of you. Li Ruoyu was talking about himself, the great inventor of the high-dimensional universe. His mind was filled not only with chemistry, but also with physics and various astronomical laws. However, he did not realize that the old man had automatically filled in the gaps and imagined the chemist to be someone else. Tonight, he would sleep here. It was too cold outside. Zheng Dao threw a blanket to the Liu brothers, telling them to get into bed together. If others saw them, it might not be good. He had his concerns. After all, this was not the time for a rebellion against the White Snake. Those who were deceived by the gods would eventually awaken. But all of this still depended on the high-ranking officials of the Dawn Empire. The night was long yet short. The morning mist had not yet dissipated, but dawn seemed to have arrived, like a sharp sword cutting through the black fog covering the earth. At that moment, the Lord of Dark Moon City arrived. From a distance, Li Ruoyu saw a team of long-distance travelers, with no rest for their horses and carriages. The dust and the horses' labored breaths illustrated their exhausting journey. Watching the Lord disembark, the soldiers and Lu Chongfeng knelt down and respectfully said, Divine presence above, we welcome the Lord. Li Ruoyu lay on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Lu Rinjia underestimated him, snorting, Humph, I will become a person like this in the future. This guy had been trembling all night. But by today, his attitude had changed. Looking at his somewhat strange expression, Li Ruoyu couldn't tell whether it was good or bad. He just felt that this cheap relative seemed to have changed. No need for formalities. Everyone get up, the city lord said. The soldiers automatically dispersed and then lined up, each holding their long knives in hand, vigilantly watching their surroundings. They were the city lord's personal guards, aware of the reason for the city lord arrival. After all, the chemist was nearby, and they couldn't afford to be careless. In their eyes, the chemist was synonymous with a demon, a barbarian who defied the gods. Chapter 5. Stepping forward Zheng Lao, the city lord got off the carriage and saw Zheng Dao and Lu Chongfeng standing behind the crowd. He walked over, saying, Let's go inside and rest. It's too hot outside. After the natural disaster, the weather had become quite erratic. During the day, it could be hot enough to go shirtless, while at night, it was cold enough to require burning charcoal for warmth. Some said this was a warning from the gods to the world, not to do anything that went against the divine. Recently, it was heard that there were energy stones in the ruins of Jinling, and unexpectedly, they had indeed been found. The higher-ups ordered me to come and take a look. The city lord entered the room, glanced around, and said, If the Alchemy Association needs energy stones, just let me know directly. Once the energy stones are fully mined, I'll send someone to deliver them to you. Haha, Zheng Dao chuckled. No need for that. If I need them, I'll come and get them myself. At my age, if I don't exercise, I'm going to rust. Not all, Zheng Lao. Your health is robust. Living another 100 or 80 years is no problem. It was clear that the city lord of New City had a special relationship with Zheng Dao. When the two spoke, it was evident who held a higher status. The city lord coughed, signaling the soldiers to disperse, indicating he had something to say privately to Zheng Dao and Lu Chongfeng. Seeing this, the soldiers approached, intending to take Li Ruoyu and Lu Rinjia, who were kneeling nearby, outside. Though they didn't say anything, their actions spoke volumes. The adults wanted to speak quietly, and how could two little slaves have the face to listen? Although they were enforcers, their status was much higher than that of slaves. Zheng Dao pondered for a moment and said, Li Ruoyu should stay. The soldier complied, leaving Li Ruoyu behind while taking Lu Rinjia outside. Don't worry, he's one of us. No need to be concerned. Seeing the city lord's skeptical look, Zheng Dao couldn't help but chuckle, walking over to pat Li Ruoyu on the head, explaining, This little guy is the orphan of my older brother's concubine. Lu Chongfeng was taken aback. No wonder he had called these two into his room last night. They were family. The death of the former mine owner was a scar on Yu City, if it weren't for pressure from the West. He wouldn't have died so tragically. Speak plainly. Shall we have a word aside? No need. He's family, and the child doesn't he understand anything. Who has family with you? Who's your granddaughter? Have some decency. I am the Star Lord of the high-dimensional universe. And what about the City Lord? Are you blind? Can't you see I'm a handsome and tall man? Li Ruoyu shouted inwardly, while also puffing out his chest. This scene caused a burst of laughter among the three. Zheng Dao would never abandon Li Ruoyu, especially after last night's conversation, which made him believe that the other party was a talent. Such a person, who might bridge the gap of civilization, must be well protected. Then I'll make a long story short, he said. I also heard that the chemist escaped here to steal energy stones for experiments. Experiments? Zheng Dao shook his head and said, I also want to use energy stones for experiments. Should I be arrested too? Old Zheng's words were not serious. It was just that the West was pressing too hard, urging us to quickly capture and hand over people. Since last year's incident, Dark Moon City has been uneasy, and I always feel that the chemist coming here is a diversion for trouble, which is truly terrible. The City Lord sighed and said, Dark Moon City can't withstand the turmoil. Xiaonu felt that this might not be a bad thing after all. Li Ruoyu suddenly spoke, neither humble nor arrogant. For those who have suffered from natural disasters, chemists are seen as demons, but for him, a chemist is a treasure. He wanted to stand up again, and it was clear that one person's strength was not enough. He needed many talented individuals. So first, he had to latch onto a reliable big leg to help him weather the storm. Glancing at Zheng Dao, he thought he had found that big leg. Now, all that was left was to gather talent. Adults speak, so what are children interrupting for? Zheng Dao's expression stiffened, and he looked a bit angry. Li Ruoyu tightened his legs, fearing that if Zheng Dao was unhappy, he might be dealt with harshly. He could tell that the relationship between the City Lord and Zheng Dao was quite unusual, so there was no need to hide anything anymore, especially since Zheng Dao had already taken advantage of him. The City Lord smiled and said, Zheng Lao, don't be angry. I think your granddaughter is quite clever. If she has something to say, she can just say it. The City Lord is wise. Those who know me all say I'm a genius. Zheng Dao looked at him angrily. Although he didn't speak, his expression seemed to say, Yes, you're a genius. Everything you say is right. Before that, could you first tell me which country Dark Moon City belongs to, and what the Western Church is about? City Lord. Zheng Dao. Insolence. Lu Chongfeng glared sideways and suddenly shouted, scaring Li Ruoyu so much that he almost jumped on the spot. Li Ruoyu silently glanced at him, memorizing his features, planning to turn over and step on him to death. However, I like it. Your granddaughter doesn't have a partner yet, right? I have a little nephew who is about the same age as your granddaughter. This sudden turn of events almost made Li Ruoyu bite his own tongue. He widened his eyes, and this expression appeared surprisingly cute to the few people watching, even though he was still dressed as a slave. Zheng Dao's old face was a bit hard to maintain, but given the identity of an orphan, he could do nothing but accept it. Since he had to protect him, he could only see it through to the end, and then briefly explain the situation in this world. It turned out that, after the natural disasters, the entire spirit star was divided into 4 major plates, and naturally, there was a large empire in each plate. Among them, the Dawn Empire was the most prominent in the eastern plate, being a regional hegemon. Dark Moon City was located at the far west of the empire, bordering the Roman Empire of the second plate, serving as a border city and a transportation hub connecting the east and west. The Roman Empire had a group of fervent supporters of the gods, with followers everywhere, at least 1 billion. Interestingly, The West was the most devoted to the gods and firmly believed in their existence, while the East had a somewhat ambiguous attitude, thus always facing oppression from Western countries. Where there is struggle, there is war. Where there is war, there are deaths. When many people die, who still has the heart to invent? The chemists who fled to Dark Moon City belonged to the opposing faction. They came to the East because they were aware of the Dawn Empire's attitude toward the gods. This shows that not everyone in this world is ignorant. I want to ask everyone a question. Ruoyu raised a small face and asked. Seeing that Ruoyu was still asking questions, Zhang Dao directly got angry and scolded. Speak up if you have something to say. Haven't you thought about why it's about capturing, not killing? Chapter 6. Advanced chemistry, the worship of the gods in the West has long reached a fanatical level. And with so many followers spread across the 4 major plates, it has formed an extremely powerful force. No matter where it is, as long as there are words that insult the gods, they will be persecuted by the followers and the Holy See. For the West is a land ruled by the Holy See. Just as the former mine owner said that the earth is round and was sent to the guillotine, it is not an exaggeration to say that this is the modern version of a literary inquisition played by the gods. This is also why the chemists stirred up waves after arriving in Dark Moon City, making the city lord and others restless. After the bloody incident last time, Dark Moon City was already filled with panic, with everyone on edge, fearing that they might accidentally get involved in the struggles of the followers. Even the higher-ups had friction with the West, so it was not unreasonable for the city lord to be so anxious. He did not want his jurisdiction to become the fuse for war. So, do you mean that the chemists have mastered some experiment that makes the West wary? The city lord asked. Yes, perhaps there is other information as well. Moreover, the movements of the chemists are not without trace. Since it is for energy stones, then... At this point, Ruoyu looked at the approximate location of the coal mine and said, if the city lord wants to capture the energy stones, just surround this mining area. We can wait and see. We will eventually catch something. I didn't expect you to be so smart, Lu Changfeng said. Those who know me all say that. I see you are still young. Why don't you arrange a betrothal with my nephew? Unlike those nobles, I won't look down on you for being born a slave. Are you blind? Can't you see that I'm a man? Ruoyu secretly cursed, but his face showed an expression of fear and trepidation. He said, my lord is joking. This little servant is definitely a boy. If you don't believe me, I could take off my pants for you to see. Go ahead. Ruoyu. Zhang Dao stroked his beard, looking at Ruoyu with a smile, his eyes darting around, seemingly calculating something. In fact, he also had a little granddaughter, just a few years older than Ruoyu. The chemist chose this moment to appear, and if one were to say he was a troublemaker, it could also be interpreted this way. He was gambling, betting that even if the Dark Moon City captured him, they wouldn't hand him over to the West because he would reveal everything he knew for the sake of his experiments. For a chemist, nothing is more important than having a safe laboratory. Moreover, times have changed. In the current environment, when it comes to experiments in life, life is the most important. Ruoyu was also betting, wagering that this chemist was just an old fool. The city lord pondered for a moment and said, then I will arrange this. From today onward, this area will be designated as a forbidden zone. I want to see what kind of person that chemist really is. He sneered, clearly having devised a strategy. After saying this, the city lord shifted his gaze back to Ruoyu. This brief conversation led him to have a different view of Ruoyu, although he still felt confused. He attributed everything to the fact that the other party was the illegitimate son of the former mine owner, which explained why someone so young had such insight. He surveyed the surroundings and entered the house with Zhang Dao and others to engage in close discussions, which lasted for half a day. Ruoyu stood outside the door, boredly smoking a cigarette. After everyone came out, he respectfully asked, have the adults finished discussing? I'm going back to do nothing? With so many eyes in the city, it's hard to tell good from bad. Is there a place safer than this strict watch? Lu Changfeng looked at the busy slaves and then glanced up at the sky. The sky was really so blue today that even breathing felt smooth. Isn't the sky the same every day? Hearing Lu Changfeng's sentiment, Ruoyu suddenly popped out from the straw pile. Lu Changfeng was startled and, seeing Ruoyu dressed in clean clothes, asked, are you a straw pile? Ruoyu snorted coldly, having caught every word of that sentiment. With a bit of speculation, he could tell that this guy had an unusual relationship with the chemist. However, he still needed to do some things to confirm it. With that in mind, Ruoyu said, Lord Lu Changfeng, I've discovered a strange phenomenon. What phenomenon? Lu Changfeng asked cautiously. For some reason, he felt that Ruoyu had a vibe of setting a trap for him. If the other party were just an ordinary slave, he would have already considered killing him for that little incident. Compared to that great revival, he didn't care if his hands got a bit more bloodied. Unfortunately, this guy was the orphan of a mine owner and was now under the protection of Zheng Dao. Ruoyu thought for a moment, took out an energy stone from his hand, and said, My lord, I have discovered a strange phenomenon. The energy released by this coal is quite large. If burned in large quantities, it will produce a kind of kinetic energy. Kinetic energy? Lu Changfeng rolled his eyes and said, What's so strange about that? Boiling water can also produce kinetic energy. Are you trying to say steam? Sure enough, Ruoyu secretly smiled. This guy first thought of kinetic energy instead of the word coal he had mentioned, clearly indicating that he had mentioned this term quite often. Interesting. Lu Changfeng looked at Ruoyu suspiciously, always feeling that something was off. This harmless little face really didn't reveal any tricks. He asked, Do you know about coal? Of course, I learned it from textbooks. What textbooks? Advanced chemistry. One can not only consider the risks when doing things. Some things should be said early. At least when facing that right moment, there is no need to hide them. Lu Changfeng shuddered all over, and then his expression changed. He gritted his teeth and asked, I'll give you a chance. Honestly, did old Zheng tell you? Actually, he didn't. Chapter 7. Experiment. To be honest, Lu Changfeng looked at Ruoyu with new eyes. A fleeting, elusive color flashing in his eyes, and his mood eased. Understanding advanced chemistry at 13 and applying it independently is an extraordinary talent. If this were known, even the Western Church would be shaken, and the elusive Pope might even appear. He secretly cursed. What audacity! Lu Changfeng's life had only spanned 23 years. He studied theology in his early years, believing in the existence of God, and was a true supporter of the divine. However, with continual archaeological discoveries, countless issues indicated that the concept of God might have hidden complexities. The questions regarding the natural disaster 50 years ago were simply too numerous. He had once asked the elderly survivors, but was left disappointed. Those people refused to mention the disaster, only looking up at the sky and continually praising the divine. These did not resolve Lu Changfeng's confusion. Rather, they strengthened his determination to see through phenomena to their essence. When he accidentally saw the 3 books on intermediate physics and chemistry at the Alchemy Association, he realized that his worldview had been turned upside down. From then on, he donned the cloak of theology while continually engaging in the evil act of experimentation. In his words, it was simply exhilarating, too enjoyable to bear. Unfortunately, his abilities were limited. Many questions stuck in his mind without explanation, causing him great distress. Considering the cause of the former mine owner's death, coupled with Ruoyu's emerging talents, he felt no doubt at all. As the saying goes, like father, like son. If the mine owner dared to speak recklessly, what wouldn't Ruoyu dare to do? If he lacked this kind of courage, how could he so easily unravel the city lord's confusion with just a few words? Ruoyu shook off the grass on his body and said, My lord, come and see the experiment with me. Lu Changfeng suddenly found himself a bit excited. However, he put on a serious face and solemnly said, Wait, does anyone else know about this today? Well, my old man knows. Doing something that violates the rules of the gods requires protection from a big shot. Ruoyu has realized that in the entire Dark Moon City, aside from the city lord, Zheng Dao is the second in command, and there is even a subtle implication that he stands shoulder to shoulder with the city lord. The city lord is in charge of governance, but Zheng Dao controls the Alchemy Association, which is essential for people's livelihoods. Therefore, no one would expect him to break the law, right? Or rather, as long as the Alchemy Association in Dark Moon City is united, there is no fear of outsiders challenging them. Clinging to powerful figures is about climbing up the ladder, and there is only one chance. Once missed, it leads to a dead end. Ruoyu deeply understands this. If it weren't for the chance encounter with Zheng Dao a few days ago, and deducing that the other party's thoughts were not simple, he might still be at the mine site moving bricks with his cousin. The laboratory is located in the wooden house. The mining area is undergoing a lot of construction, and it is estimated that soon This place will become a satellite city of Dark Moon City. As the central hub, the wooden house has also been reinforced. Fences have been erected around it, and soldiers are tightly guarding it. So don't underestimate this wooden house. Its security is so strict that not even a fly can get in. Ruoyu is now basking in the glory of being Zheng Daosin's grandson, a small person who has suddenly risen to prominence. A transparent container is sealed by a curved pipe with a simple turbine inside. Below the container is a bed of glowing red coal, and at this moment, the container is releasing powerful steam due to the high temperature. This steam is transported through the pipe, creating thrust that causes the turbine beside it to spin continuously. Ever since Ruoyu was reborn into this body, his brain has been developed to its fullest extent. He can directly convert his ideas into design blueprints and put them into practice. These containers were found in the ruins of Jinling, where a natural disaster 50 years ago destroyed tall buildings, but some small glass bottles were preserved. Looking at the things in front of him, Lu Changfeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth in shock and asked, "Did you make all of this yourself?" "Of course," Ruoyu replied. "I'm a genius." Ruoyu was not humble at all and said seriously, "Sir, I previously worked in the mine and felt the shortage of labor. Therefore, based on my knowledge of advanced chemistry, I invented this turbine and am preparing to create an automatic mining machine powered by energy stones." After speaking, he handed a blueprint to Lu Changfeng. Human labor has its limits, and the white clouds cannot be chased. Yet tasks are endless. With the assistance of machines, we can maximize the value of labor to its fullest extent. Lu Changfeng squinted his eyes and said, "I think I should capture you and present you to the Holy See as capital for my promotion." "You can certainly try," Ruoyu replied disdainfully, his eyes full of mockery. He dared to let Lu Changfeng enter, so he would not easily let him go without a satisfactory attitude. That turbine, if he poked a hole in it, would explode immediately. Ruoyu has always been a risk-taker, so this time he is still gambling. This is the final test to confirm Lu Changfeng. Whether he can become the left and right arms of his great revival is at this moment. In fact, there's another layer of meaning to this. Ruoyu is too young, and showing off everywhere will get him struck by lightning. Even if the mining machine is successfully developed, it cannot be credited to him, and he needs to push a proxy forward. Zheng Dao, who is busy with countless tasks in the Alchemy Association, is why Lu Changfeng is the most suitable candidate. "I like your honesty, and I like your experiments. That saying of yours, human effort has its limits. What did you copy it from? It can't be your own famous quote, can it?" Ruoyu felt a bit embarrassed. Indeed, this statement was plagiarized, taken from the ancient poetry and prose of his world. "Well, the experiment was conducted by me, and the golden phrases are, of course, mine. I, Ruoyu, will be remembered for generations to come." He puffed out his chest, mimicking Lu Rinjia's demeanor, as if he were pointing out the landscape. Even though he was shamelessly acting like a literary plagiarist at this moment, it didn't matter. After all, no one knew. Shameless. I am very handsome. All right, I admit that. Lu Changfeng discovered that even though he was skilled in debate, he could not compete with this young lad, who seemed young but had an unknown depth of knowledge. "So, have you made your decision, my lord? What are you considering?" Ruoyu pointed to the equipment behind him and then looked seriously at Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng opened his mouth slightly, feeling a bit shy. Ruoyu stood on a stool, patting Lu Changfeng's shoulder, and said in a grandiose manner, "Don't you yearn for experiments? My great chemist." These days have been the most refreshing for Lu Changfeng, even more enjoyable than toiling away at home every night. Thinking about what he had done these past few days, he felt like he had gone mad. Ruoyu also felt that he had let go. Clearly a man. How could his gaze suddenly become so fervent? That heat was infused with intense madness and desire, profoundly interpreting what it meant to be thirsty. Lu Changfeng's eager gaze made Ruoyu somewhat unable to bear it, yet he quite liked it. Chapter 8. Excavator now. With Zheng Dao as his backing, Ruoyu didn't have to worry about food and clothing, but tobacco was hard to come by. So this was the only gift Lu Changfeng could present. This was their secret. As long as she wore stockings, it would be a day full of affection. She liked Lu Changfeng's fervor and passion. For someone just over 20, that intense masculinity, like a storm, captivated her. But last night, Lu Changfeng seemed distracted while looking at her. Even during their intimate moments, he lay on the bed like a salted fish, his eyes vacant. No matter how many poses she tried, he remained indifferent. Lu Changfeng held a cigarette. Looking at the woman, his heart skipped a beat. Then he smiled and said, "The mining area is busy, consuming a lot of my energy. You know, only beside you can I sleep peacefully. So after all the exhaustion, my only thought is to sleep, and I ended up neglecting my lady's feelings. I truly apologize." Such insincere words could only appease a child. Could such matters be delayed just because of busyness? The family had already urged several times, insisting that she must conceive a baby before the year ends. The woman retracted her resentful gaze. She understood the boundaries. She trusted her husband's character. He was not the kind to fool around outside. The woman sat at the vanity, looking at her own beauty in the mirror, like a celestial being, delicate and translucent, especially those legs. She caressed her calves. The stockings were very smooth, like milk, and who could remain indifferent to such charm? Thinking of this, she called over a close maid and whispered a few words in her ear. The maid's expression changed. Then she silently disappeared into the shadows. By 9 o'clock, Lu Changfeng arrived at the mining area. Seeing Li Ruoyu standing outside the wooden house, he smiled, raised the emperor and dumplings in his hand, and said, "Look, I brought you something." "Dumplings?" "Yes, your sister-in-law made them." Li Ruoyu's expression was a bit strange. "Another day, if there's a chance, I'll take you to my house for dinner. My house is quite big. Have you ever seen a 5-story villa? It even has an indoor hot spring. My niece lives with me. I know you love dumplings, so these days, she has been pestering my sister-in-law to learn how to make them. My sister-in-law makes the dumplings especially delicious, and they're freshest and most tender right after they come out of the pot. Come on, hurry up and try some." Lu Changfeng felt like a total sycophant. The experiments from these past few days gave him a feeling of clearing away the clouds to see the sky. The confusion in his mind was resolved in just a few words from Li Ruoyu. A true master is a teacher. However, Lu Changfeng wasn't thinking of taking Li Ruoyu as a teacher. Instead, he wanted to dig open this guy's head to see what was inside. If Li Ruoyu knew what he was thinking, he probably wouldn't eat any dumplings and would likely grab a 40-meter-long knife. Well, it wouldn't hurt to let him run 39 meters first. How far has the mining machine progressed? It's almost done. The driver has been completed. But we still need to do some more experiments before we can transport it to the mining site. Li Ruoyu glanced at the blushing Lu Changfeng and handed him a few sheets of paper that were under his buttocks, saying, "This is the operation manual. Take a look at it first. This is simply a divine book." Lu Changfeng's expression was quite remarkable. Looking at Li Ruoyu, he thought to himself that this guy really is a hidden treasure, like a personal treasure trove. There is nothing he doesn't know. Can you understand it, sir? With your talent, it shouldn't be hard to grasp, right? This thing is quite complex. I had to read it several times to understand it. It's clearly something you wrote. Is it really necessary to say it like that? Besides, all the instructions are labeled. Even an idiot should be able to understand it. Lu Changfeng squinted his eyes, feeling an impulse to tear Li Ruoyu apart. This guy is clearly insulting his intelligence. "How is my cousin doing?" Li Ruoyu asked. "He has already started school, not far from my house, with a holiday every 5 days. Thanks to Li Ruoyu, otherwise, Lu Renjiao would never have dreamed that happiness would come so quickly. He finally had the opportunity to realize his dreams." Li Ruoyu dropped the grass root from his mouth, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "This cigarette doesn't last long. I cherish it." "Oh dear." Li Ruoyu was taken aback, jumped up from the ground, hurriedly bowed, and said, "What virtue or capability does this kid have to be treated like this by an adult?" This pretentious display intensified Lu Changfeng's determination to tear him apart. "It's all small stuff. Stop being so sentimental. Hurry up and take me to see the mining machine. I missed it so much after this one night." Upon entering the room, what caught the eye was a mining machine frame about 2 meters high, with a turbine in the middle used to drive the lifting of the load-bearing arms on both ends. 4 wooden wheels were installed around the mining machine, and Lu Changfeng, being very clever, understood the purpose of these wheels at a glance. "A stroke of genius." Li Ruoyu humbly said, "You flatter me, my lord." Lu Changfeng touched it, his hands moving up and down. This rough machine seemed to be even more delicate than the thigh of the one at home. making him want to pounce on it and kiss it twice. Suddenly, he was attracted by a spherical object on the table. What was that? Ruoyu pondered and said, "The stellar apparatus measures the coordinates of celestial bodies." Lu Changfeng nodded slightly, not asking further. If he knew this was a simple model of a planet, he wouldn't know what to think. "I think the weight-bearing arm of this mining machine should be made of Namu wood. Otherwise, it could easily break." "Your insight is commendable, my lord." "Well, the wheels should also be polished smoother. This way, it will save a lot of effort when pushing it out." "Your wisdom is profound, my lord. If it were made of iron, it would be even better. I'll bring a pair of blacksmiths from the city tomorrow." "Thank you for your kindness, my lord." Ruoyu really wanted to say, "I'm about to fall in love with you, with this ability to draw inferences from one instance, which is truly impressive." No wonder that after casually looking at intermediate physics and chemistry, he could independently conduct some experiments and inventions. What he needs now is not just an assistant, but also a group of blacksmiths to help make materials. Lu Changfeng's words undoubtedly struck a chord with him. In fact, with Li Ruoyu's knowledge of higher dimensional universes, making a mining machine is a waste of talent, akin to using a cannon to hit a mosquito. Not to mention making a mining machine, even driving the technology of this planet to achieve dimensional leaps is not out of the question. The promotion of mining machines is the first step, and the second step is to manufacture real machinery. Lu Changfeng loves chemistry, but since mathematics, physics, and chemistry are all interconnected, there's no need to differentiate. With him around, it doesn't make much of a difference. As long as he receives some proper training, he can be a suitable assistant for inventions. Chapter 9. Exposed Zheng Daoshan held an important position, busy handling the affairs of the Alchemy Association. After receiving the city lord's permission to gift energy stones, he reduced his visits to the mining area. On the other hand, the city lord came to inspect every few days and even built a temporary residence next to the wooden house, clearly intending to stay here permanently. But he couldn't say anything about it. If Lu Changfeng were to be caught, he really wouldn't be able to find such a qualified assistant again. Not long after, someone knocked on the door. Li Ruoyu was taken aback and said, "My lord, you haven't told anyone else about this, have you?" "Of course not." Lu Changfeng patted his chest and replied, "Then that's strange. Usually, very few people come here. It's all guarded by soldiers. And the soldiers know that Zheng Dao's grandson lives in this wooden house, so they wouldn't dare to disturb it." Li Ruoyu looked at Lu Changfeng suspiciously, always feeling that this guy had leaked the news. He covered the mining machine with a cloth and then walked to the door, peering outside through the cat's eye he had made. Wow, what a big deal! He couldn't help but gasp. 10 fine horses were pulling a canopy carriage parked by the roadside. The carriage had curtains, so he couldn't see the people inside, but with such a show, only someone of the lord's status would fit. The one knocking on the door was a young servant. Li Ruoyu opened the door and asked, "What brings you here, sir?" The young servant recognized Li Ruoyu and did not look down on him because he was once a slave in the mining area, so his attitude was quite humble. He said, "The city lord has come and asked if you have had breakfast." "Breakfast?" The city lord chose this time to call him for breakfast? The city lord got off the carriage, holding a portion of dumplings, and upon seeing Li Ruoyu, he smiled and said, "Little guy, look what I brought. You haven't had this before, right? These are dumplings made by my wife, Li Ruoyu." In fact, the city lord came here just to avoid drawing attention. The appearance of the chemist in Dark Moon City has made the whole city seem to be in turmoil, with various forces focusing their gazes here. If handled well, it would be a great achievement, and he might even be transferred to a level 3 city to serve as a chief executive. However, if things go poorly, it wouldn't be as simple as losing his position. He felt like he was sitting on pins and needles in the city lord's mansion, having entertained various dignitaries from the West every day, facing their aggressive attitudes, which was really troublesome. So, this morning, he told his assistant to cancel all social engagements for the next few days, suggesting that those damned Western dignitaries could stay in the church and not disturb him. Of course, he claimed he was going to inspect the mining area today and couldn't spare the time to entertain them, and he thought those Westerners would understand. Moreover, he was very clear about the purpose of the chemist's visit to Dark Moon City. After being reminded by Li Ruoyu, he shifted his focus to the mining area, preparing to catch the chemist in a trap. As long as he caught the chemist, it would be a significant achievement. To avoid unnecessary mistakes, it was better for him to oversee things personally. Once the temporary residence was built, He couldn't wait to come over, especially since it was next to Li Ruoyu's wooden house. He thought about whether to invite him for breakfast out of consideration for a child. The dumpling filling was pork and cabbage, steaming hot. Li Ruoyu initially wanted to say he wasn't hungry, but when he smelled the aroma, he couldn't help but swallow. For this reason, he attributed it to his body, as it was still the age of development, and eating more was quite normal. Better to eat it while it's hot. Thank you, City Lord. Li Ruoyu took the dumplings, standing beside the City Lord. Lu Chongfeng's old face turned red, and he chuckled awkwardly, saying, I'm just trying to help the Lord relieve some worries, right? What a poor mouth. Hypocritical. Li Ruoyu ate a dumpling and said, Are you here to see the chemist? You're a clever kid. Nothing can be hidden from you. Li Ruoyu nodded and said, There are no chemists captured for now. Do you think chemists are like cabbages that you could just capture? Lu Chongfeng shot a glare at Li Ruoyu and interjected, Stop standing around, come sit down. This is the early tea that the little one personally picked, and it tastes quite good. As he spoke, his gaze was drawn to the fabric in the wooden house. Seeing his gaze, Li Ruoyu's heart sank slightly. He had known all along that he couldn't hide it from the other party. His earlier attempts to change the subject had ultimately failed. He rushed over, lifted the fabric, and disregarded Lu Chongfeng's fiery glare, saying, reporting to the City Lord, This is the mining machine developed by Lord Lu Chongfeng. Lord Lu Chongfeng noticed that the output of the slaves in the mining area was disproportionate to their labor, so he thought of using this to improve productivity. With that one sentence, he effectively thwarted Lu Chongfeng's plans. Li Ruoyu dared not take credit for the invention. Claiming it was his would be dangerous. At this moment, it was time to bring out his assistant, or rather his shield. Lu Chongfeng clicked his tongue and said, It's not a remarkable piece of research, just a small invention. This thing can increase the speed of mining, and it can also. Before he could finish, the City Lord saw the energy stone beneath the mining machine. His expression darkened, and his tone became a bit more severe as he asked, Is this an energy stone? The City Lord was not a fool. Upon seeing the energy stone, he might have connected some dots, and the atmosphere immediately became heavy, with breaths audible. The City Lord dared not punish Li Ruoyu. Everyone knew that after the Zheng family was exterminated, he was the only remaining heir. If he were really dragged out and beaten, that old man would surely go mad. Moreover, this young fellow was not only good-looking, but also clever. If he were to be too harsh, he couldn't bear it. After all, he was a talent and about the same age as his own daughter. However, the energy stone was ultimately a sensitive matter, and it was attached to this mining machine. If he said there was nothing suspicious about it, he wouldn't believe it even if he were killed. When I brought it to play, I accidentally touched the fire, and if it weren't for Lord Lu Chongfeng arriving in time, the kid might have died in the flames. However, it was that fire that allowed Lord Lu Chongfeng to discover the wonderful use of the energy stone. I can't explain its exact function. After saying this, Li Ruoyu winked at Lu Chongfeng, as if to say that the groundwork had been laid, and now it was his turn to speak. Chapter 10, The First Son. To be honest, Lu Chongfeng suddenly felt a bit envious of Li Ruoyu. This guy, relying on his good looks, always managed to charm people at critical moments. Every frown and smile was cute to the point of being explosive. But Lu Chongfeng felt wronged. The child didn't understand and was playing with the energy stone, accidentally dropping it into the stove. If I hadn't arrived in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Lu Chongfeng pretended to be fearful. After extinguishing the fire, I found that the energy stone had been burned red by the flames and was releasing an extremely powerful heat energy. Sir, you know that I'm also a preparatory student of the Alchemy Association and have done some small inventions with Old Zheng. The heat energy provided by the energy stone is very strong, so I thought of using it to boil water. At least it would burn longer than wood. I thought it would be fine to just boil it, but I didn't expect the pot lid to be stuck tightly. I couldn't open it for a while, and as the temperature inside the pot rose, it exploded shortly after. I concluded that the explosion was caused by the water in a closed container generating powerful energy under high temperatures, which I called steam. If such power could be harnessed, it would be a wonderful thing. Therefore, I thought of this mining machine, and after a long period of experimentation, I finally created the first mining machine. This was the operating manual written by Lu Chongfeng. Li Ruoyu skillfully presented the instruction manual. The City Lord took the manual, opened it, and was immediately dazzled. He had never seen such a manual with three-dimensional illustrations and operating instructions before, and he found himself engrossed in it without realizing it. Lu Changfeng, I didn't know you were so clever. He completely disbelieved Lu Changfeng's explanation. Could something like this be made so easily without long-term research and multiple experiments? If you're going to lie, at least find a better reason. If this wooden house were to catch fire, it would surely leave some traces, right? He looked around. The clean wooden walls showed no signs of burning at all. Clearly, these two were hiding something. To become a city lord, he must be extremely intelligent. And if he still couldn't guess who the chemist was, then he was unworthy of the title. Lu Changfeng lowered his head, but the corner of his eye was fiercely glaring at Li Ruoyu. This little liar was unfairly shifting blame, which was truly despicable. He didn't dare to take a deep breath, slightly raising his head to see the city lord's reaction. All right, since you say you made it, then show me how it works to see if it really has such great energy. Moreover, the energy stone is a gift from the gods. Since we are allowed to mine it, there is no reason we shouldn't be able to use it. If what you invented can really increase the mining speed, that would be a great achievement, and I will report it and promote it throughout the city. If it has a significant effect, I will recommend it to the primary city. Thank you, my lord. The city lord said quietly. Lu Changfeng, you are indeed a talent. He patted the other's shoulder, lingering for a moment, then suddenly squeezed hard. Lu Changfeng winced in pain, but didn't dare to make a sound. His face was almost contorted with pain, yet he still forced a smile and said, You flatter me, my lord. I will demonstrate for you now. Lu Changfeng's shoulder hurt a lot, probably swollen, but he couldn't rub it in front of the city lord. Come and sit. The city lord waved at Li Ruoyu. Lu Changfeng said, My lord. The little guy said he wants to perform for you personally. After saying that, he looked at Li Ruoyu with pride, feeling secretly pleased. Who told you to shift the blame onto me? Now it's your turn to perform. Then you sit there. Lu Changfeng complied, sitting on a nearby stool. Though he said he was sitting, he was really just barely touching the edge. Li Ruoyu smiled and said, Lord Lu Changfeng, you promised to help me keep it a secret. I was planning to surprise the city lord in secret, but now that you've revealed it, what surprise is left? The city lord laughed heartily and said, No worries, there will still be a reward. Li Ruoyu nodded, walked to the mining machine, ignited the energy stone, and a few minutes later, steam began to enter the pipes, driving the turbine to rotate. Boom, boom, boom. The harsh sound suddenly rang out. In the current world, this was the first sound of mechanical operation after the natural disaster. Later, historians referred to it as the first sound that connected to civilization. Although it was rough, it sounded wonderful to Li Ruoyu. Finally, the first step had been taken. The gears rotated, pushing the load arm of the mining machine up and down. To be honest, when the machine first roared to life, both Lu Changfeng and the Lord were startled. If it weren't for the need to maintain their dignity, they might have exclaimed in surprise. This was no ordinary mining machine. It was clearly a miracle. The load arm had a nylon rope that, driven by the gears, contracted and extended. If a basket were attached to the other end and installed at the mining site, it could at least double the efficiency, and if calculated carefully, the time slaves spent transporting or could be completely eliminated. As for what could be done with the saved time, that was another matter. The Lord understood the importance of this device, especially the turbine that generated steam. Although he did not understand how turbines and steam were produced, he was well aware that since this turbine could provide power, what kind of effects would it have if installed elsewhere? For instance, on horse-drawn carriages, sailing ships? He had a feeling that this would cause a huge stir. My lord, I've named this turbine the steam engine, Lu Changfeng said. The steam engine is actually a very simple device. It converts the energy of steam into mechanical work through reciprocating motion. Interesting, the Lord thought. It seemed that burning did not necessarily require energy stones. After all, burning was just to boil the water in the container. Using it would also be feasible. However, the burning time of wood was short, and it released low energy, making it inconvenient to carry. In contrast, the energy stone felt as if it were specifically created for this so-called steam engine. Very good, I give you a thumbs up. The 6 words, devoid of tone or attitude, fully expressed the Lord's inner thoughts. He simply could not find the words to describe everything before him. Not only him, but even Lu Changfeng stared blankly, realizing that the mining machine was not important. What mattered was the steam engine. A prodigy. Lu Changfeng looked at the excited Li Ruoyu and suddenly felt as if he were witnessing the growth of a great person. Chapter 11. A token of appreciation. The emergence of great figures is often accompanied by chaos. In a world that has survived natural disasters, what is lacking? Of course, it is talent. Few prodigies emerge to clear the chaos and turn the tide, making it hard to say they have experienced disasters. Heroes emerge in troubled times to stand out afterward. The Lord felt a bit awkward as he noticed Li Ruoyu and Lu Changfeng looking at him with bright eyes, making him feel tense, as if they were waiting for him to continue expressing his thoughts or give some instructions. What could the Lord express? Clearly, he did not know what to say. Could he say, "I am helpless right now, and I don't know what to do"? The steam engine truly shocked him. The Lord cleared his throat and said seriously, "Not bad. Well done. I should reward you with something good. What do you want?" Actually, at this point, Lu Changfeng understood the Lord's intentions and winked at Li Ruoyu. However, Li Ruoyu misunderstood. He counted on his fingers, displaying childlike innocence, and said earnestly, "If I need something, I do want a few things. First, I need money, a lot of money, and then I need some manpower. You know, I'm small and weak. I can't even open a bottle." Stop. The Lord felt overwhelmed and hurriedly interrupted Li Ruoyu. "You still need money?" Lu Changfeng's mouth dropped open as he looked at Li Ruoyu as if he had seen a ghost. "That old man of yours controls the livelihoods of Dark Moon City and is a member of the Alchemy Association. He must have accumulated a lot of money over time. I don't think you lack money. You lack morality." In fact, this was a decision Li Ruoyu made after much thought. He truly did not lack money. That was true. He had food, clothing, shelter, and even a strong supporter. The problem was how much he could extract from this supporter. Li Ruoyu never did things he was unsure about. Since he was going to do it, he had to be steady. He couldn't just take advantage, could he? Money was needed to buy materials. As the saying goes, a sharpshooter is fed by bullets, and similarly, an inventor is built upon countless materials and experiments. Any failure would mean that all investments would go down the drain without a trace. Often, a laboratory later becomes a money-consuming beast that could devour any amount of money. Therefore, money was essential. The Lord smiled and said, "Although it feels a bit strange to talk about money, this just shows that Li Ruoyu is indeed an ordinary person who loves money. That's good for control." Like Lu Changfeng, he recognized that Li Ruoyu was a talent. Such individuals either grow alongside him or are eliminated on the spot, and they chose the former. Growing together might even leave a mark in history. Just thinking about it was a bit exciting. However, he did not know how much Li Ruoyu wanted, so when he heard the next sentence, he was stunned. "You give me as much money as you can." Li Ruoyu raised her small face, looking very serious, as if to say, "You said you would reward me. It's not like I'm asking for it, so how much you give depends on your intention. If you give too little, it's embarrassing. If you give too much, there's no telling how much that would be." The city lord was in a difficult position. Seeing this, Li Ruoyu expressed, "My lord, actually, money doesn't matter to me. I'm not short on cash. I just hope you could give me a little convenience, a token gesture." Uffed. Lu Changfeng could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, nearly laughing his stomach sore. This guy seemed not only unscrupulous, but also thick-skinned. He could say such things with a straight face. Truly a talent. The city lord was stunned. He shot a glare at Lu Changfeng, who was laughing so hard he could barely breathe. "Well, my lord, although the mining machine was invented by Lord Lu Changfeng, I also played a significant role, so I have a condition. That is, for every mining machine produced and sold in the future, I want a commission, not too much, just 20%. Of course, this is for the product commission. Additionally, there will be patent fees, which I want calculated like rent." Wait a minute. The city lord rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming on. This guy really dared to ask for this. The mining machine, once he reported it to the first-level main city, would surely cause a sensation. And mass production in the future was not impossible. Since it would be produced, selling it would definitely be involved. So he could understand the commission. He genuinely understood. 20% wasn't too much. "My lord, look, since the steam engine can be used in mining machines, what about other applications? For example, what if Lu Changfeng invents cars in the future? Ships? Trains? These are all profitable things. We can think of them, so others can't. Moreover, The steam engine is simple. What if they just copy our stuff and compete with us? So, the way to avoid this is to charge patent rent. For instance, they can use the steam engine, but they have to pay us. We will grant them usage rights and time. How much per year? How much for 2 years? If they don't pay, they can't use it. Otherwise, it's a breach of contract. Right now, this thing hasn't been announced yet, so we can control it. Therefore, before we can control it, we should proactively avoid future losses. Lu Changfeng secretly gave a thumbs up. He wanted to say, "You're truly a genius." But then he suddenly remembered he had said that several times before. What a skinflint. He could come up with this idea, but it truly was a good idea. My lord, it's not that I'm being unreasonable. Look, even landlords need to keep some surplus grain, so asking for a bit of money isn't excessive, right? Besides, I'm also thinking for our empire. If the empire masters this, holding the product patent, how can we not make money? Although the city lord didn't quite understand. He took note of everything word for word, preparing to polish it up and present these arguments to his superior. However, what was that train? Could it be another new invention? All right, I'll consider the money part. You can rest assured. Don't you still need people? How many do you need? What for? To rebel, Ruoyu thought to herself. This depends on Lord Lu Changfeng. I'm just a playful kid, and sometimes I can't help him much. Rather than saying I need people, it would be more accurate to say I'm voicing Lu Changfeng's thoughts. You, Lu Changfeng, who had been feeling secretly pleased, suddenly felt his mouth twitch, realizing that he hadn't finished enjoying his melon before he fell into a pit. It turned out he was just a helper. There were plenty of slaves in the mining area, so you could have as many as you wanted. The city lord felt frustrated and stifled. Not want to talk to Li Ruoyu anymore. My lord, you don't need to ask me about these. Lu Changfeng has the authority. No need to apply to me. You could just go and call them. As for the patent fees and commission, I will consider them seriously. The city lord didn't want to stay any longer. Every second felt like torture. Is this little guy really just a child? Why do I feel like he's an old fox? The city lord took the manual, pushed open the door, and planned to get some fresh air to calm down. Today had too much information. If he didn't digest it quickly, he might get stuck. My lord, Li Ruoyu Shota. The city lord had already stepped out of the door, shivering slightly, pretending not to hear, and left while coughing loudly. You brat, you're really something. It's the first time I've seen the city lord at a loss. It's because you have old Zheng backing you up. If it were anyone else, they would have been dragged out and executed long ago. Chapter 12. No matter how many people there are, I will go. Whatever you do, you must plan ahead. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. If you want to resist the wind that is about to blow from the west, then the tree must first grow tall, firmly gripping its roots deep in the ground. Even if it gets bent by the strong wind, it can still grow back. When the sunlight appears next year and the rain nourishes it, the seeds that accompany the big tree will sprout again. Li Ruoyu said seriously, his small face filled with determination. The road ahead is long. We have already taken the first step. We either continue to the end or die. There is no time to consider the consequences. For me, the old man asks, the former mine owner's death had a significant impact because I know he wasn't just talking nonsense after drinking. This star is round after all. Lu Changfeng looked at him in shock, unable to speak for a moment. The former mine owner was a brother of Zheng Dao, and both were members of the Alchemy Association, sharing a common trait of having survived the natural disasters. They knew many secrets that are not recorded even in the largest libraries today. Some say that there are divine beings 3 feet above one's head, and if one accidentally reveals too much, they will incur divine wrath. Everything Li Ruoyu did and said, every word, every letter, even every experiment, was against divine will. I hope you understand, sir, that I'm not thick-skinned. I'm just preparing for the future. Just now, I was focused on fooling the city lord, making him overlook what an experiment truly is. But you and I both understand, including the Western Church, how much energy these things will generate in the future. This road is likely to be difficult, and it might lead to irreversible consequences. Even if there are millions, I will go. Lu Changfeng pondered this statement, and before he knew it, a surge of blood rushed from his heart. His eyes brightened, as if he had already seen the thorny path ahead. He donned armor, wielding a giant sword called Science, and began to slash through the thorns. Gods, if you dare to come, I will dare to blast you with cannons. I will not shy away from 1,000 deaths, Lu Chongfeng thought. Little brother, there is something I'm not sure if I should say. Lu Chongfeng licked his lips, his face glowing red. Li Ruoyu felt a chill run down her spine when she saw the other person's green eyes resembling those of a hungry ghost. She quickly said, "Since we're not going to talk about it, let's not talk about it." Lu Chongfeng immediately reacted, laughing. "What are you thinking? I'm not trying to sleep with you. I consider you a brother." "Yes, since you consider me a brother, don't have any thoughts about sleeping with me." "No, don't even think about it, so let us just not talk about it. I'm a straight man. This guy doesn't play by the rules." After this conversation, Lu Chongfeng completely recognized Li Ruoyu, and his last bit of doubt vanished, especially after hearing the phrase, "Though a million may come, I will not waver," which stirred his blood. What he wanted to say was, "How about we become sworn brothers?" Li Ruoyu, in his eyes, was as bright as the stars. The empire is named Morning Twilight, signifying the dawn breaking and the first light of day. Could Li Ruoyu become the giant sword of the empire, cutting through the darkness? Lu Chongfeng thought to himself, feeling a surge of excitement once again. Li Ruoyu frowned and said, "My lord, don't think about those irrelevant things anymore. The road must be taken step by step. You can't expect to become a big shot overnight. The city lord asked you to go to the mine area to recruit people, so you should hurry up and go. What are you waiting for? There's a reason why the people chosen from the mine area are selected. The slaves in the mine area are descendants of researchers from before the natural disasters, and their brain development level is relatively high. They are also more open to new things and can absorb knowledge faster. If they are properly trained and systematically instilled with experimental ideas, they will surely be able to make a difference quickly. It seems I need to hurry up and write some teaching materials." Li Ruoyu was quite troubled. If only this planet had a superbrain. The superbrain was a high-tech device from his home star system that could directly read and download memories and then print them out. Of course, in his world, the printing was directly read from the memory, so the people on that planet were all talented individuals. However, for now, he could only rely on himself to write. Li Ruoyu couldn't write anything too profound, fearing they wouldn't understand. He could only write knowledge that matched the current level of civilization, such as elementary physics and chemistry, basic astronomy and geography, etc. Writing wasn't difficult. It just took some time. However, to thoroughly promote this knowledge, he worried he would have to wait until his status rose to a certain level. Otherwise, it would be surprising if he wasn't dragged out and executed. The road ahead was truly long, Li Ruoyu thought with a wry smile. Lu Chongfeng left the house to search for talent in the mining area. He was an excellent speaker, skilled at giving speeches and winning people over. With him handling affairs, Li Ruoyu felt very at ease. He required quality over quantity. There was no need for a large number of people. Just about 10 would suffice in the early stages. Lu Chongfeng understood the importance of the matter and didn't dare to be careless. In fact, he would be doubly vigilant, because the people they gathered would eventually become like him, as they would all have one identity: scientist. The term scientist was new. It was a profession that Li Ruoyu had to explain for a long time before Lu Chongfeng understood it. Afternoon, City Lord's mansion. The City Lord and Zheng Dao sat in the conference room, both looking serious, with various exquisite pastries laid out on the table. Neither of them had any intention of eating. Instead, they wore troubled expressions. Zheng Dao placed the manual on the table and said, "So this thing was actually written by that kid, Ruoyu?" The City Lord nodded. Although Li Ruoyu attributed the credit entirely to Lu Chongfeng, he still saw the essence of the matter. He understood better than anyone how capable Lu Chongfeng was. They had attended the same school as children and were classmates. "He's simply a genius." "Yes, indeed, a genius," Zheng Dao said solemnly. "Zheng Lao, what do you think we should do about this?" The City Lord looked troubled, clearly overwhelmed. The chemist they were looking for was Lu Chongfeng, which was one thing, but now even Li Ruoyu was involved, and this guy knew even more than Lu Chongfeng. Just based on this manual and their statements, it was enough to cause a sensation. If leaked, it might provoke an attack from the west. This was the outcome the City Lord wanted to avoid most. Zheng Dao pondered for a moment and said, "We can't keep it a secret. Are you suggesting we sacrifice our own?" The City Lord made a gesture across his throat. Zheng Dao, angered, replied, "What nonsense. I'm saying we can't keep it from the higher-ups. The situation in the Morning Dawn Empire is unclear. We have to wait until the end of the year to see if that person can come to power. From what I know, That person is a typical research fanatic, extremely disrespectful to the divine. If he comes to power, everything will be manageable. If not, it will be a disaster. Zheng Dao had long been stationed in the Alchemy Association in Dark Moon City. In reality, he was a top official transferred from the capital, far above the city lord status. His words carried significant weight. So, should we report it at the end of the year? No, it needs to be reported immediately. Zheng Dao lit a cigarette and said leisurely, and it must be fast, sent directly to that person's hands. I believe that if he sees it, he will take action. His faction will also use their utmost strength to support him in coming to power. What if it fails? The city lord asked anxiously. Then we die. The official cause of death for the previous mining chief was said to be a wrong statement, but in reality, everyone knew that person's temper. He would get furious over the slightest disagreement, not knowing how to be diplomatic, and had offended countless people. Otherwise, how could he have been wiped out just for saying one wrong thing? Essentially, he had become a victim of the competition between two major factions. The research faction showed weakness, while the theological faction gained the upper hand. The outlook was grim. If it weren't for the significant power backing the person set to come to power, the Morning Dawn Empire would have long succumbed to the world of theology. This is why Zheng Dao thought it urgent to report this matter, as it could bring them strength and light. Darkness had shrouded the land for far too long. Given time, when their generation passed, who would remember the glory before the natural disasters? Zheng Dao extinguished his cigarette and said, I'll handle this matter personally. You will? The city lord was surprised. Zheng Dao's identity in the capital was very sensitive, and there was a constant risk of being betrayed. He didn't know how many people wanted him dead. Well, are you going? The city lord said with a bitter smile. How could I dare? My status as city lord holds weight in Dark Moon City. But in the capital, where high-ranking officials abound, I have no right to step into the halls of power. Rest assured, that's not a problem. The mining area is currently under tight security. Not to mention people, even flies can't get in. Moreover, I will be officially moving there to take charge in a few days. With me there, I believe no one will dare to stir trouble. Then I can rest easy. Chapter 13. A storm is coming. Zheng Dao left quietly. Apart from a city lord, no one in Dark Moon City knew where he had gone. Even when Ruoyu went to the Alchemy Association to inquire, he was met with a closed door. Ruoyu stroked his chin and said, Where do you think that old guy has gone? Lu Chongfeng's gaze drifted, muttering, How would I know? He knew, or rather, he could guess. But such words were not something he could easily say. Walls have ears. Who knows if there might be a gap nearby? Not to mention that Dark Moon City is already on the brink of turmoil, with those Western dignitaries who roam the city all day, acting like spies and capturing people everywhere. Li Ruoyu noticed that he was unwilling to speak, pondered for a moment, and then understood the key point. He nodded and said, Lord Lu, how is the person you chose? There is already a preliminary selection, but it will take some time to test their loyalty. As assistants to be cultivated as the first tier, there can be no mistakes. Loyalty is more important than ability. 1,000-mile dike can collapse due to an anthole, which shows its importance. In these days, the city lord always found reasons to sneak into Li Ruoyu's room, looking at this and touching that, appearing quite cunning. If it weren't for the city lord's status, Li Ruoyu would really want to let the dogs out and chase him away. When conducting experiments, the most taboo thing is being interrupted. Usually, even with Lu Chongfeng around, Li Ruoyu found it bothersome, let alone now with the addition of the city lord. Although he appeared very casual, he no longer inquired about the mining machines and didn't mention when they would be popularized in the mining areas. It seemed as if the excavators, steam engines, and the chemist who had worried him for a month had simply turned a page. Moreover, when he came to the wooden house, it was as if he were strolling through his own backyard. When he was in the mood, he would bring some dumplings from the mansion, along with green onions and white wine, to share a simple meal with them. When he was uninterested, he would lie in their wooden house to sleep, completely forgetting about his newly built mansion right next to the wooden house. Li Ruoyu was eating the already cold dumplings, watching the city lord lying on the bed, pretending to be asleep. He couldn't help but squint his eyes and whispered, Do you think he's really asleep, or just pretending? The city lord suddenly opened his eyes, feigning a sleepy look. I think I just heard you talking about me. Quickly tell me, what were you saying? Were you praising my good looks? Li Ruoyu. Lu Chongfeng. You guys really have no sense of humor. It's so dull. Life needs a sense of ritual sometimes. Fun is the seasoning of life, making each day feel real. Just look at you. I'm not exaggerating. These days you've been like a twisted donut. Aren't you afraid of choking yourself? A proper relaxation, eating when you should, sleeping when you should, doesn't that feel good? It's truly unfortunate to encounter someone with such thick skin. Ruoyu rolled his eyes, indicating he didn't want to talk. This expression almost made the city lord melt on the spot. Naturally beautiful, usually expressionless, it could become a bit tiresome after a long while. But this sudden eye roll was as dazzling as a night blooming cereus that had waited a long time to blossom. What a pretty little thing. The city lord sighed, saying, I don't know how many girls will fall for his looks in the future. He thought of his little niece and suddenly felt a bit regretful. It seemed he shouldn't have unilaterally arranged that betrothal with Dao. Ruoyu. Yes, I'm here. Don't be nervous. I have a few questions I want to ask you. I will speak without reservation. A good line. I will speak without reservation, but who knows how much of it is truth and how much is falsehood. Each time I've come here, I've always seen you fiddling with the toys on the table. You don't seem like the type who enjoys toys. So can you tell me what these things are for? Are they important? Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? What do you think? The city lord sat up, picked up a cup of tea, and sipped slowly. His tone became grave as he said, I'm asking you sincerely. If you dare to deceive me with lies, then today next year will be your death anniversary. He spoke very seriously, clearly not joking. Upon hearing this, Lu Chongfeng's face turned pale. Lu Chongfeng had always concealed his identity as a chemist from the city lord, but in reality, he knew very well that the city lord had already figured out his identity. This toy I call a spirit star instrument. What is a spirit star instrument? Ruoyu pointed to the ground beneath his feet and said, Have you heard of our world, sir? It's round. This celestial star instrument is a three-dimensional version of the land we stand on. Clang! A sound of porcelain crashing to the ground came from the doorway, and everyone turned to see a young servant looking at them in horror. The city lord's expression remained unchanged as he calmly asked the servant, How old are you? How many people are in your family? I am 21 this year, and I have a 15-year-old sister, the servant replied. Is there anyone else? No. The others died in the famine a few years ago. The city lord pondered for a moment and said, I will take your sister to the city lord's mansion tomorrow and adopt her as my goddaughter. The servant trembled in fear and said, Thank you, my lord. All right. There are guards at the door. You can end it yourself with his sword. The servant shook uncontrollably but still knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and saying, Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. This was the first time Ruoyu, having been reborn into this world, witnessed a murder with his own eyes. And it happened right beside his own bed, as he watched the servant stab himself in the stomach with the sword. In that moment, sorrow filled his heart. Perhaps this was the city lord's way of showing his attitude. Since being reborn, Ruoyu felt a sense of shame for the first time in this world. Usually, the city lord's approachable demeanor made him let down his guard. But today he was shown through action what this world was truly like. Killing could be as simple as a word. Even ants struggle to survive, let alone humans. Yet, even precious people, those who control the world, can still have their lives dictated by a single word from another. Ruoyu turned his head, unable to bear looking at the young servant's unblinking eyes, and instead bit his lip tightly. In a moment of realization, he suddenly understood the former mine owner's fate. He died unjustly. The weather today was strange. Although the sun was shining, it started to rain. Ruoyu tilted his head back and tasted blood in the rain. Sympathy for him? Today, it was his turn to die, and perhaps tomorrow it would be mine. Of course, it could also be you, the remnants of science, the rebels of Darkmoon City, or even the Lu family of Lu Chongfeng could hardly escape this fate. Even your old man cannot evade the blame. Ruoyu shook his head. The listener is guilty. The servant should never have come in to serve tea at this time. Clearly, it was part of his duties, yet he lost his life for no reason. Who told him here that the spirit star is round? Chapter 14. 3 feet above the head, no divine beings. Ruoyu picked up the astrolabe and said seriously, I don't have a map of this world, so I can only rely on the knowledge recorded in advanced geography to create a simplified instrument using a sphere. You see, this black dot represents our Darkmoon City, and I placed a yellow flag at the closest point, which is Nisi City. Beyond that, It's blank and will take some time too. The city lord became interested. He knew that Li Ruoyu was about to reveal something. I have maps of the 4 major empires. I will bring them to you tomorrow. Thank you, my lord. You're welcome. I'm very curious about how you know all this. I don't believe in people who are born with knowledge. There is no enlightenment 3 feet above. And I don't believe you are a so-called reincarnation of a deity, because you are only 13 years old. Yet you give me the feeling of an ancient monster who has lived for hundreds of years. I don't understand. There are no gods 3 feet above. Only the blue sky. Li Ruoyu took a deep breath and thought. Since the city lord has already brought this matter to light, it is meaningless to hide it any longer. My grandfather, the former mine owner, once collected many books, including advanced chemistry, advanced physics, geography, mathematics, and geometry. I learned a lot from him since I was young, so I know many things. This spirit star instrument is knowledge from geography. If our world is round, then why can we stand on the ground without falling off? Li Ruoyu smilat. Have you ever heard of gravity, my lord? No, I haven't. This involves physics. From a macroscopic perspective, it encompasses the vast universe, while from a microscopic view, it is our Earth. Our Earth is a terrestrial planet, and the place where we live is merely on the crust. Below the crust, there is the mantle and the core. Within the core, there is a magnetic field that firmly attracts us, making it impossible for us to escape its gravitational rules. Therefore, we neither fly away nor fall down. In fact, you can understand it this way. Falling is equal to flying. Flying? That's right. As long as there is enough thrust, one can break free from this gravity, pierce through the atmosphere, and head towards the deeper cosmos. At that time, you will discover that the place we exist in is actually within a vast and void space. A space that nurtured our planet, and the light from this space has given us life. All right, the city lord took a deep breath, struggling to convince himself to believe in Li Ruoyu. Then let me ask you, is the clear sky above us truly an energy barrier set by the gods to protect us? Set up my ass. That's called the atmosphere. Li Ruoyu corrected. What is the atmosphere? Heaven. Finally left. Li Ruoyu and Lu Changfeng both breathed a sigh of relief. The rain was pouring down without any signs of stopping. The servant's body had been dealt with. The soldiers dug a pit beside the wooden cabin, and the blood splattered on the floor had yet to dry, but there was no longer any foul smell. After a while, melodious music floated in from next door, seemingly the Lord's lullaby. Li Ruoyu suddenly felt very annoyed. He covered his ears and then remembered that earplugs had not yet been invented in this world. Those musical notes were like mischievous monkeys, smashing his eardrum with a cone. Lu Changfeng said, "Don't think about it. Life is precious, not worth as much as the value of invention. For the sake of invention, I am willing to throw my head in blood. Then you have to cut off your own head first, and then ensure you don't die. I won't. Then you can say whatever you want." Seeing this, Lu Changfeng thought he had discovered something, so he squatted down like him. After half an hour, he couldn't stand it anymore and asked, "Is there something wrong with this thing? Where's the problem?" Lu Changfeng was startled and hurriedly checked carefully, saying, "There's no problem." At this moment, he finally noticed that Li Ruoyu's emotions were a bit off, and he suddenly felt worried. It seemed that this omnipotent person was, after all, still a child at heart. He reached out his hand, intending to pat the other's head to show his concern, but as soon as he raised his hand, the other seemed to foresee it and dodged in advance. It's inappropriate for men to touch each other. Don't touch me for no reason. Li Ruoyu pouted angrily, and to be honest, this look made one want to hug him tightly and tease him mercilessly. After a while, he wrote a few words with a pen and hung them at the door. He gave civilization a time. Lu Changfeng stroked his chin and read it carefully, failing to grasp the pain point, yet still pretended to be engrossed. Seeing this, Li Ruoyu scoffed and said, "If you don't understand, just say so. Don't pretend to comprehend. I've already given you the manual for the mining machine. For mass production, you just need to arrange the manpower. Tomorrow we need to develop something new, and I need you to prepare the materials in advance." When he finished speaking, his demeanor changed, a particularly strong conviction bursting forth, as if the earlier melancholy was just an illusion. Lu Changfeng, a bit regretful, said, "I thought you would explain this sentence to me. But since you sincerely want me to handle this, I'll generously agree. What do you need? Get a few blacksmiths over and also set up a workshop here." Blacksmiths are no problem, but what is a workshop? Is it a person? A workshop is not a person. Could it be a ghost then? Can't you think a little? A workshop is definitely a production space. If you're going to mass-produce mining machines, wouldn't you prepare a huge room in advance? Do you want to turn my laboratory into a wholesale department? After much effort to clarify, seeing that Liu Chongfeng understood 9 out of 10 points, Li Ruoyu felt like hitting him with a hammer just to get him to wake up. All right, I'll take care of it. You can rest assured with me handling it, but I'll tell you first, remember to call me when the experiment starts. Don't forget, I'm the inventor. All the credit belongs to me. All right, it's all yours. Li Ruoyu impatiently pushed him out. Close the door, release the dogs. Oh no, close the door. Face the wall and think. As the mountain rain approached, he gazed out at the heavy rain and the howling wind. Indeed, it was a storm brewing. Chapter 15, The Hall Meeting. Li Beautiful had a good intuition. At this moment, in a secret conference room far away in the capital of the Dawn Empire, a group of people who had reached the age of knowing their fate sat, each with a thick stack of materials in front of them. The long-missing Zheng Dao was among them. To his left sat an elderly man nearing his 80s, and to his right was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man stood with a sword, his nose straight and mouth square, with thick eyebrows and big eyes, exuding a captivating heroic spirit. However, his eyes were cold and slightly tilted downward, giving his bright face a hint of gloom. After all, one becomes a hero only after death. If Li Ruoyu could see this man, he would surely say that to achieve great things, one must be a ruthless hero. And he was one of them. Zheng Lao, are you sure this steam engine was invented by Li Ruoyu? Zheng Dao put down his teacup and said seriously yes. Although I did not see it with my own eyes, I can roughly deduce that my elder brother did indeed store a lot of information from before the natural disasters, which was very secretive. Even I did not know where it was hidden. Unexpectedly, it was hidden in a mine, and what is more surprising is that my grandson has such good aptitude that he could teach himself. After saying this, Zheng Dao smiled up at the ceiling. Feeling proud of his cheap grandson, he picked up by the roadside. Upon hearing this, the crowd began to discuss among themselves. The middle-aged man slapped the table, and everyone immediately fell silent, looking carefully at him, waiting for him to speak. In the inheritance hall, at the end of the year, I will stop at nothing to ascend to power. If His Majesty refuses to abdicate, At this point, he raised his eyebrows, and the tone suddenly shifted. If I ascend to power, I will fully support reforms. But if I fail, it was clear that in a few months, this prosperous capital would be engulfed in a wave of bloodshed. You all know that the opponent is very strong, currently controlling over 60% of our military strength. With my current 30%, it is difficult to compete with them. Therefore, I brought the steam engine. The steam engine cannot fight. Your Highness, perhaps you still do not realize the importance of this steam engine. Let me explain. This thing can be used on war chariots, on sailing ships, and even on trains. The Tianhe River runs through the Dawn Empire. As long as we control the power of the water, we need not fear failure. Moreover, once the steam engine is installed on the ship, our strength will undergo a tremendous change. You may not believe what I say, but it is indeed true. As long as that thing can be successfully produced, even if the opponent's military strength is half more than ours, or even 20 or 30% more, we still have a chance of victory. Zheng Dao, after all, was an old monster from before the natural disasters, and he was someone who specialized in developing firearms. What he was referring to was guns. Actions must be swift, and the posture must be handsome, he said, to win with a devastating momentum. Otherwise, how could Hitler conquer France and Poland in such a short time? Isn't it all about speed? Of course, he had guns and cannons and the overwhelming steel tide. Zheng Lao, it's not that I don't believe you, but it's too risky. Your Highness, if the opponent comes to power, we will not fare well either. Why not take this opportunity to gamble for a better tomorrow? Give civilization to time, to seek a peaceful future. Give civilization time. The middle-aged man pondered this phrase carefully. In the current world, there was no longer any philosophical discourse. Theology was rampant, encouraging people to entrust their faith to the divine. Work hard and endure in this life, and enjoy glory in the next. This set of beliefs was quite fitting for the Western Church. And even when theology evolved into Buddhism and entered the Dawn Empire, it quickly stirred a wave of faith. The impoverished people stopped working, instead attributing all their suffering to their past disbelief in the divine, thus spending every day in worship. Little did they know, if they did not change this mindset, not only would they not be able to turn their fortunes around in this life, but even in the next. Things are man-made. My destiny is in my own hands. How can it be predetermined by heaven? Let us do it. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. When I come to power, I will definitely overthrow the church, dismantle the temples, and awaken the ignorant from their chaos. I want them to know that there is no past, no future, only the present. Zheng Dao laughed. The mining area was developing rapidly, changing day by day, and with ample manpower support in just a few dozen days, it had formed a preliminary town scale. Li Ruoyu looked at the workshop, which was probably over 1,000 square meters, feeling very satisfied. Lu Changfeng didn't understand his technical jargon, but after explanations through language and drawings, he could grasp a little. The mining machines had also been moved into the workshop early on. They had already been disassembled for craftsmen to replicate. Those who violated the rules would be executed. 2 dried corpses hung at the entrance of the workshop as a warning to those with inappropriate thoughts. Li Ruoyu stood on the podium, looking at the slaves below. Brothers and sisters present, I believe many of you know me. The slaves whispered among themselves, some excited, others looking worried. A mix of emotions filled the air. Today, I want to share some good news with you. What good news, you ask? Well, the weather is nice today, and I've decided to give everyone an extra meal. Lu Changfeng furrowed his brow, noticing the displeased expression on the city lord's face, and quickly nudged Li Ruoyu with his elbow. Speak plainly. Li Ruoyu smiled and said, after dinner, I hope you can help me with something. What exactly is it? Let Lord Lu Changfeng explain the details. Of course, you don't need to be afraid. Calling you here is definitely a good thing. The slaves nodded obediently, glancing out of the corners of their eyes at the corpse hanging at the door, dried like jerky. Is this really a good thing? This place seems to be a den of cannibals. You there? Yes, the big brother with the sideways glance at me. Come here. Let's have a word in private. Li Ruoyu pointed at a tall figure standing out in the crowd, his eyes shining with excitement as if he had found a treasure. After his rebirth, he had merged with the original memories of his host, so he recognized this person. The slaves changed their expressions, quickly distancing themselves from the tall man, fearing that being close would bring them bad luck. The tall man's expression also changed repeatedly. He intended to smile, but it ended up looking worse than crying. He felt dejected, thinking that he was doomed. Chapter 16. Chief Strategist Life, O Life. Ouyang Xin felt a sense of helplessness as he followed Li Ruoyu, wanting to take advantage of the soldier's absence to eliminate Li Ruoyu and escape. But in this vast world, where could he find a place to hide? The 2 dried corpses hanging outside the workshop were proof that escaping was impossible. After passing through the workshop and arriving at the office, Li Ruoyu had just sat down when he heard Lu Changfeng's voice from outside, discussing matters that should and shouldn't be done, as well as violations of the workshop rules. Li Ruoyu, annoyed by the noise, casually closed the door, smiled broadly at Ouyang Xin, and said, Brother, it's good to see you. How have you been today? How good can a slave's life be? For some reason, Ouyang Xin found his smile exceptionally glaring. He then raised his head, revealing a determination akin to a warrior cutting off his own wrist, and said, Stop wasting words. Do as you please, whether you want to kill or torture. Sit down. Li Ruoyu pointed to the chair beside him, put a cigarette in his mouth. Some people smoke just to look cool, while others smoke purely to get lung cancer. Li Ruoyu probably belonged to the latter. Smoking, drinking, boasting, and creating. People come to this world in countless ways. He didn't want to be a salted fish. He only wanted to be a subverter. Ouyang Xion's face was ashen, and at this point, he sat down without fear. But just then, Li Ruoyu suddenly stood up, his imposing manner almost making him kneel on the ground to bow. Xin, don't be afraid. I don't mean to punish you. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Xin showed a look of shock, thinking he had misheard. He looked at Li Ruoyu in disbelief, a familiar yet strange feeling emerging in his heart. Seeing the other person's half-smiling expression, he gathered his courage and asked, Are you calling me here not to take revenge for that time you forcibly instilled materialism in me? Revenge for what? Materialism, the speech that violates divine principles. If you hadn't instilled it in me before, I wouldn't have called you here. Li Ruoyu laughed and exhaled a puff of smoke, saying, "I called you here to show you something." After saying this, he pulled out a book from the drawer. The cover had just 3 words, materialism. Upon seeing this, Ouyang Xen immediately shivered, almost scared to the point of wetting himself. He said that talking and writing were 2 different things, and that the circulation of such books would influence people. Publicly producing theories that contradict the divine would be severely punished. Ouyang Xen was shaken to the core, unsure of what to say. Ouyang Xen opened the book cover with skepticism, and just the table of contents deeply captivated him. Just the table of contents was enough to intoxicate him. But if the divine did not exist, how could the natural disasters from 50 years ago be explained? What about the energy barrier that protects this land? He was caught in a dilemma. Denying the divine was a great sin, punishable by the extermination of 9 generations, even though his family had already all died. Ruoyu said, "Dog-headed strategist, have you forgotten our ideal for childhood? Materialism, this ideology, is the most capable of dismantling theology. With technology assisting ideology, it can proceed more smoothly. Otherwise, no matter how powerful the creation is, others will only say, 'This violates the divine. Arrest and kill them.'" Ruoyu did not want to be beheaded. On the contrary, he wanted to behead the lord of this solar system. Therefore, he needed a helper skilled in brainwashing, and Ouyang Xen, who had a clean background and was well acquainted with him, was undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, Ouyang Xen's grandfather had been a great philosopher before the natural disasters. With him around, many troubles would be alleviated. Ouyang Xen had mentioned in his early years that he had a dream of becoming a teacher. However, the current world theology was the mainstream, which was contrary to his ideas. Furthermore, the Dark Moon City was still adjacent to the Western cities, where there were many charlatans with high status. As a slave, how could he dare to confront them head-on? The words Ruoyu had previously suggested were just things he had said thoughtlessly in his childhood. He never expected that Ouyang Xen would still remember them. Ouyang Xen stood still, knelt on the ground with a solemn expression, and said, "From now on, you're my boss. Ruoyu Smilat." Ouyang Xen was inherently talented, but had always been suppressed by theology and the identity of a slave. If given an opportunity and a little guidance, he would surely be able to shine. In fact, with a careless move, one could even lose their life. Despite that, I have no regrets. I want them to understand that the truth is within the range of cannon fire. The Holy Sea is coming. We will crush it. If God comes, we will shoot him down with cannons. I hope he can fight alongside me and walk out together. He raised his head, looking at the azure atmosphere. It seemed he could see an eye watching him from the orbit of the spirit star far away. Ruoyu sneered. The good show was about to begin. Ouyang Xen looked at him calmly, with a flicker of fire in his eyes. "By the way, I am about to establish an organization, temporarily called Think Tank, and you will be the chief strategist, helping me manage this organization. Just tell me if you need money. I will fully sponsor you. Additionally, you can expand the staff. No matter how many come, as long as they are loyal and firmly believe in the scientific development concept, it will be fine." At this moment, he was no longer a slave. The flicker of hope that was suppressed by the church was reignited by Ruoyu. He was still himself, but he had been reborn from the ashes. Chapter 17. The arrival of Westerners within a month. I want to see the first batch of candidates. If you need textbooks, I will provide them. Ruoyu lowered his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Before the organization has grown stronger, remember not to leak any information. Also, take a look at these books." After speaking, Ruoyu took out a few books from the drawer again, which were the Theory of Scientific Development, Socialist Theory, and a simplified version marked as Civilizational Revival. Ouyang Xen nodded, glanced at them, and did not ask what they were. He was very smart, knowing what to ask and what not to ask. When faced with problems, he understood how to solve them himself, rather than appearing completely ignorant before taking any action. Ruoyu stretched lazily and waved his hand. "Go ahead, greet Lord Lu, and tell him I'm looking for him." Ouyang Xen nodded and walked out with the book. Soon after, Lu Changfeng came in and saw Ruoyu lounging in the chair. He asked, "What kind of love potion did you give that kid?" I saw him leave with a radiant face. "Were you two having some fun in here while I was giving my lecture?" Ruoyu shot him a glance and said, "I really want to take your head out with a blender and boil it in hot water." "Why?" "To kill those wicked and lewd thoughts." Lu Chanfeng curled his lip and said nonchalantly, "Today's speech was very successful. The craftsmen are all very obedient and have already started producing the components according to the various designs you've drawn." "Got it. What's the plan next?" Li Ruoyu smiled and said, "What other plans can there be? We can produce mining machines. As a member of Darkmoon City, how can I just be a parasite living off others? I have to contribute something. After all, I'm a good citizen." "You? A good citizen?" Lu Chanfeng said with a look of disdain. "Do you think I don't know you? With your cunning mind, all you think about every day is how to subvert theology. Born with a rebellious nature, that's you. You can see that? No need to look, right?" Lu Chanfeng scoffed. "It's all written on your face." Li Ruoyu was speechless. Could it be that he was a born counter-revolutionary? "You flatter me. At my age, no one would believe it if I said it." Li Ruoyu put away his smile and said, "So, does that mean the city lord tacitly supports us in this anti-theology approach? This is called the scientific outlook on development." Yes. You read a bit, and now you act like a great literary figure? That book was written by me." Li Ruoyu looked at him, as if he were a fool, simply shameless. When it came to books, Lu Chanfeng's eyes began to shine, and he asked, "What other books do you have? Give me a couple to take a look at." Li Ruoyu didn't waste any words and immediately tossed out a copy of the Shanhai Jing, saying, "When you can find the meaning of man can conquer nature in this book, you can start executing the next step." Lu Chanfeng, as if he had found a treasure, flipped through it, frowned, and asked, "Theology? What are you writing this for?" "Superficial." Li Ruoyu was too lazy to pay attention to him. He looked at the sunlight outside and realized it was almost mealtime. Sure enough, just as the thought crossed his mind, he saw the city lord walking over from his house, holding dumplings. When he saw Li Ruoyu leaning on the windowsill, he said, "Little guy, let's eat dumplings." "How about hot pot?" Li Ruoyu said. He thought of the delicious food from his hometown. "What is hot pot?" "It's something very tasty." An hour later, the three of them gathered around a round table, with a large iron pot heated by energy stones underneath. Watching the bubbling red oil in the pot, Lu Chanfeng and the city lord both swallowed at the same time. Li Ruoyu added some seasoning and said, "Hot pot tastes best when it's cooked." Then he tossed the ingredients into the pot, and before long, a delicious aroma wafted out. "Goodness, I almost suspect you're not from this place." Asking, "Are you a spy from another empire?" The city lord was sweating profusely, his mouth feeling spicy, yet he kept using his chopsticks to stir in the pot without stopping. "You noticed all this?" Li Ruoyu thought to himself. "I am not originally from here. My hometown is called Earth." However, he put on a serious face and said, "My lord, the heavens and the earth serve as witnesses. A petty person is not a spy. I don't believe you at all." Outside, it was drizzling, while inside, the hot pot was bubbling. The only sounds were the clattering of vegetables being washed. Watching the lord of the city and Lu Chanfeng immersed in their meal, a saying about discussing heroes over wine suddenly popped into his mind. "My lord, do you want to be a hero? Heroes die young." "All right, then do you want to be a villain?" "Aren't I a villain now?" The city lord replied pointedly. After downing a cup of wine, the city lord's face began to flush. "They say that between heaven and earth, there are divine beings, but why do I feel it's all fake? If there really are divine beings, why haven't I faced retribution for my actions?" Li Ruoyu ate a vegetable and said vaguely, "Maybe the power of knowledge makes the gods fearful. They are afraid that once they reveal themselves, we might cook them to eat." "Such blasphemy." Hee. The city lord became addicted to hot pot and soon tossed the dumplings aside. Every time he saw Li Ruoyu, he would ask, "Little guy, shall we have hot pot?" What about the dumplings?" "It's still more fun to make dumplings." Li Ruoyu was speechless. Who would have thought that this seemingly tough man would be a true foodie? Lu Chanfeng had previously suggested having hot pot every day, taking advantage of the city lord's favor, but was ruthlessly rejected by Li Ruoyu. However, when the city lord spoke up, the other party readily agreed, which immediately drew criticism. "Aren't you being too biased? I am your right-hand man." Lu Chanfeng looked at Li Ruoyu with a resentful expression, as if he were a dissatisfied young wife. "This is too much," Li Ruoyu said, "who was howling in the middle of the night yesterday, trying to fight me for the toilet? Even if you took it, fine, but you also used up all my toilet paper." Lu Chanfeng felt a bit awkward. "I ate too much hot pot yesterday, and it came back to bite me at night. The joint investigation team has arrived, you know. I have heard a little about it. Your nose is so sharp." "Who told you?" Only the Alchemy Association and the City Lord know about the investigation team. Don't tell me you planted a spy in the City Lord's mansion. Li Ruoyu sniffed. There were no spies, but there were quite a few informants. Ouyang Xin was an outstanding leader, not only quickly gathering a group of capable researchers, but also training them into operatives. It was no wonder he was so cautious. After all, conducting research was against the divine laws, and one slip could lead to severe consequences. Recently, Dark Moon City had been under strict control, clearly indicating that a significant figure had arrived. Moreover, with many foreign individuals with blonde hair and blue eyes appearing on the streets, Li Ruoyu deduced that they were from the West. Chapter 18, Investigation Team. Firstly, they were not here for tourism. Their sole purpose was to find a chemist. The City Lord could not avoid it and stayed in the city to entertain them, urging us to be more vigilant. Lu Changfeng showed a worried expression and said, "How about we hide first?" Stupid head. Li Ruoyu gave him a glance, thinking that such petty tricks might fool ordinary people, but try to deceive the Western staff sent specifically here was just ridiculous. Besides, they ran away as soon as they arrived. What difference was that from there's no silver here? It would be better to face the situation head-on. Let's take it one step at a time and stop worrying unnecessarily. Li Ruoyu fiddled with the steam engine in his hand, engrossed in it, seeing Lu Changfeng's incessant chatter. He felt a bit annoyed and said, "What are you afraid of? Do you think the City Lord is a soft persimmon?" "Persimmon? What persimmon? Can it be eaten?" A sharp voice came from outside the door. Before Li Ruoyu could react, 3 young people in long robes walked in, 2 men and 1 woman, all with blonde hair and blue eyes. The woman was serious and unsmiling, while the 2 men were quite cheerful, especially reminiscent of the rap groups from his home planet. Li Ruoyu stood up, lowered his head, and said, "I have met with the 2 diplomats. I apologize for neglecting your reception due to your long journey here, and I hope for your forgiveness." The lady remained unmoved, but the 2 men in casual attire nodded first, clearly pleased with Li Ruoyu's attitude. One of them said, "I have long heard that there is a genius in Dark Moon City. Seeing is better than hearing. Today, I see that the reputation is well-deserved. Just based on those eyes and your manners, I can tell you are not an ordinary person." "You flatter me," Li Ruoyu replied. Li Ruoyu smiled, brewed tea for them, and then respectfully stood aside. The 2 hip-hop individuals pulled up chairs for themselves, sat down, leaned back, crossed their legs, and looked at Li Ruoyu and Lu Changfeng with a rather arrogant expression. "I suppose you're Li Ruoyu," one of them said, pointing at Lu Changfeng and adding, "And you're the mixed blood?" "That would be me." The woman stood up, looked at the steam engine on the table, and asked, "What is this?" Lu Changfeng's expression changed, and, just as he was about to explain, Li Ruoyu tugged at his sleeve and interrupted, "It's a little invention." Upon hearing the word invention, the woman's pupils instantly widened. However, the 2 hip-hop individuals jumped up in place and shouted loudly, "How bold of you to openly create inventions that violate the divine. It seems you are the inventor we are looking for. Someone come here," he shouted, and immediately a dense sound of footsteps came from outside, but after a long time, no one entered. It was not that the soldiers were deaf. They truly did not dare to come in, even though they were called by 2 diplomats. The faces of the 2 hip-hop individuals turned red and white, glancing at the woman, feeling a bit embarrassed. They shouted, "Everyone come in and arrest these 2 anti-divine elements." "Arthur, shut up," the woman glared at him. The 2 hip-hop individuals reluctantly closed their mouths, but did not forget to shoot a fierce glance at Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu was a great inventor in his previous life, and also the master of a star, with hair as light as air. He understood the meaning behind that gaze perfectly. However, this was just too unfair. "You took your frustrations out on me, just because you were rejected by a girl?" Li Ruoyu understood that these 2 hip-hop individuals were just looking for trouble. The woman was very angry. They came to the mining area today simply to scout the location. But this idiot opened his mouth and mentioned a chemist, as if he was afraid others wouldn't know their purpose for being there. Wasn't that just alerting the enemy? Just based on that remark, forget about finding a chemist. They probably wouldn't even be able to find a hair of one. She looked at Li Ruoyu apologetically, not underestimating him because of his young age. On the contrary, she was attracted by his calm and composed attitude. This steady demeanor and sophisticated way of speaking were simply too impressive compared to the 2 clowns beside her. Moreover, he was so handsome. The woman thought to herself, It was the first time she saw a boy who could be called beautiful, and she couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. The more she looked, the more stunning he appeared. At such a young age, he had a face that could enchant anyone. She even had the urge to hug him tightly and give him a good squeeze. As soon as this thought crossed her mind, she was taken aback, secretly alarmed that she had been charmed by him. "I heard you are Oljing's grandson." The other party seemed unfriendly, and Li Ruoyu didn't want to get himself into trouble right now. The woman nodded at this, interrupting the topic, and asked, "Did you invent the steam engine? How about giving it to me?" "No way. That's a symbol of the gods taking care of our Dark Moon City." Li Ruoyu decisively rejected the lady, jokingly saying, "Is this something that can be easily given away? I'm still waiting to make money from it. Giving away like this would undoubtedly mean I'm making someone else's wedding dress. I never engage in losing deals. But what if I insist?" Li Ruoyu fixed his gaze on the woman, their eyes locked in a confrontation. This matter was now clear. The woman remained silent, but the two nearby jesters couldn't hold back any longer and said, "You little brat, you have some nerve. No one has ever dared to refuse what the Holy See demands, especially that steam engine, which is a gift from the divine to humanity and should rightly be kept by our church. I refuse you like this, and I want to see what your intentions are." He had been feeling humiliated. First, he sensed the woman's indifference, and second, he realized that his once-prided looks couldn't compare to that of a teenager. He was known as a handsome man in the Holy See and was used to being in control, although he appeared subservient in front of the woman. The mere fact that he could accompany the investigation team to Dark Moon City proved his identity was not something ordinary people could attain. The woman's request for the steam engine was rejected, and in his view, this was a rare opportunity to flatter her and win her favor. At least he thought that such a little kid would be scared if he shouted. However, he guessed wrong. As expected, Li Ruoyu remained unfazed by their shouting, calmly responding, "Sir, let's not discuss the steam engine for now. I just want to ask, where are you standing right now?" The other party was taken aback and retorted, "Of course, I stand on the land of the divine." "Wrong." Li Ruoyu pointed to the ground and said, "This is the land of my Dawn Empire, the land of my Dark Moon City. It's not for you, the people of the church, to run wild here." Chapter 19, just confront them. Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief as he stood up, looking down at Li Ruoyu. He, one of the esteemed knights of the temple, could not allow a mere child to defy him. Moreover, they were still in the presence of his goddess. He had fought hard to come to Dark Moon City, not for tourism, but to prove his own capabilities. Li Ruoyu's remarks are simply outrageous, not only insulting the divine, but also openly creating things that go against the divine. If we compromise like this, where is the authority of the church? He looked up at the sky and said, "O divine, please grant me strength." A charlatan, Li Ruoyu had no intention of backing down and immediately retorted, "How dare you? Who do you think you are?" Seeing that the situation was heading towards chaos, Lu Chongfeng felt a headache coming on. Usually, Li Ruoyu was quite amiable. Although a bit shrewd, he rarely lost his temper. Today was the first time. It's hard to say, the anger combined with that unbelievably beautiful face was indeed striking. "May I ask, sir, what is your position in the Holy See?" "One of the 12 knights of the Holy Temple." "Fool!" Li Ruoyu and Lu Chongfeng both cursed in their hearts at the same time. 12 knights? I see you're just one of the 12 huskies. Do you know who I am? You want to compare identities? Huh? Li Ruoyu sneered coldly in his heart, waiting for this very sentence. Don't be fooled by his young age. His soul is that of a star lord from a higher dimensional universe. He has long mastered the art of leveraging power. What does he love to do most? Using the tiger's skin to hoist the banner. My grandfather is the high priest of the Alchemy Association, a person who stands equal to the bishops in your church. How dare you act arrogantly? Even if I did something wrong, it's not up to you to scold me. I see you must have eaten dog poop, trying to turn black into white on the land of my Dark Moon City and shift the blame onto us. Tell me, what are your true intentions? Do you want to monopolize the steam engine? Engage in evil deeds against the gods? With such little ability, you can still become a knight? The Pope must be blind. If all the 12 knights of the Holy Temple are as irritable as you, then the church has truly fallen short. Arthur was stunned. It wasn't because he was intimidated by Li Ruoyu's fierceness, but rather because of those words that left him speechless. For a moment, he felt embarrassed, standing in place, opening his mouth, but not knowing what to say. The lady coughed lightly, stepped forward, and pulled Arthur behind her. His face turned red, and he immediately retreated. "Don't be angry, little brother." The lady gently patted Li Ruoyu's head and said, "I am the saintess of the church. What I just said was just to tease you. I'm not someone who forces others. Do I look like someone who wants to take your things? Yes. What kind of hero is that? Simply shameless." Li Ruoyu put on a look of being magnanimous, which was particularly annoying, making Arthur grit his teeth in frustration. "Annie, my stomach is bloated, and I need to pee. If you want to see the steam engine, just ask Lu Chongfeng to demonstrate it for you. If you want to explore other things, feel free. I'm leaving first." Li Ruoyu was too lazy to chat with them, so he slipped away under the pretense of needing to urinate. The lady stared blankly at Li Ruoyu's retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words, but she felt a tightness in her chest, almost wanting to slap him a couple of times. It was the first time in her life that she had heard someone speak about urinating so seriously. "Miss Saint, do you still want to see the steam engine?" Lu Chongfeng asked humbly. "No." Meanwhile, after leaving the workshop, Li Ruoyu headed straight to the mining area, the core zone for extracting energy stones. He squatted next to a mine shaft and lit a cigarette, taking a drag. Recently, Zheng Dao had been playing hide-and-seek, and no one knew where he had gone. Without that old guy around, it was quite inconvenient for him to get things done. For instance, in today's situation, if Zheng Dao were in the mining area, even if he fed that Arthur some bear bile, he wouldn't dare to brazenly barge into the workshop like that. If the city lord were here, things might have been a bit better, but that guy was elusive, having long since gotten tired of those people and hiding far away. Sigh. Li Ruoyu sighed, realizing that in the end, he still lacked weight. First, he was young. Second, his status was low. Third, he had not cultivated his own power. While lost in thought, a sudden fit of coughing came from the mine behind him. It was good smoke. That guy Lu Chongfeng really was willing to spend money. Usually, when I asked him for some, he would always hesitate and make excuses, but unexpectedly, you little brat managed to take it away. "Who are you?" Li Ruoyu was squatting down, wondering why this sound seemed a bit familiar. After getting a clear look, he suddenly realized that the blackened figure was none other than the elusive city lord. The city lord pushed aside the leaves and walked out from the mine. First glancing around, seeing that there was no one around, he finally revealed a helpless smile. He shifted his position and sat beside Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu actually liked the city lord quite a bit. He was a significant figure who understood his stance, soft when needed, willful at times, and decisively ruthless when necessary. For instance, the last time he killed that young servant, he did it casually, without even blinking an eye. "Is there more? Give me one." Li Ruoyu hurriedly handed over the entire box from his pocket and said, "My lord, what brings you here?" In his heart, he knew very well that the Lord had specifically come here to avoid those people from the church. The city lord lit a cigarette, immersed in the smoke, and after a long time said, "Those damn priests are too annoying, so I had the steward deal with them." "What's wrong? Do you have any objections?" "How dare I?" Li Ruoyu lowered his head and said, "I'm just curious. This mining area is dirty. Why would an adult come here to toil? I'm not here to mine." Looking at him covered in black carbon dust, Li Ruoyu said seriously, "Yes, I know. Well, I won't hide it from you. The city is not peaceful." Chapter 20. The Remnants of Scientific Research. Li Ruoyu didn't say anything and listened quietly. The investigation team from the Holy See came over this time, ostensibly for negotiations. But in reality, they also dispatched paladins. These people are quite bold. They killed a civilian staff member from my alchemy association and pinned a label of anti-divinity on them, which infuriated me. Because of this incident, they pressed me so hard that I couldn't argue back. That civilian staff member as well. Couldn't they just do some writing and drawing in the association? Why do they have to get involved with materialist theories? Materialism? Li Ruoyu's eyes flashed, and he asked, "How old is that person?" "About 25 or 26. Li Ruoyu felt a pang in his heart, as if it were bleeding. Materialism, he had only shared with Ouyang Xian, and it seemed that the other party had used his intelligence to infiltrate the Alchemy Association. It made sense, after all. The people in the Alchemy Association were actually the most open to accepting new knowledge. However, he never expected that they would be taken out by the Knights of the Church. Losing one more person like this was indeed a bit of a pity. "What are you asking him for?" the city lord asked meaningfully. "It's nothing. It's just a bit of a pity that someone so young has died." Indeed. At his age, given time, he would have surely accomplished great things. Don't worry, I won't treat Zheng Lao's people unfairly. I've already settled his family and arranged a job for them. It might be a bit tiring, but they won't have to worry about food and clothing. Your Excellency is merciful. Stop flattering me. I feel like you're a bit of a clever one. The city lord found this strange. He realized that when chatting with Li Ruoyu, he always subconsciously regarded him as an equal adult. In the end, he attributed all the questions to Li Ruoyu's deceptively beautiful face. It was simply too pretty. By the way, have you met the Holy Maiden of the Church? I have. What do you think? Do you want to talk to her and bring her over to be your wife? Your Excellency is joking. I'm still not of age. According to the laws of Qinsi, a man becomes an adult at 15 and can marry and have children. You seem to be almost 14, right? Yeah. I'll be 14 by the end of the year. That's soon then. If you like her. Your Excellency. I'm just joking. If I really tried to matchmake, it wouldn't be surprising if I got skinned and pulled apart by those old fogies from the church. Li Ruoyu. On the surface, the three Western kingdoms and the Dawn Empire seem to be on good terms, but in reality, there are already undercurrents stirring. This time, the upper echelons of the Dawn Empire are facing a blood change, and the prince is about to ascend the throne. Among these princes, some have close ties with the three Western kingdoms, especially with the Holy See, which has become an open secret. Perhaps they want to draw Western forces to help them eliminate domestic obstacles and ascend to power. It seems that this is nothing serious. However, the problem is quite significant. The principle of non-interference in domestic affairs was clearly established at the inception of the four great empires. Now, it seems that the other party has extended their hands into the core of their empire. If successful, will Dawn still be the same Dawn Empire? The city lords secretly sighed, hoping that Elder Zheng's influence could help their prince ascend smoothly, as this is the only way to ensure that the scientific lineage does not become extinct. As the city most closely connected with the West, Dark Moon City is filled with anxiety from officials to common people, fearing that they might inadvertently get caught up in the chemist's turmoil. Now, regardless of who is labeled as anti-divine, death is inescapable. What are your thoughts on this? Li Ruoyu pressed the cigarette to the ground, drew a circle, and said, on the surface, it's for investigating the chemist, but behind the scenes, it's probably to unite with certain people. The change of leadership in the morning light is already a public matter. I don't know which prince thought it was a good idea to do this foolish thing. I suspect that the turmoil surrounding the chemist also comes from his hand. Ever since my old man was beheaded last year, this wind has started to blow. Using the excuse of violating the divine, they eliminate dissent and focus on Dark Moon City, because Dark Moon City borders the West and is a crucial central town for both countries. After beheading my old man and releasing news about the chemist, they can use this legitimate reason to have the Holy See and the Paladins intervene, which can make certain high-ranking people wary and hesitant to act against his orders. Furthermore, if they can successfully capture the chemist, it would be a significant achievement. They can control public opinion and explain the alliance with the West as an effort to capture anti-divine elements, thereby comforting the hearts of the people and making the common folk believe that morning light is still the same and has not compromised or yielded to the West. I must say, this move is extremely clever, but it's also too damaging and it humiliates morning light. Who told you all this? The city lord looked at Li Ruoyu in surprise. In his impression, Li Ruoyu was just a loser, with his old man beheaded and hiding as a slave in the mines, and being quite young. Although he had a bit of cleverness, this conversation, where he analyzed these intricate matters so clearly, truly opened people's eyes. I have to say, the Li family really has no weaklings. Since ancient times, the struggle for the throne among princes has been a tricky matter, as it involves the interests of various factions. However, this is ultimately a family matter. How can they allow others to interfere? It's about time. The city lord nodded and said, whoever can win in the end is still uncertain. According to what I know, there will be results by the end of the year. To be honest, Zheng Lao's disappearance this time was actually to go to the imperial capital. He risked his life just to ensure that our research lineage could continue. Research lineage? Li Ruoyu was a bit shocked. Is this a real expression of intent? The city lord stood up, dusting off his pants, and said, that's right, the research lineage, also known as the remnants of research. Actually, The three major empires of the West had once possessed brilliant technological civilizations before the natural disasters. The common folk naturally do not know this, but among the high ranks, which family doesn't have some secrets? However, they all failed miserably, thoroughly defeated, so theocratic governance under the guise of divinity, scams, and deceives, tried to completely strangle the progress of our civilization. Now, it is finally our Morning Light Empire's turn, and the three Western countries, who have acted as the claws of the divine due to their failures, can no longer hold back, wanting to take advantage of the change in Morning Light's leadership to completely crush us. If we lose, there will be no more talk of research in this world. And if we win? Ruoyu asked. If we win. The city lord hesitated for a moment and said, research will rise, civilization will continue. And all of this will start from my Dark Moon City, because I am the prince who has been suppressed. Chapter 21. Identity in terms of population density. Dark Moon City is at best a third-tier city. In terms of economy, it is also a lagging existence in the country, not to mention military and political matters. Its only advantage is its geographical location. As the ancients said, the Son of Heaven guards a nation's gates, the king dies for the state. If the city lord is truly a prince of the Morning Light Empire, then his assignment here must mean that the current king particularly values him and wants to cultivate him. Ruoyu thought this way. Moreover, he also believed so. That old guy would love to kill me. The city lord snorted coldly and said, my family's influence was uprooted by my father years ago, and he threw me into this damned place. It's not about the emperor guarding the nation's gates. Even if the Morning Dawn Empire is not doing well, it is still one of the four great empires today. Although the strategic position of Dark Moon City is important, isn't it enough to send an outstanding regent and general to suppress this place? Why was I thrown here? Isn't it because of my youthful remarks? Ruoyu felt a bit confused. The information about the body he was reborn into was actually quite limited. Although he had spent half a year developing in the mining area, he hadn't gained much information. At this moment, hearing the city lord discuss these matters, many doubts arose in his heart. From the earlier conversation, it was clear that many people knew about the gods terminating civilization. At least the powerful and influential should be aware. However, the reaction of the common people was not like that at all. With your looks, you could easily have multiple wives and live a stable life. Besides, it would be easy and carefree, regardless of whether civilization was destroyed or the world was controlled by others. If you hadn't mentioned the atmosphere last time, I really wouldn't want to discuss this with you today. No matter how intelligently Ruoyu is, in the eyes of the city lord, he is just a 14-year-old child. So he dares and is able to be so reckless in expressing his innermost thoughts. Is he afraid? He just wants to stir up some trouble before he clears his name, so he can rest in peace. With his status, how would he not know what the atmosphere is? To put it plainly, it's just to match Ruoyu. Ruoyu sighed secretly, but then he laughed. It seemed he was being clever for nothing. He thought he could deceive both above and below, but in reality, he was just a fool. This kind of posturing and affectation was merely a joke. It wasn't until now that he truly understood that not everyone in this world was a fool. Not to mention others, just the Lord of Dark Moon City, Zheng Dao and Lu Changfeng. Weren't they all cunning old foxes? Who among them wasn't trying to outsmart the others? Suddenly, he recalled the saintess of the church and the paladins like Arthur left in the workshop, and an inexplicable sense of fear surged in his heart. Perhaps they really dared to kill their own. Those high-ranking figures. Who would care about the life or death of a small fry? Who would willingly offend other forces for the sake of a small fry? Have you figured it out? The city lord asked. I have figured it out. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid. Ha, you have guts. I see you won't give up until you hit the wall. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. That's not the same at all. Compared to you, my lord, I'm still inexperienced. I've lived my life without seeing much of the world. But you, in your high position, must bear greater pressure than I do, right? If you're not afraid, then what do I have to fear? Brave. A man isn't lacking in courage. The city lord laughed heartily and said, if your dead father knew that his descendant was so capable, he would probably rest in peace. Tomorrow, I will accompany the saintess and others to the imperial capital to report on the recent situation in Dark Moon City. After I leave, Lu Changfeng will act as the acting lord of Dark Moon City. Don't be too happy yet. While his acting role is certainly a good thing for protecting the experimental base in the mining area, the drawbacks are also obvious. If the re-election at the end of the year ends in failure for us, then both he and you will not escape death. Let's talk about it then. Ruoyu calculated the time. By the end of the year, he and his team should be able to develop firearms and cannons. The workshop is developing rapidly, and various craftsmen have already started large-scale steel production according to the blueprints he provided. Soon, they will be able to quickly use the materials for forging weapons and equipment. With guns and cannons in hand, let's see who dares to attack the city. The city lord couldn't help but chuckle. This guy really is fearless like a newborn calf. All right, I like your rebellious spirit. Before I leave, I will appoint you as the owner of the mining area, as a way to inherit the legacy of that deceased old fellow. As long as I'm not here, your position is secure. Thank you, city lord. Hypocritical. Heaven and earth bear witness. The sun and moon can testify. I, Ruoyu, truly admire you, city lord. At least in my eyes. You have not treated me like a little kid. After saying this, a cold glint flashed in the city lord's eyes, clearly indicating that he was about to tear off his mask. No need to see you off. I'll beat you up. Don't. It's not heroic to bully the weak. The two exchanged glances and laughed in unison. Ruoyu pointed to the chair and said, sit down and talk. As soon as he finished speaking, Ouyang Xian knelt down. I know. Ouyang Xian stared blankly at Ruoyu, having not yet said anything, but already knowing. What should he say now? Next time, be careful. Don't be too high profile. Develop quietly, so you can survive to the end. If others suffer losses, I can only feel regret. But if you suffer losses, that would be my regret. Ouyang Xian stood up, his face showing no expression at all, as if the fear and anxiety from moments ago were just an illusion. It was as if he had instantly transformed into a different person. He swallowed hard, didn't continue speaking, simply said yes, and then turned to leave. As soon as he left, Ruoyu's expression turned cold, muttering to himself, Rinjia, I haven't treated you poorly at all, so why do you like to go against me? At that moment, a surge of killing intent suddenly rose in Ruoyu's heart, but quickly calmed down again. Interesting, I want to see how far you can go. As he spoke, the scene of Lu Rinjia kneeling in front of Zheng Dao with him resurfaced in his mind, that little fat boy fearlessly declaring, I, Lu Rinjia, can also become a deity. Chapter 22. Kill in the mining area. Another person had died. This was the first scene Ruoyu saw as he stepped out of the workshop. The one who ordered the killing was Ouyang Xian. Blades have no eyes, but human flesh is soft. With one stab, red, white, and yellow all gushed out at once, blood covering the ground. Around him stood a group of terrified slaves, seemingly unable to comprehend what was happening before their eyes. Upon seeing Ruoyu come out, someone shouted, Young Masterly, you can avenge my brother. What grievance? The grievance of killing a brother. Why kill a brother? This. The person speaking momentarily lost their words, stammering for a while before finally saying, Ouyang Xian is unable to distinguish right from wrong, taking a chicken feather as a command. My brother had a conflict with him previously, so he was killed by him? Yes. You must help me take revenge, considering we were once slaves. The person stiffened their neck and said, Moreover, I found that Ouyang Xian is doing something that violates the deities just based on this. That's enough. Ruoyu felt restless and casually pointed at a soldier nearby, saying, You, come here. The soldier approached, holding a bloody knife. Did you kill him? Yes, young master. It was me who killed him. After all, he was just the executioner. The grievances had their sources and debts had their owners. Even if Ruoyu were truly guilty, he couldn't be blamed for it, since the one who gave the orders was the prominent figure standing in front of Ruoyu and Lu Changfeng, Ouyang Xian. Well done. Ruoyu lit a cigarette and said, Go ahead and chop him too. As ordered. The soldier didn't ask why, raised his knife, and wiped the bloodstains clean with a piece of cloth from his sleeve. This fluid motion almost made Ruoyu stare in amazement. This guy looks a bit familiar. He suddenly remembered that this was the soldier who had almost chopped him down last time. Interesting, really interesting. Ruoyu laughed heartily. Just as he took a puff of the thick smoke, the laughter caused the smoke to choke his throat, and he couldn't help but cough loudly. Indeed, too much joy brings sorrow. Ruoyu felt a bit embarrassed, his face slightly flushed. He looked around and saw that no one had noticed his expression, which eased his mind a little. The one who had been shouting was dead, and within 10 minutes, 2 people had been killed. Even those present, even if they were a bit slow-witted, understood why. Was Ouyang Xian really using a chicken feather as a command? No, the reason was simply the mention of gods. They didn't understand why, while holding the banner of the gods, they could still be beheaded. A year ago, this would have been a merit. Even if it couldn't eliminate their status as slaves, at least they could have earned 1,000 pieces of meat. But now, let alone eating meat, it will be good enough to save their lives. I teach you knowledge and let you have meat to eat, and you repay me with this? Also, you'd better not harbor any grievances. I won't allow it. I am a narrow-minded person who can't stand others speaking ill of me. I especially enjoy torturing those gossiping women. Do you know what lingxi means? Well, it roughly means skinning and extracting tendons and not letting you die. He rambled on about many things, basically depicting the 10 most severe tortures from his home planet. The expressions of the crowd turned grim. They dared to feel angry, but not to speak. Ruoyu noticed their reactions and felt a surge of anger, saying, "A bunch of useless dogs, blame me for feeding you well." "Young Masterly, are you not afraid of divine retribution?" Finally, someone spoke up. Ruoyu looked up and saw a 20-year-old young man. He was standing very close to the 2 dead brothers from earlier. There was a look of sorrow on his face, clearly someone who valued emotions and loyalty. "Alas, I usually can't stand people like this." Ruoyu felt a moment of sadness, then shouted, "Cut them off." The order was given. The soldier raised his hand, waved it casually, and a head rolled to the ground. "Is there anyone else? Step forward." At this point, who would dare to speak against him? The remaining people all lowered their heads, trembling. After an unknown amount of time, someone suddenly raised their head again. Upon seeing this person, Ruoyu's heart tightened. This person looked familiar, someone he wanted to cultivate. Could it be that he was going to oppose him? Just as he was about to unleash a massacre, unexpectedly, the other party knelt down and said, "We dare not have any complaints. Young Masterly is right. If we eat your food, we must follow your orders. Food and clothing are provided by our parents, and since you provide for me, how could I go against you? Today, I swear to follow young Masterly to the death." With a clatter, everyone knelt down, saying, "We swear to follow young Masterly to the death." "Enough! Stop flattering me. I don't like it." Ruoyu pointed at Ouyang Xian and the soldiers, saying, "I'm tired. From now on, you handle things yourselves. If there is nothing special, don't bother me. I hope that when I see you next time, you'll give me a surprise." After Ruoyu left, Lu Changfeng followed him, clapping his hands and saying, "Young Masterly. Oh, young Masterly, what a cold and heartless young Masterly. Is it true that one day in the future, if I speak ill of you, you'll have me executed by 1,000 cuts? Without rules, there can be no order. Good lad, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Are you sick or something?" Ruoyu looked at him irritably. "They dare." Ruoyu walked into the workshop, looking at the batch-produced mining machines, and directly expressed his thoughts. "The current situation is turbulent, and I can't guarantee my own survival. I don't even know how long I can live, so why should I care about them? If they want to seek death, then I'll just kill them all. After all, the mining area lacks everything except slaves. But they are the future pillars." "The future?" Ruoyu sneered and said, "Let's talk about the future when we get there." Chapter 23. Fire control. Upon hearing this, Lu Changfeng felt speechless. Compared to Ruoyu, he felt like an idiot. Ruoyu moved a stool over and jumped up, finally reaching the same height as Lu Changfeng. He thought for a moment, then reached out and placed his hand on the other's shoulder, saying, "Do you want to see a gun?" "A gun?" In Lu Changfeng's mind, an image of a person holding a long gun appeared, and he asked, somewhat confused, "What's so interesting about a long gun?" "The armory in Dark Moon City has all kinds of advanced long guns. I'm already tired of seeing them." "Country bumpkin." Ruoyu pouted, jumped down from the stool, and said, "This gun is not that gun." "Huh." After a moment of silence, Lu Changfeng suddenly laughed and asked, "What gun?" "The one on you?" "I have one too. What's so impressive about it?" "Could it be that you don't have one? A crooked gun? Pathetic." Lu Changfeng raised the corners of his mouth, and seeing Ruoyu's flustered expression, he couldn't be happier. "You also have your day, huh? It's rare to see you in a tough spot." The gun was in the drawers compartment, a rough version of a firearm placed inside. Ruoyu picked it up, filled it with the prepared gunpowder, and pointed it at a bird outside the window. "Lord Lu, Let's make a bet. Do you see that bird? Wow, what a big bird. Lu Changfeng saw him putting on an act and pretended to cooperate. You want to shoot the bird? That's right. If I bring that bird down with what I have in hand, then for the next month, you will cook for me. And if you don't, I'll cook for you. A gentleman's word. All right, all right. Lu Changfeng leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed over his chest, looking forward to the show. The bird was at least 20 meters away from the wooden cabin. Moreover, that bird was not an ordinary one. After the natural disaster, the beasts on Lingxing had mutated, especially in the radiation zones far from human settlements, where the beasts were exceptionally fierce, and ordinary swords and knives could not penetrate their defenses. Lu Changfeng squinted. If he guessed correctly, it should be a mutated vulture. The creation theory in divine texts explains that before the disaster, vultures only fed on carrion, but after the disaster, they fed on human flesh. This vulture had been here for more than a day or two, clearly having sensed the scent of death. Initially, some soldiers had tried to drive it away, but it was very clever. As soon as there was a slight movement, it would swoop up into the sky. Ordinary arrows had no effect on it. They couldn't even pierce its wings. Over time, the soldiers stopped trying to drive it away. As long as that thing didn't come down to eat living people, it was fine. Ruoyu fixed the flamethrower to the window to alleviate the recoil, then aimed at the target star, pointing at the vulture dozens of meters away, and suddenly pulled the trigger. In an instant, a loud bang echoed. The massive sound wave sliced through the air, causing the cups on the table to rattle. Looking outside, oh my God, Lu Changfeng gasped as the vulture, which was about 5 or 6 meters large, fell in response, its head blown apart, crashing down with a thud, blood splattering all over the soldiers below. You wait for me. Get out first. It's none of your business. Lu Changfeng waved his hand, but the soldiers refused to leave, each curiously watching the wooden house. Look again, and you might lose your life. Lu Changfeng said fiercely, knowing Ruoyu's temperament. Such a terrifying thing would never be easily shown to others. He had a special identity, allowing him to be close, but this group of soldiers, if they rashly entered and saw it, would likely be doomed. The soldiers hesitated for a moment, saying, "My lord, what about the vulture?" Well, thought out. Lu Changfeng breathed a sigh of relief, realizing it was for the vulture, which made things easier. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Be quick, don't keep us waiting too long. Oh, and save me some extra meat. I want to pack it. This good stuff, my foodie at home definitely won't let it go." Understood. Off you go. Lu Changfeng closed the door and walked into the room. Seeing Ruoyu sitting in the chair, a faint smile on his lips, somewhat dissatisfied, saying, "Why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier? You made me worry for nothing. Just a moment ago, when discussing whether there would be a collective uprising in the mine, he was still contemplating whether to send a few experts to protect Ruoyu, to avoid him being killed by the slaves during the mine uprising. Now seeing this scene, he felt he had completely overthought it. Wasn't that unnecessary worry? With this thing around, who would dare to come in easily? He shamelessly asked, "Little brother, can I have a look?" Seeing Ruoyu remain silent, he slapped his forehead, realizing, I willingly accept my loss. My admiration for you, little brother, is like the waters of the yellow river coming from the sky, rolling and never stopping. You can rest assured for the next month's food expenses. I will cover it all. All covered? Yes, all covered. Lu Changfeng suddenly felt a bit guilty. I meant the food expenses for the entire workshop. Ruoyu shook the flamethrower in his hand and said, "They are all talents. They need to replenish their strength. Otherwise, how can they have the energy to accompany me in experiments?" Lu Changfeng's mouth twitched, almost wanting to curse. This guy was clearly raising the price. If it weren't for the gun in the other party's hand, he really didn't want to give this face and would have stormed out directly. You have a final say. Then it's settled. Ruoyu decided to stop while he was ahead and handed the fire control system to him, then sat down next to him sipping tea. Today, they had brought out the long-stored fire control systems, which ultimately was to stabilize the morale of the troops. The city lord had mentioned before leaving that once he left Dark Moon City, the situation here would become particularly dangerous. To avoid unnecessary trouble, he felt it was better to take this out early. At least it could help stabilize those who were temporarily in the dark. Lu Changfeng held the gun with great affection, touching it and looking at it, almost ready to lick it. After a while, he suddenly asked, "Did you invent this? What do you think? When did you make it? How come I didn't know? Do I need to report to Lord Lu every time I have a few meals or go to the restroom. That is, just as Lu Changfeng was about to respond, he sensed something off in Li Ruoyu's eyes and immediately changed his tune, saying, I really admire you. Chapter 24. Returned to the city, Li Ruoyu turned his head, pouted, and said, shameless. Last night when I washed my face, my wife added ice, right? Washing your face with icy water can easily pull your skin if you use too much force. And just like that, I ended up washing my face off. Seeing Li Ruoyu's angry expression, Lu Changfeng felt an unprecedented sense of joy. Unfortunately, there are no cameras in this era. If there were, he would really want to capture this moment forever. It would be a shame to miss such a rare expression. As for this thing, I plan to mass-produce it. But I'm lacking raw materials. What do you need? Asked the old man. Lu Changfeng patted his chest. Gunpowder, saltpeter, iron blocks. I have the iron blocks. For saltpeter and gunpowder, you should go to the Alchemy Association. Your old man has plenty of those. Li Ruoyu smiled bitterly and said, I can't get into the Alchemy Association. He was right. Although Zhang Dao acknowledged him as his chief grandson, the Alchemy Association did not recognize him. The Alchemy Association in Darkmoon City was not a monolithic entity. It was divided into two major factions, each acting independently. This was related to the factions in the imperial capital. One side worshipped the gods, while the other insisted that facts determine the truth. What use was a fire rule without gunpowder? Was it just to stir up trouble? Lu Changfeng showed a troubled expression and said, if you can't get in, then it's even less likely for me. Zheng Lao is not around now, and it's difficult for me to handle things. Although I can get in, I don't have permission for the warehouse unless I get Elder Fong's approval. However, as far as I know, Elder Fong is a fanatic worshiper of the gods. It won't be easy to gain his consent. Elder Fong? Yes, he is the vice president of the Alchemy Association with significant authority. He holds an honorary priest position in the church, and those church lackeys in the city are currently living in his house. Lu Changfeng opened his mouth in disbelief and said, You don't want to go find Elder Fong, do you? Exactly. The mining area only had coal, but no nitrate or sulfur. These were contraband items that ordinary families could not store privately. Otherwise, if discovered, they would face the death penalty. To mass-produce gunpowder, one could only obtain raw materials from the Alchemy Association, but at this critical moment, that old guy Zhang Dao went to the imperial capital. Now that he knew that as long as he obtained Elder Fong's permission, he could get gunpowder, Li Ruoyu's temperament would not allow him to easily give up such an opportunity. All right. Lu Changfeng saw the determined look in Li Ruoyu's eyes and knew he couldn't dissuade him, so he could only agree. Darkmoon City was indeed very large. Li Ruoyu sighed from the bottom of his heart. Although it wasn't his first time here, every time he passed through the city gate, he couldn't help but applaud the craftsmen who built the city walls. The vertical 30-meter-high wall, entirely black, reflected a ghostly light under the sun, making it look like a giant creature that devoured light from a distance, intimidating to behold. Today he changed into clean clothes. His long hair reached his waist, black as ink, and he wore a silver-white crescent shirt. Though young, his heroic spirit was already evident, coupled with his almost enchanting handsome face. He was recognized as soon as he entered the city. In the past 6 months, aside from the notorious chemist who made people's faces change with fear, another hot topic in Darkmoon City was Li Ruoyu. Ironically, most discussions weren't about his past as a slave, but rather about his face, which he thought was somewhat shameful. It was said that even men who looked at him would slightly stiffen in respect. How about I get you a mask? Lu Changfeng said somewhat sourly as he noticed the crowd gathering more and more. After all, he was once a charismatic figure in Darkmoon City. Not only handsome, but also married to a beautiful young wife. Now, in the prime of his youth, he found his spotlight stolen by a 14-year-old brat. Li Ruoyu glared at him. Wow, that beautiful gaze instantly drew a scream from the crowd. Give me the mask. Half an hour later, under the protection of soldiers, the two arrived at the headquarters of the Alchemy Association. Before they could enter, 2 young men walked out. With Western features that were particularly striking, blonde hair, blue eyes, a high nose, and deep-set eyes that resembled a tranquil pool. Standing next to this Westerner was none other than Lu Renjia, whom Li Ruoyu had praised extensively to have Zhang Dao send over to study. It had been some time since they last met. A day feels like 3 autumns, was the first thought that crossed Li Ruoyu's mind upon seeing Lu Renjia. The current Lu Renjia was like a different person compared to when he was at the mine. If he was a little bunny before, now he resembled a wolf that grinned widely, revealing its white teeth. Ruoyu? Lurinjia called out in confusion upon seeing Li Ruoyu. But there was no hint of surprise in his eyes, as if he had known all along. The Westerner beside him, however, looked quite annoyed as he stared at Li Ruoyu. Although he did not know Li Ruoyu personally, he had heard about him from his companion Arthur. He glared at Li Ruoyu, wishing he could turn him to dust with his gaze. What are you looking at? Do I have flowers on my face? Ruoyu, how can you speak like that? This is Lord Grey from the Western Church, a distant cousin of the Paladin. Sorry, that's just how I am. Li Ruoyu smiled, but there was not a hint of sincerity on his face. To be honest, he felt a deep-seated disgust for Westerners, or rather, for people with blonde hair and blue eyes. Lu Renjiao was a bit angry, his face not looking good at all. Grey was his newly acquainted partner, and he had extremely strong connections within the Vatican. Moreover, both of them worshipped the same deity and hit it off right away, feeling as if they had known each other for a long time. Although Grey was older, he did not look down on him. Instead, he took care of him in every way. This was someone he respected. Disgusting, Li Ruoyu silently said to himself, watching his once cousin change. He felt a deep sense of regret, even a bit of remorse for sending him to this place. Grella tugged at Lu Renjia's hand, not caring much, and simply said coldly, "A tall tree attracts the wind. Be careful not to have your waist broken by it." Li Ruoyu laughed heartily and said, "I only know that the tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. If this wind wants to break my waist, then I want to see where this wind is blowing from." Arrogant. Oh dear, I am indeed arrogant. What can you do about it? Chapter 25. Crushing arrogant in tone, slick in speech, and high profile in action. This was the evaluation of Li Ruoyu by the Holy Maiden of the Church. Upon witnessing this scene, even Grey, no matter how good-tempered, could hardly endure it. Who was he? Backed by the largest church in the West, he had countless ties with the Holy Knights. Born under the divine light, holding important positions, enjoying high office and rich rewards, he was treated with respect by officials upon his arrival. This time, with the church's orders, he was sent to Dark Moon City, relishing the adoration of the common people. In stark contrast, Li Ruoyu was particularly excited, almost unable to contain himself, eagerly awaiting the arrival of this garbage to meet its demise. After all, he had soldiers protecting him, so there was no real danger to his life. If he lost, people would only say the other side was bullying the weak, jealous of his good looks. If he won, he would become a hero in the eyes of children. After all, who says children can't fight with the powerful? Don't go too far. I am just that excessive. If I don't do something, it wouldn't be right after drinking so much. The soldiers behind him stifled their laughter, and Lu Changfeng wore a face of helplessness, secretly giving a thumbs up to Li Ruoyu in his heart. He had long been displeased with this group who, relying on the church in the West, considered themselves superior. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have persuaded his family to collectively immigrate to the East. Although he was of mixed blood, his Eastern lineage was obviously stronger than his Western lineage. Apart from his slightly deep-set eyes, he looked almost indistinguishable from ordinary Easterners. Grey's face was already pale, and under Li Ruoyu's unrestrained provocation, it gradually turned grim. The child who seemed to be casually teasing him made him feel an impulse to teach a lesson for the first time. Suddenly, he remembered something and then grinned, no longer restraining his emotions. He flicked his sleeve, stepped forward, and glared at Li Ruoyu, his hand, hidden behind his back, suddenly swinging toward Li Ruoyu's face. But just as it was about to make contact, it abruptly stopped, and due to the inertia, he stumbled forward, almost falling to the ground. Yes, he had strength and speed, but the killing intent was lacking. In fact, he wanted to see whether your hand was faster or my fire control was faster. Seeing the dark muzzle of the gun peeking out from Grey's sleeve, he froze, stuttering and unable to speak, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Li Ruoyu. The cold muzzle pressed closely against Grey's forehead, a heavy aura of death enveloping him in an instant, rendering him immobile, even forgetting to resist. At the moment he met Li Ruoyu's gaze, he felt that the figure before him was not a child, but a ferocious beast wearing a human skin. Indeed, this icy aura was almost indistinguishable from the beasts in the irradiated zones. There was no trace of emotion, no visible fluctuations, only indifference. Yet it was this indifference that shocked and frightened him, making him dare not move. He had thought this was a soft persimmon, easy to squeeze, especially since this was the Alchemy Association and Zheng Dao was not present. Now, in charge was Elder Fong, who favored the West and worshipped the divine. With him around, he should be invincible. Try moving again. Ruoyu captured the expressions on his face. Pulling out the firearm was not a rash move. Everything happening now just confirmed his suspicions. The Western high-ranking officials, or rather the Vatican, were aware of the firearm, and they even had something more powerful than it. Otherwise, why did Gray lose his nerve the moment he saw the gun barrel? If he were an ordinary person, he would only think it was a steel pipe or a weapon. He wouldn't have suspected it was a gun, even if his brain was racked with thoughts. Even though the gun clearly retained the scent of gunpowder. If his suspicions were true, then this matter was serious. The urgent task now was to quickly obtain gunpowder. Only with large-scale weapons of mass destruction could the potential of any uprising be suppressed. From Lu Renjia's perspective, it seemed that Gray reached out to slap Ruoyu. But in an instant, he was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, looking like a dead dog. Gray slowly raised his head and trembled as he said, "Why you? Why do you have? What do you have?" Ruoyu's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand as if to strike. Gray knew very well that as long as he dared to utter a word about a gun, the other party would definitely kill him without mercy. This was not a bluff. They would truly kill. Sweat beads ran down his forehead, dripping onto the smooth bluestone slab. And in the end, Gray lost all thoughts of resistance, collapsing weakly to the ground, his eyes wide open, mumbling repeatedly, "How is this possible? How could this be?" This scene, in Lu Renjia's eyes, was almost equivalent to a critical hit to Gray. In his view, Gray was magnificent and towering, but in an instant, he succumbed to Ruoyu's control. He did not know what secret weapon the other party had that could make this Western big shot show such a disgraceful demeanor. But he was very clear that Ruoyu must be holding some important thing. Lu Renjia took a deep breath, clenched his fists secretly, and suddenly chuckled lightly while standing beside Gray, saying, "Ruoyu, you truly are my brother." Ruoyu turned his head and met Lu Renjia's gaze, feeling a surge of surprise in his heart. This cousin was truly different now. In such an era, with this fearless demeanor, he could indeed be considered a figure of importance, retaining the essence of a hero. It's just a pity that he was born in the wrong time. With me around, the gods will eventually collapse. Ruoyu patted Lu Renjia's shoulder. His lips moved, but ultimately he didn't speak, only giving him a deep glance. With a wave of his hand, he led Lu Changfeng and the soldiers into the Alchemy Association. Throughout, he didn't spare a glance at the Gray on the ground. Ants? How could they enter the eyes of humans? The soldiers at the entrance of the association watched as Ruoyu and the others approached, retreating in fear as if they had seen a ghost, still reeling from their earlier shock. This is good. It saves trouble, if he remembered correctly. The last time he came, he was stopped at the door by these soldiers. Thinking of this, Ruoyu couldn't help but smile at the gatekeeper and said, "I remember you, soldier brother." Chapter 26. Old Man Seeing This. Lu Changfeng pondered for a moment and said, "Aren't you afraid of an early demise by offending the powerful? What will happen next? Keep offending them?" Ruoyu shrugged nonchalantly and said, "What else can we do? We just endure. When soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we hold it back." The truth is often held by a few people who keep talking about gods all day long. To be honest, I feel tired for them. They speak as if they are high and mighty gods, as if they can really summon them. If they can, let us see who is more powerful, the gods or my cannon. Well, Lu Changfeng made himself look foolish. That thing called a cannon must be something extraordinary. Little brother, there are many things in this world you still don't know. Gods are really not just that simple. For instance, today's ferocious beasts were once merely food for humans before natural disasters. But now, they have turned the tables and feed on humans. To this day, humans dare not step out of the protected areas into the core zones of radiation. After all, no matter how powerful someone is, they are still flesh and blood. Lu Changfeng was indeed worried that Ruoyu might break easily due to being too tough. Although everyone fears death, there are always those who are fearless, and they can be found in all major places. If someone really sought to fight Ruoyu to the death, One stab would be enough for even the hardest head to fall. His concern is not without reason. Unfortunately, he misjudged the person. Who is Ruoyu? The star master of the higher dimensional universe. A great inventor. What has he not seen? Although his current body is just that of a teenager, in terms of wisdom, courage, and bravery, how can he be measured by common sense? All right, I understand now. To the left is the classroom where the association's priests study theology. And to the right is the warehouse for storing supplies. While it would be simpler to go directly to the warehouse, I still need to obtain the hand order from the current commander, Elder Fong, beforehand. The Alchemy Association is not the same as the City Lord's mansion. One manages official affairs and military preparations, while the other oversees the livelihood of the people and the flow of funds in the city. Such places are equivalent to the Ministry of Finance on his home planet, both being military strongholds. Without a hand order, barging in recklessly could easily cost one's head. Ruoyu pointed to the classroom on the left and asked, "Do you think Mr. Fong is teaching today? Let's go to the classroom." Ruoyu interrupted Lu Chongfeng's words, decisively stepping forward first. Lu Chongfeng was slightly taken aback, watching his back and letting out a sigh. This guy is really not an easy one to deal with. He thought with a bitter smile. He truly didn't know whether he had dragged the other party onto his own pirate ship or if he had been deceived, to the point where he couldn't even tell who was the most dangerous person now. After all, he was a chemist wanted in Dark Moon City. But compared to this high-profile guy in front of him, he was hardly a match. They walked through the corridor and entered the first classroom. Oh, no one was there. Ruoyu rubbed his head awkwardly, realizing he had guessed wrong. It didn't make sense, he thought to himself. If Zheng Dao wasn't at the Alchemy Association, then Elder Fong, who served as the vice president, would definitely take this opportunity to brainwash the members of the association. So why was he not here today? Could it be that he was also an undercover? As they pondered, the group arrived at the office. The office was not large, only about 20 to 30 square meters. But it was very clean, covered with precious cashmere carpets. Near the window was a crimson desk, and a faint fragrance filled the entire room. On the desk, there were many books, and behind the books sat an elder dressed in a black robe, wearing a pair of small glasses, with his head lowered, writing something. Ruoyu's entrance was not light. Anyone who wasn't deaf could hear it. Ruoyu stood still, waved his hand to signal the soldiers to go out, and Lu Chongfeng closed the door. He then swaggered over to one side of the desk, generously pulled out a chair, and sat down. If you want to put on airs, then don't blame me for not giving you face. Wasting time? What I like most is wasting time. To see who will lose their patience first. And this sitting lasted the entire morning. Just now he heard some news. Old Fong closed the book, set down his pen, rubbed his eyes, and said, as if he was not really wasting time with Ruoyu, but was genuinely immersed in the books. Ruoyu's gaze briefly passed over the book, which had 3 words written on it. Theology. What a charlatan. He really didn't know what was so interesting about this lousy book. Since being reborn in this world, he had read quite a few, and while the content varied, the underlying meaning was largely the same. How the gods saved the world, what dangers they faced, and what great costs they paid, etc. He had met Elder Fong. Ruoyu stood up respectfully and asked, "What news did Old Fong say he heard? I wonder if I can help." Old Fong lifted his head, revealing a face that looked youthful despite his white hair. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes were exceptionally bright, like stars. After sizing up Ruoyu, he said, "I've long known that Ren Jia has a remarkably talented cousin. Seeing you today, you truly are extraordinary." Old Fong's flattery was unwarranted. "Don't be modest. That old guy Zheng Dao has mentioned you quite a bit in front of me. It's said that seeing is believing. I actually want to come to the mining area to see you, but I never had the chance. Last time you came to my association, I intended to take you out for tea, but as soon as I stepped out, you left. What a rogue." Such serious nonsense could only be uttered by someone of his age. With his status, it wouldn't be difficult for him to come to the mining area. He clearly just didn't want to lower himself. Looking at the decor of the room and his attire, it was obvious that this old man was a refined egoist. Not to mention his last visit to the Alchemy Association, where he tangled with soldiers at the entrance for over an hour without making it out. Old Fong took a sip of tea and slowly sat down. Pointing to the brush on the table, he said, "This ink is made from the bones of the azure blue raptor, and the blood is extracted from the mutated vulture, all crafted by my Alchemy Association. Well, Old Fong is wealthy. I'll seek sponsorship, Li Ruoyu joked. Old Fong was momentarily taken aback, but his expression remained unchanged. Talking about money is rather awkward. Besides, that old guy Zheng Dao has given you quite a bit of money, hasn't he? From what I know, you've been doing a lot of construction in the mining area and even established a secret experimental base. And there have been reports of innocent people being killed. In just a few days, several have died. Is this true? You just asked me what news I had heard, and this is what I've heard. Chapter 27. A flaw in perfection I didn't tee. Don't talk nonsense. Am I that kind of person? Li Ruoyu thick-skinnedly denied, adopting an attitude of detachment. Xiao Lu, what do you say? Old Fong ignored Li Ruoyu and turned his gaze to Lu Changfeng, looking at this once most promising disciple who had now disappointed him. He didn't like theology, which was fine, but did he really need to align himself with a naturally rebellious Li Ruoyu? Lu Changfeng shivered slightly. He had a natural fear of Old Fong, who had watched him grow up and had personally imparted knowledge to him since childhood. If he lied, Old Fong would certainly not believe him. Lu Changfeng steeled himself, thinking that explaining was equivalent to covering up, so he simply said, I'm not really sure. Well, some suspicious individuals took advantage of the chaos to infiltrate the slave group, trying to steal energy stones. In the end, they were discovered by Ruoyu. After my strict judgment, I determined that those people were connected to the chemist, so I captured them. I intended to beat them to extract information about the chemist, but they were so fragile that they died after just one hit. Their bodies are still hanging in the mining area to serve as a warning to those who defy the gods. At this moment, upon hearing Lu Changfeng's serious nonsense, Li Ruoyu's eyes widened. This Lu Changfeng was indeed a genius. He could turn black into white with his words. With such eloquence, it would be a waste not to become a diplomat. Old Fong frowned, clearly aware that Lu Changfeng was talking nonsense, but the logic in his words was clear, and for a moment, he couldn't find any flaws. After all, the people were dead. Was he supposed to pry open the mouths of the dead for a confrontation? Obviously not. Slick talker, fine, you sit down for now. Lu Changfeng licked his dry lips, quickly calming his breath and adjusting his state of mind. He thought to himself that it was a close call. Although Old Fong's tone was relaxed, he knew very well that just now, he had walked through the gates of hell. If he couldn't find a reason, then Old Fong would have grounds to convict him and Li Ruoyu. Although slaves held a lowly status, they were still human lives. The Dawn Empire governed with benevolence, and the indiscriminate killing of innocents would go against that principle, easily leading to repercussions or even provoking a group of corrupt benevolence to retaliate. There's indeed something. Li Ruoyu nodded and said, Old Fong, I would like to trouble you to write me an edict. What kind of edict? To legally requisition gunpowder from the Alchemy Association. What do you need gunpowder for? To treat an illness. What illness? A heart illness. That's a joke. Old Fong's expression darkened, and his tone suddenly turned sharp as he said, Considering you are the beloved grandson of Old Zheng, I won't hold it against you, but your reason for using gunpowder to treat an illness is simply too ridiculous. Do you really think I become senile? As for gunpowder, forget it. Even the association needs to go through our senior management for a vote to use it. Why should I issue you an edict based on your one-sided word? Do you think I'm the boss here, the one who makes the decisions? Aren't you? Li Ruoyu stared deeply at Old Fong, his face revealing no expression, still cold and proud. Please give me a reason. Old Fong took a sip of tea, and at that moment, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room in a golden glow. The soft cashmere blanket even reflected light, showing just how precious it was. The reason is actually quite simple, because Old Fong is very wealthy and wouldn't care about this gunpowder, and it isn't of much use anyway. Keeping it would just gather dust, so why not let me use it to treat my heart illness? Does money have anything to do with gunpowder? I've only heard that heart illnesses need heart medicine. I've never heard that heart illnesses need gunpowder. I think you should see a doctor and not waste time here, delaying the best time for treatment. Otherwise, Old Zheng will surely come after me. Old Fong leaned back in his chair, his eyes half squinted, clearly signaling for Li Ruoyu to leave. So, what if I say that you secretly gave this gunpowder to the church? At this point, Old Fong, who had been squinting and leisurely rocking his chair, paused his breath. Although he quickly concealed it, Li Ruoyu still noticed it. Upon seeing this, Li Ruoyu's heart, which had been raised in tension, immediately relaxed. There might be a flaw in this old fox. It seemed he wasn't a competent worshipper of the divine after all. Moreover, in his first sentence, he didn't mention the divine, but instead proudly introduced how precious his brush was and what rare materials were used to craft it. Although he didn't lack money because of his status, clearly, assembling the set of equipment also cost a significant sum. One might ask, where did Old Fong, the second in command of the Alchemy Association controlled financially by Old Zheng, get the money to adorn himself? The answer is obvious: gunpowder. The most valuable asset of the Alchemy Association isn't the clergy. These people are merely tools packaged by the divine to control the commoners. The real treasure is gunpowder. Coupled with the earlier conflict with Gray and the reaction to seeing the fire, along with this conversation, Ruoyu instantly clarified all the points of concern. This Old Fong is not clean. He must have privately misappropriated gunpowder to trade with the Western Church. The Western lands are barren and cannot compare to the vast resources of the East. After the natural disasters, the resources in the West have become even scarcer. Although they are mostly controlled by the powerful, the already limited resources, no matter how concentrated, cannot feed them all. Therefore, they will definitely reach out to the vast empire of the East. Dark Moon City borders the West, serving as a transportation hub with prosperous trade, where people from various countries gather for commerce, making it easy to smuggle gunpowder out. Humph. Old Fong shook in silence, opened his eyes, and said, "Nonsense. Is it?" Ruoyu smiled confidently and said, "Then Old Fong, do you have the courage to verify this with me?" "How to verify?" "You can call my cousin, Luringia, and Gray, who was sent by the church to the imperial capital and is staying in Dark Moon City, and we can confront each other face to face." "How about that?" Chapter 28. Assassination facing Ruoyu's arrogance. Old Fong surprisingly did not get angry. Instead, he politely brewed him a cup of tea. "This is new tea from Persia, polished over 81 days. Give it a try." Ruoyu was also not polite, picking up the teacup and drinking the scalding tea in one go, looking like a rough man. The tea was drunk. The words were also put out. Whether to agree or not depends on you. If you want to avoid a falling out, we can still talk nicely. There is plenty of time to negotiate. If you want to tear our faces, that is fine too. At worst, we'll take the plunge together. This luxurious and dazzling office wasn't easy to come by, was it? This pen forged from precious raptors is expensive, isn't it? Ruoyu stared at Old Fong without blinking. The tea was almost overflowing from the cup. Did he think I couldn't see that? The full cup is a way to deceive. Trying to drive me away won't be so easy. Today, if I don't get the official decree, Ruoyu, really won't leave. Seeing this, Old Fong poured another cup of tea, but this time it was just right. Clearly, he realized that this little guy in front of him wasn't easily swayed. Threats and temptations were useless unless he was completely satisfied. Sigh, just from this office, one could see a glimpse of the whole picture. Such thoughts and logic truly left one speechless. With this in mind, his gaze turned cold as he looked at Lu Changfeng sitting nearby, pretending to be indifferent, then glanced at Ruoyu, who was strategizing, and slowly began to formulate a plan. If you want the official decree, fine. If you want gunpowder, that's fine too. Gradually, a smile appeared on Old Fong's face. "Good lad. I indeed didn't misjudge you, your talent. I had only heard from Old Zheng that he had a clever grandson, and seeing you today truly makes me like you. I have a granddaughter about your age, if you don't mind. I could talk to Old Zheng about arranging a childhood engagement. What do you think? Call me Grandpa, and you won't be a loss, right? At a loss. Try to take advantage of me? No way." The more Old Fong behaved this way, the more relaxed Ruoyu felt. He was certain that the other party wanted to win him over, but he wouldn't fall for it. Ruoyu, the Star Master of the high-dimensional universe, a great inventor, possess knowledge that surpasses current civilization and will undoubtedly become an extraordinary person in the future. Will I lack women? Will I lack women? Not to mention 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, with numerous wives and concubines, but I certainly won't lack women. All right, you little rascal. So clever. I really like you. This marriage proposal isn't urgent. Whenever you figure it out, just let me know, and it won't be too late. Ruoyu thought for a moment, put on a completely problem-free expression, and said, "All right, I'll follow Elder Fong's arrangements. Then I'll thank Elder Fong in advance." After saying this, Ruoyu picked up a cup made of unknown materials from the table and said, "That cup, I like it. If Elder Fong is willing, please give it to me. At this moment, Elder Fong was pinched by Li Ruoyu and could only concede with a smile, saying, "What are you being polite for? If I had known you were coming, I would have prepared a gift for you." Haha, all right, then I'll thank you first. He then kicked the feigning asleep Lu Chongfeng and turned to walk out. Not long after, the bookcase that was originally built into the wall opened, and 3 blonde-haired, blue-eyed young men walked out. Elder Fong turned around, picked up a sketch from the table, which was a drawing of Li Ruoyu, handed it to the young man, made a gesture of cutting his throat, and coldly said, "Be quick and efficient. Don't leave any traces. This person is not ordinary. Do not underestimate him. And the actions must be swift, with a suitable reason." After thinking for a moment, he continued, "The reason is already there. Today, many people witnessed the conflict between Li Ruoyu and Gray at the Alchemy Association." The young man nodded, indicating he understood, and was about to turn back into the bookcase when Elder Fong stopped him again, saying, "This time, we can only sacrifice Gray. I believe the Pope will understand." The young man did not speak and nodded again, then disappeared into the bookcase. After finishing all this, Elder Fong quickly wrote a letter and handed it to a servant at the door, telling him to ensure that the letter reached home quickly. In fact, Li Ruoyu did not have any substantial evidence. Everything was just speculation. Time passed quickly, and soon it was night. A little separation is better than a new marriage. The young man was full of energy. However, this was already enough. Returning to the room, he closed the door, blew out the light, packed the gunpowder in his hand properly, and took a sip of water to moisten his sore throat. He took off his clothes, rolled them into a long strip, stuffed them into the quilt, and then picked up the gun and crawled under the bed. Everything felt so natural. Everything was so reasonable. Impossible, such a valuable item, and a public property of the Alchemy Association. How could it possibly be left in the house? Using this excuse to keep him here was clearly a test. So, did he really not guess it? Li Ruoyu did not want to think about it, nor was he bothered to think about it. He never wasted brain cells on such things. Anyway, it was just one night. It is said that the waves will eventually die on the beach, and, as for himself, this back wave would give the front wave a push. Resolving himself, he held his breath and carefully shrank into the corner, and for safety's sake, he specially moved the pillow over to tie it to his chest. This way, a sword should not be able to kill him. At midnight, the wind rose. Tonight, the moon was blocked by clouds, making the earth pitch black. In the dark night with high winds, it was a good time for killing and arson. At the door, the 3 young men looked at the sky, exchanged smiles, feeling that heaven was indeed helping them. One young man drew a dagger as thin as a cicada's wing from his bosom and gently slid it down the door gap. Not long after, the door bolt was severed into 2 halves, and seeing the door open, the 3 did not linger, quietly entered the room. This bedroom was arranged by Elder Fong. He had informed them of the internal situation in advance, although they could not see it. The 3 were particularly familiar with it, because they usually slept here. Is there a more familiar place to kill than in one's own sleeping room? One of them raised his hand, signaling the other 2 to stop, and then, holding the dagger, walked to the bedside, seeing the bulging quilt, thinking that the guy was probably sleeping like a dead dog. Sleep. It's better to be asleep. That way he won't feel pain. He murmured softly and then mercilessly stabbed out. Chapter 29. Counterattack. There was no one on the bed, only a strip of clothing tied up. Not to mention a person, even the pillow was gone. Not good. We've been tricked. The young man thought there was a scheme, quickly retreated, and at that moment, his eyelids twitched, and a surge of fear rose in his heart. This room, familiar to every corner, seemed to transform into a beast. The dark room was like the open mouth of a fierce beast. The dark night with high winds did not mean they could kill recklessly. Rather, it meant that Li Ruoyu could confidently and boldly counterattack. The dark barrel of the gun was pressed against the young man's chest. Try moving again? The young man swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His throat surged up and down, and in an instant, beads of sweat flowed down from his forehead, falling to the ground with a pattering sound. The 2 behind, unaware, heard the young man's words and knew something was wrong. They intended to rush forward to rescue their companion, but turned around only to encounter Li Ruoyu's gun. It's over. Yes, it is indeed over. Li Ruoyu wore a smile, showing no fear at all, Instead, his pitch-black eyes shone with a piercing light in the darkness, like a tiger descending from the mountain. That madness, that nonchalant demeanor, made the three young men, who often killed, feel a sudden chill. Is this really just a child? No, he is not a child. He is a devil who devours people. After all, they were flesh and blood, assassins trained by the church, lurking in Dark Moon City, helping Elder Fong eliminate opposing officials. Until now, they had never missed, nor had they ever been as afraid as they were at this moment. That SA gun. They know guns. They know the power of guns. In just a moment, even the courage to resist was gone. Can a person move faster than a gun? Just one bang, and their heads would instantly burst, like fireworks blooming in the darkness, igniting this void and turning it blood red. Tonight's test has disappointed me greatly. The three looked at each other, speechless. Ruoyu sneered and shouted, "Have you all fed the assassin's experience to the dogs? Is this how your teacher teaches you? With these conditions, you still want to be assassins? I see you must be tired of living and want to send your heads to someone. All right, even if it's a head, at least prepare for it, right? To be honest, I feel embarrassed for your identities." After saying that, he flicked his fingers, and with a bang, the young man closest to him had his chest bloom with fire, flames mixed with iron shrapnel exploding inside him, blood splattering everywhere, even onto Ruoyu's face. The moon perfectly broke free from the clutches of the dark clouds, illuminating the entire room and everyone in it. It was really quite boring. Ruoyu stood on the corpse, pointing the fire control at the other two who were stunned with fear. It was not stimulating at all. He didn't like this method of collecting heads, as it lacked challenge. It couldn't even become a topic for him to boast about to Lu Chongfeng in the future. However, overall it wasn't too bad. He enjoyed this harvest, just like the Grim Reaper wielding a sickle, watching the weak ants resist, especially when he caught sight of their fearful eyes. His calm heart felt a long-lost surge of blood. This is the world. This is survival. You can be angry. You can be afraid. You can even plead for mercy, even kneeling on the ground to sell your soul, begging me not to kill you. But once you step into this room, the outcome is already predetermined. To kill me is to commit original sin. Ruoyu shook his head, ignoring the despair of the remaining youth in front of him, and shot him in the head. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys, of course. If you want to set an example, this is the best way. Ruoyu held a gun in one hand and picked up a dagger from the ground with the other, pointing it at the last remaining youth, asking, "What is your name?" "I do not kill nameless people. The youth's eyes widened as he looked at the bloodied Ruoyu. A storm of emotions surged within him. This child was truly terrifying. Had he not experienced it himself, he would hardly believe that such a small and thin child could defeat them so miserably in an instant. He took a deep breath to ease his tension, and at the same time, placed his hand under his clothing, ready to draw his weapon. Ruoyu grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his eyes like crescent moons, curving beautifully. However, in the current situation, there were no spectators, let alone applause. The young man watched as Ruoyu murmured to himself, his taut nerves collapsing like a dam bursting, almost screaming, Goblin, I'm called Goblin, one of Elder Fong's guard team. The two dead are my brothers, and we usually live here." "Ha ha!" Ruoyu laughed heartily, nearly crying from laughter, bending over with mirth. After a long while, he finally said, "So, I was in the place you're most familiar with, and I killed you. Huh? Isn't that especially thrilling? Especially surprising? Ha, cough. Do you want me to laugh myself to death so you can inherit my gun?" Looking at the seemingly mad Ruoyu, the young man was momentarily speechless. After all, who would dare to speak when a gun was pointed at their head? Let me think, should I kill you or leave you alive? The young man's eyes brightened, and he repeatedly bowed, saying, "As long as you let me go, my life will be yours from now on. I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you." "Impossible, don't even think about it." Ruoyu shattered his last hope without hesitation. What he just said was merely to tease the other person. He relished the feeling of dominating life, even if it was just for tonight. Because after tonight, he would have to play the role of a harmless child and pretend to be terrified to throw others off the scent. "All right, you can die now." "No." Bang. The head exploded, brain matter splattered everywhere. Enduring the attack at such close range, let alone a human head, even a cow's head would turn to mush. In an instant, the entire room fell completely silent, No other living beings could be seen. Only corpses and broken soft tissue still writhing on the ground, resembling a hell on earth. Ruoyu put away the fire control, brushed his palm over the blood, wiped his face haphazardly, then pushed open the door and shouted loudly, "Not good, not good, someone is dead, there are assassins, there are assassins." Fearing that others couldn't hear him, he deliberately ran to the doors of the various dormitories in the Alchemy Association and howled at the top of his lungs until all the rooms were lit up. Only then did he stop shouting, starting to cry, which gradually turned into sobbing, and finally became wailing, sitting on the ground and crying loudly. Chapter 30 Performance. Only the living can experience the joy of being alive, while the dead can only understand the sorrow of death. Of course, Ruoyu was not sorrowful. He even felt a little excited inside. He had killed someone. After his rebirth, he had killed someone in such an environment. A chaotic night, just like the chaotic time, quickly turned into dawn. When people opened their doors and saw the ground covered in blood, some finally began to panic. Old Fong went to take a look and quickly walked out. He was older and didn't want to see those nauseating scenes. He walked up to Ruoyu and asked in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Did you do it?" Ruoyu grinned, but soon put away his smile. He was sure that his earlier expression would be seen by the other party. Therefore, when Lu Changfeng came over with a group of soldiers, he cried out loudly, "It's a chemist. The chemist is here. Old Fong. The chemist is in the Alchemy Association. Maybe right beside you. You have to help me. The chemist wants to kill me. He really wants to kill me. Last night, if it weren't for these three nameless heroes stopping the chemist for me, you wouldn't have seen me sob while crying." He also wiped a snot on Old Fong's silk robe. There were still fresh bloodstains on his hands, and when he wiped them, it left a glaring bloody handprint. He cried pitifully, looking beautiful and drawing sympathy from others. Many in the Alchemy Association were quite fond of Ruoyu, and seeing him harmed, they couldn't help but angrily say, "This chemist really has a lot of audacity, daring to come to our association to carry out an assassination, and even wanting to kill the president's only grandson." Lu Changfeng, I order you to immediately launch an investigation and ensure that the chemist is caught in the shortest time possible. Lu Changfeng rolled his eyes, but seriously said, "Elders, please rest assured I will handle this matter, and I will not fail my mission to capture the chemist, to give a report to those deceased brothers and comfort their spirits in heaven." He was also composed and managed to suppress his urge to laugh while speaking. "Lord Lu, they are heroes. Although they are nameless, they protected me with their lives. Sigh, trading 3 for 1 if time could go back. I really wish it was me who died, not them. You must give them a proper burial. Rest assured, I will give them a grand burial. The Alchemy Association will definitely not be stingy with this money. Not only will we give them a grand burial, but we will also properly reward their families." Lu Changfeng steadied his breath, looked at the bodies, and paid his respects. Ruoyu stopped crying, turned around to face Elder Fong, sobbing as he said, "Elder Fong, you must stand up for me. I came here to conceal the news, and only you know, but I was ambushed at night. Moreover, that chemist didn't kill anyone else. He came into the house and specifically wanted to kill me." The members who had been discussing around them immediately changed their gazes towards Elder Fong after hearing this, especially the faction led by Zheng Dao. An old man with a stern expression stepped forward and sneered, "Our Alchemy Association really isn't clean." Elder Fong stood up silently, took a handkerchief from his attendant, wiped the bloodstains off his body, and said without changing his expression, "Elders, rest assured, I will thoroughly investigate this matter." After leaving this statement, he turned and left with his attendants. Although all 3 of those people were dead, even if Ruoyu pointed at him and accused him of calling them, no one would believe it. But the problem was this was indeed a fact. Moreover, Ruoyu's quickly disappearing smile earlier weighed heavily on Elder Fong's heart. How long had it been since he had suffered at the hands of child? Seeing him about to leave, Ruoyu immediately became upset, ran over to stop him, and cried, "Elder Fong, take me with you. I'm scared. I don't know these people. I only know you. It's safer to follow you. It wasn't so easy to leave." Elder Fong frowned, and under the gaze of everyone, he couldn't find a reason to refuse. He sighed inwardly and could only swallow the bitterness, saying, "All right, I'll take you to avoid the storm. I just happen to have a toy my son brought back from the West, and I'll give it to you. Rest assured, with Grandpa here, your safety is guaranteed. That chemist may be arrogant, but he wouldn't dare to kill you in front of me. Li Ruoyu nudda, revealing a sincera smila. As if he had just eaten his favorite lollipop, and said, "Thank you, old Master Fong." Before leaving, Li Ruoyu glanced at Lu Changfeng, who looked a bit guilty but didn't know what to say. Did he really not know what would happen last night? It was still the familiar place, the familiar office, but just after one night, the office had changed. The cashmere blanket on the floor was gone. The desk had turned into a regular wooden table. And even that pen had become a cheap street vendor item. Seeing this, Li Ruoyu couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. The old man was quite quick in his actions. Li Ruoyu held the imperial edict and said, "Thank you, Elder Fong. You can leave now." "All right, I'll be on my way." There were only the two of them, so there was no need for any pretentious performance. After all, they both knew the truth, and continuing to pretend would only be nauseating. After leaving the office, Li Ruoyu directly called Lu Changfeng and a group of soldiers to head to the warehouse on the right side of the square, where they transported 2 boxes of gunpowder. However, just as they were about to leave, Elder Fong came out of the office and called out, "Child, wait a moment. Grandpa has something to ask you for help." Li Ruoyu stopped and asked, "I'm still young and can't help much." Elder Fong's lips twitched, and he said, "It's very simple. There's a dinner party tonight. The city lord will be there, and the people from the church will also come. Since Elder Zheng isn't here, you will replace him to attend this dinner." "Dinner?" Li Ruoyu's eyes turned as he said, "All right, then I reluctantly agree. Lord Lu, you should stay as well." Chapter 31. Attending the banquet me? Lu Changfeng pointed to himself and said, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Who knows if the chemist will come to kill again tonight? I think it's better for me to stay." Elder Fong inviting them to dinner was clearly a trap. Lu Changfeng valued his life greatly. He had no time to take risks. What if he accidentally got killed? His wife had just become pregnant. Would his son have to call someone else dad in the future? It wasn't that he didn't want to go. He truly couldn't rest easy letting Li Ruoyu go alone. If it weren't for Li Ruoyu repeatedly emphasizing that no matter what happened, the gunpowder must be transported away, he might have really stayed behind. At least, that was his true thought. Last night, leaving Li Ruoyu alone at the Alchemy Association led to the bloody event he had anticipated. He couldn't face Li Ruoyu and didn't even dare to look him in the eye. Upon hearing this, Elder Fong didn't respond directly, saying, "It's not a banquet of treachery. So what is there to fear? I'm just an old man who can't fight you. Moreover, all the high-ups will be there tonight, including your family head. Forget it, Elder Fong. I'll go, so don't make things difficult for Lord Lu. A meal can be eaten any time. It won't disappear. The most important thing right now is to find the chemist in advance. Last night, the chemist dared to come and kill me. So who knows if he'll come to kill you tonight. If he doesn't come tonight, he might come tomorrow night or the night after that. If we don't find the chemist, it's like burying a bomb at the door that could explode at any time. Aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid of going to bed with your head and not waking up with it?" As he spoke, Li Ruoyu couldn't help but smile. His words were sharp and calculated. His actions were mature, showing no signs of a child, but rather that of a seasoned veteran. You see, in terms of threatening others, Elder Fong thought he had mastered it, but compared to Li Ruoyu, he still seemed a bit inexperienced. Was there any difference between this statement and tearing off the mask? But he had to accept it, and he couldn't even say a word of refusal. As the two left, Lu Changfeng was escorting the gunpowder with soldiers. Just before parting, Lu Changfeng turned to Li Ruoyu and said, "Last night, Lord Lu doesn't need to say much. I'm not a petty person. I understand your difficulties. If you hadn't detailed things to me, then right now, it wouldn't be you escorting the gunpowder, but someone else. I believe we're of one mind. If not, why would it matter to kill you?" Li Ruoyu silently thought, but on the surface, he wore a smile, his eyes clear, sincere, and pure. He spoke seriously, showing no hint of insincerity. Lu Changfeng's eyes turned red. He looked up, trying to stabilize his emotions, fearing that if he cried, it would make the other laugh. But the more he thought about it, the sadder he felt. Last night, he had no choice. The letter his servant handed to him was far too important. It directly related to the foundation of the Lu family in Dark Moon City. A slight misstep could lead to the family being uprooted by the clergy. And all of this stemmed from his wife. He had made his sacrifice last night, too. "Hurry up and go. Stop dawdling. What are you crying about, big man? I don't lack water here. I don't need you to add any," Li Ruoyu said with a look of disdain. Lu Changfeng was amused by him and waved his hand, setting off with the soldiers. He hoped that in the future, Ruoyu could understand his decision last night and the hardships behind it. In the next moment, he closed his eyes, suddenly turned around, and hugged Ruoyu, saying, "Don't worry, I, Lu Chongfeng, am not a fence-sitter. Having chosen this path, even if it costs my life and fortune, I will see it through to the end, and I won't let you down. Get lost." Ruoyu pushed him away, crossed his arms, and said, "Although I look handsome, my sexual orientation is normal. Don't you know that men shouldn't be too close to each other? If you do this again next time, don't blame me for turning hostile." In the afternoon, the city lord came, as usual, bringing a fresh batch of pork dumplings just out of the oven with pork and cabbage filling. He mysteriously shook the box and, seeing Ruoyu still sitting on the threshold in a daze, couldn't help but curiously ask, "Thinking about women?" "No." "Then what are you thinking about?" "Thinking about things. The things you can think about are not really things." "What do you know?" "A child's heart. Adults shouldn't guess randomly." "Then don't think about it. Come on, accompany me to eat dumplings." "Did sister-in-law make them?" "Yeah, sister-in-law." The city lord's expression was a bit strange. It seemed that every time he mentioned sister-in-law, a hint of unspoken complexity would appear on his face. "The dinner party is all about drinking, and I don't like it. Those old guys are all cunning foxes, and when they start talking, it's a whole set of tricks. If you're not careful, you'll end up in the gutter. Forget about eating. Once you enter that room, you won't even get a sip of water. The banquet will start in an hour. So let's eat some dumplings now to fill our stomachs. This way, we won't get too drunk later." Ruoyu pouted, found 2 pairs of chopsticks, and started eating by himself. The dumplings were quite delicious, not greasy at all. The skin was very thin, and when bitten into, the juices burst in his mouth, all filled with flavor. A bit of garlic would be perfect, but it would give bad breath. "Then I won't eat it." Ruoyu suka, throwing the chopsticks on the ground, angrily cradling his cheeks. "You brat." The city lord glared at Ruoyu and scolded, still acting like you have some face. "Have you forgotten my identity? Do you really think that just because I'm here to chat with you, I'm nothing in your eyes? What are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? You're so full of yourself. My lord is mighty. My lord is tall. My lord is exceptionally clever. I can't even keep up with my admiration. Just not talk back." A hint of a smile appeared on the city lord's face. Ruoyu thought he was seeing things. That sudden smile looked just like a girl's. "This is bad," he wailed in his heart, thinking that the city lord might be a bit eccentric. Realizing this, he instantly shifted his position, creating some distance between them. The city lord didn't notice this. Seeing that the other was sulking and not eating, he also put down his chopsticks and called for his attendant to pack up the leftovers. Then he stood up and said, "The time is almost up. We should go. Tonight, we 2 brothers will attend this banquet together. As for what happened last night, as the lord of a city, how could he not know? To be honest, when he heard about the dead bodies, he was incredibly anxious. He had bet most of his fortune on Ruoyu, and he couldn't just let him die like that. So, once he had dealt with most of his matters, he hurried over." Chapter 32. The banquet, even though he knew he was being monitored by certain people. While he secretly investigated the second-in-command of the Alchemy Association, the other party also took the opportunity to turn tables. Both of their residences were filled with countless spies, both visible and hidden. However, they all knew what was going on and had not removed these spies. The air was roaring as the banquet was about to begin, and a group of griffins swooped down from the sky, landing not far from the city lord. Ruoyu looked up and saw, oh, it turns out to be the Holy Maiden of the Church and Arthur. Weren't these 2 supposed to go to the imperial capital? This is the power of the West. Besides griffins, there are also dragons. As for us in the East. At this thought, the city lord shook his head and said, "What a pity that the mythical beasts of the mountains and seas were completely exterminated before the natural disaster. It's as if the gods wanted to wipe out our East." Mythical beasts of the mountains and seas. What is that? Ruoyu asked curiously. The city lord looked at Ruoyu as if he were a monster and said, "You brat, are you really from the East? How can you not even know about the mythical beasts of the mountains and seas? Didn't you say there are many books in the mining area? There are many books, but there are no records about mythical beasts. Before the natural disaster, our East had a mythical beast that lived for who knows how many years, called Pishio. It lived in the Yunmeng days, could soar to the skies with the wind, and dive to the depths of the oceans. But when the disaster struck, a meteorite hit the Yunmeng days, and since then, no one has seen the Pishio for decades. Some say it has been exterminated, while others say that the Pishio, fearing the power of the gods, has hidden deep beneath the East Sea. Ruoyu became increasingly curious. His home planet also had various exotic beasts, so when he saw griffins and dragons, he wasn't particularly shocked. On the contrary, he even thought about capturing a couple to take to the mine, where he could draw some blood and conduct experiments, perhaps even develop some biochemical weapons. Holy Maiden, we meet again. While lost in thought, the Holy Maiden of the church had already approached them. Ruoyu greeted her in advance and made a face at Arthur, who looked at him with resentment. The Holy Maiden smiled slightly and said, I didn't expect to see you so soon. I heard you went to the Imperial City. So, have you finished your business? He couldn't help but think of Old Fong again. The group chatted and laughed as they walked into the beautiful Lady Hotel, which was quite large. It was said to have branches in all 4 major empires, and it was more than just a hotel. It also included red tents, underground banks, and various shady organizations, making it a truly large conglomerate. In his home world, it could be called a group, but here it could only be referred to as a chamber of commerce. Those dining here were all prominent figures from various places. As soon as they entered, they saw people of different skin colors, heights, weights, and shapes dining and communicating. The city lord walked alongside the Holy Maiden, while Ruoyu stood to the left of the city lord. From a distance, the Holy Maiden looked as adorable as a neighbor's little sister, playful yet charming. Old Fong, sitting on the second floor enjoying a drink, quietly observed this scene. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he would have been unwilling to believe that this child before him was a fierce beast in disguise. It seemed that even the Holy Maiden had been deceived by his appearance. With this thought in mind, he stood up to greet them, and soon a waiter came down to lead them into an extremely luxurious private room. Seated, there were prominent figures from various regions, whether from the military or business, all of whom were influential enough that a mere stir could shake an entire city. Ruoyu, being young, quietly sat next to the city lord, boredly eating something. He didn't want to listen to what these people were saying, nor was he lazy enough to listen. Anyway, the focus would be on drinking later, so he wouldn't meddle now. Otherwise, attracting others' attention and being forced to drink would not be good. The city lord tugged at Ruoyu's sleeve and asked, "So, how do you find this place?" "It's okay, as long as there's food." Ruoyu shrugged nonchalantly, picked up a chicken leg, and started to gnaw on it, his mouth full of grease. In the end, he even wiped the corner of his mouth with the sleeve of the Sanctus. What a virtue! The city lord looked at him with amusement, his eyes full of affection. Not to mention anything else, at least the city lord personally appreciated Ruoyu, of course. Not just because he liked his androgynous, beautiful face, but he admired his talent. The steam engine from a mine and the firearm reported by Lu Chongfeng. Either one of them was exceptionally significant. Compared to these oily-haired, big-eared people, what Ruoyu developed was what interested him most. It said that heaven has a benevolent nature. When one door opens, another must close, but Ruoyu seemed to be exceptionally favored. Not only did he look good, but he was also smart. As he thought about this, his face turned slightly red, perhaps from drinking a few cups of wine in a row, feeling a bit tipsy. So much so that when he was intently staring at Ruoyu, he didn't even notice that the private room had fallen silent. "Stop looking, or they'll get jealous." Ruoyu finished gnawing on the chicken leg and poked the bewildered city lord with his hand. Ahem. The city lord's old face turned red, and his expression gradually became serious. "Presumably, you are the young masterly mentioned by Old Zheng," someone asked. "Young master? I dare not claim such a title. I am just a small slave from the mining area, adopted by Old Zheng," he replied. Everyone exchanged smiles, finding this little guy quite amusing. Old Zheng's story had long spread through the corners of Dark Moon City. How could they not know the underlying truth? "All right, everyone." Old Fong stood up, surveying the surroundings, and said, "It seems everyone has eaten enough. Now we should talk about serious matters." After speaking, he whispered a few words to the servant beside him. "I want to show you something." "Show what?" "Old Fong, today is not the day for the seminary to start. Everyone is here to eat. Not wanting to hear you talk about deities. Besides, we all keep the deities in our hearts. It's not very fitting to keep mentioning them, right?" The speaker was from the city lord's faction. Old Fong remained calm and said, This matter is indeed related to the deities. Please be patient, everyone. I have already sent someone to fetch it. Gray placed a long object wrapped in cloth on the table with a thud, asserting, "Everyone, you must know about the chemist in Dark Moon City. I, unfortunately, found the chemist this morning." He lifted the cloth, revealing a silver firearm. Chapter 33. Then you can die. When the firearm appeared before everyone's eyes, it was evident that a gust of wind suddenly swept through, hanging in everyone's hearts. Like a tsunami, like the sky collapsing. Everyone had been discussing the chemist, but when it was truly laid before them, the wave stirred up by the wind could not be calmed. At this moment, the entire private room was in absolute silence. Breaths could be heard. Even the sound of heartbeats became incredibly clear. Did they not know what this was? Among the powerful, who would dare to swear to the deities that they did not have one or two at home? The absolute weapon grasped at the peak of power was now directly revealed by Old Fong, laid bare for all to see. They had firearms at home, but without the blueprints, they could not produce them in large quantities. Those they possessed were all gifts from the Western Church. In the Pope's words, they were rewards for those loyal to the deities. Hence, they could be called firearms or divine instruments. Old Fong, someone could no longer sit still, suddenly standing up, looking at the firearm on the table, their expression changing repeatedly. "Did you find this on the chemist? If it's fake, I'll exchange it for you." "Who is the chemist?" "Right here in this private room." Silence. Again silence. A madness brewed in the room, but before it could fully erupt, Ruoyu broke it. He leisurely finished the last chicken leg and wiped his mouth with a napkin. Then he chuckled. His eyes, once filled with childlike innocence, turned cold at that moment. He never expected that tonight's dinner would turn into this scenario, nor did he expect Old Fong to directly interrupt the unspoken agreement of the crowd and reveal the firearm. Well, there was nothing to be done about it. Thinking this, he flicked his sleeve, and a red firearm was slapped onto the table. Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, he said, "If it's fake, I want to see what you'll exchange it for." Old Fong remained unperturbed, fully aware that the firearm could easily kill everyone present. Yet he maintained his composure, strategizing. "Old coin." Ruoyu's face revealed a madness at its core. At this moment, everyone was already stunned, unable to think, not daring to breathe, just watching Ruoyu, who was about to go insane, and the calm as an old dog, Elder Fong. They knew that some things were finally going to be brought to light. "Last night, you killed a member of the Alchemy Association, but instead claimed it was done by a chemist. I initially didn't want to expose you, thinking you were young and everyone makes mistakes. I considered it a case of you being temporarily misguided, and I planned to slowly guide you to understand the grace of the divine towards humanity. Now, I see no need for that. You openly stole gunpowder from the Link Association, claiming it was to treat your mental issues. It's laughable. You couldn't even come up with a decent excuse. If it weren't for Gray witnessing it with his own eyes, I really wouldn't believe you had sunk to such a mad level. Where's your respect for the divine? What is your purpose in stealing gunpowder? Do you know your crime?" The Saintess and the city lord silently watched everything happening before them. Strangely, none of them spoke, as if all of this had nothing to do with them, and their silence directly led the others to shut their mouths, fearing that a careless word would brand them as anti-divine. Today, the top dignitaries of the entire Dark Moon City gathered in one place. No matter who was branded with that label, they could not escape the punishment that could extend to their entire family, even if they had strong connections or often dined and drank together. But everyone also understood that no matter how significant the connections or top-tier power, they could not compare to the former mine owner. Before the former mine owner died, he was almost the ruler of Dark Moon City, combining military, political, and civilian power. Such a formidable figure was also brought down, right? Even when he went to the guillotine, most of the people in this private room acted as judges, ordering the executioners to slaughter the entire family of the former mine owner. Ruoyu chuckled and said, "Old Fong, you speak too heavily. Let me ask you, if the divine truly believes I have acted against his will, then why does he not appear? I ask you all." Ruoyu looked at these people and said, "Who among you has ever seen a divine being?" "I." The Saintess stepped forward at just the right moment, her expression calm. But her admiration for Ruoyu had completely turned into indifference and determination at this moment. When a man speaks, what business do women have to interrupt? Is this where you should be? Ruoyu, full of bravado, raised the fire gun in his hand, turning the barrel toward the saintess's head, saying, as a girl, "Wouldn't it be better to find a good husband and live a stable life? Why must you wade through this muddy water? Have you considered that if you fall into the hands of the wicked, with your looks, won't you suffer greatly? If it were you, you should just quietly watch and keep your mouth shut." Arthur and Gray simultaneously drew their fire guns from their sleeves, aiming at Ruoyu. "Put it down," the saintess said calmly. "Miss Saintess," I said, "put it down." The saintess spoke again, this time her tone sharp and piercing. "We obey the saintess's decree." "What a decree from a saintess." "Old Fong, don't forget you are an official of my Eastern Dawn Empire. Listening to your tone, when did you become a lackey of the West?" "What a joke. I, the second in command of the Alchemy Association, actually defer to a saintess of the West. Do you think my Dawn Empire is insignificant? Do you think my current city lord is just a decoration? This dog thing." The city lord was quietly eating when he heard Ruoyu mention him and couldn't help but curse in his heart. What a madman. "City lord, I'm talking to you. Speak." "Oh, I have nothing to say." Ruoyu turned his head and met the saintess's calm eyes, saying, "Are you really going to take me to the Western Holy See to meet the Pope?" "Yes." "Fine, then you can die." After saying that, Ruoyu pulled the trigger. This series of actions was completed in the blink of an eye, and by the time everyone reacted, the saintess's beautiful face and delicate head had already been blown apart at close range by the fire gun. Chapter 34. A good show. Blood sprayed everywhere, mixing with brain matter, shooting out from the neck like fireworks, soaring into the sky, while the saintess's graceful, headless body fell to the ground with a thud. Although she had lost her head, her nervous system had not yet ceased functioning, causing her body to twitch and convulse. "Why you? You killed." Arthur's pupils bulged as he pointed at the corpse, trembling and unable to speak. "What do you mean, you?" Ruoyu casually raised his gun and pointed it at Arthur, saying, "I've been unhappy with you for a long time. Now, it's your turn." With a pull of a trigger, Arthur fell to the ground. Seeing this, Gray hurriedly picked up his musket and aimed it at Ruoyu. He pulled the trigger a few times, but the other party remained steadily seated. "Fool, the gunpowder isn't even loaded. What are you playing at?" Ruoyu looked at him speechlessly, feeling annoyed, and shot him in the head, killing him instantly. Neither of them knew why they died. Upon seeing this, the city lord closed his eyes, wiped the blood off his face with a napkin, and said, "Killing is just killing. What is the big deal? Do we need a firearm for that? Look, you've got blood all over me." After saying this, he clapped his hands, and immediately a dense sound of footsteps came from outside the door as a group of well-equipped soldiers pushed the door open and walked in. "Attend the city lord. Drag this corpse out and chop it up to feed the dogs." "Yes." As the soldiers cleaned up, everyone slowly came back to their senses, unsure what to do, sitting still, not daring to move. Today I have to thank Elder Fong and Ryu. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have known that the chemist was hiding among us, even mingling with the Western Holy See. Tomorrow, I will personally write a letter to the Pope, saying that I have captured the chemist and executed him on the spot. After the city lord finished speaking, he picked up a cup of tea, rinsed his mouth, and said, "Oh, right, I forgot to explain to you. The saintess just now was not the real saintess. Her true self is still in the imperial capital for a meeting, which everyone knows. Moreover, you don't need to be surprised by what just happened. This was just a good show directed by me, Elder Fong, and Ruoyu. If it weren't for Elder Fong's scheme to draw out Gray and Arthur, the real saintess wouldn't have known that there were people around her connected to the chemist. Right, Elder Fong? If you don't mind, I'll come. My home is in the mining area. It's remote and far, so please do me the favor." After leaving this sentence, Elder Fong hurriedly left. The waiter came in, cleared the table, and brought out new dishes. The city lord pointed at the roasted duck in the center and said, "This duck is a good thing, brought over from the West. It's said to be able to fly, with tight, delicate, and tender meat, and it has no gamey taste. Hurry up and give it a try." Ruoyu picked up his chopsticks, picked a piece of meat, and put it into his mouth, chewing slowly. While eating, he said, Delicious. If it were made into pickled radish and old duck soup, it would taste even better." The city lord's eyes lit up and asked, "Can you make it?" "Of course." "All right, make it for me tomorrow." The two of them chatted and laughed, completely forgetting the bloody incident that had just occurred, while the prominent figures who hadn't left were left staring blankly, feeling uneasy. The city lord took a few bites and pointed at the crowd, saying, Don't just watch, eat. The meat of this West duck is very delicate. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. Cough. Are you still worried about what just happened? The city lord has already said it was just a play. Ruoyu smiled, revealing his white teeth, his eyes curved like the moon, and said, "This fire gun was taken last night, so everyone don't worry. Just eat and drink as usual." Yes, what you said makes sense. The two of them sang in harmony, and the crowd finally took a breath, one by one, standing up, cupping their hands and saying, "We drank too much just now and are a bit drunk. My wife is very fierce if I drink more. I won't be able to get to bed. We should leave first and gather again next time if there's a chance." "Hey, wait a minute. Oh, is there something you need, young Master Li?" Ruoyu took out a piece of paper filled with materials from his pocket and handed it to the person who looked like the president, saying, "Could you please help me take a look and see if it's possible to gather some information from the four great empires?" The president glanced at it and immediately changed his expression, but quickly regained his composure, clasped his hands in salute, and said, "Young Master Li, you are too polite. We are all from Dark Moon City. There is no need for formalities. I will arrange for others to gather this information right away. It will definitely be delivered within 10 days. Thank you. You're welcome." As everyone left, only the city lord and Ruoyu remained in the private room. They ate some dishes and sipped on drinks, casually toasting each other. "Ah, so I've boarded your pirate ship." The city lord put down his drink and looked at Ruoyu, his teeth grinding together. "Get lost." "All right then, I'll get lost now." Ruoyu stood up, pretending to leave. "Stop who allowed you to go." "Huh?" Ruoyu scratched his head and said, "Wasn't it you?" It's said that the situation changes rapidly, and it really seems to be the case now. The three major Western empires have formed an alliance, referred to as the Western Alliance, intending to suppress our eastern region. At first, they couldn't find an excuse, but with the appearance of chemists in my Dark Moon City, they now have a reason. They claim it's to investigate the chemists, but in reality, it's to interfere in our eastern domestic affairs and support a pro-Western regime. I know, you mentioned it last time. I did mention it. But do you know that 500 miles from the center of Dark Moon City, which borders the western cities, a large army of no less than 10,000 has already been stationed? What are you afraid of? We have guns. Can your guns withstand the charge of 10,000 cavalry? Of course, that's nothing. Once I develop cannons, you'll know what real power is. Ruoyu's eyes brightened, and he said, "The premise is that by the end of the year, you must secure your position. If someone topples your stronghold, don't blame me for not saving you. After all, you have to go to the imperial capital, while I have to stay in the mining area." Chapter 35, Li's Military Strategy. The city lord suddenly felt a bit regretful, with a talent like Ruoyu. With his outstanding intelligence, who knows how brilliant he would be if he joined the military. To be honest, he really liked that kind of arrogant momentum from earlier. Ruoyu was not polite and lit a cigarette in front of him. After taking a puff, he jumped onto the chair and looked at the city lord at eye level, saying, "With our weapons, we can easily fight against 100. If we can develop cannons in a short period of time, then no matter if it's an army of 10,000 cavalry or 100,000 troops, we can crush them at any time." Understood. Ruoyu jumped off the chair with a wronged expression, holding a cigarette in his left hand and resting his right hand on the table. He said, "The gunpowder we shipped out this time is enough to equip a 500-man musket team. With them, we can intimidate the enemy." "How much did you actually get?" "Not much. 2 tons. You bastard, your heart is dark enough. As far as I know, the total gunpowder reserve in Dark Moon City is less than 10 tons. After your little stunt, you took away 2 tons. That's really ruthless." "No ruthlessness, no man. If I'm not ruthless, then others will be ruthless to me." "That makes sense." Old Fong suffered a dumb loss this time. Who knows what he will do next? From what the city lord knows about him, this person will definitely not let it go easily. After all, he has survived natural disasters to this day and still holds a high position. It seems that the forces behind him have already colluded with the Western Church, and his own power has reached a terrifying level. If he dares to come, I will take him down. Moreover, I have his weaknesses in hand. If we really tear our faces apart, no one will have a good time. The barefoot are not afraid of those in shoes. I'm used to being barefoot. His family is large and influential. Pulling one hair can move the whole body. Without absolute strength to take me down, he won't act rashly. You should know that the current mine area is not what it used to be. Besides the army guarding it, There is also my secret workshop, right? I usually stay in the workshop, and even if he has the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, he wouldn't dare to come in. The city lord nodded and said, all right, I won't say much more. I will be setting off for the imperial capital soon, just a few days' time. At that time, I will announce the candidate for the acting city lord. Good. Little Lee. Hey, I'm here. Be careful. Oh, I know. Lee Ruoyu nodded, seeing the city lord frowning, and said, you've known me for a while now. Is there really a need to worry this much? I'm afraid there will be big trouble coming next. The city lord left. He left the day after the banquet. So fast, it was astonishing. Who would have thought that I, Liu Chongfeng, would also have a day as city lord? Acting. Acting is still city lord. It's still acting. Hurry up and call me city lord Liu. Get lost. How did the matter go? Li Ruoyu put down his pen. Liu Chongfeng pointed to Ouyang Exine, who entered with him, and said, ask him. Up to now, we have forged 100 fire guns overnight, and they have already been distributed to the Imperial Guards, starting training. Oh, so fast? Li Ruoyu felt a little happy and asked, who is in charge? Lieutenant Fan Baluo. Him? Li Ruoyu knew the name Fan Baluo, who had served as the commander of the Imperial Guards in Dark Moon City and was also the city lord's bodyguard during his travels. His skills were extraordinary, capable of single-handedly fighting a griffin with a large knife. Moreover, he was extremely loyal and had no second thoughts. When the city lord inspected the mine area years ago, he was attacked by a griffin, and if it weren't for Fan Baluo personally saving him, the city lord's grave grass would probably be 5 meters high by now. Call him to see me. He has already come. Bring him in. Soon, Fan Baluo, dressed in military uniform, walked in. Upon seeing Li Ruoyu, he stood up straight and saluted with a standard military salute. Are you in charge of the Imperial Guards of the mine area? Report, yes. How is the training going? Give us another month, and we will be proficient. No, that's too long. I want you all to learn it within 10 days. By then, I will take you out to do something big. Fan Baluo thought for a moment. 10 days later would be the annual clergy conference of the Alchemy Association in Dark Moon City. Although it was called a clergy conference, it was also a public denunciation meeting. Denounce what? Denounce those who have disrespected the gods during the year, including those already imprisoned or reported by others. All will be collectively judged on that day. No need to think too much. I'm not asking you to do anything complicated, just to kill. Fan Baluo's spirits lifted, and he said, I will follow young Master Li's arrangements. Li's military strategy? Li Ruoyu's face was a little flushed. In his previous life, he was a star master and also a great inventor, capable of suppressing 3 armies with the weapons in his hands. But times have changed. Without those devices, some things really couldn't be produced in a short time. Thinking about the army camped 500 kilometers away from Dark Moon City, he had to be prepared to face it. This book, The Li Family Military Strategy, was originally called Sun Tzu's Art of War. That's right, he copied it. It might be embarrassing to be a literary plagiarist, but compared to life, what does face matter? If there's nothing else, you can leave. Fan Baluo saluted with one hand and walked out with the book. Liu Chongfeng said, do you really trust him that much? Doubt those you don't use, and don't doubt those you use. I trust my own judgment. This Lieutenant Fan is not a simple character. If nurtured well, he might become a strong asset for us in the future. Chapter 36. The Spear Squad. This remark was not unfounded. Based on past experiences, Fan Baluo should be a talented individual. Plus, he was a trusted confidant of the City Lord. The City Lord's confidant was his own confidant. For his own people, Li Ruoyu was never stingy. Any benefits would be shared with them first. The stronger they were, the more peacefully he could sleep. If they couldn't even protect themselves, then he might as well give up and just end it all. Thinking this, he turned to Ouyang Exine and asked, what level have your people developed to so far? A small coin. When did this guy develop such a taste? Seeing the cunning expression on Ouyang Exine's face, Li Ruoyu couldn't help but feel a headache and said, anyway, just hold on for now. These 200 people aren't cabbages in the field. I would feel heartbroken if even one of them was lost. Ouyang Exine felt very lucky. He didn't believe in gods, but now he suddenly believed that perhaps he really was favored by heaven. Otherwise, why would he have been able to get this close to Li Ruoyu? Back then, he was just a slave in a mining area, but now he was in charge of hundreds of people, and all of this was thanks to Li Ruoyu. He felt a surge of gratitude and said, please rest assured, young Master Li. By the way, Tell the craftsmen to speed up the production of the matchlocks and steam engines. Isn't there a canal outside Dark Moon City? In 5 days, we need to get the steamship out. I've given you the blueprints, so if there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me. Don't worry about bothering me. I don't mind. Ouyang Xan rubbed his hands together, contemplating his wording, then cautiously said the construction period could be expedited. But right now, we don't have enough money. So soon? Ruoyu raised his eyebrows and closed his eyes, sorting through his recent expenses. Training 200 assistants and a 500-man army, along with the costs of hiring craftsmen, had left him with very little savings. The expenses were indeed draining quickly, like flowing water, only going out and not coming in. Even if a landlord has a surplus grain, it still wouldn't be enough. It seemed he needed to find a way to draw in profits from the merchant association, given the current time, with everything in need of development. Although the urgent focus was on military industry, occasionally developing some small items might sell well. For example, soap, perfume, and diamonds. Thinking about soap and perfume, Ruoyu suddenly became energized. He knew very well that soap was no longer available in the current world. Those wealthy ladies bathed using medicinal packs, which couldn't compare to soap and perfume. If he could quickly develop these and bring them to market, he feared he could rapidly accumulate wealth in no time. However, for now, he still needed to secure some funds to stabilize the mine. Thus, he couldn't help but turn his attention to Lu Changfeng, thinking he should quickly extort some money while this guy was still acting as the deputy city lord. Lu Changfeng felt uneasy under his gaze and wanted to slip away. "Where are you going, City Lord Lu?" Ruoyu looked at him with a smile and said, "It's not like I'm going to skin you. You should skin me instead. Come on, enough with the nonsense, I want money. Aren't you the acting city lord now? Well then, allocate funds. I want you to give me 5 million taels of silver." Lu Changfeng, who was originally sipping tea, felt that the tea in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor upon hearing Li Riyu's outrageous demand. "This money is hard to come by. You're the city lord now. What would be so difficult?" Lu Changfeng looked at Li Riyu with a pitiful expression and said, "I only manage government affairs. Financial matters are currently decided by Elder Fong." "Why him again?" "Before Elder Zheng left, he was in charge of the finances. Now that Elder Zheng is gone, the financial matters of Dark Moon City naturally fall to Elder Fong, and you know this too. Isn't it Elder Fong who personally issued the order for those 2 tons of gunpowder?" Li Riyu pondered for a moment and said, "I will give this letter to Old Fong tomorrow. Once he sees the letter, he will naturally give you the order." Li Riyu took out a letter wrapped in oiled paper and handed it to Lu Changfeng, saying, "This money is not spent on me, but on the long gun team." "The long gun team?" Ouyang Xian and Lu Changfeng were both taken aback and asked, "What is the long gun team?" Li Riyu smiled mysteriously and said, "You'll know in 10 days. In any case, I won't let you down." After the natural disaster, the armies of the 4 great empires have completely regressed to the era of cold weapons. Those once brilliant and terrifying firearms have all turned to dust. Because the Sunstar Master fears that the civilization of the Spirit Star threatens the foundation of his rule, he has listed these as taboos to be self-regulated by humanity. Therefore, Li Riyu wants to bring out the Spear Squad in advance. And once it is done, this world will be completely changed with the proliferation of spears. By the way, after getting the money, 2 million should go to the president of the Merchant Association, and the remaining 3 million should be given to a XIN for distribution. The note given to the president of the Merchant Association yesterday was actually a procurement list, including a large amount of sulfur, nitrate, and other raw materials for gunpowder. These items are themselves prohibited, controlled by the authorities, and not allowed to circulate in the civilian sector, and they are also very expensive. Although monopolized by the authorities, the various families in the power class still have quite a bit of stockpiles. Not to mention the long guns and artillery. Just the power of gunpowder alone is quite terrifying, and giving this money to the Merchant Association's account can temporarily quell their grievances. Once the workshop's craftsmanship reaches the standard level, paired with gunpowder, what if they don't pay? Just rob them directly. History has proven that in the confrontation of cold and hot weapons, the number of troops often only determines a small portion of the factors for victory in a war. The vast majority of possibilities are related to morale, military strategy, and regular training. But that's not the point. The focus is still on equipment. A well-equipped soldier facing a soldier with mismatched gear can be easily distinguished in terms of who will win and who will lose. Not to mention a fully equipped spear squad. Once the gunfire rings out, heads will fall and blood will splatter. So, what will happen when the sound of gunfire becomes a chorus? Ruoyu's eyes gradually became excited. The city lord said that there was an army stationed 500 kilometers outside of Dark Moon City. This was just right. The spear team needed real combat experience, and this army would undoubtedly become the best sparring partner. Chapter 37. Smoke of War. After all, in any era, war would never be absent. Whether in times of peace or during the era of divine rule, as long as one is a living being, war is inevitable. This is the inevitable course of history. Take the Spirit Star as an example. Apart from the 4 great empires, there are also 2 major kingdoms and 4 principalities surrounding it. Since the natural disaster, fighting has never ceased. Every year, more people die in war than in the radiation zones. Ruoyu has never been a person who stays in one place. If it weren't for the lack of advanced equipment, he would really want to raise his own flag and declare himself king right here in the mining area. Recent news indicates that a small principality between Dawn and Rome has been annexed by the Tomang Kingdom. As the ambitious Tomang Kingdom, second only to the Empire, has long wanted to take action against the Dawn Empire to replace it, this has even been listed as a national policy by the Tomang people. A war broke out 10 years ago, but during that conflict, Tomang was firmly pressed down and rubbed against the ground by Dawn. If it weren't for that, there wouldn't be the peace and tranquility of Dawn today. Ruoyu moved the orange aside and handed half of it to Lu Changfeng, saying, "Are you suggesting that Tumen intends to take action against Chenxi again?" Lu Changfeng took a bite of the orange, his teeth feeling sour, and grimaced as he replied, "Based on my guess, it should be like this. The Roman Empire has stationed troops in the quarantine zone 500 kilometers outside Dark Moon City. The Tumen people must know this. They wouldn't dare to annex a principality during such a sensitive period without the support of the Roman Empire. I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Otherwise, how could they capture the capital in just a month? Moreover, I've also heard that there are crusaders from the Holy See in Tumen's army, along with a chief paladin stationed there. Such a formidable force should not be underestimated by us in Chenxi. Okay, so Tumen is acting as the vanguard, initiating the war and dragging us in, right? Exactly. What does the upper management of Chenxi say? But Chenxi is facing a change of dynasty. Who has the extra energy to take care of them? Isn't that a joke? Small countries have no diplomacy, and the weak have no rights. Ruoyu finished the orange and picked up another one to start peeling, showing no reaction on his face. Seeing this, Lu Changfeng couldn't help but interrupt him, saying, "Don't you have any thoughts? The war is almost burning at our borders. Yet this guy is still calmly eating oranges. Is this orange really that delicious? I just had a bite, and my teeth almost soured. This war is just like this orange. Once you taste the sweetness, who would want to stop? And who wouldn't want to eat more?" Ruoyu put a petal into the final dish and chewed it carefully. Fortunately, it wasn't sour, but very sweet. These are not things we need to worry about. Although Morning Dawn is facing a leadership change, overall, this is just a matter within our own family. It's not up to outsiders to interfere. I can guarantee that as long as that Tomang dares to take action against Morning Dawn, within a few days, Morning Dawn will send troops to suppress them. Internal strife is not the same as a rebellion, and a leadership change is not the same as the fall of a nation. Why panic? Besides, isn't war good? With war, the things we've developed can finally be put to use. Otherwise, what are we keeping them for to gather dust? Things like muskets and cannons. I'm planning to sell some to the neighboring small countries, letting them fight continuously, so I can make a fortune from the war. Tomorrow, the struggle session, the clergy meeting is about to start. Have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare? Lu Changfeng pressed his lips together and said, "I've been ready for a long time. Lieutenant Fan took that elite team to Dark Moon City today and is currently stationed in a dense forest outside the city, waiting for your orders. Damn it, are you the city lord or am I the acting city lord? Why do I feel like I'm just doing your errands?" Ruoyu laughed and said, "How about you take charge?" "Charge what?" "The spear team." Lu Changfeng was self-aware of his leadership skills. In their eyes, Ruoyu was their god. Especially after they picked up the long spears and witnessed their power, Their admiration for Li Ruoyu had reached a terrifying level of madness. Where you can do it, then let us not waste time. Tonight, get cleaned up and have a good sleep. Tomorrow, I'll take you to see something new. As the moon set and the crows cried, the first rays of the sun rose high. Around 10 o'clock, Li Ruoyu and the others arrived outside Darkmoon City. While the spear team, led by Fan Baluo, had already changed out of their military uniforms into plain clothes, blending into the crowd. Today was the annual most bustling day in Darkmoon City. The streets were packed with people, shoulder to shoulder, with no space to stand. And since Darkmoon City was close to the Western Empire, it was a mix of all sorts, with many blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigners strolling through the streets. Li Ruoyu walked through the VIP exclusive passage with the invitation in hand and took a seat on the podium. With Elder Zheng absent, Li Ruoyu took on the role of the president of the Alchemy Association in his place. To his left sat Lu Changfeng, and next to him was Elder Fong, with the remaining seats occupied by important figures from nearby associations. The bloody scenes from those days had not yet eased. Some elderly people were haunted by nightmares every night. Li Ruoyu looked at everyone and chuckled. Good morning, uncles and aunts. What a load of crap. Everyone smiled on the outside, but cursed inwardly. Seeing Li Ruoyu smile, their eyelids twitched incessantly, always feeling that today's clergy conference would not end easily. The conference was held at the Alchemy Association Square, where no less than a few thousand people had gathered below, whispering and discussing who would rise to power this year and who would fall from grace. Lu Changfeng, as the acting city lord, was the first to speak. He started by thanking the deities and then thanked the Dawn Empire. It was all formalities, everyone understood, and Li Ruoyu felt his head swell and nearly doze off. Soon, Elder Fong passed the speaking rights, stood up, and walked to the podium. As he approached, a burst of warm applause erupted from the audience. Chapter 38, Troublemaker. Thank the deities. Elder Fong was concise, without any unnecessary words, stating, after the annual assessment of the association, today we are fortunate to select this year's clergy representatives. As he said this, Lu Renjia, who had been standing backstage for a long time, walked over. Upon seeing Lu Renjia, a chill immediately filled Li Ruoyu's eyes. This guy is really openly going against me. Lu Renjia's face was full of admiration as he said, after a year of hard training, I have come to deeply understand the extent of the deities' care for us. With the power of the deities, I have realized how dangerous the radiation zone is. It is precisely because of this that I understand the good intentions of the deities. They do not let us go out to protect us. Beyond the radiation zone, fierce beasts roam, and one can often see the traces left by the deities. Those deep ravines reaching hundreds of meters are remnants of battles between the deities and the beasts. The deities have isolated danger from us, so we can live joyfully. There is no peaceful existence. Everything is because the deities bear the burden for us. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers, with some even prostrating themselves on the ground, crying and calling out for self-redemption. I once made derogatory remarks about the deities. Today, I shall self-judge. Crazy people doing crazy things. What was supposed to be a clergy conference instantly turned into a brainwashing session for the deities. Elder Fong said, the deities are merciful. They will ultimately forgive all the sins committed by humanity and wash away all darkness with rain. I cannot provide any help to the deities, but I hope that the citizens of our Dawn Empire can abide by the rules and not do anything they think is clever. Only by uniting can we allow the deities to fight wholeheartedly for us. Good, Elder Fong is right. Clap, clap, clap. Li Ruoyu clapped his hands and walked to the front stage. When everyone saw Li Ruoyu come out, the originally lively surroundings suddenly fell silent. Those who were attentive had already guessed some of what had happened recently. Regarding the disappearance of Old Zheng, rumors had spread that he was captured in the capital for doing something against the will of the gods. As Old Zheng's grandson, Li Ruoyu naturally attracted a lot of attention. So I want to ask, where is the god? Upon hearing this, Lu Changfeng's expression changed immediately. Ignoring his own image, he stepped forward to try to pull Li Ruoyu down. Was this guy really here just to stir up trouble? Li Ruoyu was deliberately causing trouble, and there was no way Lu Changfeng could drag him away. He stood his ground, unmoving as a mountain, and shouted loudly, I do not believe in gods. The crowd gasped in shock. chaos began to erupt, with some people already rushing at the soldiers, trying to storm the podium and pin Li Ruoyu to the ground. Master Feng, hurry up and kill him. The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. The previous generation of mine owners disrespected the gods and committed the capital crime of beheading. Today, his grandson has committed such a sin and should be beheaded, deserving the same punishment. Among the crowd, someone shouted. The voices gradually merged into one. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! Damn it! Li Ruoyu slapped his thigh, took out his firearm, and aimed at the nearest person to fire a shot. With a loud bang, that person's chest was blown apart. However, the effect of this shot was surprisingly good. The indignant crowd suddenly fell silent. In their eyes, there was no anger, only fear. As commoners, they had never seen anything like this. They only saw Li Ruoyu raise his hand, and then with a bang, the person beside him was dead. And it was particularly tragic, with his chest blown to pieces. Intestines, heart, bones, and other filthy matter were scattered everywhere, causing those nearby to avoid it, as if fearing that the blood would stain their noble selves. Let me tell you what a deity he is. Li Ruoyu took a deep breath, ignoring Elder Feng's cold gaze. Today, he was determined to cause trouble and also wanted to use this opportunity of the Divine Conference to completely tear away the god's veil of shame. The kingdom of Tumang's annexation of a duchy clearly received authorization from the Roman Empire. Smoke signals would soon rise, and the flames of war were about to reignite. As the central hub, Dark Moon City needed to unite, or it would be the first to fall, not to the enemy, but to its own people. Li Ruoyu desires a peaceful environment and stable technological development, but the current chaos is clearly unsuitable. Therefore, the only solution is to cut through the chaos decisively. By severing the Divine's fig leaf and transforming Dark Moon City into a fortress, they can ignore the enemy's charge. This way, they can buy enough time for Old Zheng and the city lord to seize power, increasing their chances of victory. Once they successfully take power, what does it matter if they start a war? Fools! Li Ruoyu pointed his spear at everyone and said, the spear represents truth. The Divine is within the range of artillery. You're unhappy with me, right? You want to attack me, right? But do you dare? Do you dare to come at me? If you do, I'll shoot you down with one shot. Don't talk to me about the Divine protecting humanity. If there were truly a divine being, why don't I see it strike me down with lightning? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud bang, and a lightning bolt as thick as an arm struck nearby, splitting a willow tree. This is somewhat significant. Lu Changfeng chuckled to himself. This innocent face should elicit sympathy from others, but right now, it looks so ferocious. Is this really just a child? The crowd was stunned. Li Ruoyu's madness contrasted sharply with Lu Rinjia's kindness, creating a strong visual impact that shocked everyone. Throughout, Old Feng had remained silent. But his silence did not mean there were no supporters around him. On the platform, members of the faction close to Old Feng stood up and scolded. What kind of behavior is this? At such a young age, you speak such treasonous words. Since Old Zheng is not here today, we will teach you a lesson. Gulme, someone, take this rebellious child down. Soldiers in formation rushed onto the stage, ready to capture Li Ruoyu. Don't blame me for not warning you. Today, if anyone touches me, I will make their head roll. What a bold statement. As this year's representative of the clergy, Lu Rinjia immediately shouted, Ruoyu, for the sake of our brotherhood, I advise you not to be stubborn. If you put down what you are holding and repent now, the Divine will forgive you. He extended his hand, smiling. Want to take Li Ruoyu's hand? Cousin, Li Ruoyu said with a smile, I really don't want to kill you. After saying this, he waved his hand, and the soldiers hidden in the crowd raised their long guns and uniformly pulled the triggers towards the sky. Chapter 39. Oath after the gunshots. 200 soldiers holding long guns took off the cloaks draped over their armor and stepped forward. The soldiers formed a long gun formation, marching in unison as they stepped up the stairs, turning their gun muzzles to aim at the group trying to take Li Ruoyu away. Fan Baluo stepped forward, knelt on one knee in front of Li Ruoyu, and said, the 200 long gun squad is in position. Please give instructions. Some people are destined to be extraordinary. As the personal guard of the city lord, Fan Baluo was very proud. He was unwilling to be by Li Ruoyu's side 100 times. However, after witnessing the inventions created by Li Ruoyu, his attitude made a complete turnaround. If at first he looked down on Ruoyu, thinking he was merely charming the city lord with his looks, now Ruoyu was a god in his eyes. Although this god was still quite young. Extraordinary people often reveal their talents from a young age, right? When Fanbaluo received the long gun and the military strategy book from Ruoyu, the shock in his heart was immense. To convince a military leader, one must show genuine skills. And this was precisely what Ruoyu managed to do. Ruoyu waved his hand and said, "Get up." Yes. Fan Baopao stood up, and the long gun team immediately retracted their weapons. The same standard movements clearly showed that they had undergone strict training. Looking at Lu Renjia, whose complexion had turned pale, Ruoyu sighed, walked over, and, just like when they were young, patted his shoulder and said, "In the future, you will understand that the path I chose is the right one. While your choice was wrong, this was a rare opportunity to show off." Ruoyu certainly would not give up. Thinking about it, behind him stood a 200-strong spear team. Although they weren't commanding an interstellar battleship, at least he had some backing. Reminiscing about the time he developed the black hole weapon, the way those old folks on his home planet looked at him was just like how these people looked at him now. Of course, the people from his home planet were in shock and surprise, while these people were filled with shock and fear. "You're sweating," Ruoyu said. Lu Renjia wiped his face, not knowing what thoughts had crossed his mind in such a short time. The fearful look in his eyes suddenly turned resolute. It seemed he had grown up a bit. "It's a bit hot. There is no sun today, and there's a cool breeze. Maybe I ate too much and got overheated. Well then, are you still going to stop me?" Lu Renjia forced a bitter smile, looking at the heavily armed spear team. Stop? With what? He had just seen the power of the spears. Just pulling the trigger could cause someone to explode from more than 10 meters away, not to mention at close range. "Do I dare, young masterly?" Elder Fong took a sip of tea, looking at the unruly Ruoyu, and asked, "You really don't believe in deities?" "I don't believe, unless you can prove it to me." "How will you prove it?" "I only believe in my eyes, whether it's a natural disaster or a radiation zone. At least I, Ruoyu, have lived to this day without ever seeing a deity." "You say there are deities protecting us. Then where were they when I was hauling bricks in the mine? Where were they when I was about to starve to death in the mine? What is heaven, and what is earth? The heavens are round, and the earth is square." "All right, so you say this land is square, right?" Fanbaluo frowned, feeling that this was quite absurd. He didn't mean to refute Ruoyu's words. He just thought that such a notion could lead to losing lives in vain. This journey westward not only meant crossing 4 great empires, but also risking entry into radiation zones and facing attacks from fierce beasts. The soldiers straightened their backs and nodded in agreement, even knowing they were going to their deaths. But soldiers are meant to obey orders. Moreover, he didn't want to be just a small soldier for life. He had his own ambitions. He wanted to rise in rank. Among so many people, Ruoyu had singled him out. So this was his opportunity, a 1 in 200 chance. As long as he survived, he would achieve great success and fame. Ruoyu turned around to face the crowd and said, "I know that many of you are not convinced by me. Right now, you're just watching me cause trouble because of the weapon in my hand. If you want to kill me, you can, but first, please give me a chance to prove myself." Since he had latched onto Zheng Dao's stronghold, Ruoyu had thoroughly researched all the records of the Alchemy Association and was well prepared, including tools like compasses and other directional aids. He had long wanted to make a circle around the Spirit Star, but had no way to do it himself. Today's clergy meeting provided him with a chance to prove himself. If the people he sent out truly accomplished the task under everyone's watchful eyes, what would happen next? This action would definitely provoke a fierce backlash from the church, but it would also incite a group of people who were already dissatisfied with the gods to rise up. At that time, civilization would awaken anew. Many would break free from the shackles of the gods and view this real world with objective eyes. "Do you dare?" "Dare." "Good." Ruoyu walked over to Lu Chongfeng, took the compass from him, and said, "This is called a compass. It can help you identify direction. In the coming days, Lord Lu will fully train you until you are proficient, and then we will officially set out." He then looked at the crowd below and said, "What I just said is true. I will prove to you with facts what this world is really like. I know you don't believe me. So in front of you, as your witnesses, I sincerely request that Elder Fong send 2 clergy members who are skilled in map making to accompany them on their journey. This way, every time they reach a new place, They will leave a mark and record the surrounding environment as evidence. That will be excellent. Thank you. Chapter 40, Tesla. The spark can ignite a prairie fire, and Ruoyu poured a bucket of oil on this spark, hoping that the fire would burn faster. The information quickly spread. At the same time, a name against the gods appeared in the eyes of the world. That person was Ruoyu. Lu Changfeng sat across from Ruoyu, standing with an orange in hand, slowly peeling it. Ruoyu didn't even look at him, his head down, absorbed in writing. Lu Changfeng was already familiar with this scene. Every time he came to see Ruoyu, the latter was either writing something, drawing, or tinkering with some strange objects in an experiment. To be honest, thinking back to what happened yesterday still stirred Lu Changfeng's heart, and he even regretted not bringing a painter along. At least they could have captured the other party's arrogance in a painting, framed it, and hung it in the workshop as a good conversation piece. Heroes emerge from youth. After finishing the orange, Lu Changfeng pulled over a bench to sit on, then picked up the newly brewed tea and leisurely took a sip. What hero? Ruoyu raised his head and looked at Lu Changfeng in confusion. What about you? Little hero? Hero my ass. Since ancient times, only the dead have been heroes. I don't want to be any hero. I just want to live well. Yes, young Master Li is right. Young Master Li is a tyrant, and he looks down on the title of hero. Lu Changfeng's attitude was very humble. When he first met Ruoyu, he rarely looked at him directly, but now it was the opposite. Every time, he was the one leading the way, using passionate affection to warm the cold shoulder of the other party, who remained indifferent. If it were an ordinary person, he would have slapped them to death long ago. But unfortunately, the other party was Ruoyu. Not to mention slapping him, he didn't even dare to raise his voice. He had to treat the other party like an ancestor, like a grandfather, and be extremely cautious, fearing that the other party might make a mistake. It should be noted that the things Ruoyu was developing had already officially entered the production line, including the soap formula he had recently come up with. A steady stream of money began to flow into the mining area, and at the same time, the scale of the business was rapidly expanding, changing with each passing day, to the point that the mining area no longer looked like a mining area, but rather like a small town. So what do you want from me? What are you talking about? Can I come to find you if there's nothing going on? No. Ruoyu lowered his head and continued to write. Lu Changfeng felt embarrassed. His old face was a bit hard to hold. He said, Ouyang Xin has discovered a talent. What kind of talent? Ruoyu's eyes lit up, and he immediately put down the pen in his hand. He was no longer concerned about anything else. His main focus was on talent, especially those who were malleable, because he was simply too exhausted. If someone could share the burden with him, that would naturally be very good. Let's go, I'll take you to see. Seeing that Ruoyu was interested, Lu Changfeng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had originally been training soldiers today, as the other party would soon be embarking on a journey around the world. The reason he came at this critical moment was also at someone else's request. Ouyang Xin had been pestering him for quite a while, just to introduce someone. All right. Ruoyu stood up, and the two walked out of the office side by side. The workshop had already taken shape, with craftsmen each performing their duties, showcasing the advantages of specialized skills under the reasonable arrangement of Lu Changfeng. Upon seeing Ruoyu enter, Ouyang Xin, who had been waiting in the workshop for a long time, quickly ran over, bowed slightly, and said, Young master. Speak, let me see who. Ouyang Xin stood up and waved to a young man in the workshop, saying, Come over quickly, what are you afraid of? The young master won't eat you. The young man ran over, his face a bit red, and kept his head down. Lift your head, Ruoyu said. The young man raised his head, revealing a sharply defined face. What's your name? Tesla. Puffed. Ruoyu almost choked on his own saliva. He carefully looked up and down at the person in front of him. Their expression was quite strange. If he remembered correctly, there was also a person named Tesla in the history of his home planet, and that Tesla was an extraordinary genius. To put it bluntly, the advancement of civilization on his home planet could be attributed to Tesla. Throughout his life, Tesla produced many more inventions than he did, all of which were foundational and significant in scientific research. He excelled in various fields, including physics, mechanical engineering, and electrical engineering. Are you Western? No, my mother is Persian. My father is from the Dawn. I am mixed race. Last name Tesla? Yes. Good name. Ruoyu took a step forward, wanting to pat the other person's shoulder, but awkwardly found that he didn't reach the person's shoulder. Tesla quickly understood and crouched down to allow the other person to pat him. The more he watched Tesla, the more evident the strangeness in Li Ruoyu's heart became. In fact, after being reborn on Lingxing, he had been pondering this question. Even with his home planet having reached a level 3 civilization, it could not fully analyze the concept of rebirth. Yet, here he was, truly reborn. This indicated that in the vastness of the starry sky, there existed a civilization that surpassed his home planet, a super civilization that he could neither comprehend nor imagine. If civilizations were to be ranked, then Lingxing now wouldn't even reach half a level. According to the classifications of his home planet, at least a universal intelligence era would be required to barely touch the threshold of level 1. Of course, these were all digressions. They were not the strange part. What was strange was that everything Li Ruoyu experienced after his rebirth was remarkably similar to the medieval civilization of his home planet, especially this Tesla before him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he truly couldn't believe that in this world enchanted by deities, he would encounter a person who looked exactly like the Tesla from his home planet. Li Ruoyu was lost in thought, and no one dared to speak. Interesting. The three nodded simultaneously. Nonsense. Tesla. Just now Lord Lu said you invented something remarkable. I want to know, what did you invent? Tesla's expression became serious as he replied. It's not an invention. It's a discovery. I also attended the Divine Assembly yesterday. At that time, you said if there really is a God, let lightning strike you. Later, wasn't there indeed a lightning bolt that struck a willow tree? After the assembly dispersed, I didn't leave. Instead, I stayed there to conduct research. Oh, Li Ruoyu's eyes sparkled as he asked, what did you discover? Electricity. Chapter 41, Preaching and Resolving Doubts. For a moment, Li Ruoyu was speechless, unable to help but marvel inwardly at the wonders of fate. If Tesla had appeared, then would Edison and Faraday also follow? This inevitably led Li Ruoyu into a deeper confusion. He had been reborn on Spirit Star, and this planet was indeed recorded in the database of his home planet, classified as a newly emerging civilization under the rule of the Solar Star Master. Looking at the celestial phenomena and reviewing the current world's history, there was not much difference from the records in the database. The only difference being that the Solar Star Master had unilaterally used force to terminate the civilization's progress without reporting to advanced civilizations. This point happened to coincide with the development history of his home planet. The star domain where his home planet is located is called Beidou in its early years. Its civilization progress was also interrupted, and it had to shrink to the seabed to survive and develop. Eventually, it rose up with formidable combat power, allowing its civilization to ascend and secure a place in the vast star domain. Spirit Star Earth. Li Ruoyu's eyes flickered, and suddenly, a term flashed through his mind, causing him to tremble. Parallel universe. Multidimensional space. Could it be that his rebirth was not a coincidence, but rather the result of an experiment gone wrong, leading to a spatial distortion that transferred his consciousness to another universe? If that were the case, how vast is the universe? No one can say for sure. Even his home planet, which could be considered a level 3 civilization, cannot fully explore the borders of the starry sky. Even with technologies such as spatial jumps between star regions, dark energy folding, and curvature engine acceleration, they still cannot see the edge of the universe. It seems that the greater the power, the more one is unaware, and similarly, the more fear there is. Forget it, Li Ruoyu Siga, realizing that thinking about these things was too hasty. What he should consider now is how to establish a firm foothold, settle down to farm, and cultivate his own power. This electricity. Li Ruoyu looked at Tesla and said, do you know the relationship between electricity and magnetism? Upon hearing this, Tesla's body trembled, and his eyes sparkled with brilliance as he replied, young master, in fact, I began researching these things a long time ago, but I couldn't confirm them. Yesterday, a lightning bolt struck a willow tree. Coincidentally, there was a huge magnet and various iron objects next to the willow tree. After observing this phenomenon, I thought about it for a long time, and combined with the experiments I had conducted, I finally confirmed a certain phenomenon. I call it electromagnetic induction. In simple terms, it is the interconnection and transformation relationship between magnetism and electricity. Li Ruoyu waved his hand, interrupting Tesla's words. He didn't want to listen closely to this, as it was of no use to him. In fact, he had wanted to invent alternating current a long time ago, but he simply didn't have the time or extra energy. Now that Tesla had emerged, that was fine. He could just let him handle it. Very well. You say you've researched it for a long time. If I'm not mistaken, you should be born a slave like me, right? Yes. Then it's strange. How do you know all this? Where did you conduct your experiments? Tesla's expression became strange, showing a look of wanting to say something, but hesitating. He said, if I say I was born with this knowledge, would you believe me, young master? Ha ha. Li Ruoyu laughed with his head tilted back, and Tesla also chuckled, thinking that the other party wouldn't believe him. However, after Li Ruoyu finished laughing, he said seriously, I believe. Moreover, I believe that the world exists according to objective laws. As long as we are good at discovering and thinking, we can find clues within it, including the application of energy in nature and the mutual conversion between magnetism and electricity, which might even be applied elsewhere. For example, when lightning strikes a willow tree, it doesn't prove that the lightning has disappeared. So, you might want to think about where the energy it released went. To the earth. Right. Li Ruoyu praised. What if there is a medium that can confine electric currents within it and transmit them based on different structures? Tesla fell silent, but his eyes grew brighter. He felt enlightened. Tesla bent down and sincerely bowed deeply to Li Ruoyu. Lu Changfeng and Ouyang Xin did not understand what their conversation represented. They were stunned by the earlier exchange and found themselves unable to interject. Li Ruoyu said, just come to my office directly tomorrow to pick it up. I will leave it on the desk. By the way, remember that the materials must not fall into anyone else's hands, including Lord Lu and Xing. Lu Changfeng rolled his eyes and said, it's not some treasure. Who cares? Humph. Li Ruoyu shot him a glance, full of charm, leaving a few people somewhat dazed. In recent days, Li Ruoyu's aura had become increasingly ethereal. Lu Changfeng pinched his own arm and leg, constantly shouting in his heart, why isn't he a woman? If he dressed in women's clothing, who would believe he is a man? Is there anyone else around you? Li Ruoyu, who originally intended to leave, couldn't help but ask before departing. Who does the young master refer to? For example, someone with similar interests. It seems there isn't, right? Li Ruoyu nudda, leaving behind a puzzled Tesla and walking out with Lu Changfeng. After they left, Ouyang Xin said, congratulations, Brother Tay. He is someone worth following. Ouyang Xin suppressed his excitement and said, I vow to follow him to the death. So do I. What do you think? Is he talented? Lu Changfeng said beside Li Ruoyu, more useful than you. That hurts my feelings. It seems I'm just a salted fish waiting to die. Not really. Lord Lu's great kindness towards me, I can never repay in this life. It seems I'll have to wait until the next life to be your servant. Hypocritical. I can't buy into that. What's this about next lives? In this world, one should cherish the present and do their best. It's rare. Lord Lu can think this way too. After walking a few steps, Lu Changfeng stopped and said, to be honest with you, I genuinely like that kid Tesla. He's smart, low-key, and can endure loneliness. According to that guy Ouyang, Tesla can go 3 days without eating for a proof. So, he's destined to be talented. Chapter 42, The Ministry of Technology. Gold will shine wherever it goes, just like you. When we first met, you were still a naive youth, kneeling on the ground to call me Lord Lu. Yet in just a short time, you turned things around. Not only got close to old Zheng, but also formed your own group. I, Lu Changfeng, have to say I admire this. Lord Lu, your flattery is too insincere. Well then, how should I flatter you to seem sincere? Should I say you invented the firearm and indiscriminately killed the innocent? Or should I praise your outrageous behavior at the clergy conference yesterday? Li Ruoyu smiled, brushed aside the long hair, blocking his view, and said, 1,000-mile horse needs to meet a talented person. The reason I have everything may be because of you. Hypocritical. Nonsense. Li Ruoyu ignored Lu Changfeng and walked straight ahead, as if inspecting his own territory. Lu Changfeng followed beside him, resembling a little servant. The scene looked somewhat discordant. After walking for a while and feeling a bit tired, he found a place to sit down, took out a cigarette from his pocket, handed one to Lu Changfeng, and said we should plan things out. Lu Changfeng took a deep puff of the cigarette and replied, it is time to plan. You offended Old Fong badly yesterday. You should have been prepared for that. This mining area is not a permanent place. No matter how much we stir things up, it will always just be a mining area. How about we move our nest and change our location? Although my family isn't wealthy, we still have a bit of territory in Darkmoon City. It's superficial. A mountain doesn't have to be high for it to be spiritual if there's a fairy, and water doesn't have to be deep for it to be spiritual if there's a dragon. This mining area may seem barren on the surface, but that's not the case. Take those mines, for instance. They're actually pretty good. Once the coal is mined out with some renovation, they can be turned into a decent hiding place for secret weapons. And they're easy to defend and hard to attack. We can strike unexpectedly when we need to, and when we retreat, we can remain as steady as a mountain. Although the mining area is riddled with problems, for Ruoyu, who has a complete development plan, this is not a problem at all. It's just a matter of timing. How about I arrange a marriage for you first? My sister is quite beautiful. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Ruoyu was almost choked to death by a mouthful of thick smoke. His face suddenly turned bright red, not out of shyness, but because the tobacco had irritated his lungs, causing him to cough uncontrollably. Lu Changfeng patted his back and said, "Is it really that serious? You're scared to this extent. Get lost. Don't mention it to me." Ruoyu took a deep breath, finally calming down, and said, "Let's talk about it in a few years. Right now, war is about to break out. Who has the heart for romance? Aren't you afraid your sister will come here and become a widow? What if I accidentally get captured by the church and lose my head? This woman who's come to me, who says I can't take her." Ruoyu asked himself if he was not Lu Xiaohui. What was the name of Lu Changfeng's sister? Oh right, Lu Xueji, who looked quite lovely and charming, making people really like her. But she was still quite young. In terms of personality, she was also acceptable, hating evil as if it were her enemy. A loyal believer in the divine, which contradicted Ruoyu's materialism. If this engagement were to truly happen, the future would likely be difficult. Perhaps they would be affectionate at night, but during the day, it would be chaos. Just look at the outcome of the ruckus he caused at the clergy conference yesterday, hoping it would cause the West to hesitate and buy time for Zheng Lao and the others. "Lord Lu," he said, "let us set up a department." At this, Ruoyu lit a cigarette. "Didn't you just put it out? Why are you smoking again? Aren't you afraid of a sudden death? Cigarettes are good things. You wouldn't understand." Ruoyu blinked, revealing his white teeth, and smiled. "I've already thought of a name for the department. Let's call it the Science and Technology Department. It's also time to change the name of our base. Constantly calling it the mining area belittles our status and makes those we liberate timid when working. So, we need to elevate our prestige." Lu Changfeng was baffled, and Ruoyu looked at him as if he were an idiot. "You will be the department head. Xing will serve as the deputy head, and Tesla will be the chief technology officer, fully responsible for developing everything related to electricity. You don't need to worry about the materials. Just cooperate fully with Tesla. Also, we must strictly ensure their safety. This cannot be compromised." Although Lu Changfeng didn't understand what it was all about, hearing the title of department head seemed to indicate a significant position, so he nodded and said, "No problem. Leave it to me. By the way, have the craftsmen assembled the steam engine I wanted? Soon. It should be assembled onto the sailboat by tomorrow at the latest." So anxious? Of course, merely causing a stir at the clergy conference might not have much effect. Now we need to strike while the iron is hot and reveal our teeth quickly, so that those in the West will fear us from the bottom of their hearts. A great man from his home planet once said when facing a stronger enemy, strategically despise the enemy, but tactically value them. The clash between East and West was inevitable. Currently, the military power of the three great Western empires absolutely crushed the East, so when facing such an enemy, one must take them seriously tactically. Reckless advances could lead to a disastrous downfall. Originally, according to the planned strategy, Fong Lao was supposed to recruit a group of extremists at the clergy conference to act as spearheads. With this group, he could manipulate them to storm the mining area and kill Ruoyu, who was openly defying the divine will. Who would have thought the other side would create chaos at the clergy conference first, immediately putting Fong Lao in a passive position? And with the long rifle squad Ruoyu revealed, Fong Lao fully recognized the other side's power. Reluctantly, he could only send the news to the West, as his own strength clearly could no longer contain Ruoyu's development. Only the Western Church could intervene personally. At the very least, He needed to get some department from the Crusaders to come over. Fong Lao sighed and looked at Lu Renjia, who was standing beside him, and said, "Your cousin has committed a heinous crime." Chapter 43. Boarding the ship, Fong Lao had experienced far too much in his life and was accustomed to great storms. Even when natural disasters suddenly struck and civilization was destroyed overnight, he never worried or feared. When the sky fell, there were people stronger than him to hold it up. For ordinary people, disasters were like the Grim Reaper's scythe, harvesting everything in its path. He was not afraid because it was not yet his turn to speak. Thus, he continued to live well. He only needed to survive. Among the survivors, some called him a lackey. Others said he had knelt for so long that he could no longer stand. He just smiled and moved on. "I just want to live. Who rules this world has nothing to do with me. As long as my family survives, living without worry, that is enough." But now this balance was about to be broken. From Ruoyu, he genuinely felt the crisis of death. It seemed he might really die at his hands. And for someone like Fong Lao, who valued his life as gold, this was clearly unbearable. He was an unpredictable variable. The other party acted erratically, arrogantly, and extremely, not playing by the rules. Fong Lao had always thought that if the other side played honestly, things wouldn't have escalated to this extent. Who would have thought that the other side didn't like this way of playing at all? If you're going to play cards, just play cards. Why turn over the table? Turning over the table is one thing, but to arrogantly say, "I will turn it over," what can you do about it? Even a most patient temper has its limits. Lu Renjia said, "Old Fong, please speak plainly. I am duty-bound to assist wherever needed." Fong Lao's eyes sparkled as he looked at Lu Renjia, whose expression was also not good. A plan formed in his mind. Fortresses are breached from within. He chose to publicly reveal Lu Renjia's identity at the clergy conference, intending to make Li Ruoyu hesitate. After all, he had family in his hands. Unfortunately, the effect was minimal. If not for this, how could Lu Renjia have gained his favor? But overall, Lu Renjia was indeed a good seed that could be cultivated, much better than the useless ones around him. Fong Lao stood by the window, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the sun and the sky, and said, "Every step forward for humanity actually comes from inner fear. Because of fear, feeling unable to grasp it, they want to use facts to prove that they can challenge the impossible." He closed his eyes, recalling the natural disaster of years past. The first batch of interstellar fleets sent by the United Nations landed on Mars, trying to unravel the mystery of the sudden disappearance of Martian civilization. But the moment the fleet landed, they were inexplicably attacked. Those weapons they could not describe and attacks they could not comprehend left humanity in a panic. The people of Lingxing united, shouting to break through the starry sky and shatter the blockade of unknown civilizations. Truly naive and ridiculous. Had it not been for their reckless advance, would the disaster have arrived early? Fong Lao had grown accustomed to it. He opened his eyes, his gaze gradually cold. "I do not contend with the world, yet people still cannot tolerate me. Renjia, grandson is here." Lu Renjia knelt on the ground and bowed his head. Just last night, Fong Lao had taken him as a godson. "I have a confidential letter here, and I hope you will take it to the Western Church and personally deliver it to the Pope. Grandson dares not refuse. I will go to my death without hesitation. Get up." Fong Lao turned around and took out an exquisite iron box from the drawer. The craftsmanship of the box was indeed exquisite, clearly not a product of the current era. Lu Renjia looked on with great curiosity. "Just take it to the Pope. He will know what to do. Grandson understands." Lu Renjia accepted the task decisively. Fong Lao pointed at the sun and said, "Come and see. What exactly is that sun? Is it light? Wrong, it is an eye." Lu Renjia trembled all over, momentarily shocked into silence, feeling that these few brief words had instantly overturned something he had always upheld in his heart. With the establishment of the Ministry of Science and Technology, the entire mining area entered a state of rapid development, with everyone performing their duties and fully utilizing their talents. Li Ruoyu is also willing to delegate power. Micromanaging is not a good leadership style. Different fields require expertise, and sometimes others can do things better than oneself. For example, after Ouyang Xin took office, he quickly assembled a group of talents and established training classes, which included not only daytime indoctrination, but also professional training. Everything seems to be developing in a positive direction. A storm is brewing on the horizon. Li Ruoyu finished the dumplings brought by Lu Chongfeng and followed a group of soldiers to the canal. This canal, known as the Tianhe by the Morning Light Empire, has a vast watershed that runs through the entire Morning Light, linking the economic exchanges of the East and West, and also crossing national waters, directly reaching the three great empires of the West. As the central hub, Yu City naturally has a port. At this moment, a 90-meter-long sailing ship was quietly docked at the pier. Fan Boluo, leading 200 pikemen, stood at the edge of the sailing ship and said, "Young master, this sailing ship has been modified according to your requirements." Ignite it," Li Ruoyu commanded. Soon, a rumbling laughter came from the sailing ship, and a huge plume of smoke billowed from the black rock. From a distance, it looked like a blue whale swallowing the heavens and the earth. The people who lived through the natural disaster had never seen such a terrifying scene. They were all so excited that they could hardly contain themselves, saluting Li Ruoyu one after another. They rarely interacted with Li Ruoyu, but often attended the training classes set up by Ouyang Xin. After long-term training, their loyalty and admiration for Li Ruoyu had almost reached a divine level. Even Fan Baoluo, a lieutenant, could not control his excited emotions when he saw the steamship spewing black smoke. Li Ruoyu snapped his fingers in satisfaction and said, "Board the ship." Everyone obeyed and boarded the ship in an orderly manner. Li Ruoyu and Lu Chongfeng stood side by side on the deck. Li Ruoyu pointed at the deck of the sailboat and said, "If we replace this Nama wood with cement or steel plates, that would be great." "Steel plates? You're just bragging. Can steel plates float on water?" Lu Chongfeng replied, "It's rare to see something like that, but I don't blame you. By the way, how's the steel mill in the mining area coming along?" "It's already been formalized, according to your request. All the iron or mined from Dark Moon City has been transported to our mining area, and the craftsmen have already begun large-scale iron smelting." We must pay attention to this. The iron smelting must be of high quality. I don't want any shoddy products. If I find out, I won't go easy on anyone. If young Master Li has spoken, how could anyone dare to be careless? Lu Chongfeng looked at him sideways and said, "Don't worry, Xing has arranged everything." Chapter 44. Crush them 500 kilometers. It's far, and indeed it is, at least from the perspective of current societal civilization. 500 kilometers would require several days and nights of fast riding. Moreover, one must travel on official roads without stopping along the way. But when you think of it as not far, it doesn't seem so far. The speed of this steamship is simply beyond what these people can imagine, especially when the horsepower is fully utilized. That speed is daunting. Plus, this steamship has been comprehensively improved under Li Ruoyu's guidance, so it will only be faster. Its destructive power is also unimaginable. A steamship operating at full power is enough to smash all the ships it encounters. After all, the keel of this steamship is made of steel. It just lacks a layer of iron plating on the outside. Fortunately, the mining area has enough coal, and the reserves are vast, capable of powering this steamship for long-distance travel. Otherwise, it might have to stop halfway. At the current speed, if we travel day and night without stopping, it would take at most 4 days to reach the port where the army of the Tumang Principality is stationed. That's right. You're truly impressive. I've always been impressive, Li Ruoyu said without a hint of modesty. He needed to resolve the internal conflicts of the Spirit Star in the shortest time possible. The enemies he faced were not the people misled by the gods, but the gods they spoke of. For others, clashing with the gods would be akin to seeking their own destruction. But for Li Ruoyu, it was different. Even when facing a powerful opponent, he dared to point at them and say, "Blast them." This was also his courage not to compromise with fate. Lu Chongfeng wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly became strange, and he gripped the railing tightly. "You're not going to throw up, are you?" "How could I?" "Ugh." Lu Chongfeng got seasick. Moreover, he was very sick, vomiting for a whole day, and only felt a little better after expelling everything he had eaten the day before. "Virtue," Li Ruoyu said, giving him the middle finger. "This speed is not even 1% of my ideal state, and we're only on the water now. If one day I invent a flying ship, will you throw up then?" "I don't believe you. You're quite the rascal." By now, Lu Chongfeng had no doubts about Li Ruoyu's words. If he said it would happen, it surely would. The days of being surprised by everything were long gone. Therefore, he revealed his trump card and said, "Have you forgotten that I'm a chemist?" Li Ruoyu slapped his forehead and said, Didn't you say that? I almost forgot. I just thought you were a lackey. Damn it. I've read all your books and gained a lot of insight. Do you really think I have no ability? Lu Changfeng struggled to get up from the bed and pulled Li Ruoyu to the deck of the steamship. Pointing at a huge bulge in the middle that was covered with canvas, he said, "This is a gift I prepared for you. If you don't do something, you might forget that I was once the chemist who made the children of Darkmoon City stop crying." After saying that, he turned to the soldiers beside him and said, "Uncover the canvas." As the canvas was torn away, a cannon made of top-quality wood was revealed. Li Ruoyu calmly looked around and said, "Isn't this just a cannon? What's so impressive about it? I have the design drawn out in that book I gave you. If you can't make it, then you must be really foolish." Upon hearing this, Lu Changfeng jumped up in frustration and exclaimed, "What's so impressive? Do you know how much effort I put into this thing?" "How much effort?" Lu Changfeng replied. "Just the design alone took me a whole month. I had to consider the wear and tear, including whether the cannon would explode during operation and all possible factors. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is that I've invented something with great power, which I call explosives." "Explosives?" "Yes, developed using the principles of firearms." "Isn't this just a larger version of a firearm?" Li Ruoyu said lightly. Lu Changfeng was irritated and wanted to argue, to express how much effort he had put into creating this thing. But upon seeing Li Ruoyu's calm expression, he suddenly didn't want to say anything. At that moment, Li Ruoyu walked over, stood on a step to meet him eye to eye, and patted his shoulder with one hand, saying, "You've worked hard. I know your efforts, I know all your constraints, and I understand what you want to express." "Yes, I know everything," Li Ruoyu thought to himself, but didn't say it out loud. Does Lu Changfeng really not know what he usually does? For instance, when the cannon was installed on the steamship, was he completely unaware? Obviously not. What he needed was for others to show it, rather than him taking the initiative to bring it up. Lu Changfeng took a deep breath, inexplicably feeling a wave of grievance, and also moved. His old face suddenly flushed with shame for feeling smug about this small achievement just now. Although this was something he had achieved, ultimately, it was also thanks to Li Ruoyu. "Stop it, don't cry. I cry for your grandfather." "Young master, we've spotted patrol boats ahead." A soldier came to report. "Enemy ships?" Li Ruoyu put down his chopsticks, stopped eating, and followed the soldier to the deck. In the distance, there were indeed a few ships flying the flags of other countries. It didn't make sense. It had only been a few days. Li Ruoyu murmured, 500 kilometers, and we've only been on the road for 3 days. How do we run into the enemy? After thinking it through, he immediately understood the reason and couldn't help but sneer, saying, "These guys really have the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard." Clearly, the other side had the same intention. Why? It must be to support Old Fawn. Since they are looking for death, they can't blame anyone. It's just right to test our new weapons. Li Ruoyu looked at the approaching ships and ordered, "Pass on my command, no slowing down. Go full speed ahead and crush them." The soldiers stumbled, and one said, "Young master, do you want to pose?" "No, not at all." The soldier straightened his back and quickly went to give the orders. At the same time, Lu Changfeng and Fan Baluo walked out from the cabin. Fan Baluo took one look and immediately knew what was happening, sneering, "They really aren't afraid of death." "Isn't that so?" Li Ruoyu said with a faint smile, lighting a cigarette and slowly exhaling. Chapter 45. Invincible, the steamship charged forward, its deafening horn echoing for several kilometers. Flags covered the sky, and the massive hull cut through the waves, whipping up gusts of wind like a rampaging war beast, opening its mouth towards the distance, revealing teeth that could tear everything apart. On the enemy ship, several well-dressed individuals stood at the back, one of whom was a burly man with a thick beard. He stared at the ship coming straight at them without turning, a look of confusion on his face, and said, "What kind of ship is that? I've never seen it before." "But there's no doubt that it's a ship of the dawn," an old man beside him said. It was quite amusing, really. According to their original plan, they should have been the ones flaunting their power at the port of Darkmoon City. But they hadn't even made it halfway when they ran into the enemy's ship. "Hey, great. If we could take them down here, that would be a wonderful thing." The bearded man revealed a malicious smile and said, "Charge." He needed a crushing victory to boost his side's morale. After all, Dawn was a massive empire, and their soldiers naturally had a fear of it. To break this deep-seated fear, only a great victory could encourage them. making them realize that the Empire was just like any other and not something to be afraid of. If possible, he also hoped to catch a big fish on that strange ship. The horn blared, and the war began. As the vanguard, the bearded man's war mobilization ability was strong. Having achieved great military success, he had risen to the position of naval commander at just 35. The well-trained pike squad was already standing on the deck. Fanbaluo was arranging commands, his emotions fluctuating as he watched the enemy fleet charging towards them. This was real combat, not a drill. Likewise, it was Fanbaluo's first real battle. Moreover, it was a charge initiated while his side was at a disadvantage. The enemy fleet clearly had many more personnel than they did. Just the soldiers standing on the deck numbered at least 1,000. The enemy ship was obviously modified, with a protruding spike at least 10 meters long, made from who knows what beast's horn. His palms were sweaty, but seeing Ruoyu's calm gaze made him instantly calm down. If his superior wasn't afraid, then why should he be? They were getting closer. The distance was visible to the naked eye, and he could even clearly see the faces of the enemy soldiers. Fire! After saying this, Ruoyu turned and walked to the other side of the deck. There was nothing more to see. He had absolute confidence in the steamship. The well-trained soldiers ignited the fuses. Boom! 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 The shells fell with precision, hitting the first enemy ship. What happened next was shocking. The seemingly indestructible spike broke. It snapped cleanly, and the ship's bow was completely shattered, sinking to the bottom. After the cannon fire ceased, the screams slowly followed. The soldiers who were lucky enough to survive the bombardment were on fire, screaming as they jumped into the river. Fanbaluo calmly ordered, "Fire! Leave no one alive." The gunfire rang out, and in just a moment, it stopped. Looking at the river, all the soldiers struggling in the water were killed, their blood staining the river red. This wasn't exactly a thrilling war scene, as the disparity in power was too great. Just a few cannon shots had wiped out 1/3 of the enemy's fighting force. With the suppression of firepower from the pike squad behind, the enemy ships that had planned to launch a surprise attack were also pinned down in place by this overwhelming force. At a loss, in a clash between two armies, there is no such thing as the victory of the brave. Under absolute military suppression, no matter how profound the strategy or how meticulous the battle plan, they would be ruthlessly crushed. The steamship's mobility and offensive capabilities were on a completely different level than the enemy's. The disparity in strength was so great that the resulting dimensional suppression was unimaginable to the enemy. "Commander!" The old man panicked, his glasses knocked off by the earlier shock. Holding a broken lens in his hand, he stammered, What was that?" In the old man's view, their side had experienced several major battles and had never been this miserable, even being beaten to the point of having no ability to fight back. For a moment, confusion was evident on his face. Is this the scene that should happen in a clash between two armies? Form ranks, form ranks. The enemy has unknown firearms. Quickly use shields to block. The bearded man pushed the old man aside, a look of disgust on his face, but at that moment his eyes burst with bright red bloodlust. He personally took up a large firearm and aimed at the steamship. Ruoyu, leaning against the deck and smoking, suddenly tensed up and instinctively turned his head. In that instant, an iron arrow brushed past his cheek. Due to the speed, it directly sliced off a tuft of long hair. Ruoyu hurriedly crouched down. Feeling a burning sensation, a metallic smell began to emerge. He cursed under his breath, thinking, I get shot just for smoking. Who did I provoke? What's the deal? Jealous of my good looks? There's no need to only aim at me. With so many soldiers around, why focus on killing me? He tossed away the cigarette, and squinted toward the front. After the enemy suffered a 1/3 loss, they did not retreat. Instead, it ignited their ferocity, especially when the pike squad executed the soldiers who fell into the water, making the enemy's eyes nearly bloodshot. The sound of bows being drawn and arrows being shot came, making Ruoyu's scalp tingle. He quickly found a good spot to hide, thinking he couldn't just get shot into a hedgehog. He still felt very confident about the steamship. Cold weapons couldn't sink this vessel unless the enemy also had hot weapons, like shells. Seeing Ruoyu injured, Lu Chongfeng's expression changed, and he shouted, Young master is injured. Protect the young master. Protect the young master. Fanbaluo hurried over, just about to speak, but was stopped by Ruoyu. I'm fine. Tell the soldiers to fire. We must sink the enemy. He then touched his face and asked, Am I disfigured? Disfigure your grandpa. You're about to lose your life. And you still care about being disfigured. Lu Changfeng looked at him, both angry and amused, and worriedly asked, Are you okay? I'm fine. Ruoyu stood up and shouted, Charge. The steamship was at full power, darting like an arrow, quickly reaching the enemy's center. As the long gun squads on both sides caught sight of the enemy, they pulled the trigger. Those soldiers who hadn't reacted yet were hit by the firearms, one by one screaming and collapsing onto the deck. Chapter 46. Crushing defeat. The emergence of firearms was inherently revolutionary for the era. Throughout history, whether in large-scale wars or localized conflicts, whichever side had the more advanced firearms, the scales of victory would tip in their favor. Not to mention the clash between firearms and cold weapons. Steel shields could block arrows, and, to exaggerate, could even stop bullets without much difficulty. But let us not forget, Ruoyu's long gun squad was fully equipped with firearms, akin to the shotguns from his home planet's modern history. In terms of accuracy, they might not be perfect, but when it comes to lethality and destructive power, they were unquestionable. Moreover, this was at close range. The shields managed to block the first wave of fire. But as the second round of shooting began, the situation spiraled out of control. The power of human strength was no match for the force generated by firearms at close range. When the first soldier lost grip of his shield due to the shock, the second and third followed suit. Once the breach was torn open, the rout was imminent. The bearded man stood at the back, his gaze sharp. He intended to shout at his troops not to lose their composure, but under the incessant gunfire, even if he shouted his throat raw, very few would hear him. Many people were already trembling. Their faces were pale, eyes filled with fear and daze, their minds blank. All they could see were the gun muzzles spitting fire. This. The bearded man bitterly smiled. Was this even a weapon that humans could withstand? Now, let alone resist, just staying alive seemed extremely difficult. All were flesh and blood. Who could withstand the direct charge of firearms? The bearded man suddenly felt fortunate for those soldiers who were shot dead. At least they died quickly, feeling no pain. Because those who were fortunate enough to survive were trapped in endless torment. Their bodies torn apart by firearms, yet their consciousness remained, watching helplessly as their innards spilled out. Sigh. The bearded man's eyes turned red. He had completely given up on resistance. Now it was just the long gun squad suppressing them, making them cry out in agony. What was even more helpless was that the cannons, which could directly shatter their ship's hull, had yet to fire. Resist? With what could they resist? The long period of peace had made people forget the brutality of war. Similarly, after the kingdom of Tumang annexed the principality, their inflated confidence led them to pride. Forgetting that victory in war could not always be guaranteed. Overconfidence leads to defeat, and relying on their large numbers, they instinctively believed they could easily defeat their opponents. This was the consequence of underestimating the enemy. Ruoyu said, Board the ship, capture their leader alive, and by the way, leave that person who almost shot me dead. Don't kill him. The steamship tore open a hole in the enemy ship at the back and quickly started laying down planks. Under the suppression of the long gun squad, the enemy didn't dare to show their heads, and soon they charged forward. The soldiers, shouting loudly, rushed over and began to reap. Each head could be exchanged for a pile of cash. The more they cut down, the more they earned. For the soldiers, everything else was meaningless. Making money was the serious part. And before coming here, Fan Baluo had already said that this was a test from Ruoyu for them. If they passed the assessment, they could join the long gun squad. The long gun squad, which had just displayed great power, had long made them green with envy. Ruoyu shook his head and said, This doesn't even compare to the most basic level of intense warfare. The crushing is too exaggerated. You aren't thinking of letting us lose once, are you? Lu Changfeng asked. Not exactly, it's just that if this goes on, it might make them overly arrogant, and they could end up with the problem of overconfidence. Can't you see why they lost so badly? Is it really because we suppress them with a lower dimension? I fear not. A qualified general, upon discovering an unknown weapon, should not choose to charge forward recklessly, but should instead remain stationary and be on high alert. The art of war states that there is a balance of falsehood and reality. Integrating both can confuse the opponent. But our reckless behavior not only failed to instill fear in them, it instead prompted them to roll up their sleeves and confront us head-on. If he doesn't die, who will? People may still have some leeway, but heaven shows no mercy. After a brief period of chaos, the opponent has completely surrendered. Except for the first ship that was destroyed, most of the people are still alive, with nearly 600 captured, all standard. A bearded man is kneeling on the ground, held down by a soldier. Ruoyu walked over to him, pulled a stool, sat down, crossed his legs, and waved his hand. Lu Changfeng then handed him a cigarette. Ruoyu gave him a glance and said, "What are you doing? I'm not smoking. Look at your current state. You look like a eunuch." Lu Changfeng scolded. "Isn't this to cooperate with you? Nonsense." Ruoyu lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and wore a look of complete enjoyment on his face. Finally, he lowered his head, looked at the bearded man, and asked, "What is your name, and where are you from? What do you want to do here this time?" The bearded man gritted his teeth and said nothing. "Tough bones, I like it." Ruoyu shook off the ash from his cigarette and walked up to the bearded man with a long knife in hand. He glanced at the old man beside him and thought to himself, "This is also a big fish." With that thought, he brought the knife down. The head fell to the ground. Afterwards, he approached the bearded man's trusted aide on his right. The blade rested against the aide's neck, and the soldier, terrified, had already wet himself, his face pale and trembling. "Well, better not to say anything, right?" Ruoyu didn't waste words, swiftly striking down another head. "You don't need to hate me. We have no grievances against each other. It's merely a difference in paths belonging to different factions. Victory and defeat are the norms of war. If I lose, it's us who die. If I win, it's you who die. That's just how war is." Yu Wuqing, from the kingdom of Tumang, is the commander of the naval fleet under the 49th Division of the 1st Group Army. "What brings you here?" "To intimidate Dark Moon City." "What a joke." Ruoyu raised his head and said, "You all think you can intimidate Dark Moon City? You're just a bunch of insignificant chickens and dogs." Upon hearing such arrogant words, Yu Wuqing didn't get angry. Instead, he nodded as if it were a matter of course and said, "Indeed, if we had known you had firearms, we wouldn't have come so recklessly." Speaking of which, Yu Wuqing's loss was quite innocent. The vanguard he selected this time was composed of the best of the best. Any one of them could take on 5 opponents, and their coordination was extremely high. Just from the fact that they were able to quickly form a shield formation under the pressure of gunfire to reduce losses shows that his abilities are not simple. Chapter 47. Release Ruoyu does not like beards, so when Yu Wuqing walked into the cabin, the beard on his face had already been shaved clean. Ruoyu lifted his head and was slightly taken aback. "So you're this young?" Yu Wuqing knelt on the ground and said, "The sinner has come to accept punishment." After speaking, he drew the long sword from his waist, holding it with both hands and offering it to Ruoyu. The kingdom of Tumang had a flourishing martial culture, which also gave rise to a group of radical warriors. Winning was one thing, but if they lost, they would commit suicide. Then the deputy officer would take over, and this cycle would continue. Although this system was cruel, no one dared to speak against it. After all, winning a war would bring glory, wealth, women, and power from the kingdom. You would receive as much as you gave. When Yu Wuqing learned that Ruoyu did not want to kill him, he was very shocked, as he had already become a prisoner after his defeat. Moreover, as a general of the enemy nation, he had come to Dark Moon City to support Old Fawn. "Get up." Ruoyu picked up his long sword, examined it carefully, and generously praised, "This is a good item, quite valuable, right?" Yu Wuqing replied, "This is the spoils of war from the annexation of the principality, personally given to me by our king, named Dragon Slayer." "Dragon Slayer," Ruoyu said, "Good name." After finishing, he raised his sword and swung it towards the table in front of him, and the table, as thick as his palm, broke into 2 pieces with a sound. "Take it." Ruoyu tossed it to him, and then picked up the tea. Yu Wuqing stared at him blankly. This dragon-slaying sword is famous even among the 7 great kingdoms, forged by Mr. Gu from the dragon-slaying family. It is said that it was made from deep-sea cold iron, which took 49 days to melt down, and a considerable amount of rare materials were used in the sword-making process. The hilt is crafted from the bones of a Western evil dragon, making it priceless and nearly impossible to evaluate. Even if it is not used, it would still be a great choice for collection, and many renowned figures have sought him out, hoping to exchange large sums of money for it. But he refused them all because this is not just a sword. It is also the honor of his lofty aspirations. He is well aware of the undeniable responsibility he bears for this defeat. So he gave the sword to Ruoyu. Dying under his beloved sword could be considered worthwhile. Don't look at me like that. Ruoyu took a sip and felt much more relaxed, saying, "It's a good sword, but I don't like it. Keep it for yourself. In time, I hope this sword can pierce the Pope's head." For someone who prefers using guns, asking him to take a sword into battle is like asking him to get his head caught in a door. I'll give you a choice. Ruoyu peeled an orange and handed half of it to him, saying, "Try it. My morning citrus is really delicious." Yu Wuqing took a bite with some doubt, and it was sweet and juicy, indeed very tasty. But what does eating an orange mean? Ruoyu said while eating. "The first choice is to submit to me and become my subordinate. I will show you what world change means. The rules in your heart have long since changed and no longer fit modern warfare. The second choice is to refuse me and then commit suicide." To be honest, Yu Wuqing leans more towards the second choice. He is willing to die as an apology, but the apology is not for you, Ruoyu, but for his own Tuma kingdom. Ruoyu shook his head and said, "Why do you always bring up the idea of self-harm? Do you think your death is important to me? To be honest, if I wanted to kill you, I would have shot you dead a long time ago. Keeping you alive until now is simply out of affection. As someone who seeks benefits, you should know that there is a lot of information deployed over there, right? I won't tell you, and it's impossible even if you kill me." Damn. Ruoyu spat out the orange peel from his mouth, raised his head, and looked down at him with disdain in his eyes, saying, "Who wants to know your secret? Don't be so self-important. Then what do you want?" Yu Wuqing stood up. "Look, is this the demeanor of a qualified general? Just because of a few words you don't like, you want to draw your sword?" Ruoyu continued to mock him. Yu Wuqing took a deep breath to calm himself, and after a moment said, "I would like you to be clear, young master." Ruoyu pursed his lips. Realizing how single-minded this guy was, he could see that the general in front of him was just a straightforward person. Forget it, he sighed inwardly, and decided not to keep him guessing any longer. He said, "If you refuse me, then just leave. If you want to die, don't die in front of me. Go die outside, die cleanly, and don't ruin my mood." Here, it really was a complete mess, making it hard to feel new admiration. At least Yu Wuqing didn't believe it. Who would inexplicably let their opponent go, unless they were out of their mind? "I could defeat you once, so I can defeat you a second time. Do you believe it?" Yu Wuqing's eyes lit up, and he said, "What do you mean by that? Let's make a bet." Ruoyu stood up and led him to the deck of the steamboat, saying, "I know you are very unwilling to accept your defeat, so I want to give you another chance. I will defeat you openly on the battlefield. If you lose, you will submit to me. How about that?" Anyone who is not a fool understands the deep meaning behind this. Even Yu Wuqing, no matter how stubborn he is, knows right from wrong. If he were to express disbelief now, it would seem too pretentious. In fact, he was indeed very unwilling. This time he lost utterly, not because of his carelessness. Well, even if he was careless, if he were facing the armies of other countries, he wouldn't have been crushed so terribly. Moreover, he was not good at naval battles. If it were on land, he would have 1,000,000% confidence. Just one charge would be enough to trample Ruoyu underfoot. And if you lose? That's easy. Ruoyu clapped his hands and said, "Take your sword and pierce my dog head. How about that?" "Deal." Ruoyu smiled and turned his back, no longer looking at him. Yu Wuqing gave him a deep glance and turned to call his subordinates. After he left, Lu Changfeng and Fan Baluo simultaneously came over from the side. Before Fan Baluo could speak, Lu Changfeng began to chatter. "Are you confused? Just let them go like that? Then tell me, what use is it to keep them? Are we so well fed that we have to support these hundreds of captives? Killing them would be better, right? By letting the tiger return to the mountain, aren't you afraid of raising a future problem? Moreover, the enemy already knows our combat methods. How easy do you think it is to defeat him again? Besides, we came out with so few people, while they have tens of thousands of troops stationed. Do you really think we can easily defeat them with just these long spears?" Chapter 48, Arrangement. "Can you just shut up?" Ruoyu looked at him impatiently and said, "Do you think I'm really that stupid to confront tens of thousands of cavalry with just this few people?" Lu Changfeng smacked his lips and replied, "Isn't that so? You're the big fool." Lu Changfeng. "To be honest, Ruoyu looks quite good when she's angry." Fan Baluo said, "The young master has his own plans. So Lord Lu need not worry. Don't mention sending this few people to face tens of thousands of cavalry. Even if Li Ruoyu said he only needs one person to take the enemy general's head from 1,000 miles away, he would believe it. The temperature difference between day and night in the west is significant, and now that the steamship has entered the sea, it needs to cross a narrow bay to officially enter Western territory. Li Ruoyu wrapped his coat tighter around himself, rubbed his hands together, and breathed out a puff of warm air, gazing at the stars in the sky, and said, "This night is really quite cold. The morning breeze feels refreshing on the skin, but the wind here carries a bone-chilling chill. Perhaps the heavens know that someone is about to die." Li Ruoyu thought to himself as he sat in the chair, lit a fire, and now the boat drifted on the sea. In the current world, there was no such thing as a sniper, so he could safely light a bonfire here to keep warm. Lu Changfeng sat beside him, holding a freshly roasted sweet potato, moving half of it over to him and saying, "Eat it while it's hot." Li Ruoyu shook his head, having just finished dinner and not feeling hungry. Seeing Lu Changfeng eating voraciously, mouth-watering, he thought that after just refusing, asking for food would only make him lose face. So he silently lit a cigarette and started smoking. Looking at your young age, you really have quite a strong smoking habit. After the natural disaster, tobacco has become expensive, and ordinary families can't afford to smoke at all. For someone like Li Ruoyu, who loves to have a cigarette in his mouth whether there's a reason or not, if he weren't wealthy, he would have been driven to bankruptcy by his smoking habit long ago. You just don't understand this. Li Ruoyu shook off the ash from a cigarette and said, "Brother, what I'm smoking is loneliness." Lu Changfeng almost choked and coughed several times. After a pause, he said, "I'm not laughing at you. It's just that the wind blew tonight, and I caught a bit of a chill." Lu Changfeng put down the sweet potato, wiped his hands, and said, "Aren't you worried at all? The other side has tens of thousands of troops, and I've heard that there are also the Eastern Crusaders from the church among them. It is precisely the existence of this army that allowed the Tumang kingdom to break through the defenses of that unfortunate principality in such a short time. At this point, what's the use of saying all this?" Li Ruoyu helplessly said, "You still don't know me. There's no perfect solution. Would I easily let him go?" In fact, Li Ruoyu's ruthless departure was not born out of love. That was all nonsense. The real purpose was quite simple. Even if he had the dragon-slaying sword by his side, he couldn't escape self-destruction. However, because Li Ruoyu had made a bet with him, he would definitely find a way to justify his actions. Or in other words, he wouldn't easily accept death. According to this guy's personality, if he didn't defeat Li Ruoyu honorably on the battlefield, he wouldn't close his eyes in peace even in death. So the question arises, no matter how you look at it, it doesn't make sense. Therefore, anyone with a bit of brains would turn the situation to their advantage. If you release the bait, then I will act contrary to your intentions. Li Ruoyu closed his eyes and said, "The smoke of war, we're going to get rich." Lu Changfeng. Fan Baluo had grown accustomed to it. He was already unhappy with the compromises made by certain high-level officials in Morning Light. The year before last, due to failed negotiations between both parties, Morning Light compromised, resulting in the fall of such a top talent. Was this loss merely a life? Not at all. The former mine owner was a researcher left behind before the natural disaster. After joining Li Ruoyu, Fan Baluo learned the truth and was thus quite heartbroken. Li Ruoyu said, "Thinking of my ancestors, enduring frost and dew, cutting through thorns and brambles to acquire a piece of land. The descendants do not cherish it much, giving it away to others as if discarding grass and weeds. Today we seed 5 cities, tomorrow 10 cities, just to gain a night's peace. But when I look at the 4 corners, the 3 Western nations are approaching again. If we take a step back, we will retreat step by step. If we compromise once, there will be no possibility of turning back. Therefore, we must fight, and we must make them afraid. We must defeat them with our long spears in front of their proud knights and trample their glory underfoot. What are the Eastern Crusaders? Are they not flesh and blood? We must let them know that our Dawn Empire is not so easy to bully. Otherwise, they might really think that a few small broken ships can allow them to flaunt their power in the harbor of Dawn. It's utterly ridiculous. Capturing Yu Wuqing once means I can do it again and again. I will make him willingly submit at my feet, regarding me as his superior." At this point, Li Ruoyu paused and said, "Then why does Yu Wuqing not look like a Westerner? At first, with his full beard, it was hard to tell, but after shaving, I realized he lacks the blue eyes, golden hair, and hooked nose typical of Westerners, and instead resembles an Easterner. Lu Changfeng replied, "That guy Yu Wuqing is originally one of us Easterners. He grew up in poverty, endured oppression, and when he resisted, he failed and was captured, tortured, and later exiled to the mines of my Dark Moon City as a slave. I don't know how he escaped from there, but since then, he has risen in the kingdom of Tomei." Li Ruoyu frowned and said, "Is there really such a thing? What do you do at that time?" "It's not clear." At dawn, the steamboat completely entered the harbor. On the water surface, one could see the large troops stationed in the plains. In the sky, griffins occasionally flew by. Li Ruoyu gazed for a while and said, "They should know we are coming, right?" Lu Changfeng felt nervous and helpless, replying, "Others aren't fools. Unless they're blind and deaf, they must have heard the loud sound of the steamship." Hee. Li Ruoyu smiled deeply and said, "That's good then, Lieutenant Fan. I have something to tell you." Fan Baluo stepped forward, and Li Ruoyu whispered in his ear. In the end, Lieutenant Fan straightened his legs and said, "I take my orders." Go ahead." Lu Changfeng perked up his ears, wanting to listen, but when he saw Li Ruoyu looking over, he awkwardly asked, "What did you say? Tell me." "No." Chapter 49. Changing personnel. In the end, it was still Lieutenant Fan who took on everything. No matter how much Lu Changfeng tried to persuade him, he remained silent. Lu Changfeng took a sip of tea and said, "Lieutenant Fan, why are you hiding things from me? I, Lu Changfeng, am at least." "Lord Lu, please let me off." The moon had not completely set in the west. The tall coniferous forest was faintly visible in the morning mist, and black smoke was rising from the garrison. Presumably, they were having breakfast. Now, Li Ruoyu had finally arrived at this place. He squinted, standing on the deck, and regretted that he had left the telescope he invented at home in his hurry before leaving. Otherwise, he could have seen what tricks that troop was up to. Li Ruoyu's eyes turned as he came up with a plan. He called over Lieutenant Fan and said, "The steamship cannot stop at the port. We will set up camp on the sea. They are not good at naval warfare, so they will surely hesitate to launch a reckless attack. Moreover, Yu Wuqing has already experienced our rifles and cannons, so those Crusader Griffins should not dare to fly over easily. We will launch a few small boats from the back of the ship and land while the fog has not yet dissipated." Li Ruoyu thought for a moment and said, "Let the station soldiers take the armor from the warehouse and make scarecrows to place on the deck. This will create the illusion that we have a large force on our ship. As a result, even if we retreat, they won't dare to order a pursuit. We can attack when we advance and defend when we retreat." This steamship, which was making its debut in the world, was being utilized by Li Ruoyu like an aircraft carrier, except it lacked any carrier-based aircraft. If his guess was correct at this moment, Yu Wuqing should be leading a troop hidden somewhere on the shore, preparing to ambush them. "Young master, you don't need to disembark. Leave this matter to me," Fan Baluo said. Li Ruoyu shook his head and said, "We're not going to fight. We just want to tease them a bit, find some fun. It wouldn't be polite not to reciprocate, and besides, I said I wanted to capture Yu Wuqing again. This is not a joke." Seeing Li Ruoyu's firm attitude, Lieutenant Fan opened his mouth but didn't try to dissuade him. On the side, Lu Changfeng was anxious and said, "You should just stay on the boat. With your small frame, you're not even a match for them with one slap. What will we do if something goes wrong? Enough of the chatter. I have my own plans. Lord Lu, stay on the boat and guard our base. Lieutenant Fan and I will be back soon." After saying this, he took the lead and boarded the small boat. Before long, they landed on the other side of the port, concealed by the fog. Although this area was flat, there were plenty of tall shrubs along the coast, which worked to their advantage. The reason they brought so few people was to avoid unnecessary trouble. With more people, things might get messed up. Li Ruoyu deeply understood that quality was more important than quantity. Once ashore, they hid in the grass. Li Ruoyu observed his surroundings and said, "Send someone to catch a tongue. Remember to be quiet and quick. We can't give them any time to notice." Lieutenant Fan nodded, placed his long gun on the ground, and with a dagger in his mouth, he and a soldier slipped into the grass, quickly disappearing from sight. Seeing this, Li Ruoyu showed a satisfied expression. Fan Baluo's skills were not just for show. He was indeed capable. Half an hour later, they crawled over from another spot, bringing with them a fainted tongue. "Wake him up," Li Ruoyu said. Fan Baluo tore off a piece of cloth and tightly stuffed it into the other person's mouth, while instructing his subordinates to pin down the opponent's limbs. After finishing, he grinned and thrust the dagger in his hand downward, instantly piercing through the opponent's palm. The intense pain jolted the unconscious Tongue awake, and then it began to struggle in agony, emitting a series of howling sounds from its mouth. Lieutenant Fan waved his hand, and a nearby soldier straddled the opponent, rolling up his sleeves to deliver a flurry of blows to the head of the Tongue. If you don't want to die, don't make a sound. The Tongue's eyes were filled with terror. It wanted to move but didn't dare. The excruciating pain in its hands was making its body tremble, but if it trembled, it would be beaten. It endured the pain and nodded repeatedly. Ruoyu lay on the ground, tearing the cloth out of his mouth, saying, "I'll ask, you answer. If you dare to play tricks, don't blame me for being merciless." The Tongue was so frightened that his face turned ashen, gasping for breath. The recent beating had swollen both of his eyes, and now he could only open them a slit, barely making out a stunningly beautiful young man lying in front of him. The young man's eyes were like the moon, curved and bright, instantly evoking a sense of fondness in anyone who looked at them. But to the Tongue at this moment, they seemed like the eyes of death. "How many people are lying in ambush nearby?" Ruoyu asked. The Tongue weakly replied, 200. "Who is leading them?" "Captain Breton." "Oh." Ruoyu showed a hint of surprise. This scenario was different from what he had expected. Why wasn't it Yu Wuqing, but instead some damn captain? With this thought, Ruoyu's gaze darkened as he said, "You're lying." Upon hearing this, Lieutenant Fan covered the Tongue's mouth with one hand, while swiftly flipping his wrist, causing a sharp dagger to slice through the Tongue's little finger. The Tongue struggled in agony, sweating profusely, and suddenly rolled his eyes and fainted. "Wake him up," Ruoyu said impatiently. After the other party woke up, Ruoyu didn't waste any words. Holding Lieutenant Fan's dagger, he pointed it at his eyeball and said, "There's a kind of punishment called lingshi. Oh, you might not have heard of it, but I don't mind spending some time to tell you about it. Lingshi is about using this dagger to slowly cut your flesh, and while cutting, you won't die until you've been cut into 3,000 pieces. Of course, by that time, you won't feel any pain because you will have already been turned into a skeleton." As soon as he finished speaking, Ruoyu swiftly struck, slicing off a piece of flesh the size of a fingernail. The Tongue let out a low, pained sound, but this noise once again attracted the soldier's fists. After a fierce beating, the other party was already on the verge of death. Ruoyu raised his hand, signaling to pause. "How about it? Can I speak now?" The Tongue was afraid. Really afraid, especially after hearing about the Ling Qi, which almost scared him to death. So he revealed all the information he knew without any reservation. "You mean Yu Wuqing has been detained, which is why they changed the person in charge at the last minute?" The Tongue nodded vigorously. "Then what is Breton's identity?" "Lord Breton has a noble status. He is a member of the church." "The crusade?" The Tongue looked at Ruoyu in disbelief, who chuckled lightly. "You all think this ambush is impenetrable, right? But man proposes and heaven disposes. There are things that heaven knows that I also know. Even what time you set this ambush here, I know." Chapter 50, Attack. "So, can you let me go now?" The Tongue said pitifully. Ruoyu smiled and turned around, saying, "I won't kill you. Thank you, young Master Xie, for your mercy." The Tongue struggled to get up, disregarding the pain in its body, and immediately ran towards the bushes. At that moment, Lieutenant Fan threw his dagger with incredible speed. With a soft thud, the dagger accurately struck the back of the opponent's neck. The Tongue wobbled like cotton and then fell to the ground, just as the opponent mentioned that Breton liked women. Lu Changfeng had no intention of joking with him. He raised his hand and saw a soldier dragging a corpse over. "Someone's dead? No wonder I sensed a faint smell of blood as soon as I came up. Not long after you left, someone tried to board the ship, but fortunately, I discovered it," Lu Changfeng said. Ruoyu stood still, his mind racing. Just as he left, the other party had arrived. Could there be a spy on the ship? He looked around, and the soldiers all bent their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. It shouldn't be the case. Ruoyu took in everyone's reactions, and, with a slight analysis, guessed various reasons. It turned out he had been deceived. Of course, it wasn't the Tongue that deceived him, but Breton. Or rather, Breton had deceived everyone. When the Tongue was tortured, what was said was almost impossible to fake. If it were fake, that would be too cruel. knowing they were going to their death, and still putting on such an act. It seemed the enemy was not simple. After this incident, Ruoyu dismissed his earlier thoughts. He had planned to disguise himself as a man at night to seduce Breton, but now it seemed that the other party was definitely not the type to be easily swayed by lust. With this thought, he realized he needed to make new plans. It wouldn't be long before the other party discovered that the tongue had been captured, and then things would get troublesome. Ruoyu rolled up his pant legs and sat down on the deck, gazing into the distance. The thick fog had cleared, revealing lush green bushes. In the sunlight, it was clear to see the vast plain behind the bushes. No wonder the other side had been stationed here for so long. Firstly, it was close to the sea and rivers, providing ample water supply. Secondly, the bushes acted as a barrier, effectively resisting the impact of a large army. Just these 2 points alone were enough to cause concern. This was only the current situation. If it were on Ruoyu's home planet, such issues would not even be considered problems. Simply adjusting the latitude and longitude, using radar positioning, and launching a cruise missile could annihilate the enemy completely. And that was just with the obsolete cruise missiles, not to mention those weapons beyond imagination. Here, the flames of war were about to ignite. While far away in the imperial capital, the city lord and Zheng Dao were also busy. After the city lord arrived, he met with them and formulated a series of plans overnight. The plans themselves were good, but if they encountered someone who did not play by the rules, then these plans would no longer be called plans. When Zheng Dao saw the city lord, he almost said another word, but fortunately realized in time and quickly changed his words. City lord, my colleagues and I plan to go to the palace tomorrow to discuss matters with the Western Three Kingdoms. As he said this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He feared that this visit was not merely for discussion, but rather to stage a good show of power struggle between the ruler and the subjects. The sixth prince handed a stack of documents to the city lord of Dark Moon City and said, "You shouldn't get involved in this matter, little brother. The palace is in chaos right now, with various forces gathered. Your own martial prowess is lacking, so it's best for you to stay home and not come out. Otherwise, if something happens, how will I explain it to our deceased mother?" The city lord smiled slightly and said, "If they want to kill me, they will have to see if they have the capability to do so." Saying this, he pulled out a silver firearm and placed it on the table with a bang, saying, "I didn't come here just to freeload. This thing is called a firearm, and the mine controlled by Ruoyu is currently in mass production. Given his abnormal production speed, it is estimated that by the end of the year, a regiment of musketeers could be equipped." The sixth prince gasped. He knew well how powerful firearms were. Although everyone at a high level had them, they merely owned them. It was utterly impossible to dismantle and manufacture them on one's own. Just the design process and the gunpowder formula were not something an ordinary person could handle, let alone in the current civilization where gunpowder had been classified as a prohibited item by law. The sixth prince said, "This item is truly a stroke of genius." At that moment, the door of the conference room was opened, and a trusted aide rushed in, whispering a few words into the sixth prince's ear before closing the door and leaving. What happened? The sixth prince closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "Father has collapsed." The sound of collapsed was particularly crisp at night, like a thunderclap on a clear day, waking all the birds and beasts sleeping in the bushes. Ruoyu blew smoke from his firearm and said, "You have to do it this way if there's nothing else. These bastards are cautious enough," Lu Changfeng scolded. Anyway, they knew that Ruoyu's ship was out at sea, yet they didn't launch an attack, and Ruoyu was also aware of their position but didn't continue to probe. A tacit understanding developed between the two sides. It was basically a situation of "I'm watching you, and you're watching me. What can we do about it? Either you come down, or I come up." After being stuck for 2 or 3 days, Ruoyu couldn't sit still. Continuing like this was undoubtedly a waste of time. He had come to warn the other side, not to be a showpiece. Therefore, as soon as night fell, he quietly led a small team onto the land. "I say, is this something that people do?" Lu Changfeng remarked. Ruoyu said, "I haven't seen you fire your gun much." Lu Changfeng's old face turned red, and he awkwardly smiled. "I did it to protect you, to warn the hidden ambushers not to act rashly. Besides, with me by your side, I can at least serve as a human shield. Don't you think that's the case?" He looked at Lieutenant Fan, giving him a meaningful glance. But Fan Paolo lowered his eyelids, pretending not to see. "All right, Enough with the nonsense. Ruoyu's eyes sparkled as he said, "In 5 hours, we will officially launch the attack." Chapter 51, That Legend. Staying up all night is always the most painful. Staying up at home and staying up in the wild are completely different concepts. At home, at least I can be a qualified document copier, writing down the technology of the mother planet. Although it's just a direct transfer, at least I have a medium to satisfy that false sense of achievement. But in the wild, Ruoyu pressed her lips together, feeling really annoyed by the mosquitoes that buzzed incessantly, making her want to slap this annoying creature to death. It was 2 in the morning. The fog thickened, and the moon had been frightened away, hiding behind the dark clouds. For a moment, the night was engulfed in darkness, giving a strong sense of impending doom. Ruoyu said, "Old Lu, the enemy scouts are up to you. Remember, you must not leave any traces." Old Lu nodded and replied, "Understood." Ruoyu advised, "This is a talent. We can't just let him die like that." Old Lu's full name was Lu Lixing, who originally belonged to the Long Gun Squad. This time, he followed Lieutenant Fan into battle and was recognized by Ruoyu, who promoted him to be his personal bodyguard. Old Lu nodded, holding a dagger, moving as nimbly as a weasel, and in a flash, he darted out and disappeared into the bushes. As an assassin with dreams, when Ruoyu personally called his name, Lu Lixing knew his opportunity had come. He was unaware that his future had already been arranged, so when he stepped onto the shore with the team, he planned to perform well to leave a deep impression on Ruoyu. Compared to Lu Chongfeng's impatience, he appeared very calm. Assassins emphasize a one-hit kill. If they move, they must strike with deadly precision. Navigating through the thicket, the enemy's military tents became visible. Fortunately, there were no lights or radar in this world, so when old Lu crawled to the outside of the tent in his night gear, no one noticed him. Perhaps Brighton had absolute confidence in himself, not believing Ruoyu would recklessly attack his stronghold, or maybe the recent confrontations led him to subconsciously think that Ruoyu's attacks were merely bluster. Old Lu thought to himself, "Then don't blame me for winning unfairly. Blame your carelessness." He set down his dagger, carefully crawled next to a lone soldier, silently stood behind him, and gripped the dagger tightly in his hand. With a swift motion, he raised his hand and slit the soldier's throat. He covered the soldier's mouth, dragged him into the bushes, quickly changed into the soldier's clothes, and smeared some blood on his face. After completing all this, he swaggered out. The tent before him was not the command tent, but anyone who could afford to stay in a tent wouldn't have a low status. Old Lu thought he wouldn't encounter Brighton during this mission, and aimed to catch a big fish and withdraw. So when he entered the tent and saw Brighton lying on the bed, his pupils suddenly dilated. According to Yu Wuqing's description, Brighton was 9 meters tall, muscular, and most notably, had a blood-red cross tattoo on his arm. Such tattoos could only be possessed by members of the church in the West, symbolizing identity and status. Finally, he moved. The opportunity was right in front of him, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Who would have thought the enemy general would be sleeping in an ordinary military tent? The dagger was revealed, tightly gripped in his hand. As long as he could sever the enemy's head, the army would surely fall into chaos. Then the purpose of the expedition would be achieved. As he stealthily approached, he raised his hand to strike down. But at that moment, Brighton, who should have been fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. In the darkness, Lu Lixing saw a flash of red light erupt from Brighton's eyes. A sense of crisis surged in his heart. But the dagger had already been thrust out. Like an arrow released from the bow, it had to be fired. This full-force strike was more than 100 pounds, yet such a decisive killing blow was blocked by Brighton with just 2 fingers. However, those were no ordinary human fingers, but sharp claws. "What great courage!" Brighton exclaimed, his eyes wide and completely red. As he stood up, the dagger held firmly. With a bend of his fingers, he snapped the dagger in half. Lu Lixing gasped, suddenly recalling a terrifying event that had circulated through the 4 great empires for a long time. Looking at Brighton's eyes and fingers, he was certain that this man was definitely one of those involved in that horrific incident. Brighton was not an ordinary person. Failing to land the first blow, Lu Lixing quickly retreated, intending to escape. Brighton grinned, twisted his neck, and with a series of cracking sounds said, "Do you think this is your backyard? You can come and go as you please." He dashed after Lu Lixing and quickly reached his side, swinging a fist down. Lu Lixing couldn't dodge in time and hastily raised his hand to block. With a crunch, his arm bone shattered, and he was sent flying like a kite with a broken string, landing heavily on the ground. The commotion quickly attracted attention, and with the sound of a horn, countless soldiers gathered around. Lu Lixing lay on the ground, filled with unwillingness, a bitter smile on his lips, still thinking about achieving merit. It seemed this time he could not complete the mission satisfactorily. Brighton raised his hand, stopping the soldiers from surrounding Lu Lixing, and instead he flexed his fist, walking towards him while saying, "Maintain strict vigilance around. Keep an eye on those materials. This person is mine." "My lord, no need for more words, just an ant." Brighton slowly approached Lu Lixing, leaving deep footprints as he walked. As he walked, hair quickly sprouted densely from his arms, and within just a few steps, he had completely transformed. Lu Lixing spat blood, staring at Brighton, who resembled a demon god, his eyes filled with disbelief. "So the legends are true," he thought. "Am I going to die like this? No, I am from an assassin family. Having just regained my identity, I can't die like this. How can I face my ancestors in the underworld?" He gritted his teeth against the pain in his arm, steeling himself to run into the bushes, believing that if he could get past them, there was a chance to survive. Brighton watched him mockingly, not pursuing, but walked over step by step. It seemed slow, yet it was actually very fast. It was so fast that it looked like walking made no difference. Thinking of escaping was not that easy. Chapter 52, The Price. He was enveloped in dark light, his sharp eyes particularly piercing in the darkness. Approaching Lu Lixing, he kicked out, sending him flying again. Lu Lixing seized the opportunity, using the momentum to dart into the bushes, quickly opening up the distance between them. At this point, both had entered the thicket, and they were already a kilometer away from the main camp. Lu Lixing was furious. As the heir of a family of assassins, mastering ancient assassination techniques. Yet now he felt like a salted fish being toyed with by Brighton. It was clear that Brighton was not trying to kill him, but was instead restraining his strength each time, making him struggle on the edge of life and death. The cat plays with the mouse, often not to eat it, but to toy with it until it dies. In Brighton's eyes, Lu Lixing was just a mouse. Whenever he wanted, he could crush Lu Lixing at any moment. Yet he chose not to. Lu Lixing gritted his teeth, trying not to scream, but the more he resisted, the more painful it became, and the intense pain led him to hallucinate. His ears buzzed and his vision blurred. He could only see a tall figure approaching closer and closer. But at that moment, a strangely beautiful person, too stunning to be a woman, emerged from the bushes, followed by several others. Young Masterly. This was the last thought that Lu Lixing had before he completely fainted. Breton laughed heartily and said, "I knew you guys wouldn't be quiet, so I deliberately slept at the edge of the tent, intending to kill some noisy mosquitoes, but I didn't expect to catch a big fish instead. That's right, in my eyes, you're also a big fish." The two exchanged glances from a distance of several dozen meters, and the situation had already become quite clear. Ruoyu also knew. He followed Old Lu here, not thinking that Old Lu would really kill the opposing leader. When it comes to the way of using people, Ruoyu had long mastered it. As a fallen assassin who suddenly got promoted and had a chance to achieve merits, he would definitely not be satisfied with just killing a few scouts. Did it require him to kill scouts? No. Lu Lixing's goal was to kill a small leader, create chaos here, and make them uneasy, while Ruoyu's target was to lure out the bigger fish behind. Now, the big fish had appeared. However, contrary to expectations, this big fish tasted a bit unpleasant and was tough to chew. With a moment of carelessness, he might even be bitten back by the opponent. It was truly a headache. Ruoyu rubbed his forehead and looked at the almost inhuman Breton, saying, "You must be Lord Breton. You are Ruoyu?" "Absolutely." Hee. Breton tilted his head back and laughed, then clapped his hands. From the dark bushes emerged no less than several hundred soldiers. In an instant, they surrounded Ruoyu and the others. Each of these soldiers wielded long knives and carried shields. It was clear they were not ordinary soldiers and might even be crusaders. "You have disturbed my peaceful dreams these past few days. I will make it difficult for you. Just commit suicide here, considering your good looks. I'll leave you with a complete corpse." That sounds pretty good. Ruoyu nodded, stroking his chin. At nearly 14, he already had some stubble on his lips, which felt quite nice to touch. He said, Can you grant me one wish, my lord? A dying person still talks about wishes. Go ahead, I'll fulfill it for you. Kneel down and call me daddy, how about that? Breton narrowed his eyes, murderous intent radiating from him. One ungrateful little ant. If you want to die, then die here today. He raised his hand, and the surrounding soldiers quickly closed in. Ruoyu only brought a dozen people, all of whom were elites from the long spear team. Fanbaluo stood in front of Ruoyu, showing no fear, and softly said, "Young master, you go ahead. I'll hold him off. Am I, Ruoyu, the kind of person who would abandon my brothers and run away?" Ruoyu shook his head, a smile appearing on his face, and at that moment, his eyes revealed a frightening brilliance. His hands, which were originally hanging between his legs, quickly lifted up. At the same time, a silver firearm emerged from within, aiming at Breton, and without a second thought, he fired. The firearm. Breton laughed instead of getting angry, showing no fear on his face. Instead, he appeared particularly excited. Almost the instant Ruoyu pulled the trigger, he crossed his arms in front of his chest to block. Boom! A massive shockwave spread out, with energy dispersing and causing many stones to shatter into pieces. Yet Breton only took a few steps back. Seeing this, Ruoyu's expression suddenly changed, and countless question marks rose in his mind. The once invincible musket now seemed ineffective at such a close distance. It not only failed to kill the opponent, but also couldn't break through their defenses. He felt a sense of foreboding and decisively raised his hand to shoot. Although Breton was not afraid of muskets, taking hits consecutively was not ideal, and his body had weaknesses, which Ruoyu had yet to discover. As Ruoyu fired, the soldiers around him, armed with muskets, quickly followed suit, creating a cacophony of gunfire that tore a gap through the besieging soldiers. Seeing this, Fanbaluo grabbed the unconscious Lu Lixing with one hand and quickly pulled Ruoyu back with the other. It was clear that they were now at a disadvantage. His actions were not disobedience, but a means to protect Ruoyu's life because he was far too important. Fall back. As they ran, he called out to the soldiers beside them to retreat, but this group of soldiers displayed a hint of madness at that moment. One of them merely turned to glance at Fanbaluo, and Ruoyu smiled faintly, and then joined the others in sniping at the encroaching enemy. Lieutenant Fan's eyes reddened, feeling a tightness in his chest. He gritted his teeth and continued to run without stopping. This elite group was finished. Ruoyu closed his eyes, feeling uncomfortable as a complex mix of emotions, suffering and regret, intertwined in his heart. He ultimately let his guard down and made a significant strategic mistake. With two armies facing each other, he launched an attack without fully understanding the enemy's situation, which was a foolish decision in itself. The cost of this decision was the uncertain fate of Lu Lixing, who was about to be entrusted with an important mission. And all the elite soldiers he brought with him were also buried here. Ruoyu siga deeply. Originally thinking that having a firearm would allow him to do as he pleased in this world, deceived by the gods. The current situation showed that this was not the case. The world was still the same world. It had just changed after the natural disasters. Are there really gods? Chapter 53. Stimulus. Sometimes one really cannot pretend to be confused while clearly understanding the situation, such as in this failure. Lu Changfeng paced anxiously on the deck. He heard the dense gunfire coming from the bushes, as well as the horrifying screams. He knew that Ruoyu had stumbled this time. He reached out to pull Ruoyu onto the ship while turning the cannon to aim at the shore. But he still noticed the cross tattoo on the opponent's left arm at a glance. The church, the Crusaders. Breton stopped the soldier's charge and shouted, "Next time, you won't be this lucky." Ruoyu did not respond. Lu Changfeng retorted, "Next time, you won't be so lucky. It's funny. Did you just forget who the stray dog is? If you have the guts, come down and see if I can't blow you to pieces. If you have the guts, come up and see if I can't take you down." The two of them began to engage in a war of words. Breton knew the power of the firearm. It seemed like he was enduring it earlier, but it was actually due to some secret medicine. If it weren't for those potions, he wouldn't dare to be so reckless. Because once the effect of the medicine wore off, he could be shot dead by the firearm with one shot. Now that the effect had faded, he no longer had the courage to pursue them, unless he wanted to die. Moreover, even with the medicine still in effect, he didn't dare to go after them. He had never experienced the power of the cannon, but he could guess with his toes that this enlarged firearm was definitely extraordinary. It might not be able to split mountains or shatter rocks, but blowing him to smithereens with one shot was more than enough. By the way, let me give you a gift. Breton knew he couldn't out-curse them, so he thought he might as well discuss them on his way out. He immediately ordered the soldiers to drag the bodies of the elite long spear team they had just killed to the shore, cut off their heads in front of them, and then throw them into the water. This will be your fate in the future. Lu Changfeng's eyes were bloodshot, and upon seeing this scene, he almost turned red with rage. Fire the cannon, blow him to pieces. With a series of roars, the cannon began to bombard the port. The sounds of explosions ringing in their ears, smoke rising, engulfing Breton and the others. After the dust settled, there were no signs of the enemy left on the shore. Only remnants of shattered soldiers. Damn it! Lu Changfeng punched the railing, cursing, too much bullying, too much bullying. If I don't kill him, I swear I won't be human. Fan Baluo stood quietly on the deck, gazing ahead. He seemed calm, but inside, he was already in extreme pain. That group of elites had been carefully selected from the soldiers. Each one could take on 100, and they were talents he had nurtured with countless efforts. Yet in just one night, he lost 1/10 of them. His heart ached, as if it were being cut by a knife. Breton. Lieutenant Fan silently recited this name in his heart, his eyes already turning red. That night, the steamboat was brightly lit. Having moved back several kilometers from ashore, Ruoyu, Lu Changfeng, Lieutenant Fan, and the awakened Lu Lixing stood at the edge of the deck. In front of them lay the bodies of the long rifle team, whose heads had been severed by Breton. Ruoyu raised a bowl of wine and said, Ruoyu, guarantee with my head that the next attack will make Breton pay the price. Brothers, let's go. He tilted his head back and gulped down a few mouthfuls before smashing the bowl onto the deck. Lu Changfeng and the others also downed their wine with a loud gulp, glaring with bloodshot eyes, and smashed their bowls on the ground, saying, Brothers, let's go. Ruoyu turned around and looked at all the long spear teams on the deck, saying, If we lose confidence in ourselves just because of one failure, then what is the meaning of our existence? You have chosen to stand by my side and given your lives to me. So even if I die, I will lead you to see the true light. Darkness cannot suppress us. This road is destined to be rugged and difficult, and one careless move could cost us our lives. But I hope you can walk with me until we see the real world one day. Are you willing? Ruoyu spoke these words loudly, with genuine emotion, and in an instant ignited the passion in everyone's hearts, moving them to respond. We swear to follow you to the death. Ruoyu smiled, very happily, like a child who had stolen candy. If Ruberton saw this smile, perhaps he would feel a little regret for what he did tonight. But only perhaps. The ones who survive are heroes, admired by thousands. Those who die are wrapped in horsehide, forgotten by the world. The long night cannot stop the rising sun. Ruoyu lifted the door curtain and walked around the deck. He saw the members of the long gun squad patrolling the surroundings with strict vigilance, showing no signs of slackness. Clearly, last night's encounter made them understand that even with firearms, they were not absolutely invincible. Ruoyu Nudda. The sacrifice from last night still had some effect. He walked to the dining room and saw the breakfast prepared for him by Lu Changfeng. He was momentarily taken aback. There was rice porridge and some side dishes. Next to it, there was a note left behind. Ruoyu picked it up and took a look, smiling helplessly. Then, he folded the note and solemnly tucked it away in his pocket. He arrived at the office early, only to find that Lu Changfeng and the others had been waiting for him for quite some time, their eyes red, clearly having not slept all night. If we don't rest well, how can we win the battle? Lu Changfeng said with a serious expression, There is something. Go on. News from the capital, Wang. Has passed away? Lu Changfeng nodded. Ruoyu sat on the chair, rubbing his forehead with his right hand and tapping the table with his left fingers. Lost in thought. Just when it seemed like the roof was leaking, the rain came pouring down, showing no signs of stopping. Lu Changfeng originally wanted to keep this from Ruoyu, as he felt that Ruoyu was still young and he didn't want to continue to discourage him. But thinking about the contents of old Zheng's letter, Sigh. Chapter 54. Stay and give me the letter. Ruoyu said. Lu Changfeng extended his hand. I'm in the letter. Only then did Lu Changfeng realize and handed the letter to him. Lu Changfeng smiled bitterly and said, How can I sleep? Ruoyu shook his head and glanced at the content of the letter. When he saw the sentence that said, The sixth prince is in trouble and urgently needs 1,000 long spear troops to provide assistance. He immediately became so angry that he tore the letter to shreds. What does that old man think I am? An ATM? Does he think these long spears can just be forged out of thin air? Ah, and 1,000 of them. Why doesn't he go rob them himself? Everyone else remained silent. Ruoyu asked, "How much reserve does the mining area have now?" "About 2,000, came the reply. "Send 1,000 to the capital, and we'll keep the rest." "What if I'm not here? What if there are no guns? Wouldn't that be the end?" Ruoyu slammed the table and said, "Just give them 1,000. The rest, let them figure out themselves. Isn't it just about earning a throne? Does it really require such a massive mobilization? It's not even a war. All right. In fact, asking this question was pointless. If the chaos in Dark Moon City truly reached an uncontrollable level, then the foundation he had painstakingly built over the past year might be lost. Looking at everyone's expressions, if it weren't for this sudden letter, they would definitely choose to stay here, not for anything else, but for the fallen brothers. However, this was merely the way of people in the Jianghu. They were not truly putting themselves forward as some heroic outlaws. They were soldiers, acting city lords, figures in charge of a region. The burdens they carried were far more than 1,000 pounds. When it came to life and death and choices, they could weigh their decisions in an instant. Everyone nodded. Ruoyu said, "All right, then we'll stay." "Young master, don't call me Ruoyu." Lu Changfeng was so angry that he jumped up and said, "What is the point of staying? Aren't you afraid that the foundation of Dark Moon City will be destroyed? Xing is still here. Do you trust him that much?" "I trust you all just the same." Once the words were spoken, even though Lu Changfeng had 1,000 words to say, he could no longer express them. Ruoyu sighed. "It's not that I can't distinguish right from wrong, nor am I so blinded by rage that I want to fight them to the death. After last night, I've realized that their purpose for garrisoning here doesn't seem to be to intimidate our Morning Light Empire, but rather for other schemes. One must ask, would a leader commanding tens of thousands of troops casually sleep in an inconspicuous tent on the outskirts? Clearly not. He doesn't believe a word of their one-sided statements. Moreover, Yu Wuqing leading a small team east along the river isn't just for a stroll in Dark Moon City. Rather, he is trying to convey information to someone or some faction. Dark Moon City, while seemingly unremarkable, is still a large city with a population of hundreds of thousands. Unless Yu Wuqing has lost his mind, overflowing with confidence, believing that he and a few hundred people can take on the entire Dark Moon City. Additionally, the news I learned from the tongue that night was that Yu Wuqing had already been captured. Initially, Ruoyu thought this was a ploy by the other side. But now it seems things are not that simple. Clearly, they are afraid that Yu Wuqing might leak some information, which is why they had Great Hun sleep in the tent on the outskirts. He is not waiting for Ruoyu's ambush. Rather, he is actively guarding the core of the army, where there must be unspeakable secrets. The fact that tens of thousands of troops are stationed here shows just how important that secret is. "We can't take them on," Lu Changfeng said. "That may not be the case." Ruoyu stood up and led everyone to the deck, looking at the cannon in the center of the steamship, and said, "Is there any similar material on board?" "Yes. I want an exact number. Based on the consumption of this cannon, the remaining materials can roughly replicate 10 cannons of the same type." "That's enough. What do you want to do?" "A strong attack." Lu Changfeng was taken aback and said, "Are you okay? What do you think?" The howitzer was a type of large-scale weapon that had been eliminated on his home planet for hundreds of years. He only learned about it in history class when he was a child, realizing that there were weapons like howitzers with long range, high precision, great power, and strong destructive capability. Its power was incomparably greater than that of this cannon. The materials on the steamship were limited. At most, they could produce 10 cannons. Wanting to make a howitzer was undoubtedly a pipe dream. Just the materials for the shells did not meet the requirements here. However, if a howitzer couldn't be made, forming an artillery regiment shouldn't be a problem, right? Decisively, he suddenly had an idea again. He called the craftsman on the ship and said, "Use all the remaining materials to make cannons, and at the same time, I want you to equip them with wheels." "Wheels?" the craftsman asked in confusion. "Yes." Ruoyu quickly drew a blueprint and said, something like this. "Do you see any problems?" The craftsman looked at it and said, "Not much of a problem, but it will take time." "How long?" "It will take 10 days." I want you to finish it in 3 days. Otherwise, you won't need to live." The craftsman's expression changed, but he still nodded with a gloomy face. Ruoyu said, "I don't want their blood to be shed in vain, not to mention anything else, just for revenge." He accepted the order. Hearing this, the craftsman straightened his back, revealing a resolute expression. He had also seen the scene from last night. Although he had no ties with the spear team, they were all from the same place, and seeing them die far from home made him feel he couldn't do anything for them. If what is on this blueprint can comfort their souls, then even if it kills him, he would not hesitate. Chapter 55. Beaten like a dead dog, Lu Changfeng gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's do it." The pressure from Brighton was palpable on everyone, and as long as the war did not achieve victory, the heart that was stuck in the throat could not be put down. With him around, many unsolvable problems were easily resolved. As a qualified inventor, Ruoyu naturally had the habit of imparting knowledge and solving doubts, and he could keep his temper. Even when faced with someone incredibly dull, he would patiently explain repeatedly until the other party completely understood. The craftsman, who had complaints before, now admired the other's wisdom greatly with Ruoyu's help. He had always thought this was just a young man who rose to power because of old Zheng's status. Someone who talked a good game, but was merely a paper tiger. Especially after that night's devastating defeat, the craftsman's contempt for Ruoyu reached its peak. However, in these past few days, this attitude had changed. Both the craftsmen and soldiers had shown a noticeable shift in their attitudes from the heart. At the very least, they knew this person was not a mere fade. He had real talent and knowledge. Soon, the cannon was modified. All the cannons were fitted with wheels with steel rings on both sides, and the cannon mouth was upgraded. The cannons on the steamship, after continuous firing, easily overheated the barrel and could explode, so cooling with water was necessary at all times, which reduced the firing efficiency. After Ruoyu's modifications, this problem was completely solved. Upon seeing this, Lu Changfeng exclaimed that the other party was monstrous. When the steamship docked again, Brighton also appeared. After 3 days, the side effects of the medication had disappeared. At the same time, upon learning that the steamship had docked, he used a stronger version of the potion, enhancing his physical strength in all aspects. He believed that in his current state, holding on for half an hour would not be a problem. Half an hour was enough. As long as the opposing spear team couldn't kill him in the first round, then they would be finished. This was his thought and his plan. Therefore, he didn't bring many soldiers, about 500. However, all 500 were elite troops, more formidable than the soldiers who encircled the spear team that night, each with a large cross emblem painted on their armor. These were members of the Papal Crusader Corps. On the deck, the concealed canvas was slowly pulled back. Ruoyu stepped out from the other side of the deck, and as soon as he appeared, the long spear squad hidden around the deck revealed themselves. They had just completed their formation. Ruoyu shouted loudly, "All soldiers, listen up. Roar, roar, roar. Obey orders." Upon hearing this, the soldiers began to fully lock onto Breton and others on the shore. The Crusaders were not afraid of the spear squad because they had Breton with them. They believed that Breton was the loyal messenger of the divine, one of the earthly representatives of the gods. Therefore, he was imbued with divine power, capable of moving mountains and impervious to blades and spears, able to take on 100 enemies alone. A powerful leader naturally instills invincible confidence in his subordinates. As the saying goes, the spirit of the army is invincible. Without formally starting a battle, the odds of victory were already at 70%. However, Ruoyu knew the other party's intentions. If you want to achieve 100 victories and forge an invincible military spirit, then today, I will strike at your soul. Lieutenant Fan. Speaking of this, he turned his gaze to Lu Changfeng and said, "Lord Lu, I leave the artillery regiment to you." Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Changfeng replied, "With me, we are invincible. This time, I will make them understand what true despair means. I will use their blood to comfort the lost souls. We will ultimately be unbeatable." The soldiers, filled with passion, shouted in unison, "Kill, kill, kill." From a distance, Breton witnessed this scene and felt an inexplicable unease rise within him. He shook his head and forcibly suppressed this ominous thought. He had no doubt about the power of the potion. The 12 night potions, requested from the divine by the Pope, contained 12 kinds of power, among which the potion of strength was the most significant. The potion of strength has 3 levels. The first level activates the body's potential in all aspects, doubling strength in all respects, including speed, reaction, and control over power. The second level amplifies the first level comprehensively. The third level, however, is different. The third level is only possessed by the 12 great holy knights. Some exceptionally talented ordinary individuals may also be fortunate enough to receive the blessings from the holy knights. Breton was that lucky person. He possessed 3 types of strength potions, which allowed him to rise to his current position, commanding thousands of troops with great prestige and dominating a region. This third-level strength potion can change a person's physical form and match an alternative auxiliary power according to their potential. The last form he transformed into was that of a wolf. The speed and agility of the wolf granted him absolute power to deal with Lu Lixing, and the tripling of his strength significantly increased his body's flexibility, allowing him to withstand attacks from firearms for a short period. The attack from the firearm would have a 30-second cooldown time. After all, it needed to reload. For Breton, who could triple his strength and match it with an alternative auxiliary power, this 30 seconds was already enough for him to eliminate his opponent. One does not give up until they reach the Yellow River. Wrong. Ruoyu looked at Breton and said, "You really think I can't see what you are? You won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Using genetic agents to stimulate your potential, you think you've made a profit, but in reality, you're just overdrawing your life. Don't think that by aligning yourself with the paladin, you can rise to the top in one step. At most, you're just a dog under the paladin's command." Pausing for a moment, regardless of Breton's shocked expression, Ruoyu continued, "Let's put that aside for now. Today, I will take revenge for that night's blood feud all at once. Today, I will beat you into a dead dog." Chapter 56, Victory Gunfire. Formation. Both sides opened fire simultaneously. As the words fell, the formations of both sides changed dramatically. The team, composed of 500 crusaders, scattered, kneeling on one knee, quickly planting their shields into the ground, while simultaneously their left-hand spears were thrown out in an instant. The individual combat strength of the crusaders was indeed formidable. The physical prowess of the spear team was clearly not a match for their opponents. However, this was different from the past. The appearance of the spear team was bound to overturn the traditional combat method that relied on physical abilities. No matter how strong the body, it was still just flesh and blood. The first spear team opened fire collectively. Bang, bang, bang. The dense sound of gunfire rang out in succession, with fragments of iron mixed with gunpowder exploding against the shields. Remarkably, after the first round of fire, they still could not break through the opponent's defenses. Ruoyu's expression remained unchanged. He had already mentally prepared for this. The fire guns were not armor-piercing rounds, nor were they large-caliber sniper rifles, and they couldn't penetrate steel plates. What he was doing was merely to suppress the opponent, preventing them from launching an attack. As long as he could hold back this 500-strong crusade, he would have a chance to completely defeat them. The fish had already taken the bait, and they were just waiting for the artillery to make its appearance. The crusaders' spears rained down like arrows after the first row of long gunmen finished firing. They were thrown out. These spears were not to be underestimated. They were made of special materials and produced by the papacy. Their sharpness reached a terrifying level, and combined with the collective projection of the crusaders, their power was increased by more than double. The clanging spears struck the steamship's fence, but surprisingly, these powerful spears ultimately stopped at penetration, failing to pierce through and kill the long gun team hiding behind. Second row, fire. Lieutenant Fan calmly spoke. First row, retreat. Second row, fire. This time, it was the long gun team's turn. After the gunfire, it could be seen that the shields bore numerous dents. Although they ultimately failed to break through the Crusaders' defenses, victory was in sight. It was only a matter of time. Just as the second row retreated, the third and fourth rows were arranged by Lieutenant Fan to come up. This time, he did not let the long gun team spread out their fire, but instructed them to concentrate all their fire on one point. This point would be the key to victory. The 2 rows of long gun teams all focused on one crusader. In an instant, they shot a large hole through the shield, and not only that, but the 3 crusaders holding the shield also died in an instant. Once the shield was breached, The continuous defensive line showed cracks, and before they could react, the first and second rows of long gun teams had already reloaded their ammunition. Fire! Oh no! Seeing this, Braden's expression changed. If this round of attack hit, this 500-strong Crusader team would likely be completely finished. He took a deep breath, feeling the shock of the potion within him. A bloodthirsty aura gradually emanated from his body. Then he took a step forward. As his foot landed, a massive wolf-shaped shadow flickered behind him, directly solidifying into form. Feeling the energy within him, Braden grinned and stepped forward, positioning himself at the breach in the shield. This gap must not be allowed to be torn open. Almost at the moment he revealed himself, the artillery team, which had long been hidden behind the fence, moved. A modified cannon directly aimed at the unprotected Braden. Seeing this, Braden's unease surged once more, and cold sweat broke out on his face. He wanted to leave, but was horrified to find that his body had been locked onto by that miracle. It seemed that no matter where he moved, he would be hit by the opponent. What is this? Just as Braden was about to speak, Ruoyu took the initiative to attack first, shouting, "Fire!" Boom, boom, boom. The shells were fired and accurately hit Braden, knocking off the wolf-shaped shadow on him with just one strike, while also causing extensive cracks in the armor on his body. Ruoyu was a bit surprised that he didn't die from just one hit. Is this potion really that powerful? On his home planet, gene potions that overdraw potential are banned substances and have long been eliminated from the historical progression of a civilization many years ago. Yet now, on another planet, he witnessed the appearance of such prohibited potions, and their power was not small at all. As for Breton, even if he didn't kill him, he probably wouldn't live for many more years. Ruoyu shook his head and ordered to open fire. Several other cannons hidden behind the deck turned their muzzles and revealed themselves, this time aiming at Breton again. Seeing the additional cannons, Breton was scared. Really scared. Fire! With Ruoyu's command, the cannons fired, and the shells exploded in the crowd like divine punishment. Cries of agony followed, along with the smell of burning. A wave of bloodshed spread out. Aiming at Breton was just a pretense. What Ruoyu really wanted was to completely annihilate this Crusader force. The collective death of these 500 men would be insignificant to an army of tens of thousands. But importantly, under the premise that his side was fighting with all their might, yet still being suppressed, the enemy's easy annihilation of them could completely shake the indomitable military spirit that had solidified. Once a crack appeared, it would spread rapidly like a spider web. Difficult to repair. Ruoyu raised his hand, and the artillery ceased its relentless attack. As the dust settled, the battered earth was revealed, with bushes set ablaze by the shells, burning fiercely. This fire was uncontrollably spreading towards the direction where the army was stationed. It spread with incredible speed, like sparks igniting a prairie fire. If not extinguished in time, it would likely turn into a sea of flames. In front of this inferno, a towering figure was half-squatting. It was none other than Breton. However, he no longer possessed the dominance and majesty he had a few days ago. Instead, he appeared utterly disheveled, his armor completely shattered. The armor, endowed with divine power by the Pope, ultimately bore the brunt of it all and had been completely destroyed under the bombardment of shells. The griffin he had ridden was also dead. It had shielded Breton from several shell attacks and was reduced to ashes. Its remains were burned, leaving behind a pile of bones that had not yet fully turned to ash. "Breton, do you have any last words?" Ruoyu walked up to him and asked. Breton turned his head, looking at the griffin that had been shot dead, feeling bitter in his heart. But on his face, he revealed a determination to face death, saying, "Under the command of the paladin, there is no compromise." "Good." Ruoyu drew a long knife from the waist of a soldier beside him and struck down with one blow. Chapter 57. The miner's head fell to the ground, blood splattering high like a fountain, spraying in all directions. The 500 elite crusaders, along with the Breton stationed here, were all wiped out, not a single one left. Occasionally, those who were still breathing were finished off by the soldiers. Seeing this, Ruoyu put down the knife in his hand, turned to look at the sea behind him, and raised his hand, holding up Breton's head, saying, "Rest in peace." The soldiers turned in unison, facing the sea, saying, "Rest in peace." At that moment, another piece of good news came in. Lu Lixing, who had been unconscious on the ship, woke up. He trembled as he walked down from the cabin, and under the protection of the soldiers, he approached Ruoyu. He saw the blood-soaked ground and the battlefield that had not yet been cleaned. The ground was littered with mangled flesh, and he could even faintly hear intermittent groans. He knew that the revenge for that night had been thoroughly avenged. Kneeling on the ground, with his right fist placed on his chest, he solemnly said, "Young master, please punish me." Ruoyu sighed, took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, took a deep puff, and said, "If innocent, what reason is there for punishment? Get up. Kneeling on the ground is improper." Lu Lixing showed a look of shame and said, "That night, I should have gone to eliminate the scouts hidden in the dark, but because I was careless, I angered Brighton, resulting in dozens of brothers from the Long Spear squad dying here. For this sole crime, I deserve to die 1,000 deaths." Lu Changfeng gave him a look, signaling him not to say more. Lu Lixing showed a stubborn expression and said, "Young master." Ruoyu exhaled a puff of smoke, looked at Lu Lixing and the many Long Spear team members behind him. After a moment's thought, he said, "It should be punished, but the crime does not warrant death. Therefore, you will be responsible for taking care of the families of the deceased Long Spear team members. And for now, don't take your salary for the next 6 months." Lu Lixing's eyes widened. Was this really a punishment? To be honest, he found it hard to blame himself. They had not even achieved their goal before disaster struck, nearly costing Ruoyu his life. Despite making a mistake, the other party still forgave him, and thinking about this made his eyes suddenly turn red. Ruoyu said, "Let's stop here. No need to say any more trivial things. I don't want to hear your flattery. If you feel uneasy, then you should just rest well." Lieutenant Fan scolded, "Fool." Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but smile. Lu Lixing was good in many ways, but there was one thing that was not good, and that was exactly the same as Fan Paul. They were both of the same type. Looking at Lu Lixing, who was kneeling on the ground and unwilling to get up, Ruoyu got angry and said, "Then just stay kneeling." After saying that, he led a group of soldiers deeper into the troops. The artillery fire was raging, and so many people had died. The enemy's main force, positioned behind the bushes, could not possibly be unaware, yet at the moment, no one was seen coming over. Even the scouts had not appeared. Strange. Ruoyu walked while thinking. It was indeed a bit strange that Breton, who was stationed here and commanded tens of thousands of troops, didn't have anyone come out to see him even after his death. Perhaps Yu Wuqing had turned the tables. Lu Changfeng thought for a moment and said, "Just now, a Xing mentioned that when Breton discovered him, he told the soldiers in the rear to keep an eye on that batch of materials. I think there might be something hidden in this." Ruoyu nodded in appreciation and said, "Smart." Lu Changfeng smiled and replied, "Of course, although I, Lu Changfeng, may look like Pan and I possess both wisdom and beauty. Speak plainly." Lu Changfeng curled his lips, secretly cursing the lack of understanding. Breton had a special identity, with the unique cross tattoo of the Holy See on his arm, and he led 500 crusaders on the Easter expedition, which was enough to prove his significance. However, he was now dead here, and the others had not appeared. The only possibility was that he had not obtained the core control here, or perhaps there was significant friction between the crusaders and the enemy forces. Ruoyu nodded and said, "Of course, if we compare Breton to a dragon crossing the river, then Yu Wuqing is the local strongman here. If we cooperate well, then here it's not just a solid wall, but at least a copper wall and iron bastion working together in offense and defense, advancing and retreating in unison, rather than acting independently. That's enough. We already know about the past." Ruoyu walked slowly. Behind him were 100-man spear squad and 2 cannons. The Crusaders had been completely defeated, the heads of the Bretons had fallen, and the invincible military spirit had already cracked. So Ruoyu was not worried at all about any unforeseen events in the past. Perhaps there would be good tea and wine to entertain him. After walking for half an hour, he gradually saw the troops in the valley plain. Strangely, there was not a single shadow of a person here, as if they had vanished into thin air. Behind the military tents, there was still smoke rising from the cooking fires, indicating that they had left in a hurry. Ruoyu lifted a large tent and walked in first. The tea was still hot. He then turned around and said to Lieutenant Fan beside him, "They haven't gone far." "That's strange," Lu Changfeng said in confusion. "Even if they had left, there shouldn't be complete silence. How could an army of tens of thousands just disappear without a trace?" It's not strange, Li Ruoyu said. They have definitely left, but they are absolutely still nearby. How can this be explained? Li Ruoyu pointed to his head and said, before asking about everything, can you think for yourself first? If I want to know, why would I ask you? Lieutenant Fan said, in my judgment, there should be a place nearby to hide. A place that can hide tens of thousands of troops? Lu Changfeng felt he was going crazy. A troop of tens of thousands of people. Even if they really hid, it was impossible not to see any of them. Moreover, they moved extremely quickly, disappearing without a trace in the time it took for tea to cool, as if they had evaporated from the world. Therefore, this judgment was not valid. It was too unscientific. That would be the power of the gods. He praised, if the gods appeared with their vast powers. Not to mention moving tens of thousands of troops, even relocating the surrounding hills would not be impossible. You've read too many novels. Who told you to write so beautifully? I especially like that book, The Ancestor of All Zombies. Li Ruoyu rubbed his forehead and glared at Lu Changfeng. This guy was really going further and further off track. Stop overthinking it. There are mine tunnels in this area. If I'm not mistaken, they should all be hiding in the tunnels. Lieutenant Fan. Here. Fan Baluo stood up. Li Ruoyu picked up a strange-shaped stone from the table and said, let the spear team conduct a spot check to see if there are any other items like this stone in the vicinity. Chapter 58. The reason Li Ruoyu played with the ore in his hand, secretly finding it interesting. This was indeed metallic ore. He then smiled and said, we must have made some mistakes. What mistakes? Lieutenant Fan showed a thoughtful expression. He often led troops and was well aware of the overall situation of the army outside. When he arrived here, he noticed a significant discrepancy from what he had imagined. The logistics for the three armies alone amounted to a terrifying number. Not to mention the tens of thousands of troops stationed here. The consumption of food, drink, and other necessities each day was astonishing. However, the peculiarity here was that it seemed these people did not eat. At least, during their search of the entire camp, they did not see any surplus food supplies. Instead, a large amount of ore was stored in the main tent. After pondering, he couldn't help but say, if I'm not mistaken, the ones stationed here are probably not troops. Lu Changfeng suddenly realized, no wonder everything seems so unreasonable. Upon hearing Lieutenant Fan's words, he quickly figured out the cause and effect. These scoundrels really invested heavily. Just as he finished speaking, a few men from the long spear squad came in, escorting a middle-aged man covered in mud. Kneel down, the soldier commanded. Li Ruoyu waved his hand and said, no need, I roughly understand. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man suddenly became agitated, kneeling on the ground regardless of everything, repeatedly knocking his head and crying, Great One, you must take charge for us. This action instantly shocked everyone. Li Ruoyu helped him up and said softly, take your time to speak, I won't kill you. The middle-aged man hesitantly raised his head but remained on his knees, saying, I am Zhang Shaoer, the village chief of Zhangjia village in the Tumang Kingdom. A few days ago, a persuasive person came to the Tumang Kingdom. That person called over the nearby villages and promised us generous rewards. You know, who would believe in such a pie falling from the sky, right? But some villagers indeed got their revenge. Under such temptation, we came, and it's our fault for being blinded by greed. So you were all deceived? Li Ruoyu asked. Zhang Shaoer nodded repeatedly, saying, I hope you can stand up for us. If everything Zhang Shaoer said is true, then it explains why there are tens of thousands of people here, and not in the form of an army. In the current world, a village has about 500 people. 10 villages would have over 5,000 people. Within a radius of hundreds of miles, the gathered population would amount to several tens of thousands at least. They all have some savings. And being tricked into coming to mind not only solves the labor issue, but also addresses their food and drink problems. It's truly a masterstroke that has turned everything upside down. Li Ruoyu asked, where are the others? Zhang Xiaodi, trembling, replied, they are still deep in the mine, afraid to come out. After we heard the explosions coming from a port, we hid in advance. Since we are slaves, why should we be afraid of you? Lord Breton said that you are the remnants of the principality, and this attack is to restore your country, while we are from the Tumang Kingdom. If we are captured by you, wouldn't it just mean death for us? Lu Changfeng said, I didn't expect that Breton is still a charlatan. By the way, where is Yu Wuching right now? Upon hearing this name, Zhang Xiaoti's expression changed uncontrollably, and he said, Lord Yu. What happened to him? Li Ruoyu frowned and asked. I heard from Lord Breton's subordinates that last time, Lord Yu suffered a defeat and was dealt with according to military law. Saying this, Zhang Xiaoti lowered his head. Li Ruoyu's pupils shrank, feeling a bit regretful, and he let out a slight sigh. It seemed that he was destined to have no connection with him. He had even said he would take him for himself. But now it seemed he could only collect his body. Gather everyone from the mining area. I have something to ask. Zhang Xiao bowed and stood up, following the soldiers as they walked outside. Li Ruoyu asked, how much of what he said do you think is true and how much is false? Lu Changfeng replied, half true, half false. What do you mean by that? He said he was deceived by Breton to come here to mine, which I can believe. After all, only this reason can explain the living conditions of tens of thousands of people. I don't believe there really is an army. Even if there is, it's only a small part. This point, as Xing and I specifically discussed when we chased him that night. Breton had personally told the soldiers around him to keep a close watch on those materials. That's one. The second point is about Yu Wuqing. I suspect Zhang Xiao lied. Yu Wuqing himself is not a particularly bad person. On the contrary, his personality is likely to blend in well with the people here. In fact, it can be said that Zhang Xiao lied not to harm Yu Wuqing, but to protect him. Lieutenant Fan said, Lord Lu's analysis is very correct. And I believe this as well, based on a soldier's intuition. Li Ruoyu nodded and said, according to your opinion, where should Yu Wuqing be right now? First of all, he couldn't have left alone. Since he could blend in with the slaves, there is a great possibility that he has mixed in among this group of slaves. If he wants to see us, he will naturally come out. If he doesn't want to see us, then we have no way to find him. With tens of thousands of slaves, try to find one person is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Li Ruoyu suddenly felt a bit depressed. If only there were facial recognition technology or electronic surveillance equipment now, then he could easily locate things with just a scan. Never mind, he thought. Do you know what this batch of, or really is? Upon hearing this, Lu Changfeng and Fan Baluo both became spirited and asked simultaneously, do you know, my lord? This thing is quite a background. It is genuine gold, or... Everyone was taken aback upon hearing this. No wonder such a place attracted the presence of Breton. The value of the gold mine is beyond words. In some principalities, it is even impossible to mine a complete gold mine, yet this place has one. Lieutenant Fan's eyes lit up as he said, could it be that the kingdom of Tomang's annexation of that principality is primarily to seize this gold mine? Chapter 59, Negotiating Terms. People die for wealth, birds die for food. There is no deep hatred between Tomang and the principality. Even if war breaks out, it would at most be a local conflict. Moreover, all major kingdoms and principalities have intricate connections with the empire. Such a war of national destruction is generally not easy. Furthermore, the four great empires do not allow it. Generally, to initiate a national war, one must at least seek the consent of the major factions of the four great empires. If a kingdom wants to grow, it must inevitably infringe on the rights of the empire, and whenever such signs appear, the four great empires will intervene to some extent. Tomang's bold occupation of the principality's territory would clearly not succeed if there were only the support of the Roman Empire, and not that of the other three great empires. Blitzkrieg cannot be initiated just because one wants to. Many years ago, a Second World War broke out on Li Riyu's home planet. At that time, the German Empire, which dominated the West, launched a blitzkrieg. However, this tactic was based on technological advancements. The emergence of tanks eliminated the need for large-scale infantry assaults, allowing for a torrent of steel to sweep across the plains, unstoppable by any foe. The introduction of fighter planes allowed for the decapitation of enemies from thousands of miles away. The Tomang Kingdom clearly lacked such capabilities. Not to mention them, none of the current four great empires possessed the ability to carry out decapitation operations. Even so, Tomang managed to breach the duchy's defenses in a short period and successfully annexed it. If we say that this rapid advancement occurred without the covert support of the four great empires, that would truly be suspicious. An unexploited gold mine is enough to spark a national war among these impoverished countries. No wonder rumors of tens of thousands of troops stationed here have spread. Lieutenant Fan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly understood, saying, I will not fail my mission. The thousands of slaves in the mining area have been suffering under the oppression of Brett 10 for some time. As long as we treat them a little better, they will stay with us. At that time, we can select some loyal individuals to train and form a legion to guard the mining area. Since we have swallowed this gold mine, we must ensure that we consume it fully. What is ours will always be ours. Ruoyu's eyes were filled with intense ambition as he raised his hand and addressed the crowd. The world will not change because of anyone's appearance. I just want to take advantage of our youth and passion to make this world leap and spin in the palm of our hands. Lu Changfeng and the others swallowed hard. Though they knew the road ahead was rugged, the blood in their bodies had long been boiling and churning. Perhaps it would be painful. Who among those who achieve great things has not suffered? Don't you see the piles of white bones beneath the great heroes? To succeed, there must be sacrifices, even if it means draining the last drop of blood from our bodies. What is there to fear? Lieutenant Fan calmed his inner excitement and said, I'll prepare to go down now. No rush. Therefore, we need to complete our layout. Just as he finished speaking, a round of applause suddenly came from outside the tent. The curtain was lifted, and it was the elusive Yu Wuqing. Young master, what great courage! As if he had known he would show up. Ruoyu did not display any surprise. On the contrary, he shook his head and said, One must act for oneself. It's a principle that has existed since ancient times. Seeing Yu Wuqing enter, Lieutenant Fan and the others simultaneously raised their long guns, on guard, fearing that this guy might retaliate in his final moments. Ruoyu waved his hand, and the crowd put down their long guns, but they still remained on guard. Ruoyu pointed to the chair beside him and said, Take a seat. Yu Wuqing was not polite either and sat down with a thud. Although he sat, he only just touched the edge of the seat, and it was clear that he was a bit anxious inside. Captain Yu, I hope you are well. Yu Wuqing smiled and replied, I nearly died. Where's the well-being in that? Given Breton's temperament, he was afraid he would have been dragged out and executed by now. He was just a captain. In the Tomang Empire, there are thousands of captains like him. If he died, no one would mourn for him, even though he was the first vanguard regiment that breached the principality. Adorned with countless honors, after suffering a defeat, he would still face death. Do you know how strong the three Western empires really are? No idea. Yu Wuqing sighed. Not to mention the empires, just the strength of our Tomang kingdom is beyond your imagination. The two major kingdoms were all geopolitical overlords in their own right. Although the four empires were not afraid of the kingdoms, they would still remain on guard. The two major kingdoms could easily take on an empire in a head-on confrontation. Moreover, the strength of Tomang itself was quite robust, and with this recent annexation of the principality, the resources they had collected and integrated had already given it a faint semblance of an empire. It was just a matter of divine blessing to elevate its status. It was evident that Yu Wuqing was still quite fearful of Tomang's power. As a vanguard regiment, they were indeed strong enough to look down on others. If they switched to the principality, they could even serve as brigade commanders. There's a saying, to raise others' ambitions is to diminish one's own prestige. If Captain Yu had come out this time, just to inform me about the enemy's forces, then you might have come to the wrong place. Yu Wuqing's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he took out a map from his pocket and said, Please don't laugh, this is a gift for you. After saying that, he spread the map on the table. It was a map covering an area of 200 miles, clearly marking the divisions of various forces, their control ranges, and key transportation routes. That's not enough. Ruoyu took a look and shook his head. At home, the fully armed guard regiment had 1,000 members. Ruoyu pondered in silence. Yu Wuqing gritted his teeth and said, I have a merchant team in Tomang. Yu Wuqing's expression relaxed, revealing a smile, and said, What does Captain Yu think would make me take you in? Just based on those good-for-nothing drunks you mentioned? To be honest, 1,000-man troop is not enough for me to care about, and even my artillery team's squad leader probably wouldn't be interested. As for the merchant team you mentioned, it holds no significance for me. Chapter 60. Subduing Yu Wuqing felt a bit embarrassed, his face contorted. Even after lowering himself so much and showing sincerity. Not to mention the army and the merchant team. Just this map alone could help Ruoyu reduce many troubles. The young master lay in front of him, whose gender was hard to discern, had such a terrifying appetite and spoke so bluntly, without any pretense. He initially wanted to create some suspense to pique the other party's interest, hoping to negotiate terms for his subsequent plans. However, as soon as he spoke, he hit a wall. The other party simply wasn't buying it. Ruoyu said, "If this is all you have, then you should leave. I do not retain mediocre talents." Yu Wuqing's expression changed instantly, and he immediately stood up from his chair. When he moved, everyone thought he was about to turn hostile and raise their long spears. However, at that moment, Yu Wuqing suddenly knelt down, his face showing determination, and said, "Including the secrets of the 12 holy nights." Ruoyu's gaze immediately sharpened. Goodness, this guy really is deep and inscrutable. Looking at the kneeling Yu Wuqing, the more he looked, the more he liked him. This guy was like a sponge. Unless you squeezed him hard, you wouldn't know he had so many things hidden inside. Seat. This time, Ruoyu stood up. Yu Wuqing got up, still slightly bending at the waist. Ruoyu sat down, leaned back, took out a cigarette, and lit it, saying, "These things, no matter where you go, will become the guests of honor. Why are you thinking of relying on me? I have no strength and have made enemies on all sides. I've already offended the high ranks of the Dawn Empire, and I've also angered the Western Church. Right now, I've taken their gold mine. It seems I've offended all 4 major empires. Aren't you afraid? Aren't you afraid that before long, you'll accompany me to the underworld? Just with this statement, I have nothing to fear." Ruoyu took a puff of his cigarette and chuckled. "Interesting. Go ahead, tell me what secrets you know about the paladins." Yu Wuqing looked around. Ruoyu said, "We are all on the same side, so there's no harm in speaking." Yu Wuqing nodded and said, "Becoming a paladin is not just about having strength. One must first receive the Pope's coronation to become a paladin. Is it similar to inheritance?" "Yes." Yu Wuqing squinted his eyes, a nostalgic look appearing on his face, and said, "Back in the day. Let's get to the point. I was once one of the candidates for the 12 paladins and had personally met the Pope. As the leader of the Vanguard Corps, I had outstanding military achievements. The reason I almost had my head chopped off by Breton after suffering defeat was that he felt the pressure I brought. If Yu Wuqing died, then Breton would have one less competitor. Breton was already a candidate for the paladin. As the first to breach the principality, I was greatly credited and received the Pope's bestowed candidate title, along with the kingdom's dragon-slaying sword. In my opinion, suffering defeat shouldn't lead to such a downfall. However, in the kingdom of Tomang, a defeat is a defeat. Once defeated, one must commit suicide. No one is perfect, even a nobleman can fail. Should one failure negate all previous accomplishments? Moreover, Breton concealed the information and wanted to deal with me on the spot according to military law. Ruoyu said, "When one is outside, military orders do not apply." Yu Wuqing gritted his teeth and smiled. This is his selfishness. If one does not act for oneself, heaven will strike them down. Of course, if I were him, I might do the same, but I'm ultimately not him. So in the end, it is still because you know too much. If you hadn't suffered defeat, you could still contend with Breton, but now that you've lost, you are unwilling to commit suicide. However, this goes against the laws of the kingdom of Tomang, so you want to escape. But this world is vast, and you have nowhere to go. As one of the candidates for the paladin, there are likely many who want to see you dead. So, you can only choose me, and you must choose me. Perhaps having lost your trump card, Yu Wuqing no longer pretended and said directly, "What you said is very true. In fact, when you let me go last time, I guess I would face this situation, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly. You didn't expect I would kill Breton so soon, right?" Yu Wuqing laughed heartily and said, "Yes, your firepower opened my eyes and left a deep impression on me. There have been many instances in history where the minority defeated the majority, but I have never seen a scene like yours, crushing everything in its path. If this army could be expanded and adequately equipped, in the future, it would surely sweep across this world. What I want is more than just this world." Ruoyu raised his head and looked at the sky outside. Upon seeing this, Yu Wuqing licked his lips, feeling greatly shaken. To the common people, the sky appeared merely blue, but in their eyes, it was divine. Yu Wuqing willingly served as a lackey for the young master, clearing obstacles from the path ahead for him. That's an exaggeration. Yu Wuqing raised his head and said, "The reason why paladins are strong is that when the Pope is crowned, he grants potions, and these potions come from the divine. Are there really divine beings in this world? I haven't seen them, but I know that in the western region of the Roman Empire, there is a forbidden place where there exists a sky city, as large as your Dark Moon city, floating in the sky. The Pope comes from that sky city. I understand now. Li Ruoyu stood up, helped Yu Wuqing to his feet, and said, "You don't need to say much more. From now on, you are under the command of Lieutenant Fan." Upon hearing this, Yu Wuqing turned and bowed to Lieutenant Fan, saying, "Greetings, Lieutenant." He was a defeated general, but he was still a leader of a regiment, commanding a large army and a genuine warlord. Now, he willingly bowed to a lieutenant of lower rank than himself. To an ordinary person, this might seem like an insult, but to Yu Wuqing, it was a different kind of opportunity. Lieutenant Fan said, "From now on, I would appreciate your guidance, Commander Yu." Fan Paul was not a fool. He had long seen Li Ruoyu's determination to win over Yu Wuqing, so he naturally did not dare to truly treat him as a subordinate. Sky City. Li Ruoyu closed his eyes, and at the moment he opened them again, there was already a gleam of brilliance within. Subduing Yu Wuqing is of great value. With him around, these labor slaves will at least quickly integrate. As they are about to face the counterattack of the three major Western empires, their rapid unity will undoubtedly be a great help to Li Ruoyu. What he needs to do now is to completely integrate this place. It is said to be cooperation, but in reality, it is monitoring. Chapter 61, Disgraceful. Li Ruoyu stared at the rising sun over the sea, but his mind was on a gold mine. To put it simply, it was just about seizing a gold mine. But on a larger scale, what he was seizing was not just a gold mine, but the cake of the four great empires. It was clearly impossible to handle this easily. What he said last night in the account was merely to boost morale. He stated it simply: when soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we dam it. But to truly implement this, the difficulty, I'm afraid, only he understands his heart. If the city lord and old Zheng could establish a firm foothold in the imperial capital and gain complete power, his backbone might become strong. Otherwise, if the three major empires of the West united to attack him, even with a long gun squad at hand, the outcome would inevitably be a hasty retreat with his tail between his legs. However, the imperial capital itself was in chaos right now, and old Zheng and others were like clay figurines crossing the river, unable to protect themselves, let alone help him. It would be a blessing if they didn't drag him down. Was this about seizing a gold mine? It was more like robbing a bank. Li Ruoyu clenched his fists, staring at the gradually rising sun, his eyes becoming brighter and brighter. Perhaps somewhere far beyond the galaxy, a pair of eyes was watching him. Just as Yu Wuqing had said, the Western Church does have a sky city. To be able to establish a sky city, at the very least, one must possess the technology that understands the third law of the universe. This remote planet truly harbors hidden talents. Vinu Saudabit. Thinking that with the technology of the sky city alone, it was enough to look down on the world. It was even possible that it could be upgraded to a higher dimensional universe, because a sky city required the gathering of various top scientists to develop it, and the knowledge involved was terrifying. However, strangely, even up to now, no particularly strong figures had appeared. It seemed they had not detected Li Ruoyu's existence. Breton, seeing the power of the cannon, had genuine fear and confusion in his eyes, which didn't seem fake. Being a candidate for the Paladin, he must have access to secret information, and it was impossible for him not to know about the cannon. As the ship entered the harbor, the wind began to blow. Lu Lixing came over holding a cloak and said with concern, "Young master, be careful not to catch a cold." Li Ruoyu put on his cloak and asked Xing, "Do you know what that is on the sun?" "The book says the sun is inhabited by the sun god." He pointed at the sun and said, "That's just an eye used to monitor the development trajectory of the spirit star." Lu Lixing was deeply shaken, wanted to say something, but found himself at a loss for words. For a moment, he couldn't find the words to describe it, and could only watch in silence. "If that is a surveillance site, then one day I will bring it down. Careful on the way here, but now returning in a particularly high-profile manner." The ship had not yet docked, but had already attracted countless people to stop and watch. The steamship launched from the mining area, now changing from its previous low profile, and directly entered Dark Moon City through the official waterway. Li Ruoyu's reputation is well known in Dark Moon City. When passers-by see this enormous behemoth gradually docking amidst the roar, their eyes nearly pop out in shock. In the eyes of some citizens of Dark Moon City, Li Ruoyu is almost like a grassroots success story, revered by countless young people as a superstar, especially since he is only 14 years old. Yet this young boy has accomplished in a year what many people cannot achieve in their entire lives. He transformed the mining area, established a technology department, opened classrooms, and produced mining machines. The speed of extraction alone, in one day, equals what used to take half a month. Moreover, he caused a stir at the clergy conference, publicly killing someone with a firearm as if it were a walk in the park, battling Elder Fong in front of thousands, and forming a team to swiftly travel the world, all to prove to the world that this star spirit is round. Any one of these events could spark endless discussions. "I heard this ship is machine-driven," someone said. "What is a machine? Is it delicious?" It was a rare and curious term invented in the mining area. According to Lord Ouyang, it is something to liberate productivity and elevate the level of civilization. You know that, someone scoffed. A broken machine can't compare to a person. Ruoyu ignored the discussions around him, directly bypassing the onlookers and fixing his gaze on Elder Fong at the shore. "I heard you won a victory," he said. Elder Fong hesitated. He couldn't believe that someone could take the head of Brighton with a mere skirmish, thinking that the candidates for the holy knights of the church were just cabbages by the roadside. "Well done," he said. "My morning dawn empire needs brave generals like you who dare to fight and kill." Elder Fong overpraises me. I'm just a kid. What merit do I have to be called a brave general? This time, the credit for the voyage goes to Lieutenant Fan and others. It has nothing to do with me. There are important matters in the mining area, so I won't stay. I'll come to visit in a few days. Farewell. Elder Fong squinted, not knowing what to think. It seemed this guy came just to intentionally belittle him. As he disembarked, everyone said in unison, "Congratulations to the young master on your triumphant return." Haha. Everyone laughed. These people held important positions in the workshop. The purpose of bringing them here was to encourage them and let them see what high technology is. Ruoyu understood his intentions well, and didn't he expose them? There was still time, so he let him ramble on, obediently acting as a mascot. No matter who asked a question, he answered them all. He even held an inspirational speech at the end, stirring the blood and passion of these young and ambitious individuals, making them shout excitedly. Ruoyu nodded and said, "How many long guns are in reserve?" "About 3,000. What about the steam engines?" "They are already in mass production." Ruoyu rubbed his forehead and took out a design drawing, saying, "Take this to the workshop, tell the craftsmen to stop their current work, and prioritize the production of this item. I want to see the finished product in the shortest time possible." The workshop was well equipped, located in the mining area, with enough power to support research and development. Moreover, thanks to Liu Chongfeng's coordination, iron, ore, and various materials from Dark Moon City were continuously flowing into the mining area. Ouyang Xin said, "I'll take care of it right away." Chapter 62. Set a small goal in the afternoon mining area. The weather was quite nice. After finishing his tea, Ruoyu felt much more energized. He got up, left his office, and headed towards the workshop. In just a year, the place had changed tremendously from its previous desolation. Clean cement roads were lined with evergreen trees over 10 meters tall, and behind them stood several three-story buildings painted white. For the people in the mining area, this was the welfare that Ruoyu had granted them. Initially, people were somewhat resistant, feeling that these buildings were no different from prisons and that they were too small, like bird cages. However, once they actually moved in, they discovered the advantages within. Strangely enough, the small two-bedroom apartment was not even as large as an ordinary family's yard. Yet this small space gave a warm feeling. Reasonable design and arrangement always made it pleasing to the eye. In no time, it sparked a buying frenzy, but unfortunately, these houses could not be sold, and the number of available units was limited. Only those who had made significant contributions to the mining area were qualified to live in them. Ruoyu walked down the street, feeling quite emotional. The human acceptance of new things is actually quite rapid. When something is still in theory, people tend to instinctively resist it. The subconscious always harbors fear of the unknown. However, once it is fully implemented and the benefits are enjoyed, the speed of acceptance can be terrifying. This mining area, faintly, has begun to show signs of modernization. It just lacks electricity. Without electricity, progress cannot be made, at least not for now. The greatest role of the steam engine is to liberate productivity, and the emergence of various machines will evolve labor from primitive manual work to mechanical processing. Hence, it is also called the steam age. However, The benefits of this era cannot be enjoyed by the common people, as steam cannot generate electrical energy unless a second electrical revolution can occur quickly. Thinking of electricity, a person suddenly appeared in Ruoyu's mind. He quickened his pace and soon entered the workshop. The area of the workshop had expanded, but there were very few people, likely all at a meeting. Ouyang Xian's efficiency is very high. He had just received Ruoyu's design drawings and immediately began planning the implementation. Ruoyu was quite satisfied with this. Arriving at Tesla's office door, he hesitated for a moment before finally knocking. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 10 minutes. No one answered the door. Ruoyu stood awkwardly, thinking that the guy might have fallen asleep, so he continued to knock. Who is it? What's all the noise? Don't you know I'm busy right now? Perhaps the continuous knocking had seriously disrupted Tesla's work, so when the person opened the door and saw Ruoyu standing outside, the atmosphere immediately became awkward. Now you know, huh? Ruoyu looked at him with a smile. This guy is truly a madman. His passion for research is strikingly similar to that of Tesla, who shares the same name and surname from his home planet. Ruoyu could not help but wonder if he had truly crossed over to a parallel world. Upon entering the office, he was greeted by a pile of unnamed parts. On the desk, several instruments were placed, emitting a bright light. Alternating current. Tesla exclaimed with joy. That's right. This is all thanks to the information you provided me. My young master. Without that information, I fear I would never have been able to create this thing on my own, even if I died trying. Ruoyu reached out and pressed his hand against the transparent cover, and the lightning inside immediately spread outwards with a low humming sound. Not bad. This thing can only be looked at. Its practical use is negligible. When will you get a light bulb out for me to see? A light bulb, Tesla said with difficulty. I've seen the design. Making the lampshade is fine, but I lack the internal materials. I've tried many, most of which burned out, and with the unstable current, it's prone to explosions. I'm afraid I can't make it in the short term. Here, essay saying for you. Ruoyu thought for a moment and said, boldly hypothesize, cautiously verify, quickly try and error, iterate, and update. Do you understand? Tesla's lips moved as he kept silently reciting this sentence in his mind. Gradually, his eyes brightened, and the fatigue on his face vanished, replaced by excitement. It seemed that some doubts that had troubled him for a long time became clear after hearing these words. Don't keep yourself locked up in the house all day. Take some time to go out and walk around. Tesla said with difficulty. The task is daunting. Where can I find the time? Ruoyu smiled and said, time is something you have to squeeze out for yourself. Let's go. Since we're on this topic, accompany me for a stroll. This mining area needs a new name. Tesla found it hard to refuse and could only nod in agreement. The two walked leisurely along the outer streets, and as they looked at the vibrant scenery before them, Tesla's mood improved significantly. I heard Master Ouyang is in a meeting. Do you know what it's about? Nothing much, just a design for a cannon. You don't need to worry about that. Just focus on your own research. At this point in the conversation, Ruoyu suddenly said, actually, the theory of arc lamps can also be applied to incandescent lamps. If the voltage is unstable, you can use a transformer. As for the issue of the filament burning out, I think you could try using fibers. The arc lamp is what Ruoyu had just touched, which emits light through the arc generated between electrodes, hence the name arc lamp. For others, this might sound like a fantasy, but when discussing it with Tesla, it was as if everything became clear in an instant. Tesla was already very intelligent and had accumulated a lot of knowledge. In his early years, he was hindered by theological concerns and obstacles, making it difficult for him to experiment effectively. Now, having arrived at the mining area and with the support of various key figures, he was quickly turning his theories into reality and executing them swiftly. Ruoyu continued, you must have finished reading the materials I sent you. I wrote them quite simply, but the various theories involved still need your practical experience to prove whether they are feasible, including the distinction between magnetic induction and electromagnetic induction that I mentioned. Magnetic energy generates electricity, and conversely, electricity can also generate magnetism. You may not yet realize the terrifying potential of this electricity. Once you delve deeper into your research, you will discover that once a stable current appears, this world may undergo significant changes. I will write another set of materials for you, which I will have Ouyang deliver to you. You can study it carefully. After speaking, seeing Tesla standing still, seemingly lost in thought. Li Ruoyu did not disturb him and quietly waited beside him. This wait lasted for half a day. When Tesla finally came to his senses, he noticed that Li Ruoyu had already been standing in front of him smoking for quite some time and hurriedly said, "My apologies, I lost focus just now." "Ha ha." Li Ruoyu chuckled lightly, thinking how cautious this guy still was. After all, didn't he see the soldiers standing around? The corpses hanging at the workshop entrance had long been dried by the wind and were not fake. You must understand, this electricity is not solely generated by magnetic energy. Li Ruoyu looked around, raised his hand to grasp at the void, and casually said, "For example, wind, for example, water, and even burning flames can generate electricity. However, this requires a conversion engine to drive it, because you must understand that the conservation of energy is an unchanging theorem throughout the ages." Chapter 63, The Disaster in the Mine, Part 1. Upon hearing about the conservation of energy, Tesla's eyes brightened, his body trembled, and he desperately suppressed the excitement within him. Li Ruoyu continued, "When you are engaged in research and development, you must also carefully consider what the essence of science truly is. Everything is energy from the natural world, which humans find difficult to control with their hands. But this does not hinder us from using machinery and various carriers to showcase the power of nature. Wind is formless. Clouds are elusive. The former can be sensed, the latter can be seen. However, it is when the wind moves the clouds that they surge, demonstrating the tremendous strength of the wind. If we could transform the power of the wind using a carrier, what a sight that would be. What you need to do is to interpret the dialectical facts that are invisible to the naked eye through experiments. Thank you, young master, for your enlightenment." Tesla bowed deeply, his admiration for Li Ruoyu reaching the point of worship. Li Ruoyu waved his hand and continued to walk forward. Li Ruoyu has very high expectations for Tesla, even surpassing his own, because, on his home planet, that Tesla from history is considered a deity. After the meeting ended, Ouyang Xian stepped out and saw Li Ruoyu smoking at the door. He said, "Young master, the undercover agent from Dark Moon City just reported that someone will make a move on our mining area tonight." Li Ruoyu was not afraid. On the contrary, he was quite looking forward to it. It is said that the Vatican has a sky city, so please let me see what kind of demons and monsters are there. Dao said, "There's no need to panic. Just have a spear squad guard each checkpoint and be vigilant." Ouyang Xian said, "Young master, you should still hide. I have a feeling this matter won't be so simple. Since they dare to discuss dealing with the mining area, it shows they are fully prepared. If things get chaotic here, I'm afraid." "Afraid of what?" Li Ruoyu said with a smile. "Are you afraid something might happen to me? Even if I'm not here anymore, wouldn't you still be around? But have the craftsmen leave early and implement a curfew for the next 2 days. Without my command, no one is allowed to leave the tube building. Also, split the spear squad into 2 groups, one to guard the key points and the other." As he spoke, he exhaled a puff of thick smoke and said, "Come with me to hunt." Time passed quickly, and before long, it was midnight. Li Ruoyu, with a dozen spear teams, lay in ambush with Tesla on the outskirts of the mining area. Ouyang Xian stayed inside the mine to command, as one shouldn't put all their eggs in one basket. Even if something went wrong here, the internal situation must not be allowed to spiral out of control. Tesla felt a bit nervous, yet also excited. He had never truly killed anyone in his life until Li Ruoyu handed him the firearm, which brought him back to reality. In this world, after all, everything ultimately depends on the gun. If it were someone else, or in peacetime, Tesla probably would never have touched a gun in his life. His heart was solely focused on invention, especially after today's conversation. Seeing the confident Li Ruoyu, Tesla felt quite curious. Despite being just a teenager, he was so mature. What kind of extraordinary heart was hidden beneath that handsome face? As he watched, he couldn't help but be captivated. "Stop looking." Li Ruoyu smeared some black mud on his face and said, "Beautiful things are the most poisonous. For example, I consider you my close blade, so I won't be on guard. If you were my enemy, I would surely kill you. Aren't you afraid?" Tesla couldn't help but ask. Li Ruoyu squinted his eyes, lying motionless in the grass. After a while, he indeed heard the sound of footsteps approaching. He cocked his weapon and glanced at the nearby Tesla. He saw that the driver was looking seriously ahead, gripping his firearm tightly. They were coming. As the distance closed, he quickly made out the appearance of the newcomers. Leading the group was a bald man in his 40s, with a scar on his face, wielding a black machete, exuding a strong aura of menace. They were indeed not good people. Suddenly, Tesla noticed that at this moment, Ruoyu was like a different person compared to his usual sunny self. His gaze had turned cold, and his pupils resembled those of a beast that had just awakened. Everyone be careful. Fire when they enter shooting range. The group held their breath, quietly waiting. When the enemy was still 20 steps away, Ruoyu stood up first, catching everyone around him off guard. Wasn't the plan to ambush? Tesla didn't have time to react before he heard Ruoyu shout, "This road is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. If you want to pass, leave behind your life savings." Everyone fainted. The bald man stumbled, shocked by the sudden appearance of Ruoyu. Once he regained his composure, he saw a mud-stained child standing in front of him and couldn't help but laugh, cursing, "If you don't want to die, get the hell out of the way." He then raised a large hand and slapped Ruoyu on the head. Huh? As the slap fell, the bald man sensed something was off. What ordinary child would dare run around in the wild at night? Although the world was becoming more peaceful, there were still many man-eating beasts in the wilderness. Not good. His eyelids twitched, and he instinctively swayed to the side, bending his body and spinning out in a strange posture like a top. Almost at the moment he spread out, a deafening gunshot rang out. His upper body was penetrated by an unknown weapon. His chest was transparent, and one could vaguely see his internal organs. "Oh no!" The bald man shouted, realizing there was an ambush, and quickly jumped behind a tree. Not just him, the others also sought cover at the same moment. The bald man never imagined that he was supposed to ambush others, only to find himself ambushed first. Tesla was not good with guns, and hadn't trained regularly. Though he knew there was a rifle team in the mine area, he had never been interested, but now, witnessing the power of the firearm, a surge of excitement welled up inside him. So this is how effective firearms are. He sprang up from the ground and repeatedly pulled the trigger into the darkness. Seeing this, Ruoyu frowned. What is wrong with this guy? Why was he falling apart at a critical moment? Was now the time to stick his head out? Just as he thought this, a sound of something slicing through the air came from the darkness. Tesla, who was pulling the trigger, let out a muffled grunt and fell to the ground. Open fire. Chapter 64. The Disaster in the Mine. Part 2. As soon as the command was given, the rifle team hiding in the grass stood up in unison and opened fire into the darkness. Ruoyu crawled over to Tesla and dragged him back. Tesla had already lost consciousness, his eyes closed, with an arrow piercing through his arm. Apply pressure to stop the bleeding. Ruoyu put down the Tesla, leaned against a big tree, and swiftly raised his hand to fire a shot ahead. A scream was heard, and one person fell down. Within a few minutes, the scene became quiet. Ruoyu felt a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Logically speaking, this group of people shouldn't be this weak. After all, those who dared to ambush a mining area would have to be elite troops. Moreover, the spear squad had only launched their first wave of attack. Could it be that they wiped them all out? He stood up, lit a torch, and threw it over. Strangely, there were no shadows of people on the ground. Even the two he had just shot dead were nowhere to be seen. Apart from the residual bloodstains, there was no sign that anyone had been there. Just then, a sudden gust of wind swept through the sky. Accompanied by a foul odor, Ruoyu's heart sank, and the feeling of unease intensified. Sure enough, as the whirlwind approached, a group of colossal creatures appeared above him. At least there were stone griffins. Moreover, above the griffins, there was an oddly shaped beast. The beast had a pair of enormous wings, spread out to at least several meters long, and there was a particularly sharp horn on its head, gleaming with blue light. A dragon. Ruoyu's pupils constricted. It really exists. Wasn't it said that dragons were nearly extinct? He had read the history of the Spirit Star and knew about the Western dragons and the Eastern Pishio. Historical records indicated that Pishio disappeared after natural disasters, and Western dragons were absorbed by the church, never to be seen by the world again. Over time, they became legends. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly ordered the spear team around him to hide, but it was too late. The sound of arrows whistling through the air erupted, and due to their incredible speed, sonic booms were created. In just one round of arrows, the spear team suffered heavy casualties. In the confrontation between cold weapons and hot weapons, this time, the hot weapons faced a disastrous defeat. It was not a loss in terms of attack power, but in every aspect. The dozen or so people just now seemed to be mere bait, used to determine whether there were defenses around the mining area. It was no wonder they disappeared after one strike. A scheme within a scheme. Ruoyu cursed silently. This damned old Fong was indeed ruthless. He lay on the ground, looking at the dead spear team, his heart bleeding. This was the personal guard he had trained himself, and each one had consumed a tremendous amount of effort. It could be said that anyone who qualified to wield a spear had gone through layers of selection and testing. There were still screams in his ears. Ruoyu looked over and saw a spear team member whose abdomen had been pierced by a crossbow bolt, with his intestines spilled all over the ground. He was still alive, but had not died immediately. Ruoyu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and took out a dagger to stab it into his neck. I won't let you die for nothing. He held Tesla's body and rolled into the grass. Ruoyu was very familiar with the environment around the mine, and he could find the hidden caves with his eyes closed. As he rolled, he fell into a deep pit. Before long, the griffin in the sky descended, and soldiers armed to the teeth began to search the ground, collecting the scattered long spears. One person spoke up, "Check if they are all dead. Remember to leave none alive." Upon hearing this, Ruoyu immediately clenched his fists. The rain began to fall lightly. Soon, a small river formed around the outskirts of the mine, and Ruoyu narrowly avoided their search while also taking care of the injured Tesla. If this guy died tonight, the loss would indeed be significant. Fortunately, after some struggles, Tesla woke up. This guy was smart, but his body was extremely weak. Just now, a crossbow had pierced through his arm and hit the bone, causing him to faint from the pain. Ruoyu said, "We lost." Tesla remained silent, weakly leaning against the wall. It was late at night, and he had no idea what was happening in the mining area. Just as Ruoyu was at a loss, he saw Ouyang Xin arriving with a group. "How did you get here? Don't you care about the mining area anymore?" Ruoyu frowned and asked. Ouyang Xin replied, "That group of griffins just flew over the mining area. They didn't attack. I only brought people over after confirming they had moved away." "Young master, stop being so wishy-washy." Ruoyu felt that things were too suspicious, and he dared not easily lower his guard. The other party was clearly attacking the mining area. How could they just be passing by? So what was their purpose? Without figuring this out, even if he died, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. With this in mind, after instructing several soldiers to protect Tesla, he hurried down another path with Ouyang Xin. Halfway down the road, they heard a rumbling sound ahead, accompanied by roars. A visible stream of fire descended from the sky, directly targeting the mining area's defenses. The rain was heavy, but it could not extinguish that stream of fire. I know. Ruoyu was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, feeling a wave of bitterness in his heart. It turned out that he and the others had fallen into a trap again. They deliberately flew over the mining area to draw away the person in charge of the defense. And then their real goal was to destroy the equipment in the mining area. That's why they quickly retreated after wiping out the long gun squad. It was evident that they were determined to take the mining area in one go this time, and the root cause of this was very likely the steamship, which had provoked Old Fong, prompting the other side to take ruthless action. Ruoyu leaned against the tree trunk, gasping for breath. It wasn't his first time participating in a battle. He had lost before, but never so miserably. From start to finish, he had been led around by the enemy. The mining area was likely finished. With his eyes closed, he resolutely picked up the long gun in his hand and charged forward. Their goal, perhaps including his own, Ruoyu thought, which made him quicken his pace. Chapter 65. The Disaster of the Mining Area, Part 2, if he were even a moment late. The mining area they had worked so hard to build might be completely destroyed by the dragon's flames. With his current abilities, he couldn't stop the onslaught of the dragon and the griffin. However, if he could activate that thing, perhaps he would still have the ability to fight back desperately. Ruoyu glanced at Ouyang Xin and said, "Send 2 people to my office to take out the detonators from the drawer. Today, we must make them pay for their blood debts." The detonators were explosives Ruoyu had made during his free time, kept for emergencies. He had never intended to use them, as their appearance could likely cause greater chaos. However, the situation had reached a critical point, and if he didn't act now, the mining area would be finished. What use was it to keep the detonators? After hearing this, Ouyang Xin expressed his concern. Can the detonators stop the dragon? Ruoyu said, I don't know if I can stop it, but I know that even if it's a dragon, after being hit by this thunderbolt, it won't die, but will definitely shed a layer of skin. During the reform of the mining area, the focus was on infrastructure construction, and with many things waiting to be revived, the defensive measures were neglected. It's understandable, as at that time, there were Elder Zheng and the city lord stationed here. And even if Elder Fong had 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to come over easily. Just the wrath of the city lord is something he cannot bear. This also allowed Elder Fong to wield unchecked power, colluding with the forces of the Western Church to wreak havoc in the region. It's frustrating that no one noticed Elder Fong's actions. Even if they knew in their hearts that it was him, it would be hard to produce evidence. To put it bluntly, even if Ruoyu were to die in this ambush, no one would have anything to say. The blame could easily be shifted onto the chemist. As the acting city lord, Lu Changfeng deeply felt this sense of powerlessness. On the surface, he was the acting city lord, but he only had administrative power. While he could manage resources without issue, military authority was entirely concentrated in Elder Fong's hands. That old coin. Meanwhile, the defensive works on the outskirts of the mining area had already been destroyed by the dragon. Ruoyu stood in the corner of the tower, staring at the western dragon circling in the sky, a fire-breathing dragon that also had many counterparts on his home planet. In fact, there were even beasts that could use lasers, such as the ancient giant transformers, the primordial azure dragon, and the armored beast from outer space. Any one of these could easily destroy a civilization if placed in a lower-dimensional world. However, the technological strength of his home planet was too formidable. The weapons mastered by humans could easily control and tame those beasts. Unfortunately, this was Spirit Star. Ruoyu secretly felt relieved that there was only one giant dragon. If there were 10, or if a Dragon Knight regiment composed of giant dragons came, there would be no chance to resist. He might as well clean his neck and surrender. What difference is there between these giant dragons and the Air Force? One breathes fire, while the other drops bombs. Seeing this, Ruoyu made a secret resolution to quickly establish his army, navy, and air force, and to ensure that the equipment kept up. The vast plains of the West, dominated by the Roman Empire, were fortified with high walls blocking the official roads. To attack, apart from the Navy and Air Force, the army was basically useless, unless they had developed ballistic missiles in advance to take the enemy general's head from 1,000 miles away. Given their current capabilities, that was clearly impossible. Before long, he held 2 rolls of detonators in his hand. Give them to me. Ruoyu took a roll of dynamite and tied it to an iron arrow. He then climbed up to the top of the tower and shouted, Everyone, weren't you looking for me? Now I have come. His voice was loud and echoed desolately in the night sky. The cylindrical building lit up, and the craftsmen who were forbidden from leaving the house opened their doors to watch this scene. They had heard the explosions and cries from the mining area tonight. They could see the tools they had forged being destroyed in the dragon's flames, and the pain in their hearts was beyond words. They wanted to do something, but felt powerless, only able to hide in the cylindrical building and put their hopes on the soldiers guarding Darkmoon City. However, when the dragon and griffin descended from the sky, the overwhelming fury and rain of arrows deeply pierced their hearts. In the end, they were still too weak. Therefore, when Ruoyu shouted those words, they could no longer suppress themselves and came out one after another. The soldiers protecting the cylindrical building chose to remain silent and did not continue to stop him. Their feelings towards Ruoyu might be even more complex. He was once a little slave they looked down upon, yet in the blink of an eye, he had achieved such great success. They had witnessed the modernization of the mining area with their own eyes and had personally enjoyed the tremendous benefits that came with this change. In the past, their parents could only live outside Darkmoon City, struggling to make ends meet and fearing attacks all day long. But now they had all moved to the mining area. The younger ones could attend classes set up by Ouyang Xin, and they were exempt from tuition fees, something even Darkmoon City couldn't achieve. After all, education had always been the exclusive right of the nobles and the wealthy. The commoners could only remain illiterate, placing their hopes on deities and dreaming of a better life in the next life. Meanwhile, the older ones could do some odd jobs in the workshop, not only earning wages, but also having their meals and accommodation covered, something that would be impossible anywhere else. But now it had all come true. Just 1 year. A complete turnaround. With the appearance of Ruoyu, The dragon and griffin appeared simultaneously from the night sky, with the dragon leading the way. And on its back stood a lady. It is said, "Do you want to take my dog's head?" The lady was slightly taken aback and said, "Your dog's head isn't worth much." "All right, I guess I was being overly sentimental." Ruoyu leaned against the wall, lit a cigarette, and said, "Do you believe that if I snap my fingers, a hole will appear on your dragon? Try it." The woman raised an eyebrow. She had been sent here tonight with the main objective of destroying the basic fortifications, and she hadn't planned on much killing. Moreover, it was explicitly stated from above that if Ruoyu was found, he should be captured alive and not executed on the spot. That's why the two building was spared. Otherwise, it would have likely been engulfed in flames by now. Because of this order, after Ruoyu appeared, she stopped the Griffin team's continued attack. Looking at the confident Ruoyu, she laughed and said, "You don't understand the power of the dragon. Listen to your sister, be good, and come down from the tower quickly. Be good, your uncle." In this brief exchange, Ruoyu seemed to sense something and suddenly felt more confident. He said, "How about we make a bet?" "On what basis?" The woman asked. "Do you think you have a chance to turn the tables?" Chapter 66. The chain scheme. Looking at the workshop surrounded by flames, the woman thought to herself that since the mission had already been completed, she didn't mind staying here a bit longer. She was a member of the Holy See and wasn't afraid of what others might do to her. Furthermore, the Crusaders of the Holy See had already been dispatched and would soon head east to intervene militarily in the coup at dawn. After all, she was a sheltered flower. Even as a dragon knight, she still lacked the cunning that a ground dweller should possess. If Fong Lao knew that this woman could be easily deceived with just a few words, he would probably be so furious he would spit blood. Originally, Ruoyu intended to directly threaten her with the detonator, but he never expected that this spirited woman seemed to be lacking a screw in her head. Ruoyu shook off the nearly burnt-out ash from his cigarette and said, "You come down from the dragon and watch me snap my fingers. If the dragon's body has a hole, you stay. If not, I will personally present you with a dog head. As you wish." The woman descended from the sky, and the dragon obeyed her command, hovering in mid-air. It was difficult to see her appearance clearly from afar, but as she approached, he realized with astonishment how beautiful she was. She wore a black cloak, and although she was dressed in soft armor, it couldn't hide her inner elegance. As she walked, a fragrant breeze enveloped him, like clouds drifting with the wind, exuding a spirit of a woman who does not yield to men. Even after years spent in the military, her feminine charm could not be completely concealed. Such a woman is generally only suitable for distant admiration, not for close disrespect. Just from the upward curve of her brows, one could tell she was someone decisive in battle. Ruoyu cautiously pulled away without leaving a trace. "That's enough. Sister Hua, don't trust this kid. The higher-ups said he's cunning." "Yes, Sister Hua. Be careful. There might be a trick." The woman called Sister Hua shook her head and smiled, saying, "He's just a kid. How cunning could he be? He can't be like Grandfather Fong, can he?" With a smile, she resembled a blooming garden, and even her enemies had to admit her myriad charms. Similarly, when the rain washed away the mud from Ruoyu's face, his strikingly beautiful, androgynous features seemed to tug at the woman's heartstrings. Beautiful things are often the most dangerous. This is an unchanging truth since ancient times. A rose may be lovely, but it has thorns. The legendary Medusa is captivating yet known for devouring others. And Ruoyu, oh no, Li the Beautiful, is no different. Hidden beneath his exterior is a genuine, high-dimensional universe inventor. In his past life on his home planet, Ruoyu had taken psychology courses and was quite adept at studying people's expressions and appearances. Was it to earn himself some titles? No, it was merely to be a qualified friend to women. Ruoyu threw away the cigarette in his hand and stepped on it with his toes, leaving a gray smudge on the ground. The woman frowned. This kid was so good-looking, yet his demeanor was so vulgar. The strong contrast constantly impacted her thoughts. The more it was like this, the more curious she became. Ruoyu smirka internally. Clearly, this woman was used to being proud and arrogant, and she probably hadn't experienced much hardship. The opportunity was given to you, so don't blame me for being ruthless. He raised his hand, crossing two fingers together. At that moment, Ouyang Exun, who was lurking above, had already drawn his bow with a sharpshooter by his side, an ignited detonator tied to the arrow. As soon as the opponent made a signal, it could be shot out in an instant. Keep your eyes open. Ruoyu smiled faintly, his fingers intertwining. Snap! A crisp sound emerged, and in an instant, a blinding red light streaked through the void. Then, boom! A fireball appeared from the darkness, illuminating half the sky, as a massive mushroom cloud soared upward, covering the wailing dragon within. The heat wave sliced through the air, creating a diffusion of residual force that shook the surrounding rain away, forming a brief, scorching space. The lady was stunned by the scene before her. Not only him, but even Ouyang Exine upstairs was also taken aback, his mouth agape at the sight. The power of the detonator was no joke. If the dosage were increased even slightly, not to mention a dragon, even a small mountain would be blasted into a hole. Moreover, this was a powerful explosive personally concocted by Ruoyu. Not only that, but the shockwave also spread to the Griffin squad, who were not far from the dragon and, having never witnessed the power of the detonator, were unprepared. As a result, the Griffins were thrown by the explosion, some dead, some injured. The soldiers controlling from above were directly killed by the shock. Those lucky enough to survive fell from the height and were killed upon impact. It is no exaggeration to say that the opportunity given by the lady turned her original advantage into a disadvantage, as the main force was completely destroyed in this explosion. She opened her mouth, the roar ringing in her ears, momentarily speechless. The scene before her was too shocking, like a miracle. By the time she regained her senses, Ruoyu was already holding a fire gun, aiming at her from the other side of the tower. Looking at the dragon, there was no longer a trace of its former grandeur. Its wings were blasted through by the detonator, its bones shattered, flesh flying, crashing heavily to the ground, breathing heavily. Barely alive. You tricked me. The lady's face changed drastically as she looked at Ruoyu, cursing. At such a young age, how could you be so malicious? Ruoyu laughed heartily. The enemy is only the most terrifying when lurking in the shadows. But now, it seems that the tide has turned, and the scales of victory have begun to tilt. All's fair in war. If you don't understand this simple principle, you've lived in vain. If we're talking about malice, it can't compare to your venomous heart. When you slaughter my long rifle squad, where's your talk of malice then? Ruoyu shook his head, but his eyes were extremely indifferent. Tonight, he was out for revenge, for the fallen long gun squad, and for the collapsed mine workshop. So what if she was beautiful? He had done his fair share of ruthless deeds, and as an inventor from his home planet, he had seen all kinds of beauties. If he were to fall in love with every beautiful woman he encountered, or if he couldn't even bring himself to take a step forward, then his experiences of living would truly be wasted. Ouyang Exine walked over and asked, "My lord, she cannot be killed." After saying this, he leaned in and whispered to Ruoyu, "The Saintess's sister?" Ruoyu snorted coldly. "If she cannot be killed, does that mean my long gun squad deserves to die? You're talking nonsense." The beautiful woman's face flushed red as she said, "When did I ever kill your long gun squad?" She was not afraid of death. From the moment she became a dragon knight, she had put life and death aside and was already prepared to die on the battlefield. However, she could not tolerate being slandered. That was even harder for her to accept than death. Ruoyu was taken aback and said, "Wasn't you who killed her?" Looking at the woman whose face was twisted with anger, Ruoyu's mind raced. Could it be that this was a scheme within a scheme? If that were the case. His gaze sharpened, and he said, "Ouyang, bring her over. We're going to catch some big fish later." Chapter 67. Explanation. This was his only chance to turn the tables, and there was a possibility of reeling in the real big fish. On a moonlit night, the rain had stopped. The bodies of the long gun team still lay exposed in the wilderness, with no one to collect them. Similarly, the aerial team, led by the woman, had been completely wiped out under the attack of the detonators. In terms of losses, it was a tie. 2 soldiers held the woman down, and Ouyang Exine kicked her in the back, causing her to groan in pain and half kneel on the ground. She struggled desperately, trying to stand up, but as soon as she moved, she was met with a violent beating from the soldiers, though they did not strike her face. "This was the order given to you by Old Fong, right?" Ruoyu bent down, supporting the lady's chin with his hand, and gently asked, "I don't care how many of you have come. I just want you to know that my mining area is not a place you can come and go as you please, even if you brought a dragon knight. This situation can be cleared up. The spear squad outside the mine was all shot dead by crossbows. This is beyond doubt. I don't know why you would say it was arranged by me. Since you think so, I have nothing to say. Whether you want to kill or torture, please make it quick. After speaking, the lady bit her lip and turned her head to the side, showing quite a temper. Ruoyu touched her face, and to be honest, it felt good, soft, and smooth. But so what? There can be no mercy towards enemies. How many of you came? They all died. Ruoyu was taken aback and said, I would be a fool to believe you. You can believe it or not. Ruoyu's lips curled into a smile as he said, a beautiful woman like you is adored by everyone. He propped his chin with 2 fingers, while one hand slowly moved down. The woman tensed her body, remaining silent. Ruoyu secretly laughed to himself. He was clearly trembling with nervousness, but was still trying to hold on. If I strip you naked and throw you into the wild, what do you think would happen? Seeing the woman still not speaking, Ruoyu withdrew his hand, narrowed his gaze, and said, come here, strip her of her clothes. You will go to hell. If I don't go to hell, who will? Let's leave it at that. If you can survive until tomorrow, consider it your good luck if you die in the wild. Just take it as an apology to my long gun squad. After saying this, Ruoyu flicked his robe and looked at the stunned Ouyang Xian beside him, saying, what are you standing there for? Strip her and throw her out. Ouyang Xian nodded and called over 2 soldiers to drag her away. However, at this time, it was just one person. Young master, did you find anything? You were right. They indeed sent 2 teams. This woman is called Hua Wuji, a dragon knight from the Duke's mansion of the Roman Empire. She was originally accompanying the saint to the imperial capital, but she was delayed by urgent matters and stayed at the Fong family residence. You have met her at the clergy conference. This time, she is acting as the vanguard, but in reality, she is being used. Are you sure? Absolutely. Just now, one person on the griffin didn't die and told me that personally. Ruoyu squinted his eyes. If that's really the case, then this game of chess is going to be exciting. Only Fong Lao could dare to scheme against both the Dragon Knights and the Griffin team. Unfortunately, there's no evidence to prove it. Even if the evidence were rock solid, it wouldn't directly bring Fong Lao down. After all, the Dragon Knights came this time standing on the side of divine righteousness. What else was asked? The ambush of the Long Spear team in the jungle is actually another Griffin team, and right now, they're lying in wait outside, ready to catch us all in one go. Their calculations are quite good. Li Ruoyu lita cigareta. Unconsciously, smoking while thinking had become an essential habit for him. Ouyang Xian lit it for him and asked, are we going to ambush them? No need, I have my own plans. Li Ruoyu leaned against the wall, slowly smoking a cigarette. The situation had become quite clear. Old Fong was the mastermind behind it all. This also indirectly confirmed a fact. Old Fong's influence was even greater than he had imagined, and he was very likely a core member of the Western Church. The ambush against the Dragon Knights and the Griffin squad could not have been carried out by anyone other than those with core authority, unless a significant figure from Darkmoon City, unknown to him, had arrived. But could that be possible? Breton was dead, and Yu Wuqing had surrendered. At this moment, even the Dragon Knight Hua Wujin had been captured alive. So aside from Old Fong, who else could be lying in wait outside? Ruoyu was determined to put an end to this tonight. He then led the remaining soldiers out of the mining area, and, similarly, the apprentice craftsmen and the guard soldiers accompanied him, following closely behind. In just a moment, a long line of people was formed. The torches flickered as they wound through the dense forest, illuminating the surroundings. Even you wouldn't dare to just kill us all like this, would you? Ruoyu looked at the crowd behind him, not stopping them, allowing them to flow freely and walk past, going through the explosion area and the place where the long gun team had died. The corpses still retained the expressions they had before death. People stepped forward, placed the bodies on stretchers, and then carried the stretchers, silently following behind Ruoyu, moving forward step by step. Some people and some matters really need to have the mask ripped off before they can be dealt with seriously. Gradually, the view became broader. As they walked out of the jungle, they could see a large sedan chair being carried by 8 people not far away. And by the roadside stood an old man in a black robe. His white hair flowed in the wind, and his aged face was marked by deep, chiseled wrinkles. Even though his body was old, it couldn't hide the imposing aura emanating from him. It was the presence of a high-ranking individual who had held power for many years. Although invisible to the naked eye, it weighed heavily on everyone around him. He had seen Elder Fong. Ruoyu bent down and slightly bowed. "Little one, why aren't you sleeping so late?" Old Fong said gently with a kind expression. His tone and demeanor suggested he knew nothing. "I want to sleep too, but someone wants to kill me. How can I sleep?" "Oh, who dares to kill you? Do they have the guts of a bear and the heart of a leopard? That person is right in front of me." Old Fong closed his eyes, then opened them and said, "Are you referring to me?" Ruoyu didn't shake his head or nod. He just looked at him intently and said, "I don't know either. My intuition tells me it's you, but after seeing you, I feel like it's not you anymore." Ruoyu turned around, and the crowd behind him carried the bodies of the long spear team. They were very innocent. Each governed their own, and their deaths were not regrettable. "I want to ask Elder Fong's regime, is it the one in the east or the one in the west? Does this matter? I need an explanation." Chapter 68 I Once. Elder Fong pondered for a moment and waved his hand. The people standing behind him immediately turned and walked 10 meters away, simultaneously turning their backs, leaving a large space for them. It seemed that Elder Fong had absolute confidence in his subordinates, believing that they could save him immediately if any accidents occurred even at 10 meters away. This was a kind of confidence and also an absolute trust in himself. Regardless of anything else, just based on this demeanor, it was not something ordinary people could display. Ruoyu secretly admired him. It would be great if this person were on the same front as Elder Zheng. At least it would speed up the unification of Dark Moon City and avoid many bloody incidents. "I have black hair and black eyes, and like you, I also have yellow skin. The blood in my body flows with the blood of the East Asians. From flesh to bones, everything indicates that I am an Easterner. You asked me which regime this Easterner belongs to, and I can clearly tell you that no matter what happens, I stand with the regime in the East. I cannot feel it." Ruoyu lit a cigarette, holding the roll of dynamite in my hand. Naturally, Fong Lao and the others knew about the explosion just now. If the power of the explosion hadn't been so terrifying, they probably would have rushed in immediately. Just because you can't feel it doesn't mean it isn't true. My surname is Fong. My given name is Su, Fong Su. A name my father gave me back when we lived in a different era than now. We could go to school from a young age, without worries about food and clothing, educated in our youth and supported in our old age. As long as we worked hard, it wasn't about getting rich, but living a stable and comfortable life was definitely possible. Oh, by the way, let me tell you something interesting. The world back then had electricity and lights. An environment as dark as this, apart from primitive forests, wouldn't exist anywhere else. We had mobile phones, computers, able to communicate with anyone in the world at any time, and we could also take ships out to sea or fly in planes to overlook the earth. There were many convenient tools for food, clothing, housing, and transportation, so many that I could never finish talking about them in my lifetime. I call that era the technological age. But now, until one day, disaster struck. I remember it very clearly. I was still in college, arguing with my professor about whether quantum theory could change the world. Quantum micro and macro can indeed influence the world. Fong Lao looked at Ruoyu meaningfully and continued. A massive meteorite capable of shattering our Lingxing appeared out of nowhere in the sky, and the flames ignited by friction with the atmosphere were enough to illuminate the whole planet. When all of humanity's advanced weapons were used, but proved ineffective against that meteorite, I despaired. Not just me, but billions of people on this planet. Can you understand that feeling of despair? I haven't experienced it, but I can empathize. Ruoyu exhaled smoke and said, "When our home planet exploded in the experiment, how many lives were lost? If I say the sky fell and the earth cracked, it might be a bit exaggerated, but at that time, we all knew civilization was over. When the meteorite struck Lingxing, the scattered debris destroyed billions of lives within just a few hours, and before the satellite was completely destroyed, each of us witnessed this disaster through live broadcasts. At the same time, this is what we are about to face." Just then, the divine beings arrived. Fong Lao took a breath and found his pipe had gone out. Ruoyu offered him one, saying, "If you're used to dry tobacco, you can try the taste of paper cigarettes. It's about keeping up with the times." "You continue." Fong Lao smiled, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, "You haven't smoked before the natural disasters. I was young back then, fond of the dragon and phoenix, presenting auspiciousness from the southwestern region. The divine beings descended on clouds, and with just a wave of their hand, they shattered that meteorite. The feeling of impact at such close range is indescribable, but it was they who allowed us to survive. After the meteorite exploded, radiation enveloped Lingxing, and the divine beings used their great power to help me build living areas, isolating the mutated beasts outside. Without the divine beings, there would be no us now. I miss my hometown, I miss our era, but with the arrival of the divine beings, it has all gone and will never return. I am still alive, but my family is dead. I live in the post-divine era, and my life will dedicate everything to the divine beings until the last drop of blood is shed. Is this reasonable? Ruoyu threw away the cigarette, but stepped on it a few times, and said, "This is not a reason for you to kill my long gun squad." Well, naturally not. I didn't kill the long gun squad. That's good. My long gun squad was all killed by ghosts, right? Old Fong said, "I am merely executing the will of the church to eliminate those who oppose the divine. Your long gun squad, in terms of science, openly violates the theory of divine creation, which is a desecration of the divine. What I hope for is that one day, there will be eternal peace, without distinctions of empires, without prejudices of the East and West, and that everyone can live in a world of equality, where all they need to do is worship the divine and nothing more." So, you want to eliminate not just my long gun squad? Ruoyu looked at Elder Fong in shock, and to be honest, at this moment he was truly stunned. He couldn't even find the words to describe his feelings. This was Elder Fong's ultimate ideal. Although it was still just a fantasy, he understood that in his lifetime, this wish could never be fulfilled, yet he remained faithfully committed to it. It was hard to say whether his stance was right or wrong. As the saying goes, different positions lead to different paths. The one who killed your long gun team is someone else, and you just happen to know him. Elder Fong turned around, and in the darkness, a slightly plump figure approached. Upon seeing this, Ruoyu's pupils contracted as he said, "Why? Ruoyu, your path is wrong. There are indeed gods in this world, but I have never seen them. Not having seen them does not mean they do not exist. I only believe in objective facts." Hearing this, Elder Fong shook his head and said, "The inherent flaw of humanity is such that the more we know, the more we fear, and out of fear, we refuse to acknowledge. Once like you, I believed everything was objectively real, even when our civilization could soar among the stars. I once held my ground like you, using my life to practice my loyal theory, but when the meteor appeared and the gods descended, I realized completely that the world is not as we thought." "Enough," Ruoyu interrupted. "Isn't this just an excuse for your own weakness?" Chapter 69, Giant. It is precisely because of weakness that one must confront the power of the gods above. Insane. Ruoyu felt that the two people in front of him had gone mad. One was crazily pursuing the path of the divine, while the other was thinking of using the power of the divine to destroy the entire world. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he really wouldn't want to believe that such people existed in the world. Is he foolish? No. Is he smart? But he isn't that smart either. He is just a mere mortal who can get hurt by hitting a stone and will bleed if cut by a knife. Ruoyu looked at Fong Su, who had once held technology as his lifelong creed. His face gradually began to overlap with someone else's, until it showed creases and wrinkles. Perhaps this universe really has parallel timelines. In that moment, Ruoyu felt that something he had been holding onto had developed a crack. As the crack appeared, he quickly paused, took a deep drag of his cigarette, closed his eyes, and said, "Please proceed." Fong Su chuckled, but did not respond, and his body slowly retreated. Coming forward was Lu Renjia, who had slightly gained weight. In just a short period of time, he had put on quite a bit. His skin was also fair, and he was not far from looking like a Westerner, the only difference being his black eyes and black hair. "Ruoyu, shut up." Ruoyu raised his hand and signaled for the crowd behind to step forward. "Then let's go to our deaths." Seeing this, Lu Renjia swallowed a concentrated potion, and in the blink of an eye, his already tall body swelled even further, muscles bulging, his robust frame resembling that of an ancient giant. He stopped only when he reached a height of 5 meters. At the same time, the soldiers led by the guard Fong Lao also moved closer to the passerby. Lu Renjia reached out and took a coffin from the 8-bear sedan, suddenly flinging open the lid, from which he drew a giant sword and a square shield, saying, "Today, I will show you what divine power is." He raised the sword and swung it down. With a thunderous boom, the ground trembled, and dust flew into the air. The trees on both sides were cleaved by his sword, and the earth was split open with a deep fissure 1/2 meter wide. It was tyrannical. Witnessing this scene, Ruoyu's pupils contracted, and he said, "Do you know that taking this drug will lead to death? So what if I die? The divine will save me." Ever since the last incident with Bretons, he had known that the church possessed such forbidden drugs, but he hadn't expected Luringia to acquire one so quickly. This forbidden drug was similar to the genetic agents from his home planet. It could temporarily alter the fundamental genetic code of the human body, thus breaking the limits of the flesh and achieving a certain degree of enhancement. This kind of agent was often used in his experiments, such as testing the physiological limits of cosmic beasts, but had never been tested on humans because of the severe side effects. With a slight misstep, the user could die suddenly or explode, as the human body could not compare to that of a beast in terms of endurance and absorption. The difference was that when beasts took the drug, it only enhanced their basic attributes. However, when humans took it, it could unlock myriad changes in their genetic makeup, presenting both risks and opportunities. As long as one survived, they could gain extraordinary abilities. Ruoyu ordered people to retreat. However, the long line behind remained stationary, all showing expressions of fearless resolve. At that moment, 2 radical members of the spear squad, ignoring Ruoyu's command, charged forward with their guns and fired consecutively. Luringia didn't even blink, let alone use a shield, directly withstanding the gunfire with his body. Trash! Luringia raised his hand and pressed down, his palm as large as a grinding disc blocking out the sun, and with a bang, he smashed down, directly turning them into a pulp. Ruoyu Siga, is it worth dying like this? To avoid greater losses, he took out the detonator and lit it. This roll had a slightly lower dosage than that which killed the Griffin team, but its power should not be underestimated. Even if it couldn't kill Luringia, it could still break his medicinal effects. Seeing him take out the detonator, everyone hesitated no longer and quickly retreated. Should we give it a try? Ruoyu looked at Luringia, who was 10 meters away, and said, "If you die, I will erect a monument for you, so that future generations can scold your actions. Give it a try." Luringia laughed heartily, raising the square shield in his hand, and said, "This meal was personally granted by the 12 holy knights. If I don't die, then it's you who will die. If you die, I will also erect a monument for you." Stubborn and unrepentant, Ruoyu cursed and recalled the memories of their childhood. Although he had seized this body, all the memories and feelings remained intact. Killing him like this would indeed make him a bit reluctant. "Forget it. Let's just give it a try." Luringia smiled instead of getting angry. Ruoyu took a deep breath and threw out the detonator. Then, he quickly ran backward. Just as he had run about 10 meters, he heard a loud boom. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The ground began to shake violently, and the fiercely burning flames rapidly spread outwards, enveloping the surrounding space. Following, there was the acrid smell of gunpowder radiating outwards. Ruoyu couldn't dodge in time and was knocked over by the spreading shockwave, tumbling over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. After the thick smoke cleared, he stood up with the help of soldiers, shaking his head as he looked at the deep pit on the ground, thinking to himself, "This time I should be dead." The power of the detonator was undeniable. "You can't kill me, ha ha ha," came the maniacal laughter of Luringia from within the smoke. Ruoyu's breath caught in his throat. Thinking how he was still alive after all this. Was it made by a diamond? He looked at the remaining detonator in his hand and couldn't help but smile bitterly. In the moment he was thrown off by the blast, he didn't know how many ribs he had broken. Although he wasn't dead, a mild concussion was unavoidable. If another blast like that hit, he estimated he would be done for. But after the thick smoke cleared, Ruoyu let out a sigh of relief. At least he didn't see that imagined 5-meter-tall giant body. After all, not dead, but still lost a layer of skin. "You lost. That's just what you think." Luringia wobbled as he stood up from the deep pit in the ground, speaking while spitting out large amounts of blood. "Look, a flying saucer." Just then, Luringia suddenly shouted loudly, pointing toward the part of the sky. "This kid, a giant pit." By the time he turned back, Luringia had already run away. Ruoyu secretly smiled. In the world today, perhaps only he would be sensitive to the term flying saucer. He couldn't help but command everyone to quickly pursue, ensuring that Lurinjia must not escape. The soldiers carried Ruoyu and quickly followed the opponent's afterimage. Chapter 70. Suddenly one night, he ran extremely fast, like a rabbit taking flight. Although he was clearly fleeing, there was a sense of dominance, as if he were saying, "Who else but me?" His round body resembled a rolling wheel, seemingly slow, yet actually very fast. "Hey, slow down. Then don't chase me so closely. If you don't run, why should I chase you? If you don't chase, how could I possibly run? Ruoyu. Then you should run." "All right, I'm running now." At this moment, the soldier carrying Ruoyu felt his face flush. "Young master, it's my fault. You did your best," Ruoyu said softly. About half an hour later, when they were both exhausted, they reached the finish line. The two stripped off their clothes and playfully splashed water at each other, bare-bottomed. Today, however, it turned into a life-and-death chase, and the direction shifted from underwater to above water. "You can't escape." Seeing Lurinjia standing at the edge of the waterfall, Ruoyu smiled sweetly, like a child who had secretly gotten their hands on their favorite candy. It really was sweet. "Here, have a piece of candy." Ruoyu took out the candy at the right moment. Ruoyu showed a pitiful look, just like the gaze they shared when they were mining at the same time back in the day. He threw a candy to Lurinjia, saying, "This is what I owe you." Lurinjia ignored the surrounding spear squad, calmly peeled off the outer layer, and put the candy in his mouth. "It's very sweet. Yeah, why don't you come over, and we can sit in a row and eat candies together." Ruoyu waved at Lurinjia, and behind him, the ground trembled as the pursuing forces gradually caught up. From Lurinjia's perspective, he could clearly see the winding long dragon in the darkness, torches burning, and the crowd swarming in from all directions, forming a fan-shaped structure closing in. Lurinjia remained silent. Shaoqing had just said, "My life comes from the divine. If the divine does not want to take me, then no one in this world can take my life, not even you." Lurinjia shook his head with a smile and said, "The power of the divine is beyond your comprehension. Some things, after all, we are too naive about. When you truly experience it, you will realize how laughable what you know now is." He stood at the edge of the waterfall, and Fong Su and the others had already left. The task he had to complete was done, and now it was time for him to go. Lurinjia spread his arms, looking at Ruoyu, who was being pursued from the darkness, and smiled. "Brother, we will meet again soon." As soon as the words fell, he leaned back and fell into the endless abyss. Ruoyu stood at the edge of the waterfall, took a look, and asked the people around him, "Will he die?" "He will probably die." The soldiers swallowed hard. The waterfall was at least 100 meters high, and there were rocks below. Falling down like that would have a 9 out of 10 chance of death, with very little chance of survival. Maybe. The next day, the mining area appeared very peaceful. Ruoyu slept for a night in the ruins, and a soldier called him to the 2 building, but he interrupted him with words. The battle last night resulted in countless deaths and injuries. Although there were victories and defeats on both sides, overall, our side suffered greater losses. The workshop that had been established was burned down by the dragon. Although the fire was extinguished in time, most of the equipment inside was damaged. It is uncertain how long it will take to get it operational again. Ouyang Xan brought over a pot of hot tea and stood by. The spiritual star had entered autumn, and the cold winter was soon to follow. It seemed that nature did not care how many humans had died, nor would it feel guilty for the sudden heavy snowfall that would freeze to death many more people. Ruoyu held the cup and took a big sip. The warmth flowed smoothly through his body, making him involuntarily let out a comfortable sigh. This damn weather. The craftsmen were busy assessing the losses, but the heavy snow had blanketed the ground in just a few hours, transforming it into a silver-coated landscape that would have been a beautiful sight in peaceful times. Now, however, it felt like hell. It turned this already impoverished mining area into a place of even greater suffering. "Have you finished counting?" Ouyang Xian shook his head and said, "Not yet. Hurry up, or it will be difficult to work once the snow gets deep." Ouyang Xian stood still and asked, "Do we still have to confront old Fong?" "Confront?" Ruoyu put down the cup, took out a cigarette from his pocket, but didn't light it, and said, "Now it's a matter of life and death, right? Then one tea, let us go." After witnessing Elder Fong's power last night, the people in the mining area are a bit unsettled. Not to mention anything else, Quite a few people have secretly run away amidst the chaos in the mining area. The flames from last night burned away the previous corpses, and from the looks of it, they think the mining area is done for. Human strength is limited, and after witnessing the power of the dragon and Lu Renjia's transformation, some people have already lost their composure. Compared to technology, they yearn more for Lu Renjia. At least with power in their hands, they can dominate wherever they go. Good. Go ahead. Ouyang Xian didn't move. Is there something? Hua Wuji has been captured by me. Should I kill him on the spot? When Hua Wuji was brought over, the swelling on her face had disappeared, and a thin blanket wrapped around her graceful figure. The sight was heart-wrenching. Are you cold? Li Ruoyu knowingly asked, while reaching out to lift her chin, affectionately stroking it. It would be a pity if this froze. Regarding Li Ruoyu's frivolity, Hua Wuji said nothing and just looked at him. Am I not good-looking? Not bad. Oh, others say I'm beautiful. Therefore, human hearts are hard to fathom and easily deceived by appearances. Hua Wuji wanted to stand up, but as soon as he moved, he was pushed down by the soldiers. Go ahead. How do you want to die? Whatever way you want to kill me, that's how I'll die. Fair enough. Li Ruoyu drew out his knife and pointed at her head, saying, Tell me, is the Sky City in the West real? Upon hearing this, Hua Wuji laughed and said, Are you afraid? Of course I'm afraid. I'm just a child. Ha! Li Ruoyu frowned and said, Slap him. Ouyang Xian stepped forward and gave 2 loud slaps. Chapter 71, Artillery Deployment. Considering that the young master was still single, he didn't use much force. How clever he was. If he hit too hard and ruined her beautiful looks, it would be too much of pity. What if she became his superior? That would be terrible, and he would have to bear the consequences. If he didn't hit, it would be a blatant defiance of orders. Over these days, Ouyang Xian had basically figured out Li Ruoyu's temperament. He had to go along with it. If he provoked him, he wouldn't have a good outcome either. So when he slapped, the sound was loud, but the force was minimal, just enough to make a noise. The slap mark was left, but the pain was minimal. Only he knew the true extent of the force used. Li Ruoyu looked at him a couple more times, making Ouyang Xian feel uneasy. Did you have breakfast? Yes. Li Ruoyu took out a cigarette, and Ouyang Xian lit it for him. Run 5 laps around the mining area, and see if anyone tries to escape. Okay. Ouyang Xian nodded, stepped in place, and ran forward along the cleared path. Li Ruoyu squatted down. In a few days, this body would be 15 years old. Although not very old, the physique was not small. After all, he was a 7-foot-tall man. The two just stared at each other. Hua Wuji was half kneeling. The blanket was too small, barely covering his body, but his ample chest couldn't quite be concealed. It wrapped around his upper body, while his long legs were in stark contrast with the white snow. Li Ruoyu looked down at her, placing his hand on her face, smoothing her messy hair while lecturing her incessantly. In the end, he didn't forget to tease, saying, Dress properly. Aren't you just trying to entice me to commit a crime? Hua Wuji bit her lip, remaining silent. Interesting. Li Ruoyu secretly laughed to himself. His palm continued to slide down, neither fast nor slow, just right. He felt the other person's trembling and heartbeat. Just when Hua Wuji thought the blanket was about to be pulled away, a sudden paw sound was heard. There was a mosquito. Li Ruoyu laughed and stood up. Rogue, Hua Wuji scoffed. What did you say? I said, can you have a bit of gentlemanly style? I'm cold. That's good to hear. Li Ruoyu slapped his thigh and said, Why not go to my room to warm up under the covers? Hua Wuji. To be honest, she had never been hit in her life. On the surface, she was a dragon knight, but secretly she was the daughter of a duke. A precious gem cherished by many, growing up under a halo of admiration. She had never endured such humiliation. Although Li Ruoyu did nothing, the more he did not act, the more wronged she felt. Usually, wherever she went, others treated her with utmost care. How could anyone be so frivolous and disrespectful like this rogue? For a moment, her eyes felt a bit red. Her heart felt desolate, like a tiger fallen in the plains being bullied by dogs, or a dragon swimming in shallow waters being toyed with by shrimp. It was just like that. Hua Wuji didn't want to talk about the matters of Sky City. Forcing her was useless, so he could only strike from the side to make her speak up. And now, Li Ruoyu already had a plan in mind. After running 5 laps, Ouyang Xian sat panting in the snow, gnawing on something, Thinking of Li Ruoyu's gaze just now, his heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively thought of something. He quickly got up and gathered the craftsmen from the mining area together. Below the high platform, a crowd was bustling. Ouyang Xin stood on the platform with his hands behind his back, saying something. When he reached an exciting point, he was spitting and gesticulating, as if he were pointing out the country's future. The crowd below kept cheering, welcoming applause. When Li Ruoyu and Hua Wujie arrived here, they just happened to hear him say, "It was the young master who protected the mine with his life, defending our dignity in pursuing freedom and exploring the truth with flesh and blood." Well, that was quite a compliment. It felt good. Li Ruoyu, distracted by the applause, walked onto the stage. He wasn't good at calming people's hearts or mobilizing the meeting, but Ouyang Xin had just set a good example for him. Upon seeing him, the craftsmen all showed fervent admiration. Li Ruoyu's performance last night had won their hearts. At the very least, they had witnessed him using a detonator to blow up Lu Renjia's body transformation, protecting them and securing the mine's 2 building. With home intact, everything was well. Li Ruoyu squinted his eyes. The pristine snow reflected the sunlight, a bit blinding. He said seriously, "If it weren't for so many long spear teams bearing the weight for us, blocking the Western Dragon Knights, how could we have such a poetic and peaceful time before us? Look at the vast land. Who holds the power? This world has already decayed, become numb, where theology flourishes while scientific research is treated as heresy. This is a tragedy for all humanity. I have never believed in past lives or future lives. Only in this life, and in everything we have created with our own hands." Good. Ouyang Xin was the first to applaud, and the audience erupted in thunderous applause, filling the space. Li Ruoyu's face was a bit flushed. Having become a literary copyist and having stolen others' insights, he felt a little uneasy inside. However, in the end, he still bore it stubbornly. After all, this was not his world. If he copied, he copied. Besides, wasn't this meant to encourage people? Who said I am not a guiding light in their confusion? Without me, they are nothing but dogs controlled by deities, ignorant of what heaven and earth are. Li Ruoyu comforted himself this way, and his heart felt much more balanced. Eagles soar in the sky, fish swim in shallow waters, and myriad creatures compete for freedom under the frosty sky. Yet this damned church resists us everywhere, claiming to have no distinctions among classes while saying all things are born equal. But in reality, the truth is that without me, you are still slaves, living in fear of the future, eating meals that are sometimes plentiful and sometimes scarce, with the elderly having no support and the young receiving no education. You tell me, is this what God should be doing? It's too unethical. My thoughts are simple. I just want to give you, or your next generation, the opportunity to go out and see the vibrant colors of the mountains, to witness the magnificent sight of clear rivers with countless boats competing. I hope that one day, you can be in your prime, confidently making your mark. Watching the crowd's excited expressions, Li Ruoyu nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to look at Hua Wujie behind him. Goodness, perhaps stimulated by something, her gaze showed signs of wavering, with a struggle evident on her face. The power of people is the most intoxicating, especially when a crowd gathers. What is white can be said to be black. Miss Hua, phew. Li Ruoyu smiled apologetically and quickly stopped, saying, Miss Hua, with them, I can change the world. Do you believe it? Hua Wujie certainly did not believe it. This point, Li Ruoyu was also very clear about. Therefore, he said, Artillery, step forward. With a clatter, the craftsmen spread to the sides, revealing a wide road 5 meters wide. In front of the road, 100 people slowly appeared, pushing 20 cannons. Report, young master, the artillery is ready. Please give instructions. Li Ruoyu raised his hand and brought it down, saying fire. Chapter 72, Coercion. 20 cannons roared in unison. In the ruins behind, a burst of sparks erupted, instantly covering the surroundings. The ground shook, mountains trembled, and fragments of stone flew everywhere. Trees several meters tall were uprooted and snapped in two. Just one round of volley fire was enough to take down hundreds of heavily armed papal crusaders. Witnessing this scene, Hua Wujie could no longer hide the shock in her heart. Her mouth slightly agape, she looked at the scene before her in disbelief. She slightly raised her toes. straining her eyes to see the ground where the cannons fired, but the rising smoke and dust obscured everything. Even if she strained her eyes, she could not see clearly. How about that? Exciting, isn't it? Ruoyu smiled with great satisfaction. The church has dragon knights, but he has artillery teams. Let's see whether the dragon is mightier or the artillery, although the mobility of artillery cannot compare to the agility of a giant dragon. So what? When it comes to conquering cities and territories, artillery is sufficient. Moreover, the production and replication speed of artillery is extremely fast. As long as there are designed blueprints and enough materials, a powerful artillery force can be assembled in a short period. As for the giant dragon, your offspring need to grow up, right? It takes time, right? It needs to be fed, right? Who knows, it might not even survive until it grows up, and its only mobility advantage will be completely destroyed after Ruoyu's future air force emerges. At that time, land, sea, and air will all be deployed together. I ask, who in this world can stop it? The Sky City? I can bring it down with a single shot. Let's see if you dare to be arrogant again. Huawuji took a deep breath and said, it has the flavor of the Sky City, but the power is insufficient. I was fortunate enough to visit the Sky City, where there are war weapons everywhere. A single beam of light can make a 100-meter-long ship capsize. Ruoyu listened attentively and quickly analyzed the results. The war weapon was likely the bunker, which was not to be feared. As for the light mentioned by Huawuji, it was highly likely to be a laser weapon. That was fine. The firepower still remained at the level of primitive civilization and had not advanced. If there were quantum cannons and particle cannons, that would be quite troublesome. Ruoyu was not surprised by Huawuji's sudden outburst. It was something he had anticipated. As a high-ranking individual, he was always aware of some secrets that ordinary people did not know. In the past, anyone who dared to brazenly fire at the sky like this would have been executed. But now, Huawuji had much on her mind and could not help but share some information she knew. Ruoyu personally helped her change clothes. Huawuji was initially a bit shy, thinking that the man in front of her was just a kid, so she gritted her teeth and accepted it. However, upon seeing the other person's bulging lower half, she still felt embarrassed and blushed. Ruoyu was completely unembarrassed, as if to say, whoever blushes is the one who feels awkward. He casually sat in the chair, crossed his legs, sipped his tea, lit a cigarette, and said, sit. Huawuji took a seat. Miss Hua, you can leave now. After all, my family is big, and while the monk can run away, the temple cannot. Are you trying to say that I should call the Dragon Knight over so you can kill me in one shot? When it came to killing, Ruoyu paused slightly and said, it's not like I'm going to kill you. Why are you in such a hurry? Shameless. I really am shameless. Without any shame. I am indeed without shame. What can you do to me, bite me? Ruoyu looked at her disdainfully, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly as he said, of course, there is a method that satisfies both sides. What method? With the new king of Chensi ascending to the throne, the church will launch an attack in the name of divine punishment. Ruoyu's gaze slightly narrowed. The Roman Empire would practice against the Vatican, but the Vatican would attack the Dawn, while the Roman Empire would target the small nations dependent on the Dawn. Gradually eroding and systematically dismantling, this is a clever move. Flawless. No, that's not right. Well, you have artillery battalions, which can defend against Dragon Knights and Griffin squads. But have you considered what would happen if the Vatican deployed 12 paladins? You know Breton, right? Huawuji nodded. He was blown up by me. He was also a paladin. Oh no, he should be one of the candidates. He once said he would kill me, so he died. Yu Wuqing, the first pioneer team of Tomang, is now under my command. Undeniably, you are quite formidable. You're too kind. You're being modest. Ruoyu laughed and said, enough with the nonsense. I need you to help me with a few things. First, when the Holy See moves, give me a heads up in advance. Second, your family must also be at my service. Why should I? Simply because your family is just a lapdog of the Holy See. Huawuji fell silent. She never expected Ruoyu to be so arrogant, nor did she anticipate that he would know so much. Her family was indeed under someone else's control, on the surface. They seemed prosperous, but in reality, they were just a dog working for others. It is said that merchants have no power. No matter how rich they are, they are just fat sheep waiting to be slaughtered. You may wonder how I know this. Ruoyu stood up and walked to Huawuji's side, leaning in to take a breath near her neck, saying, if I'm not mistaken, This fragrance should belong to Heifizi. Miss Hua, to tell you the truth, the shampoos and soaps that are currently all the rage in the Roman Empire are all produced from my mining area. The merchant fleet from On-US City has actually already placed spies in the Roman Empire after the last gathering. As the only major city connecting the West, its complex web of interpersonal relationships cannot be explained in just a few words. Ruoyu has developed to the point where, on the surface, there is only the mining area as his power, but in reality, his secretly arranged merchant caravans have already flourished everywhere. He continued, "You are alive not because I have spared you, but because I have no mercy. I have always been best at killing, most fond of ruthlessly destroying beauty. If it weren't for the letter I received this morning that dispelled my intention to kill you, you would already be dead." After saying this, he took out a letter and threw it at Ruoyu, simultaneously speaking sternly, "You better take a good look for yourself." Ruoyu opened the letter, and upon seeing the familiar handwriting, her body finally trembled uncontrollably, and her gaze towards Ruoyu finally changed as well. "You madman. Don't be. I'm not as crazy as you think. Riding a dragon to come to my mining area to show off, not knowing that you were just a dog at my door. Now I ask you, will you agree to my previous conditions?" The words were startling. Ruoyu looked at Ruoyu, who seemed to have transformed into a different person, and fear rose in her eyes, but it quickly turned into calmness. She also stood up, walked over, and leaned against Ruoyu's chest. "What if I don't agree?" Chapter 73. Something happened to old young Ruoyu chuckled lightly, lowered his head, and rubbed his hand through her beautiful hair. But his other hand suddenly slid down and landed heavily on her ample backside with a smack. "Smack! You're being naughty. Do you believe I could just take you out like this?" Ruoyu's body stiffened as she raised her eyes to look at Ruoyu. Gazing at the boy who was 10 years younger than her, her expression intoxicated, and she couldn't help but exhale softly against his neck. "Don't get yourself into trouble, stinky little brother." As soon as these words fell, Ruoyu's breath immediately became hurried, and his body reacted obediently. Looking at Ruoyu's expression, it seemed he would always be so proud and domineering. She had seen many domineering people, all of whom were well off, and compared to Ruoyu's background, one was born with a golden key, while the other started from humble beginnings. Before coming here, she had heard about a prodigy in the mining area. Hearing was one thing, but seeing was believing. After these days of contact, her inner feelings were greatly stirred. For an ordinary person, a year is nothing more than the desire to eat well, sleep warm, have a small piece of land, and enjoy a leisurely pastoral life. However, this person in front of her was breaking feudalism, causing chaos at a divine conference, developing firearms to forcibly seize the Brighton-protected gold mine, and using explosives as deadly weapons to annihilate her dragon and griffin teams. Could this really be something a child could accomplish? She felt very conflicted. If she agreed, her family would likely face disaster, but if she refused, she would definitely not survive the night. Not to mention tonight, even right now, it was possible for her head to roll. She wasn't afraid of death. She just didn't want to die so humiliatingly. She had been to the Sky City and witnessed things that were indescribable. The gods called those miracles, but she thought they were nothing special, at most a superior invention. Now, a genius inventor had emerged from the grasslands, stirring waves with overwhelming force. If given a year, 5 years, 10 years, or 20 years, what kind of scene would that be? Karl Marx once said that if there is a 10% profit, one will be tempted to use it. At 20%, one will actively think about how to do it. When there is a 50% profit, one will dare to take risks and fight to the death. If there is a 100% profit, one will dare to trample all laws and ignore any rules. The posture Ruoyu was currently displaying clearly indicated that once he successfully overthrew this divine era, her family would gain unimaginable benefits. She was at a crossroads. Aren't you afraid of being wanted by all 3 empires at the same time? Afraid? So what? Ruoyu changed his tone and said, "When soldiers come, we block them. When water comes, we build dikes. If it rains, we can't stop those who want to seek death. If the paladins come, I have my cannons to guard against them. If the gods come, I'll let you see if the gods are truly flawless and unafraid of death." Just then, the door suddenly swung open. Ouyang Exine burst in, and the reason for saying burst was that he had snuck in with his head down like a thief. So much so that when he closed the door, he didn't even notice what kind of scene lay before him. Ruoyu. He let go of Ruoyu and casually brushed her nose, saying, "It feels nice. Remember to protect your appearance and take care of yourself. When I grow up, who knows, I might come to marry you." After saying that, he walked out. At the moment he turned around, both of their expressions changed. If Ruoyu had a somewhat feminine demeanor before, now she appeared cold and distant. Coming from a prominent family, she might have some shortcomings in practical matters. However, in certain aspects, she was not someone ordinary people could easily compare to. Just considering the skies she had seen and the lands she had traversed, it was something that an average person could not achieve in a lifetime. A scoundrel, Ruoyu, who lingered outside the door, had a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. He had no guaranteed victory, only a sense of equality. This Ruoyu was not an easy person to deal with. Having endured his slap, run naked in the snow, and being teased in front of others, even so, her mind still retained a sense of coolness, and she even dared to provoke him to his face. Well then, let's see what happens. Ruoyu thought to himself. Ouyang Xin had been waiting outside the workshop for a long time. By the time Ruoyu arrived, he was already covered in a layer of snow. Seeing him come over, he lifted the hot tea in his hand and said, "It's hot. Go inside and talk." The workshop had been destroyed by the giant dragon and could not be restored in a short time. Out of necessity, the craftsmen could only build a few simple wooden huts on the ruins to serve as a facade. Ruoyu sat down, poured 2 cups of tea, and said, "What is the matter? Old Zheng has been detained. Who has such boldness?" Ruoyu released the teacup. It seemed like he had no strength, but when it fell, it made a loud noise, revealing just how worried he was inside. His achievements today were largely due to old Zheng. Without him, the mining area would not have developed so rapidly, nor could they have achieved such great success in just a year. To put it simply, he could act recklessly because old Zheng was protecting him. Although they had not spent much time together, they had developed a relationship that was both teacher and friend. Ruoyu respected him as an elder, and the latter genuinely regarded him as family. Yes, his life was not in danger, but he could not escape physical suffering. The old man was getting on in years and should be enjoying a life of ease, yet he was willing to take risks for my sake. If I just stood by and did nothing, it would be a betrayal of his heartfelt intentions. I don't care what methods you use. You must rescue old Zheng. The mastermind behind this must be brought to light, and they will not get away easily. This matter will be handled with old Lu. You should be well enough by now. Chapter 74. Exploded. Ouyang Xin nodded in agreement. With old Lu in charge, he felt much more at ease. After all, this guy had previously assassinated a candidate for the Paladin, Brett 10, and had performed well in various aspects. Forget it. This time old Lu and I will go. You and Tesla stay behind to guard the mining area. We need someone to watch over it, and we can't do without you. We also need Tesla's inventions. So tell the craftsmen to prioritize restoring Tesla's laboratory. Wing Xin Di Sago. Ruoyu is the backbone of the mining area. If an accident happens, everything that has been established now will collapse. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Ruoyu rubbed his forehead. Zheng Dao was detained, and his fate was uncertain, which made him quite uneasy. Moreover, it had been a year since he came to this world, and he had yet to see what the imperial capital was like, making him quite curious. At present, the gold mine was under the control of Lu Chongfeng and the long gun team, so there shouldn't be any trouble for the time being, and there was also Tesla in the mining area to quickly restore productivity. Therefore, he had become a bystander. The imperial capital was in chaos, with various factions rising and falling. Besides, Ruoyu had not left yet. Who would dare to act rashly? Thus, going to the imperial capital made him a necessary candidate. After all, the invention from his higher dimensional universe could not be realized with the current equipment. He could only keep accumulating the foundation. To fully utilize those technologies, at least the completion of the third industrial revolution and entering the information age would be needed to possibly replicate an existence beyond the current level of civilization. He made a quick decision, integrated a troop, and set off overnight. Dark Moon City was located in the west of the Morning Dawn Empire, about 800 kilometers from the imperial capital. The group traveled day and night, and it wasn't until the 7th day that they finally reached their destination. This was the imperial capital. Ruoyu looked up, gazing at the towering city walls that reached into the clouds. At this scale, it would take at least 100 or 80 years to build. Due to the chaos in the imperial capital and still being within the mourning period for the old king, white sails were displayed, and soldiers were tied with white silk ribbons, their expressions appearing quite solemn. Clearly, the turmoil had already affected the lower class, thanks to someone providing secret assistance. They smoothly entered the city, took a tour while admiring the lanterns, and then entered a residence. The servant led Ruoyu inside, then closed the door and left. The timing of their arrival was indeed perfect. Ruoyu had just sat down when he saw someone approaching from behind. "Oh, Lord City Master. I am honored to meet you." Ruoyu stood up and bowed. "Don't be so polite, just sit down." "I won't." Ruoyu knelt on the ground, his eyes red. "You've worked hard, my lord. I didn't want to come and complain right away, but seeing you, I just can't hold back my grievances." "Woo-woo, the mining area?" "The mining area was destroyed by the Dragon Knight. You have to stand up for me. How come I heard people say that you killed the Dragon Knight with one shot?" "All right, stop pretending and quickly get up to eat." Ruoyu wiped away his expression, climbed onto the table with a clean and decisive motion, and looked at the city lord with great seriousness, saying, "Compared to your situation, it's still the adult who has it harder." "I'm doing fine," holding up. Upon hearing this, Ruoyu sniffed, constantly inhaling and exhaling. It was because of this man that he was shielded from the attacks of the remaining opposing forces in Chensi, allowing him to confront Old Fong fearlessly in Dark Moon City. Now, he was truly suffering. With this thought in mind, his lips moved as he intended to force out some words. "Put away your pretentious expression, or I'll beat you to death." "All right." Ruoyu's tears suddenly stopped flowing. "You brat, where did you learn your acting skills? You say you won't cry, and you really don't. Are you an actor?" "I'm an inventor." "Eat your vegetables." The city lord sighed softly, no longer bickering with him. There wasn't much food, and after a while, the two of them finished it all. The city lord took out a handkerchief and wiped his mouth. He said, "A few days ago, the capital was in chaos, and when I asked you to send some long spears over, you were unwilling. Today, as soon as I heard something happened to Old Zheng, you were in a hurry. It seems Old Zheng holds a higher position in your heart than I do as the city lord." No matter when he met the city lord, Ruoyu always felt like he was facing an old fox. "You know, the Tumen Kingdom is stationed outside Dark Moon City, with their army pressing in. You and Old Zheng are not around. Without some weapons, how can you protect your home?" "Protect my home? I heard you took a ship to rob their gold mine." "You brat, you've really gotten bold and want to fly, but you haven't even learned to walk properly before trying to run." Ruoyu smila tauquarli. "Preparing for a rainy day, right? Only by defeating the enemy from 1,000 miles away can we showcase the grandeur of our empire." Upon hearing this, the city lord's expression softened slightly, but his tone became sharp as he said, "Do you know that it was precisely because you seized the gold mine that the imperial capital has turned into what it is today?" Seeing Ruoyu's bewildered expression, the city lord sighed. "The gold mine is fundamental to a nation. Our morning dawn empire spans vast territories, fertile lands for thousands of miles, occupying the eastern continent. With such a huge land, we have only identified fewer than 10 gold mines, and the wild mine you seized is said to be rich enough to buy principality. You should consider how much trouble this will bring us by just taking it. Victory belongs to the victor. This is naive." Ruoyu said, "No matter what, we have already taken action. What more can we do? Besides, Lord Lu is guarding over there. What is there to fear? I have artillery, which is enough to deter those petty individuals." Hearing this, the city lord's eyes lit up, although he had never seen artillery with his own eyes. He had heard people around him talk about it. Ruoyu shot and killed Breton with a cannon and used detonators to blow up the dragon and the griffin squad. Did the cannon arrive? How many? 10. Hiss. The city lord gasped and asked, "How did you bring them?" "They haven't arrived yet. The cannons were entrusted to the Dark Moon City merchant convoy, hidden among the supplies being transported, and should arrive in a few days." "All right, what about the detonators?" "There are some, but not many. Those things are hard to control, and carrying them around can easily blow yourself up, so I left them in the outer room." "So you plan to blow up this room?" Just as he finished speaking, a huge explosion was heard from outside the courtyard. The large house shook, and then it crumbled into dust. Chapter 75. Meeting Silence. Silence is tonight's Cambridge. There is no Su Jima here, only the aftermath of the explosion in the courtyard. Li Ruoyu awkwardly looked at the city lord, wanting to say something but hesitating. I'm used to it. The city lord calmly finished his tea in one gulp, stood up and shook off the dust. The walls, which had not yet collapsed, swayed precariously in the autumn breeze, and combined with Li Ruoyu's expression, everything seemed so serene. After a long while, the startled cries of soldiers could be heard from around them. When they saw the state of the courtyard, no one could help but gape, dumbfounded. Clean up, leave no traces, and do not speak of today's events. Moreover, if anyone asks, just say the landlord tore down the house to build a new one. Do you understand? The city lord lit a cigarette and swept his gaze over the soldiers. Could tearing down a house make such a big commotion? The soldiers felt very puzzled, and with the acrid smell of gunpowder in the air, it was unlikely anyone would think it was just a house being torn down. The Empire has an alchemy association, and experts emerge one after another. If they came, they would probably recognize the smell of gunpowder in an instant. The soldiers nodded one after another, swallowing nervously, their faces pale. Just now, they had seen a strong killing intent in the city lord's eyes. Li Ruoyu arrived in the capital, and it was a top-secret event that could not be leaked. With the detonator in place, it was even less permissible for the news to spread easily. He had already seen the power of the detonator and was quite satisfied. Thinking of this, he smiled and reached out to ruffle Li Ruoyu's hair. This guy had grown quite a bit in the 6 months they hadn't seen each other. After all, he was still a child. With that thought, he carefully observed the other person's face again. Although he hadn't completely shed his childishness, his face had become increasingly resolute, with a sharpness to it, perhaps from having been on the battlefield a few times and experiencing the trials of life and death. It gave him an air of severity that his peers did not possess. Let's go. The city lord stepped over the wall and made a throat-slitting gesture to the guards outside, which Li Ruoyu happened to see. Do you think I'm heartless? Li Ruoyu remained silent. The city lord let out a breath and did not explain. In fact, Li Ruoyu was well aware that the current environment allowed for no mistakes. It was all about survival, and his life was priceless, worth more than gold. Even if 1,000 troops stood before him, if they saw something they shouldn't, they would still die. There were no innocents in this situation. Just because of this war, he had come to the imperial capital, and the war had already begun. Even if this was a political struggle, it would still result in rivers of blood. It didn't necessarily require smoke and flames, nor a direct confrontation. Perhaps it was just a word, or just an attitude, either exterminating 9 clans or elevating the lowly. Where do we go now? To the battlefield. The city lord took a few steps and asked, the detonators are really gone? Yes. That's good. The city lord no longer hesitated. The long-suppressed frustration vanished upon hearing that word. With such divine weapons, why worry about not securing his position? Surely the guy would like it too. The two walked along the road, and soon it started to rain. The guard around them came over with umbrellas, but the city lord shook his head, took one, opened it, and shielded himself and Li Ruoyu. You might be curious, wondering why I, just the lord of Darkmoon City, have such personal guards and the power to kill without mercy in the imperial capital. I am not curious, nor do I want to know. You little brat. The city lord slapped Li Ruoyu on the head and said, Is it so hard for me to put on a show? Who told you to be from a noble family? I'm not a 3-year-old child anymore. Li Ruoyu curled his lips and cast a disdainful glance at him. Leave me some cigarettes. I don't have many left. All right. The city lord hesitated for a moment, took out a white box from his inner lining, and said, This is a tribute from the Roman Empire called Marlborough. It has 2 burst pearls. Remember to crush the pearls when you smoke it. By the way, save some for me. I don't have much of this either. Oh, stop being so fussy. I got it, bro. The city lord was taken aback and looked at Li Ruoyu with a slightly dazed expression. Bro, not knowing what he recalled, the smile on his lips grew even wider. Li Ruoyu also smiled, looking at the cigarette in his hand. Some problems suddenly became clear. A lady's cigarette, huh? As he thought about it, he laughed even louder. This time, the house was more secretive than before. At least to outsiders, it looked like a luxurious restaurant. Well, a restaurant's backyard. The city lord led the way to a private room on the 3rd floor. He pressed a button on the wall. With a whoosh, the wall opened, revealing a passage leading down. Li Ruoyu looked on in amazement, thinking this must be what they called a mechanism. The tavern was located on the most prosperous street. and it was said that the most dangerous places were often the safest. In such a place frequently visited by high-ranking officials and nobles, no one would suspect that there was something fishy going on, even though the city lord had someone kill his own brother last night. So when the two of them walked into the basement and saw old Master Zhang's shriveled face, Ruoyu was not surprised at all and said, "I knew you weren't dead." "Oh, you little brat. Are you really hoping for my death? Only then can I inherit your estate. You little rascal." The city lord lit a lamp, and the dim basement suddenly became bright, while at the same moment, he walked into another room. "Where did he go?" Ruoyu pointed and said, "Don't ask too much. Sit down. I have something to ask you." Old Zhang, drinking tea, looked at his cheap grandson and felt more and more satisfied. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps echoed. Initially thinking it was the city lord coming out, Ruoyu was surprised to see a middle-aged man approaching and instinctively widened his eyes. "Why aren't you kneeling? What are you looking at?" "This is our sixth prince." Old Zheng kicked Ruoyu in the backside, prompting him to quickly kneel on the ground and say, "This little one pays his respects to His Highness the Sixth Prince." "Long live your highness." "Get up," the middle-aged man said gently, his expression softening as he spoke. Ruoyu climbed up and stood beside Zheng Dao. "Are you Ruoyu?" "Yes." "Did you write the Li family's military strategy?" "Absolutely." "Truly a young hero." The middle-aged man laughed heartily. In fact, they were all aware of what Ruoyu had done in Darkmoon City, and his arrival in the imperial capital was also expected. The reason they let him come was because he had defeated Brayton and killed the candidate for the paladin. In the eyes of others, you're an anti-divine figure. But in my eyes, you're a treasure, haha. The middle-aged man laughed again, looking at the unassuming Ruoyu with bright eyes, as if he had found a treasure, continuously saying, "Really impressive, a prodigy indeed." Chapter 76. Biohazard troops. Ruoyu couldn't help but take a step back, once doubting the sexual orientation of this guy. It is said that the West values freedom, including human relationships, which has led to a saying that has spread to the East. Men and women only exist to pass on the family line, while love between men is true love. The sixth prince had traveled extensively in his early years, performing well in the three great empires, and was known alongside the heirs of the other three empires as one of the four great young talents of the time. Moreover, his nature was carefree. He had a tough exterior, resembling a strong man, but perhaps he had a tender heart like that of a young girl. Seeing the scrutinizing gaze from the other party, Ruoyu became even more convinced of his thoughts and reluctantly took another step back. Sensing the vigilance from the other person, the middle-aged man quickly reacted, unable to help but chuckle, and said, "It is said that heroes match with beauties. I'm not a hero, but I at least like beauties." Just then, the door opened, and a woman walked in from one side of the secret room. When Ruoyu saw her clearly, he was momentarily stunned. "Little one." The lady hopped with light steps, breezing past Ruoyu, and patted his head. What a familiar gesture, what a familiar tone. "City Lord? Hey, you have some discernment. You can see that. I'm not blind." However, when he formally saw her in women's clothing, he couldn't help but be a bit surprised, even though it was a set of female armor. Perhaps it was because she was so beautiful. In this world, he had never seen anyone whose appearance could match his own, standing together like this. If he also donned women's clothing, they would definitely look like a pair of sisters. She was truly stunning. Her skin was delicate, as if it could be broken by a gentle touch. Her dark, shiny hair was casually tied up at the back of her head, exuding a heroic spirit. That wild aura, combined with her fairy-like beauty, created a conflicting impact that deeply struck everyone present. Upon seeing the city lord, a term suddenly appeared in Ruoyu's mind. Morgana. This was a virtual reality game from his home planet, where the Queen of the Heavens appeared just like this, except the former had more liveliness, while the latter was filled with spirituality. "Little sister." The middle-aged man pointed at her, unable to speak, and, after a long time, finally said, "Didn't I tell you not to wear women's clothing? Why did you decide to change today?" The city lord smiled gently and said, "Sixth brother." Then her expression turned cold as she said, "Shut up." The middle-aged man was put in his place and quickly closed his mouth. Ruoyu was shocked. Was this still the prince who had an imposing presence with every gesture just moments ago? Was this still the cold and bloodthirsty city lord? This beauty, also a beast? But the sixth prince was also quite handsome, a veritable scholarly gentleman. Li Ruoyu felt that things were in chaos. He, gradually calming his turbulent heart. The city lord, wearing armor, did not take a seat but instead placed his sword on the table with a clatter, saying, "What you brought this time, I have already seen. With it here, there's no need to worry about turning the tide." Seeing this, Li Ruoyu breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was still that person, a familiar feeling. However, it was quite thrilling and bizarre. The city lord fixed his gaze on Li Ruoyu and said, "Please put away those chaotic thoughts." "All right then. The late king has passed, and with many princes. This is a phenomenon that has not changed throughout the ages, unless the empire collapses and moves toward a republic. Of course, in the current world, there is no such thing as a republic, and Li Ruoyu, who enjoys war games, is even more inclined towards this point. Compared to a loose constitution, he still prefers dictatorship. In his previous life, he controlled a star and was honored as the Star Master. Yet he also lived under various systems. Even with great power, he had to follow the rules because there were many who were stronger than him. There were also many weapons that could easily destroy his planet. But now, things were different. This was a whole new world. Li Ruoyu eagerly hoped for chaos in the world so that he could experiment with his weapons, experience the charge of the battlefield, and understand the feeling of thousands of troops disappearing in an instant. The sixth prince nodded and said, "Then I will trouble my little sister." Zheng Lao smiled bitterly and said, "Unfortunately, the Alchemy Association is no longer under my control. Those clerical priests have already defected to the enemy and colluded with Western missionaries. Recently, there have been several explosions in the Alchemy Association's laboratory in the imperial capital. I suspect they are developing new weapons. The spear team has died several times, and their weapons have been stolen multiple times. It is very likely that they have obtained firearms and started their research. The current situation in Dark Moon City reflects that of the imperial capital." As he said this, the sixth prince realized he had misspoken and quickly stopped. Li Ruoyu asked what happened that day. Old Zheng sighed deeply and lifted his coat. After seeing clearly, Li Ruoyu experienced a moment of blankness in his mind for a second or two, and then a surge of anger erupted, distorting his entire face. Who did this? The church. It was a fact that Zheng Dao was detained. Otherwise, how could the other princes have died? Thinking of this made him break out in a cold sweat. Luckily, this old guy was still alive. Old Zheng said with a serious expression, "The Saintess carries a gene serum, and a biochemical unit has already been trained." The biochemical unit refers to humans who have forcibly altered their forms after taking the serum, like Breton and Luringia. It seems the West is determined to interfere in our internal affairs this time. The sixth prince said, "What are we afraid of? I'm actually looking forward to it. Can these biochemical units withstand our long rifle team?" Besides, Ruoyu brought explosives. With explosives, even 1,000 troops are nothing to fear. The city lord, having witnessed the power of explosives, was quite confident. Hearing this, Li Ruoyu smiled bitterly. The pressure was immense. Could the assembled biochemical units really be dealt with using just explosives? He couldn't help but think of Luringia. Individual strength might not be feared, but when this individual is condensed into a whole, its power is not just a simple addition. It might even give rise to other changes. In the history of his home planet, there had also been biochemical units. They appeared during the Fourth Civilization War. It was that war that laid the foundation for his home planet's advancement to a higher dimensional cosmic civilization. Chapter 77, I'm Coming. This shows the ferocity of the biochemical units. Old Jing asked Ruoyu, "What do you think?" Li Ruoyu sighed and said, "This matter is quite risky. I have confidence in dealing with individual biohazards, but a large-scale army is a bit tricky. I think we need to consider this carefully." The sixth prince patted Li Ruoyu on the shoulder, raised his eyebrows, and said, "After all, you are just a child. Are you afraid of this? It is a bit risky. That's the truth. What if the first round of explosives doesn't destroy the biohazard troops? To say he is afraid would be ridiculous. Li Ruoyu has always been bold. Otherwise, how did Brayden die? How did he capture Hua Wuji? On the contrary, he has a gambler's spirit and is willing to take risks. What he pursues is quite simple. Either live or die." The sixth prince was a bit displeased. They had placed all their hopes on Li Ruoyu. Yet the person involved did not provide the guarantees they wanted and instead continued to undermine their confidence. At this moment, there was a knock at the door. "Come in." The sixth prince was somewhat angry. The door opened, and an old man entered. He first bowed to the sixth prince and the city lord, clearly recognizing the city lord's true identity, then walked to old Zheng's side and whispered a few words. Zheng Dao waved his hand, and the old man showed an apologetic smile to the sixth prince, bowed, and retreated. "What is the news?" the sixth prince asked. "The scouts have found a small-scale troop approaching from 50 miles away, including the Saintis and some Westerners, but the biohazard troops have not seen them." Li Ruoyu's eyes flickered as he said, "To catch the thief, first catch the king. I think we should take the initiative and bring the Saintis over first. That way, the remaining forces gathered in the city will be thrown into chaos due to the loss of their leader." The sixth prince's eyes brightened as he looked at Li Ruoyu in surprise and said, "Now I'm not afraid anymore." He chuckled. The word fear had never been in his vocabulary. After discussing for a moment, they made a decision. The imperial capital needed a helmsman, and the sixth prince and old Zheng could not leave without permission. They needed to stay and stabilize their subordinates to avoid confusion. Meanwhile, Li Ruoyu set out with the city lord, who was dressed in men's clothing. The two disguised themselves, with the city lord posing as a merchant caravan leader and Li Ruoyu as a servant, while the remaining spear-wielding team acted as the caravan's guards. Exiting through the city gate, the city lord sat in the carriage, while Li Ruoyu rode a horse alongside, with boxes containing spears and detonators behind them. The city lord lifted the curtain and looked at the shivering Li Ruoyu, saying, "Why not come in and sit for a while?" "No need," Li Ruoyu replied. Li Ruoyu shook his head. They were about to charge into battle, and there was no time to rest. The moonlight was dense at this moment. After leaving the city gate, the population dwindled, and under the bright moon, only this merchant convoy was quietly advancing, looking from a distance like the ghostly soldiers emerging from the underworld. Even the couples who occasionally came out for a stroll and to engage in field battles couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines upon seeing the convoy. Quickly changing their location, the spear team was trained by the city lord. They knew their mission was to fight to the death soon, and unconsciously, everyone tightened their grips. "Let me ask you something." Li Ruoyu turned his head to look at the soldier beside him and said, "Do you believe in ghosts?" The soldier was slightly taken aback, nodded, then shook his head, and finally answered faithfully, "People say there are, but I have never seen one." "That's right. Things that have never been seen do not exist. For example, the fear in your heart. All of that is just something you imagine to scare yourself. We have spears, and if a ghost really appears, we'll just stab it with one shot." The soldier was amused, but realizing his lapse in composure, quickly straightened his posture and replied, "Yes." Outside the tent, the saintess was wrapped in a snow mink cloak. Beside her lay a silver giant dragon, which raised its head and sniffed. "What's wrong?" the dragon called out, then lowered its head again. But over time, it gradually grew fond of it. It seemed that there was nothing that could not be solved by drinking more water. "Tomorrow at dawn, the late king will be buried, and that will be our time to make an appearance. Miss Saintess need not worry. This time, we are bound to win without loss." The saintess shook her head and said, "Do not underestimate the East. When the gods descended to save the dawn from peril and assisted humanity in establishing the 4 great empires, there was one exception among those empires, the Dawn Empire, which firmly held the basic territory of the Eastern continent. This nation, during the chaos in the West, swept across the land with its own strength to establish a vast Eastern empire without relying on the power of gods. Therefore, the East has always been looked down upon by the West. In the early years, conflicts erupted, especially with the Roman Empire that bordered Dawn, which launched several eastward campaigns but ended in failure. In recent years, as Western powers have developed, they have gradually moved towards an alliance, intending to jointly nibble away at the Eastern Empire, for this land is vast and rich in resources, making it coveted by every power. Thus, after failing on the front lines, they began to infiltrate the East with the theory of gods. Strangely enough, Easterners have never feared any enemies on the battlefield. Even if they were weak, they dared to bring their own stools and bricks to the battlefield. Yet after the theory of gods was proposed, a large number of traitors emerged in Dawn. With external pressures from the 3 kingdoms and cultural export from within, I really cannot think of a reason for failure. Arthur declared proudly. Seeing the saintess worried, he secretly found it amusing. "Women. Ha! No matter how powerful a woman is, she is still just a woman. He sighed inwardly, lamenting that it was a pity he wasn't the leader this time. Otherwise, he would have long led the biochemical troops to the imperial capital to rally for the traitors. As the cold wind blew, Arthur shrank his neck, put down the hot tea in his hand, and said, "Tomorrow we will enter the city. Miss Saintis, get some rest early. Don't worry too much, or you might hurt yourself, and I would be heartbroken." Little did he know that at the moment she turned around, the dragon lying on the ground raised its head again, showing a look of vigilance. After all, it was a creature with spirit. Its senses were far more acute than those of humans. So the dragon shifted its body and crawled to the back of the tent, completely concealing itself. This way, even if danger approached, it could ensure it wouldn't be the first to be shot full of arrows. It was well aware of the power of the Easterners' arrow formations. "Young master, we are almost there." Chapter 78, Charge. In view, the outline of the station troops could already be seen. The city lord hung the curtain and prepared the fire gun, which was already loaded with gunpowder. "You might be a fool." The city lord chuckled. The spear team was not large, probably just over 100 men, while the place where the Saintis was stationed had at least 500 traders, not counting the biochemical troops. "My lord, I want to ask you a question." "Speak. Do you have dreams?" A smile appeared on the city lord's lips as he said, "Wherever the sun and moon shine, it is all royal land. Wherever dawn passes, it will leave behind the footprints of technology. My dream is just that." This was Ruoyu's summary of him. Before the city lord could ask back, he raised his hand, pointed at the moon in the sky, and said, "My dream is up there." "Up there?" The city lord looked at the starry sky, with a bright moon overhead and the Milky Way sprinkled across the vast expanse. There was no specific location. That was the specific location. Under the sun and moon, it was ultimately just limited. The direction where the Milky Way is located is the true dream. You really are a fool. War was about to break out, smoke of battle rising everywhere. The peaceful days of decades might vanish in tonight's slaughter, plunging the entire land into turmoil. It would drag billions of common people into a catastrophe of life and death. Yet how could a battle limited to a single star compare to the vastness of the starry sky? Ruoyu smiled and said, "The city lord says I'm a fool. Perhaps I really am a fool." As the merchant caravan approached the military tents, morning guards came out to inspect them. The city lord chuckled as he stepped out of the sedan chair, pulled out some gold from his pocket, and said, "Brother, help me out a bit. I need to deliver this batch of goods to Jinling tomorrow." The general in Jinling has been preparing for his daughter's wedding for 3 months now, and it's said that his beloved daughter is marrying into a noble family from the West. With people being short-handed and soft-hearted when it comes to money, letting them pass wouldn't be a problem, especially since there was a giant dragon guarding the place, so there was no fear of anyone causing trouble in secret. The morning guards looked back at their companions, who were all shivering from the cold, their faces flushed, with hands tucked inside their coats for warmth. The morning guard took the gold and waved to the people behind him, saying, "Let them pass." "Wait." At that moment, a young man walked out. As soon as he appeared, the morning guard who had just accepted the gold turned pale and nearly knelt to the ground, repeatedly saying, "My lord, they are a merchant caravan heading south to Jinling, escorting the dowry purchased by the general's mansion." "Oh." The young man glanced at him and said, "What dowry are you escorting in the middle of the night? Get them down for a routine inspection." The city lord's expression stiffened, revealing a look of panic as he said, "Please, my lord, help me out. If we can't deliver it tonight and delay the general's daughter's wedding, my life won't be worth much." "Ha!" The young man sneered, pressing the city lord down to the ground, saying, "Are you trying to fool me? I've never heard that there's a merchant caravan leaving the city tonight. The general's daughter's wedding shouldn't require an escort at night. Is there something unspeakable among your gifts? Someone search them." Seeing this, Ruoyu couldn't help but sigh. When his own people turned ruthless, they really were merciless, treating their own as if they wanted to destroy them, while they were subservient to the Westerners. It was quite pitiful. He walked over from the back, squatted down in front of the young man, and said, "My lord, please help me out." At the same time, he reached towards his bosom. The young man thought he was about to offer a bribe, so he hesitated for a moment. After all, it still came down to whether the money was enough. What Ruoyu pulled out was money. Of course not. It was a dark, black gun held in his palm, which he suddenly pressed against the young man's head, saying, "You're looking for death." Before the other party could react, he fired, shattering the man's skull with a bang. The silent earth echoed with the gunshot, like thunder striking, waking those who were asleep inside the tent. The giant dragon behind the big tent let out a roar and instinctively flew into the sky. But just as it took off, the armed gun aimed at it. Fire! Next came the dense sound of gunfire. The long gun squad, seeing blood, turned red with rage. Following their usual training, they began a charge. The first batch of groggy morning guards who stumbled out saw a group of bloodthirsty soldiers rushing towards them and couldn't help but retreat in fear, hurriedly reaching for their swords at their waists. The confrontation between cold weapons and hot weapons. This time, the hot weapons had the upper hand. They couldn't react at all and were turned into sieves by the gunfire. Meanwhile, the giant dragon that had taken off in the midst of the deafening gunfire was so frightened that it forgot it could breathe fire. When it felt pain in its body, it instinctively thought of the crossbow that could pierce its armor. Thus, to everyone's astonishment, it flapped its wings and flew away. It really flew away. Ruoyu sneered, realizing that even dragons could be afraid of death. The cries of agony echoed one after another, finally waking up Chen Jian and those who were sleeping in the big tent. The enemy has come. Arthur did not rush out of the big tent at the first moment. He knew what had happened the moment the gunshots rang out and hurried towards the Saintess's tent. Upon entering, he discovered that the Saintess had long since vanished. Outside the spear formation, the Saintess was leading a group of people, quietly watching the slaughter in the direction of the tent. She stroked the giant dragon's head and said, "Thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found the opportunity to eliminate that annoying mosquito, Arthur." In her eyes, Chen Jian's life was worth less than a dog. If he died, he died. At most, she could have the clergy hold a few meetings to brainwash them, and then Chen Jian would be back. However, getting rid of Arthur was something that puzzled her a bit. Ruoyu held a gun and walked directly towards the tent. Not 10 meters away, he saw Arthur crawling out from inside. He laughed heartily, thinking that it was indeed a case of a pillow being sent when one was sleepy. Among all the people here, the one he most wanted to kill was actually Arthur, because this guy was the most dangerous one. Initially appearing reckless, he was actually deep and cunning, hiding his true self under the guise of a sycophant. Huawujia had said that Arthur was the true insider of the church and was from Sky City. When Arthur saw Ruoyu, he gasped but did not show any fear on his face. Instead, he revealed a hint of disdain. "You damn dog. Even an ant dares to rebel against its superior." Ruoyu put on makeup, and he couldn't recognize the person at first glance, but upon sensing the familiar aura, he instantly guessed the person's identity. "If I had known, I would have killed you in Dark Moon City." "Heh, you can certainly give it a try." Arthur stood his ground and said, "Do you think a firearm can kill me?" "Maybe." Ruoyu smiled and nodded, revealing a set of white teeth, and without hesitation pointed at him and fired repeatedly. Chapter 79, Stabbed. Chen Jian saw Ruoyu shoot and couldn't stop him at all. The distance was too close. Even Chen Jian, who had the highest personal combat strength, could only close his eyes at this moment and place his hopes in the divine. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots rang out, and the strong wind accompanied by dust exploded. Arthur didn't die. Instead, at the moment the gunshots occurred, his body paused and transformed into a height of 5 meters on the spot. "Hey, hey, hey." Arthur laughed out loud and kicked towards Ruoyu. The city lord, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but shrink his neck. Goodness, this must be the power of a biochemical warrior. Ruoyu spun in place, aiming the gun at Arthur's feet, and fired, using the recoil to move a few meters away, narrowly escaping. Boom! Arthur's large foot slammed down on the ground, sending dust flying. He pounded his chest, letting out a terrifying roar. Beast! Ruoyu did not dare to be careless, and hurriedly fled to the rear, while on the move. He gave the city lord a look that said, "I've handed it over to you." "Where are you running?" Arthur shouted, running on the ground. The gene serum stimulated all of Arthur's metrics, and when he transformed into a beast-like form, his speed reached its peak. Not to mention 10 seconds for 100 meters. Under the moonlight, that tall figure rushed to Ruoyu's side in just a few breaths. "Young master, be careful." The long gun formation took shape and opened fire from a distance. The gunpowder hit Arthur, creating a faint glow on his body. Although it could not break his defenses, It effectively hindered his forward momentum. This also gave Li Ruoyu a moment to catch his breath, allowing him to accelerate again towards the rear. The power of the firearms was limited, lacking the destructive capability of large-caliber snipers. Arthur merely swayed slightly before quickly stabilizing his body. He looked at the flustered Li Ruoyu, bent his legs, flexed his muscles, and suddenly jumped up, reaching over 10 meters high in the blink of an eye. By the time he landed, he had already blocked Li Ruoyu's escape route. You could die now. Arthur clenched his fists, his face twisted in a snarl. Transformed into a beast. His face was covered in hair, and his teeth had elongated significantly, resembling a little monster. Li Ruoyu half squatted on the ground, the tip of his gun resting on the ground as he looked up at Arthur and smiled. Who will kill the deer is still uncertain. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground trembled, and cracks began to appear beneath Arthur, spreading rapidly in all directions like a web of broken wrinkles. Then, with a loud rumble, the ground collapsed. Arthur, unaware of the change, fell directly down. However, he reacted quickly, spreading his hands to press against the surrounding walls, his sharp claws easily slicing through the earth, creating a series of fiery sparks as he fell and scraped against the stones. A muffled sound echoed when he landed. Arthur felt that something was off. Looking down, his eyes turned red. The ground was dotted with countless sharpened steel pipes. His tough skin and muscles bent the surrounding pipes. But his body was not indestructible. There were still vulnerabilities. One steel pipe, unfortunately, had pierced into his calf. So, it was quite painful. Li Ruoyu, damn you. Arthur cursed angrily. The calf connected to the spine, and the spine connected to the brain. They say the butt decides the head. Thus, shame and anger filled his brain, turning his demeanor into fury. Right now, he could only think about cursing. He couldn't consider anything else. That area was burning, likely close to breaking. Li Ruoyu squatted down, revealing half of his head, looking at Arthur in the pit, and asked, feeling good? Arthur's eyes were red. There's something even better. Want to get a try? Arthur clawed at the wall, enduring the excruciating pain as he moved upward. Just as his calf was pulled free from the steel pipe, a massive stone fell down. He instinctively pulled back his hand to shield himself. Then, the steel pipe he just pulled out pierced back in. Ow! Arthur cried out in pain, while Li Ruoyu above burst into laughter. This guy really had his head in the wrong place. How could he be so foolish? Arthur's blood surged through him. He had just controlled his breathing to slow down the absorption of the drug, but with these 2 stabs, he could no longer hold it back. A fierce aura erupted from his body. At the same time, a violent force emerged. In that moment, Arthur had already used his legs to break the steel pipe and jumped directly out of the pit. However, the scene before him left him dazed. Instead of seeing Li Ruoyu, he saw a steel plate that was only as wide as a meter, and he was astonished to find that the plate fell just as he poked his head out. If he took it head-on, it would be a miracle if he didn't turn into a meat pie. Damn, Arthur, who usually had great self-control, couldn't help but curse repeatedly. Is this even something a human would do? When he was knocked down, the broken steel pipe pressed against the half that hadn't been pulled out of his calf. So when he landed, taking advantage of the downward momentum, the steel pipe pierced in again. You are disgusting. The Lord's face turned a bit red. At this point, if one still couldn't understand why Li Ruoyu insisted on bringing a steel plate and iron rod when leaving the city, one could only say they were too foolish. This steel pipe was merely a prop Li Ruoyu used for experimentation. The changes in Breton and Luringia had made him cautious. Such an invulnerable existence couldn't just be bombed every time they encountered one. What if it blew up and hurt himself? Thus, this prank was devised. After all, who would consider defenses on their calves? You bastard, come and fight. Arthur was furious. The powerful energy exploded, and he leaped up, breaking through the steel plate. After landing, he didn't charge immediately, but instead cautiously looked around. Once he confirmed there were no pits or steel plates, he focused his gaze on Li Ruoyu. If looks could kill, Li Ruoyu would have been reduced to pieces by now. Once bitten, twice shy, he never wanted to experience such humiliation again. Looking down, he noticed that although the power of the drug was healing him quickly, a lot of blood was still flowing out. Arthur, a cleric, have suffered a grievance here. Arthur felt like crying. He bent down, intending to charge and squash this detestable little brat. Just then, Li Ruoyu smiled, and that smile made Arthur's whole body tingle. After several encounters, Arthur had already placed him on an equal footing, not allowing himself to be blinded by the other's innocent face. Hence, upon seeing that eerie smile, he felt a sense of impending doom. His body, which was about to charge forward, suddenly stopped, but it was too late. Chapter 80. The Power of the Cannon. A cannon was dragged out from the haystack, and Ruoyu, holding a torch, looked at Arthur with a beaming smile. Goodbye. He ignited the fuse. The Saintess silently watched, not rushing to help, but her gaze gradually deepened, even showing a hint of fear. That was a cannon. She had heard of it and even browsed through it in the clerical archives as a child. These are classified as forbidden books, often filled with rebellious notions. Thus, when the gods described them as evil powers, subjective thinking often carried criticism and intolerance. At least she thought so as a child. In simple terms, perhaps ordinary people couldn't feel the power of cannons. For them, it was just an evil product against the gods, inauspicious and ominous, something to be avoided, and no one dared to study or think deeply about it. But for the Saintess, who was wealthy and held supreme power, it was an extremely terrifying thing. She had privately investigated Ruoyu, knowing everything about him, every invention, every action, even every thought. The fear and suffocation of wanting to overturn the divine system and awaken humanity's numb thoughts became even more apparent. Just like one couldn't believe that this unbelievably beautiful child would use a gun to kill, similarly, Ruoyu would not believe that the West could coexist peacefully and mutually benefit with the East. Because this was a fundamental battle. Was this the power of the cannon? The sound of cannon fire roared in her ears, and dust scattered before her eyes. Just one shot caused destruction more powerful than that of the biochemical troops. Moreover, the replicability of cannons was very high. Any existing machinery, no matter how precise, as long as one grasped the principles and had the production conditions, could be replicated. Unlike the biochemical troops, which required long-term use of drugs and had side effects, with a success rate of 1 in 10. If there were 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 cannons firing simultaneously, what a shocking scene that would be. The Saintess took a deep breath. Arthur, you can't die yet. She stroked the dragon's head and said, destroy that thing. Roar. The dragon roared and soared into the sky. The Western dragon, naturally possessing flight attributes, had absolute aerial superiority. From its emergence to rushing to the center of the battle, it only took a few breaths. It lowered its body, flapping its wings, creating a gust that sent the surrounding spearmen tumbling. Its appearance quickly disrupted the balance of the battlefield, forming a dimensional strike. The spearmen were crushed without any ability to fight back, and as soon as they raised their weapons, they were knocked to the ground. In just a few minutes, the formation of the long spear team was completely disrupted. Ruoyu frowned as he watched the giant dragon flee. In front of him was Arthur, who had taken the gene potion, and behind him was the Western dragon that was about to pursue. Neither of them was someone he could defeat easily, and he only had one cannon, which could only deal with one target at a time. If he fired at Arthur, the dragon could easily turn around and kill him. The same logic applied in reverse. What was supposed to be a successful ambush was suddenly disrupted by the appearance of the dragon. Ruoyu stood still, silently took out a cigarette, and said, fire. Boom! The shell was fired at an extremely fast speed towards Arthur, and at the same moment, he quickly adjusted the cannon's aim to target the giant dragon in the sky. The artillery he had modified had improved durability, not easily bursting, and after continuous use, it would at most develop cracks but would not explode easily. This was already enough. Arthur crossed his arms to protect his head, with powerful energy spreading throughout his body. But after taking the shot, he was still knocked away, uncertain of his fate. The dragon roared as it charged in, and Ruoyu, unafraid, loaded the ammunition again and fired. He calmly watched the dragon. It wasn't the first time he had hunted a dragon. This time was just right. He would do it again. You have a dragon. I have a cannon. Let's see if your flesh and blood can truly withstand this cold, hard artillery. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was the city lord who had just avoided him. This old coin had long wanted to teach the Saintess a lesson. The moment the Saintess opened her mouth, he covered her mouth and said leisurely, "Are you heartbroken?" The Saintess's body stiffened, her pupils dilated. "Come watch a good show with me. I really like your dragon." If it goes into a hot pot, it must taste very delicious. This time, the shell soared and hit the giant dragon. Then, the giant dragon fell to the ground. Ruoyu charged forward with a fire gun, staring at the injured giant dragon in front of him, drooling. He was a foodie and had tasted all kinds of delicacies in this world, but he had never eaten dragon meat. It is said that dragon meat is good for beauty. I still need to take care of my face, after all. I'm pretty. He then pulled the trigger. What? It didn't die? One shot went off, and the giant dragon was completely unharmed. The power of the fire gun couldn't break through the dragon's defenses, but instead provoked its ferocity. Its massive body rolled on the ground, crushing several soldiers from the spear squad along the way. Ruoyu Siga. He originally planned to completely cut off the giant dragon's head to keep it as a decoration, but now it seemed impossible to preserve it. The soldiers pushed the cannon over and aimed at its head. The soldier nodded and coldly fired the cannon. In an instant, the giant dragon's head exploded, and it was completely dead. It had a chance to escape, just like when it first saw Ruoyu. It could have fled directly to avoid death, but it was simply too arrogant. It believed itself to be powerful, and in its mind, only bows and crossbows could pierce its wings, while other attacks could be ignored. So it used its wings to defend against the cannonball attack. Thus, beasts will always be beasts. No matter how powerful they are, they can only serve as mounts and cannot stand on the battlefield. The saintess watched helplessly as her beloved dragon was blown apart by the cannon, its body stiffening. This was her mount and her companion, one she had grown up with since childhood. In that moment, her heart was filled with countless emotions. Ruoyu stood in front of her. Beside him knelt Arthur, who had lost the effects of the medicine, and asked, "How do you want to die?" "Bah!" Arthur spat at him. Ruoyu tilted his head and dodged, kicking out with one foot, stepping on his chest, drawing his knife, and aiming at that fair neck. He struck down with a blade. The saintess saw Arthur's head fly up, spinning in the air, and after landing, it rolled several times, knowing that this time she was finished. Yes, indeed finished. Ruoyu seemed to see through the other person's thoughts and said, "From the moment you set foot on my eastern land, you should have anticipated all of this." "You know." Ruoyu shook his head with a smile. Still too naive. Chapter 81 Layout. That kind of decisiveness, that kind of calmness. It seemed as if the one being struck down was not a person, but a dog, an insect, the act of killing without hesitation. Aside from an exceptionally bloodthirsty pervert, how could an ordinary person possess such spirit? On the battlefield, killing enemies is a matter of life and death, a necessity. Death is merely a nod to the ground, and there won't be the slightest ripple in one's heart. Even if one side suffers countless casualties and defeat, one will only grieve for a moment, pouring a jar of wine on the ground and lighting a stick of incense to comfort the souls of the dead. Even bowing and pretending to be sorrowful is spared, because to those in power, it is just a number. So when the morning traitor was executed by the spear squad in turn, the saintess's heart was unfazed. She even felt that these people deserved to die. No matter what kind of traitor, once labeled with the word traitor, they're no longer human. Even if a wallflower performs well, it cannot take the stage. Even the commander of the morning traitors, the high-ranking morning traitor, cannot escape the constraint of the word traitor. But now it was Arthur who died. She wished for Arthur's death, but not in this way. She had escaped the tent early because the dragon sensed danger. She hadn't told Arthur, wanting to punish him a bit, to let him feel some hardship, to make him understand that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens. Now he was dead. For his attitude, he paid the price with his life, killed with one slash, eyes wide open in death, his body still oozing blood, flowing out in a gurgle. For a moment, the saintess was in chaos. There was still blood on her face from Arthur. It was warm. The saintess licked it. Looking at Ruoyu before her, she found it hard to believe that he was a child, even though she had suspected it long ago, and even though Elder Fong had kept reminding her to be wary of him before coming here. But at that time, she had not taken it to heart. The divine being said that at the beginning, human nature is inherently good. So she believed it, forgetting the true nature of this world, forgetting how furious the impoverished people oppressed by the divine beings really were. It was only at this moment that she truly awakened. Human nature is inherently evil. Ruoyu shook his head with a smile. Arthur was dead, The dragon was dead, and the mourning traders who witnessed this scene no longer had the courage to fight. The pillars that supported their battle had been completely shattered. What was there to fight for? Surrender it is. One by one, the mourning traders dropped their weapons and raised their hands, kneeling on the ground. The city lord watched this scene and suddenly recalled his saying. In the midst of laughter, the masts and sails turned to ashes. This was Li Ruoyu's old catchphrase, and now she finally understood the essence of this saying. The current situation was indeed too fitting. Outside the city, the Western forces had been uprooted overnight. Li Ruoyu and the city lord sat in the big tent, while the saintess, her hands shackled, crouched beside them. Li Ruoyu was not being polite and discussed tomorrow's matters with the city lord in her presence. Now that the core has been captured, thinking of this, Li Ruoyu said, "Does the city lord want to leave a legacy for future generations? Your ambition has grown, hasn't it? When talking to smart people, there's no need for unnecessary chatter. All those roundabout expressions are useless. Being direct and straightforward saves time and effort. There's a saying in our southwest region. There's always a taller mountain. When you climb to the top of one mountain and look at another, what you're thinking about is continuing to climb higher, right? Only by standing at the highest point can one truly see the smaller mountains below." The city lord remained calm and was not swayed by Li Ruoyu's one-sided words. Instead, he analyzed. "I'm afraid there are still hidden hands at work." "So what if there are?" Li Ruoyu looked at the saintess and smiled again. "With the core in hand, who wouldn't be cautious? Let's talk about your plan. Our spear team will act as morning spies, and you, disguise yourself as the saintess. Once the struggle for the throne begins tomorrow, you just need to stand in front of me and let me stab you. Don't worry, I won't stab you to death." Perhaps he had really gained some courage, which is why he dared to speak so recklessly. After all, the city lord in front of him was not just a city lord, but also a royal princess. The city lord almost laughed out loud and said, "If you don't stab me to death, then you're still stabbing me. Right? You want to stab me to enhance your own reputation, and here I am. If you want to stab, go ahead, do whatever you want. But why do you need me to do it?" Li Ruoyu smiled shyly and said, "Isn't it useful to keep a real person around? Besides, others playing the saintess lack that aura. Only you fit the role. All right, your excellency is wise. Stop flattering me," the city lord said meaningfully, looking at Li Ruoyu, fully aware of the other's intentions. But she couldn't refuse. As Li Ruoyu said, the saintess must not die, and no one else can play the role. Only she could. This way, they could first lure out all the divine beings within the imperial capital and capture them all. And second, they could utilize the value of the saintess to negotiate for more benefits with the West. The long spear team split into two groups. One part stayed to guard the big tent, while the other part went outside to dig pits. Digging pits naturally meant burying people. None of the surrendered mourning traders survived. All were executed on Li Ruoyu's orders. Those who wavered deserved to die. If they dared to surrender once, they would dare to do it a second time. Such indecisive turncoats could die one by one. Otherwise, if their side faced defeat one day, they might even be turned against. So even if the city lord was not very pleased, Li Ruoyu resolutely issued the command, even if it meant sacrificing over 500 lives. "Look how good I am, knowing you wouldn't be comfortable later, so I prepared this for you in advance." The saintess glanced at the flower pot, her face slightly flushed. It was unclear whether it was anger or something else. She bit her lip and remained silent. "Hey, I can tell you, if you want to die, you can do it any time. There are stools in this tent. You can slam into one. If that doesn't work, then do it twice. Over there are scissors. Even with your hands in handcuffs, your fingers can still move. You could stab yourself. But if you don't want to die, then live well for me. You being alive has value to me." Li Ruoyu had a teasing expression on his face, seemingly trying to provoke the other party, just like he had humiliated Ruoyu in the mining area back then. He took a few steps forward, crouched beside the saintess, and said, "You know Ruoyu, don't you?" Upon hearing this, the saintess's calm gaze finally showed a slight change. "Yes, I captured her and made her my wife. Shameless. In this cold weather, washing my face would peel off my skin. Why don't you draw me a face?" The saintess glared at him, her eyes filled with anger. Sensing the emotional shift, Li Ruoyu finally stood up, seemingly planning to leave. He reached the door, paused, and said, "Flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns." People like you don't want to live well. Let's see how far I can go in the future. Chapter 82. Burial as the moon set and the stars grew sparse. Ruoyu did not sleep that night. Ruoyu picked it up, and after it melted, he put it in a small bowl and squatted by the roadside to rinse his mouth. The city lord yawned and, seeing that Ruoyu had gotten up early, showed a hint of a smile in his eyes. This guy's current achievements were indeed due to his hard work, accumulated bit by bit. As a member of the royal family, she had seen many geniuses, some of whom were extraordinarily talented. However, most of them later faded into obscurity, not for any particular reason, but because after achieving success, they were summoned by the gods and subsequently abandoned their ideals, becoming the gods' lackeys. People like Ruoyu, whose faces clearly showed their opposition to the gods, were rare. Even if there were some, they had already died, because they lacked Ruoyu's luck and extraordinary strength. This was also why, at the first glance, old Zheng liked Ruoyu and thought about how to recruit him rather than destroy him, as she had done before. Such people, as long as they do not die, will surely achieve something in the future. The city lord took a breath. The cool breeze swept in through her throat, sending a shiver through her body, and her spirits were instantly lifted. According to the capital's time, it should be around 3:30 in the morning. The late emperor was being buried. This was a very solemn and respectful matter. All the princes and major factions had to put down their weapons and bury the late emperor, not for the sake of outsiders, but as a tradition of the Morning Dawn. At the same time, it was also a training for the people of Morning Dawn. Filial piety comes first among all virtues. Even the worst of people had to wear white today and go to the streets to pay their respects. There were too many things she needed to prepare, so she could not afford to be careless. Ruoyu walked into the tent at a leisurely pace. The saintess was still crouching in the corner, even though there was a bed made with beautiful fabrics inside, and even though her lips had turned blue from the cold. Clap, clap, Ruoyu applauded. For her pride. After all, she came from a noble background and was a saintess of the church. Her inherent pride was truly unmaskable. Even as a prisoner, she maintained that composure and calm. This is something ordinary people cannot compare to. It is often said that the higher one's status, the more one fears death. But the saintess was exactly the opposite. However, Ruoyu's gaze followed the saintess to the flower pot hidden behind the table, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The saintess, also a human and moreover a woman. The saintess's face flushed slightly as she said, "Aren't you afraid of the church taking action against you?" Yes. This response was somewhat unexpected, and the saintess looked at him in surprise, saying, "I didn't see that coming. If fear could be seen, I might as well not live," he replied, patting his chest. "I have a heart. It beats, it moves, that's how I stay alive. Do you think I cannot be afraid? But so what? If I were afraid and did nothing, what would be the difference from a plant?" Therefore, Ruoyu did not ask if there were others lurking in the shadows, nor did he inquire about the church's various secrets, because at this point, those things had become meaningless. The saintess raised her head and said, "Today is the day of sacrifice for your nation." "I know. No need. That person has nothing to do with me." "All right, but it does concern that sister from earlier." "Oh, you noticed? I understand women better than you do." "Well then, do you think she's sad inside?" "Perhaps. Then that means she isn't." Ruoyu said matter-of-factly, "The royal family is heartless. Where does sadness come from? There is only the cold, hard struggle for power." The saintess was taken aback and said, "What about the joy of family?" Naive, li Ruoyu smilad, lita sigarata, and gazed at the sky outside the tent. If there were truly familial bliss, he wouldn't have fallen to this state. In his previous life, he was ostensibly a star master who controlled the stars, a renowned inventor in that star domain. Such titles were not simply obtained. Each one was earned by stepping over the corpses of others, climbing up step by step. If there were truly familial bliss, his father wouldn't have betrayed his stars. Wouldn't have contacted hostile forces to take action against him, and he wouldn't have needed to create weapons of great destructive power. It was precisely this matter that ultimately led to the experiment going wrong, causing the destruction of his own stars. Ruoyu looked at the saintess and said, "Isn't your position as the saintess just given to you out of thin air?" "Of course not." "Then that's right. The competition for the saintess is one person below, thousands above. Even if the West claims to be the freest country, is still not without life and death struggles. So, you Westerners are also a group of hypocrites. Ruoyu shook his head, walked out of the tent randomly, called in his trusted aides, and arranged the upcoming matters. The imperial tomb was located 30 miles outside the city, surrounded by mountains, with waterfalls flowing above. According to Eastern metaphysics and feng shui, it was an excellent burial site. Therefore, the imperial mausoleum was built there, and now it had housed 2 generations. Today, S. late emperor was the 3rd generation, having been on the throne for only 10 years before dying an untimely death. If feng shui truly worked, such problems wouldn't occur. Wasn't it said that our emperor would live forever? As Ruoyu thought about this, he couldn't help but chuckle. The soldiers packed their gear and began to set out. Ruoyu and the saintess are in a luxurious carriage together. This carriage is extremely extravagant. After all, it is the saintess's vehicle, measuring 5 meters wide and 8 meters long, resembling a moving house, decorated primarily with warmth, exuding a sense of comfort everywhere. Outside, it is cold and freezing, but inside, warm steam rises. Ordinary people probably can't even imagine this. It is the essential difference between the rich and the poor. Some people struggle every day just to have enough to eat, while others think about how to take food from others. This is a place of poverty and hardship, just like the 3 great empires in the West, who envy the riches of the East. Ding! The death knell rings in the city. The procession has begun. Members of the royal family dressed in white walk at the front, wearing mourning clothes, kneeling every 3 steps and clasping their hands every 9 steps. Men walk on the outside, women on the inside. The men are silent while the women weep. On the left side of the city lord is the 6th prince, and to his left are the eldest and 2nd princes. Although they are siblings, there is no trace of affection on their faces, only deep resentment. After today, it will be a life or death situation, and it is very likely that they will turn against each other and blood will flow like rivers before tomorrow comes. The royal family has always been heartless, and this has not changed since ancient times. Only the eldest prince shows a look of pain on his face. When he kneels down, he truly cries. Perhaps he is the only one who will cry, as the eldest prince and the legitimate heir. If the late emperor hadn't died unexpectedly, he would have inherited the throne. But now, the late emperor's death is shrouded in mystery, and there hasn't even been time to announce the successor to the throne. Chapter 83. Confession. The carriage stops beside the funeral procession. In the West, familial ties are relatively weak, and their understanding of the relationship between heaven, earth, emperor, parents, teachers, and the divine is not as profound as in the East. This makes their pain less penetrating when facing the death of loved ones. They may feel sorrow, but it is rare. The vast majority feel joy, as they see the death of a loved one as liberation from suffering and a return to heaven, going to the sky city to accompany the gods. The eldest prince kneels on the ground, weeping bitterly. His eyes glance at the outer court's carriages, and his heart calms down considerably. With them around, his chances of success increase. In his early years, he traveled to the West, where the Pope personally bestowed blessings and made the highest promise. Once the Eastern Empire fully opens and actively worships the gods, the eldest prince's contributions will be immense and unparalleled, making him the first to be welcomed into the Sky City. With a population of 560 million in the East, once the gods are formally written into the Constitution, it will represent a terrifying number of believers. No wonder the Pope would offer such a significant deal. Who could resist? It is no exaggeration to say that the attraction of the Sky City to the eldest prince has surpassed that of the throne of the Dawn Empire. He seeks power only to change the laws, just like his 6th brother, who aims to amend the Constitution, one leaning towards the divine, the other towards science. Ruoyu lifted the curtain, put away his playful smile, and looked at the huge coffin behind him. Although this person had nothing to do with him, he was still a great ruler of his time. The internal factional struggles within the Morning Dawn Empire had already become intense, and the clergy and the Alchemy Association were flourishing everywhere. Even Zheng Lao had to take on the title of priest to avoid being targeted by extremist believers. Yet, it was this deceased former emperor. He did not compromise. Perhaps he wavered and weighed his options, but at the moment of his death, he never decided to enshrine the deity in the Constitution. even though he himself was a devoted worshipper. This kind of fearlessness is truly admirable. Ruoyu mourned for a few seconds, then raised his head and looked at the city lord, who was also looking at him. The two exchanged a glance and nodded simultaneously. Perhaps they were too familiar with each other. They had already learned to communicate with their eyes. Are you ready? Yes. Is the cannon set up? It is. What about the detonators? They have been buried according to plan. Father, why did you leave like this? Ruoyu. The saintess watched this scene and said, her acting is quite good. Perhaps she is really in pain? The saintess did not respond. By now, you should be telling me the truth. What do you want to ask? What is the Western world like? Ruoyu deeply comprehended the phrase, what is learned from books is ultimately superficial. He had never set foot on Western soil, and the information he understood came solely from books. Therefore, he always held a skeptical attitude. He knew about dragon knights, griffin squads, and even sky cities in the West, as well as the Pope, who could command the three great empires. He did not underestimate the dragon knights. On the contrary, he regarded them with great seriousness. His recent dragon-slaying exploits were ultimately due to taking advantage of circumstances. Firstly, his opponents underestimated him, and secondly, it was their first encounter, so they were not very familiar with his combat habits. If a subsequent war were to break out, escalating from small-scale skirmishes to national warfare, it would not just be a single dragon rampaging. Instead, there would be a massive army of dragons that possessed absolute air superiority, a force he could not afford to take lightly. Although grenades could kill giant dragons, the dragons' mobility allowed them to evade grenade strikes and even counterattack after dodging the first round of attacks. After all, the flexibility of grenades and cannons could not match that of dragons. Once locked onto and counterattacked, they would be destroyed in an instant. If only there were radar and missile defense systems, Ruoyu thought, looking deeply at the saintess. This woman gave him an unusual feeling. Even though she was his prisoner now, he did not harbor any contempt for her. The saintess raised her hand and placed it on the table, the heavy shackles clanking loudly. Her pupils were a striking blue, and upon hearing this, her expression finally changed, not out of fear, but out of pride. Yes, the curve of her lips shifted from indifference to blatant confidence. The shackles, weighing several dozen pounds, melted away. Right before Ruoyu's eyes, they simply melted, dominating the three great empires and commanding the three kings with her own strength. Did he think she was weak? Or did he truly believe that she was very weak? The shackles fell to the ground, still emitting steam. The saintess shook her hands, revealing a relaxed demeanor Ruoyu had never seen before. These things are so heavy. Ruoyu squinted his eyes, his gaze gradually deepening. If he wasn't seeing things, just now the saintess had emitted a force he couldn't comprehend from her hands. Moreover, the other party didn't have any genetic agents. This was confirmed when he captured her alive. Ruoyu also didn't believe that a genetic agent could last that long, as her form hadn't changed at all. So, how should this energy be explained? The saintess had regained her composure, and her complexion looked much better. It seemed that her previous fragility and shyness were all an act, and this expression was her true self. Your ignorance of the divine has reached a terrifying level. The divine is an existence beyond your imagination. Some things ultimately come at a price. Your weapon is powerful. I must admit that. Similarly, if you were to widely apply it on the front lines, no army from the three major Western empires could withstand such a weapon. But don't forget, this is just a conventional war in normal conditions. Even if you have new weapons, what if this war is no longer conventional? What if the Pope personally intervenes? How long do you think you can hold out? To put it another way, your weapon can destroy dragons, but dragons are merely mounts beneath our feet. That isn't very significant. The real existence is beyond your imagination. If your weapon loses its effectiveness, do you know what kind of consequences you will face? Your actions, under the banner of opposing the divine, can gather a force in a short time, but that was often not the case in the past. So you are seeking death. And you are also endangering the lives of billions in the East, sharing this reckless adventure with you. This sin cannot be washed away even in the 18 layers of hell. Ruoyu calmly looked at the saintess and clapped his hands, saying, so, you've been pretending these past few days? Of course. You wanted to see what capabilities we have? That's right. Without a doubt, Liuyu's heart stirred. This world was different from the one he understood. There were deities here, as well as genetic drugs of evil, a contradictory composite world of science fiction and mythology. So what? Chapter 84, Elemental Power. Actually, Ruoyu was a bit anxious. The other party revealing her true power at this moment couldn't simply be for show, clearly. Her purpose was aimed at the funeral procession. The saintess tilted her head back, flipped her hair, and looked at the barely restrained Ruoyu with amusement, saying, "What do you think? Of course, I'm going to take your little life." "Brother." Ruoyu pouted his lips, resting his chin on his hands like a quail. The high temperature inside the carriage made his cheeks flush, making him look quite adorable. Besides, he was already good-looking. The saintess couldn't help but reach out to ruffle his hair. If it weren't for the other party's identity, she really wanted to hold him in her arms and pamper him. This little guy was just too cute. Ruoyu did not struggle, allowing the other party to mess up his hair. Strands of hair fell down over his forehead, covering his eyes and making them itchy. Ruoyu let out a breath, his long eyelashes fluttering like a fan, his deep and profound gaze fixed on the saintess, revealing a set of white teeth. "Smelly sister, I'm not afraid of you." "Then let's see," the saintess said as she extended her hand, red patterns appearing in her palm. At the same time, she silently recited words, and before long, a ball of red flame took shape. Ruoyu's pupils constricta. The flames had no temperature, but he was very clear that there was an extremely terrifying energy contained within, capable of easily burning him to death. This was the power of the elements. The reason why high-dimensional civilizations are called high-dimensional is not only because they possess the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, to annihilate stars with a snap of their fingers, but also because they comprehend various rules of the universe. In the vast starry realms, some beings of certain stars indeed possess powers that ordinary people cannot have, but that does not mean they're superhumans. However, this is a minority and has not been widely promoted, and the risks are enormous. It is not an exaggeration to say that the fatality rate is very high, even greater than the side effects of genetic drugs. Therefore, Ruoyu recognized this thing. It was no different from the elemental power recorded on his home planet, but he was unwilling to believe it. If the Western deities had already mastered this technology, then why would they still terminate the civilization process of the Spirit Star? Even if calculated at the peak of Spirit Star civilization, it barely reached the level of a medium civilization, and it was unknown how many tiers away from high-dimensional civilization. Ruoyu closed his eyes. After a while, he reopened them. When he looked at the saintess, his gaze no longer showed any hesitation, but instead revealed a sense of determination. The world is vast and full of wonders. If one were to be afraid of every unknown thing or phenomenon, then what is the meaning of living? These phenomena require more advanced technology to prove. So let us wait and see. In the end, will it be the power of technology that prevails, or will it be this unknown force that dominates? After speaking, he flipped his palm, and a small caliber silver pistol appeared in his hand. This pistol was crafted by him personally, and it is the only one of its kind in the current world. The gun was aimed at the saintess's head, and if she made even the slightest move, he would not hesitate to pull the trigger. Even if it meant mutual destruction, he would not mind. The saintess shook her head, extinguished her flames, and said, "Actually, I don't want to see this scene. Why must it be a life and death struggle? Is believing in the divine so difficult for you? Who made the divine a fraud?" Seeing this, Ruoyu also lowered his hand, but the gun in his palm still aimed at the saintess's head. At this moment, he was sweating not from the heat inside the carriage, but from the invisible pressure emanating from the saintess, which felt almost tangible and was suffocating him. The saintess sighed and said, "The divine cares for every person in the world, which is why it has given us freedom, built cities, nations, and homes for us, and protected us within safe zones from radiation. The 3 Western countries acknowledge the existence of the divine, but you Easterners are arrogant and refuse to listen to advice. Moreover, you even want to destroy the religious institutions with violence. This is truly a great sin, unforgivable. Even I cannot guarantee your safety. I hope we can have a good conversation. This time, you give up resistance, allow the crown prince to ascend to the throne, and simultaneously revoke the inventions in the minds and destroy the weapons in your possession. How about that? Are you joking? Ruoyu looked at the serious saintess and felt that her words were quite naive. So you would rather instigate this national war? It was not instigated by me. Still not admitting it? 2 men annexed the principality, occupied the gold mines, and stationed troops outside my Dark Moon City. If we didn't react, that would be strange. Therefore, the Easterners do not know how to be educated, do not respect the divine, and truly are a crude and lowly nation. Ruoyu turned his head, feeling restless and too lazy to engage in a war of words with her. He could see that this saintess, setting aside her own abilities for the moment, had already become a slave to the divine. He felt a bit regretful. Why couldn't such people be used for his own purposes instead of being enemies? If the saintess could switch sides and stand with him, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. If he could unravel the secrets surrounding the saintess, it would undoubtedly strengthen his confidence in fighting against the 3 Western nations. What a pity. The funeral procession gradually moved away. At 6 in the morning, according to local customs, this time was called the Chin Hour, the best time for burial. The imperial tomb lay beneath the waterfall, nestled among the mountains. After the ceremony was completed, the craftsmen carried the coffin into the tomb. As their figures disappeared into the depths of the waterfall, the crown prince activated the mechanism to seal the tomb, and in an instant, the waterfall ceased to flow. Before them, a massive bronze iron door slowly descended, closing off the entrance. In that moment, hundreds of people became accompaniments, forever remaining in the imperial tomb. The craftsmen knew that they would not survive this journey. From a moment they began constructing this imperial tomb, their lives had begun a countdown, yet they did not flinch, did not resist, and even willingly accepted their fate, because their descendants would forever be protected by the royal family, living lives of wealth and nobility. One death could secure the future of an entire family. It was worth it. The crown prince removed his white robe and glanced around at his brothers and sisters, finally settling his gaze on the 6th prince, saying, "6th brother, help me put on my clothes." Rituals could not be neglected. This was the tradition of the dawn. If there were no further summons, then, after the burial, the greatest legitimate heir would naturally ascend. The crown prince dared to say and do this, clearly having great confidence, because everyone present had intricate ties with him. Even knowing that the 6th prince would soon contest with him, he still spoke up. The 6th prince nodded and walked over with a yellow imperial robe. The struggle for the throne had officially begun. Chapter 85. War of Words. He stood there, looking at the crown prince, who was also looking back at him. The atmosphere felt a bit strange. The nobles kneeling around them, except for those in charge of important departments, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The 6th prince and his allies were well aware of the situation. Of course, they also knew about the only princess of Dawn. When the late emperor was in power, there was a discussion in the court about whether to include the divine in the constitution, and due to their differing attitudes, the 6th prince and the princess were both demoted. The princess was sent to Dark Moon City, while the 6th prince remained stationed in the northern frontier to guard against threats from the Polar Rakshasa Empire. At that time, Dark Moon City was in chaos. The previous lords had either died or gone missing, with terms rarely exceeding 3 years. Many believed that the princess would die in Dark Moon City, but the outcome surprised many. Upon taking office, she enticed local nobles with benefits, formed merchant caravans, amassed great wealth, and quickly gained the support of the locals. She combined military and political power, resembling a feudal lord. High-level officials secretly planned a rebellion last year, intending to unseat the princess. But the incident regarding the mine owners emerged, which ultimately saved her. At the same time, her prestige in Dark Moon City reached its peak. The princess and the 6th prince were born of the same mother and had a very good relationship since childhood. When the princess criticized the divine, the 6th prince supported her without hesitation. This led to the formation of 3 factions in the current Dawn Empire. The faction led by the crown prince advocating for the divine, and the scientific faction led by Dark Moon City. "Brother, please put on your clothes." The 6th prince smiled, saying he would help, but his hands remained still as he just watched him. The crown prince was not angry and said, "State your conditions then. Do you agree to include science in the Constitution? What do you think?" Then there's nothing more to say. The crown prince's fist tightened and his breathing quickened. The ring on his finger began to turn slowly, a signal agreed upon before the funeral. The ring fell to the ground. The soldiers lying in wait around them would come out and capture the sixth prince and his allies in one fell swoop. After all, the sixth prince and the princess's forces were in the west and north, while his own base was in the center of the entire Dawn Empire. After so many years of management, he had already infiltrated every corner, establishing intricate connections with various factions. He had the confidence. Once the mask was torn off, even a historical incident like the Xuanwu Gate incident would not be surprising. Back then, I asked if the divine loves the people. Why don't they let us research beneficial technologies for development? Just because of that question, I was sent to the northern frontier. Brother, do you know how cold the northern frontier is? It remains in a state of severe cold for 350 days a year. I have never seen snow melt. Wild beasts roam freely, and due to its remote geography, radiation is intensified. I almost died there, even if my father wanted me to die there. Even though I held resentment at that time, my heart to protect Dawn never wavered, so I am still alive. Alive with many soldiers from the northern frontier. As long as the Great Wall stands, our home can prosper and thrive. These words move the people on the ground. The founding war of the Dawn Empire took place in the northern frontier, and most of those in high positions in the imperial capital had ancestors who participated in that battle, even though peace had lasted for decades. However, the threat from the ghost soldiers of the Rakshasa Empire was something they could never forget. The sixth prince looked around at everyone and said, "If the divine truly protects our east, why don't they stop the Rakshasa from attacking us year after year? If the divine loves every life, then why is there still war across the land? Is there really a divine being in this world? All I want is a peaceful country, so that all of you can live well and criticize the empire in the court. Do you know that there are 100,000 soldiers from the Roman Empire stationed outside Darkmoon City?" The crowd gasped. "Do you know that the Great Wall has fallen into disrepair and can no longer withstand the attacks of the ghost soldiers? Do you really think that writing the divine into the Constitution will protect us?" The sixth prince looked at everyone, his eyes slightly red, and shouted, "Perhaps you think that by including the divine in the Constitution, we could be protected like the three Western nations? Have you ever considered that we have black hair and black eyes, while the West has golden hair and blue eyes, a completely different race? Can they truly accept us? Have you forgotten the saying that those not of our race must have different hearts?" The crown prince listened quietly. After the sixth prince finished speaking, he finally looked at him and said, "Sky City, do you know it?" As soon as he said this, a hint of fear and a faint longing appeared in the eyes of the nobles who had been wavering. The divine resided in Sky City. What's so good about Sky City? Why do these people want to go there? Ruoyu looked at the saintess and asked, "It's a place where the divine resides. Even if one has to do hard labor, it must be a place people would risk their lives to go to, not to mention the divine being there. I feel this way, and so do they." The sixth prince remained unmoved, his hand holding the yellow robe gradually dropping, while the forces gathering around began to quicken their heartbeats, preparing to seize power. The elder brother said, with one divine being on the left and another on the right, as if the entire world were under the control of these divine beings. The eldest prince retorted, "Isn't it?" The sixth prince shook his head with a smile and said, "Of course not. Moreover, even if there is a Sky City, it's only accessible to you. Among all those present, who can go there? Even if the sky is filled with countless beauties, can your families reach it? Can the 560 million citizens of my morning dawn empire reach it? They cannot. We aspire to the Sky City, so we should develop in that direction. Why not think about inventing our own Sky City?" Ruoyu clapped his hands, got off the carriage, looked at the kneeling crowd, and said with a smile, "Your Highness makes a very good point. Who are you?" The crown prince asked, puzzled. "You don't even know who I am?" Ruoyu almost laughed out loud. "I won't change my name or my surname. I am Ruoyu. Is it you?" The crown prince's gaze sharpened. The nobles kneeling on the ground also raised their heads, staring at the boy who had just stepped down from the saintess's carriage. At first glance, he was an incredibly beautiful boy, but upon closer inspection, there was an indescribable sense of oppression, one that was even more intense than that of the crown prince, even surpassing it. So it turns out it was him. The crowd whispered to each other, their hearts wavering. Ruoyu, although he rose to prominence in the city of Darkmoon, far to the west of the Dawn Empire, is indeed a name that everyone in the Dawn Empire knows. He is truly Ruoyu. The saint is followed closely behind and walked over. Chapter 86, Compromise. I didn't want to show up this early. It's just that watching them argue back and forth was incredibly boring. Everyone's time is precious, so we can't afford to waste it like this. If we could take action, then let's stop the bickering. Ruoyu bowed to the crown prince and then walked to the side of the sixth prince, saying, "Everything is ready. We just lack the east wind. With a word from your highness, I will charge in with my blade. Unless you pass my test first." The saintess tossed her hair, looking at him with charm, and an invisible energy was undulating around her, making everyone feel an unseen pressure. The crown prince pondered. The saintess said, "How about we have a spar? I'm a bit scared." Ruoyu shook his head, pulled out a pistol, and pointed it at her, saying, "I might be a bit scared, but I still want to try and see whether my bullet is faster or your, what do you call it? Oh right, the fire in your hand." Ruoyu looked very charming while laughing. Suddenly, he turned around and fired a shot behind him. A man in armor fell to the ground. A thumb-sized hole in his forehead and the back of his head was blown off by the shot. Brain matter mixed with blood flowed all over the ground. The eldest prince's mouth twitched. He had seen firearms before, but this was the first time he had encountered such a small-caliber handgun. This kind of weapon, which could be easily carried and conveniently used, was truly unexpected and difficult to defend against. If Ruoyu were to shoot at him, even with the saintess standing beside him, she would probably not survive. They were just talking, but they actually made a move. Ruoyu looked at the fallen corpse and said solemnly, "Your Highnesses, I observed this person lurking nearby, occasionally making eye contact and reaching for his knife. I suspected he intended to harm you, and indeed, just as we were talking, he approached with a knife. I acted to protect your safety and had no choice but to take action first. I ask for your forgiveness for my rashness." "Well said. Should I give you an award?" No. This is what a lowly person should do. It is my honor to assist your highnesses." Though he spoke like this, his face showed a hint of arrogance. There was no sign of fear or anxiety. Ruoyu wiped his handgun, standing close to the sixth prince. His martial skills weren't impressive, but fortunately, the handgun was powerful. Being the first to act could deter any hidden experts wanting to strike. Did my sixth brother call him here to intimidate me? Your Highness, I came this time intending to report on the situation in Dark Moon City after the funeral. But due to urgent circumstances, I couldn't delay. Seeing that you are all gathered here, I took the liberty to come over. You speak." Ruoyu took out a map and spread it on the ground, while he squatted beside it and said, "Not long ago, the Holy Knights candidate Breton stationed troops outside Dark Moon City. I suspected they were planning to attack my Dawn Empire, so I led a small team to investigate. Guess what I found? The Lord couldn't take it anymore and kicked him in the butt, saying, 'Stop with the suspense.' They occupied a gold mine, and I also extracted a military secret from them. It is said that they plan to use Tumen as an advance force to attack Dark Moon City and contact the Rakshasa Empire in the northern border, launching a two-pronged assault to split my Dawn Empire. This wolfish ambition cannot be tolerated, so I killed them. Is this a report?" The crowd frowned. It was clearly meant to show off, no, to intimidate. The news of Breton's death had long been communicated to the crown prince and the faction of the divine beings. Ruoyu pointed to the upper half of the map and said, "The Roshan Empire in the northern frontier has not given up on us. After learning that Breton has made a move, they also dispatched troops to station outside the Great Wall, seemingly waiting for a message." Waiting for what message? Waiting for us to be in chaos. The crown prince took a breath, but couldn't help but sneer coldly in his heart. This sixth prince really found a talented person. Did he really not know about these matters? This was, after all, his own arrangement. What was originally a covert operation was brought to the surface by Ruoyu, and in front of so many people, it did put him in a bit of a difficult position. If he was still busy scrambling for position at this time, it would be too easy for others to talk behind his back. So, Ruoyu was betting that the crown prince wouldn't dare to tear his face in front of everyone, because these matters were all unspeakable. Even if he brought down the sixth prince and won, he would equally lose the people's hearts. As for how to control public opinion and stir up people's emotions, as an inventor from a higher dimensional universe, or a keyboard warrior, Ruoyu was the best at it. Moreover, that old coin, Ouyang XN, was the best at brainwashing. The Crown Prince's rise to power was nothing more than a desire to go to the Sky City. And the condition to enter the Sky City was to offer a complete Dawn Empire to the West. If the Dawn was already in chaos and harbored hatred toward the West, his value would be completely lost. The City Lord secretly gave Ruoyu a thumbs up. This guy's eloquence was truly impressive, calming down the atmosphere with just a few words. In confrontation, it is essential to have equal strength. It was clear that the sixth prince had the upper hand, with a national trend on his side. Who would dare to go against it? The Crown Prince's finger turned, and the green jade slipped to the tip of his finger, seemingly about to fall. Everyone held their breath, focusing their attention on that ring. At that moment, a wave of scorching heat began to emanate from the Saintess, and even though it was invisible, it was palpable. The pressure made it hard to breathe. Ruoyu, however, remained unperturbed as he toyed with the handgun, keeping its muzzle pointed at the Crown Prince. He needed a stable environment to conduct his inventions, leaving no room for any unexpected occurrences. Only with the sixth prince ascending to the throne could he cultivate his lands and develop technology in peace. So Crown Prince, Yusti, to be honest, he actually hoped the other party would tear their facade apart right now. And when he saw the trigger finger about to slip, he was silently urging within, hurry up and fall. If it drops, I can kill you. The people kneeling on the ground all exhaled a breath. Their hearts that had been hanging in their throats finally relaxed. They were part of the deity-worshipping faction. However, they dared not openly defy the greater world due to the enormous risks involved. What if they were overthrown by an uprising of the mob? Upon hearing these words, Ruoyu rolled his eyes and pursed his lips as he looked at the city lord, seemingly saying, "You big brother, you're not playing by the rules." Chapter 87, Matured. After hearing this, Old Jung laughed and scolded, "You kid really has grown some backbone. That Crown Prince is a cold-blooded character. It's strange that he hasn't killed you privately after being outsmarted by a stray dog like you. They say that in a kingdom, there are rulers and subjects. In the heavens, the emperor and the teachers are above all. Except for the heavenly sovereign and the earthly sovereign, the emperor is supreme. The imperial system is like this. And isn't his mother planet the same? Those star lords, aren't they just thick-skinnedly crowning themselves with all sorts of impressive titles to showcase their status? Ruoyu once had a title called the Lord of the Big Dipper. But next time, you still need to be mindful of your limits and not go overboard. I don't need to elaborate. You can figure it out yourself. Old Jung was sipping tea while rubbing his head. Old Jang's favoritism towards him is well known throughout the world. If it weren't for such a strong backing, Ruoyu wouldn't dare to be so arrogant and domineering. Speaking of which, being favored gives one a sense of invincibility. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. Ruoyu tilted his head, lit a cigarette, and handed it to Old Jung, saying, "The way of rulers and subjects depends on the timing. Give me 2 years, and I will surely lead the imperial system towards democracy." Absurd. You'll understand then. Although Old Jung had not experienced the changes of the times, he had at least personally witnessed the transition from republic to democracy and then to the imperial system. When Ruoyu spoke of democracy, it wasn't disbelief but rather a sense of lament. Today's imperial system is established under divine authority. Life is bestowed by heaven, and heaven bestows it to the gods. Theism is the mainstream. Moreover, the current divinity is different from the feudal superstitions he experienced. It is a tangible existence. At least, that's what Old Jung believed. The two exchanged glances and laughed together. Little fox, old fox, they both thought to themselves. The sixth prince arranged for his subordinates to bring artillery to the camp to cooperate with the training of a long gun team, while the city lord went out to connect with major business associations to discuss important matters regarding ascension. Today is also a good day. Little Lihei, how'd I find out that you have such a good grasp of how this world operates? Born with it. Nonsense, do you think I'm confused? I've eaten more salt than you've drunk water. Speak honestly, why are you really doing this? Old Jung tapped the table, his expression becoming serious. Ruoyu put away his playful smile, pondered for a moment, and said, "The night before last, I talked to the city lord about the affairs of the country and the people. She said she wanted peace and prosperity, to let the light of dawn shine on every person on the earth, so that they could all have enough to eat and sleep soundly. I only said one thing to her, and that was the stars and the sea. Not very old, but quite a bold statement. Ruoyu smiled awkwardly and said, I've been pondering the question of why we are born and why we live. What's important is why we were born, why we think, and why we compete for power and profit. I later realized that it's because we have souls which set us apart from animals, placing us at the top of the food chain. But, old man, have you ever considered why we think? Is it the brain that tells us to think? Is our subjective thinking being secretly controlled by something, leading us to act according to its will? This is profound. I studied philosophy when I was young. Zheng Lao nodded in agreement, then looked up at the sky and pointed, before pointing to his own head, saying, perhaps it is destiny. So why not go and see what the heavens truly are? Let's go. I'll accompany you to take a look. Zheng Lao stood up. Ruoyu tidied up the table and followed behind him. The two of them exited the door, and a group of soldiers followed suit. Old Zheng waved his hand, and the soldiers understood, stopping their pursuit. Upon leaving the residence, they faced Zhuke Street. Turning left led to Baihu Street, while the right led to Qinglong Avenue. Old Zheng took Ruoyu to the left. Half an hour later, they arrived at the most bustling area. By this time, it was already night. Although the capital city was under curfew, it still couldn't prevent a sparse crowd from coming out to seek entertainment. On Baihu Street, there was a famous restaurant called Baihu Hall. This was a restaurant with a strong underworld atmosphere. It was said that the first-generation owner had mingled in the underworld in his early years and helped the imperial family quell a rebellion. As a result, he cleared his name and opened this restaurant. As soon as Old Zheng stepped through the door, a young waiter ran over. Upon seeing Old Zheng, he quickly greeted him. Old Zheng, please come in. I'll call the boss out right away. No need. Just help me pick a private room by the theater stage. All right. The waiter bent at the waist and shouted upstairs, room number 1. Esteemed guest is here. Okay, you can go about your business now. Old Zheng was clearly very familiar with the place, and the two of them walked up the stairs made of high-quality materials to room number 1. Ruoyu glanced around and smiled. Old man, this room probably isn't meant for us to enter. Yet here you are, came the reply. The first of heaven is, as the name suggests, meant for the royal family. But who doesn't know that Old Zheng is about to assist the 6th prince in seizing the throne? Once the 6th prince ascends, Old Zheng will rise to the position of pillar state. What is a pillar state? It is the mainstay of a nation, capable of supporting half the country's territory. Moreover, with Old Zheng controlling the National Alchemy Association and having many disciples under him, coupled with Ruoyu's temptation. Now, anyone who gets close to him has begun to study the theory of scientific development comprehensively, with Ruoyu and geniuses like Tesla stationed in Dark Moon City. Its level of civilization should be leading the way, but the other major cities are not to be underestimated. At least in some places, detailed research on gunpowder has already begun. Once the 6th prince is in position, the spear squads can be deployed nationwide. The two took their seats, and Ruoyu poured him a full cup of tea. Just by the color of the tea, he could tell it was expensive. Observing its hue and inquiring about its fragrance, it was indeed a top-quality product. Morning Glory's specialty, Pai tea. Yuming days? Yes. Old Zheng lifted the lid, brushing off the dust on the tea surface, and said, contesting for the world is much like tasting tea. It requires the right timing, location, and skill. If there isn't enough rain, the tea leaves lack nutrients, and if the land is barren, such spiritual tea cannot grow. Additionally, it must be harvested at the moment it just ripens and then processed to become this refreshing premium tea. Wow, it's delicious. Ruoyu wiped the tea leaves off his chin and called out, Old Zheng. I'm listening, old man. Old Zheng shook his head helplessly. This kid is sometimes serious and sometimes frivolous, but no matter what his personality is, he is particularly fond of him. So what do you say? What is the current situation? Ruoyu poured himself a full cup and drank it in big gulps. Old Zheng frowned at the sight, thinking it was simply a waste. No matter how extravagant, this was not the way to drink. Now he had matured and could finally reap the rewards. Chapter 88. Using Force. Ruoyu stared at the group of blonde-haired, blue-eyed Westerners downstairs, roughly understanding the significance of the scene. Tonight they were singing a divine song. Although it was still a traditional tune from the morning dawn, the lyrics celebrated the deities. A few performers on stage portrayed the gods descending to the earth, saving the people from peril. Seeing this, Ruoyu couldn't help but chuckle. The cultural invasion from the West truly penetrated every aspect. Even the traditional opera that the common people loved most had been subtly transformed. Ruoyu pondered whether to go down and tear them apart. He looked up at Zheng Dao, who was also looking at him, and the two shared a tacit understanding. Ruoyu looked around again. The surrounding rooms of Room No. 1 were tightly closed, and under the dim light, he could see a dense crowd of heads moving about. Ruoyu put down his teacup, touched the gun in his hand, and moved downstairs. By the time he reached the bottom of the stage, someone had noticed him. After all, Ruoyu's portrait had long circulated among all the noble families in the morning light. According to rumors, he was a 14-year-old boy with an androgynous face, strikingly beautiful. Such a distinctive appearance could be quickly recognized wherever he went. Moreover, those who could come to the White Tiger Hall were all wealthy and powerful. And once he was recognized, the crowd automatically dispersed, fearing that getting too close to him would invite trouble. Whispers and discussions arose. Some beautiful women flirted with him, throwing him coy glances, while some young men, jealous of his looks, coldly scoffed at him. He just stood there quietly saying, "Those who hide and reveal themselves dare to claim divinity. Do they really think the world is blind and cannot see clearly?" After all, he was just an actor. With a dismissive expression and a condescending gaze, coupled with a tone that showed no respect for the divine, he soon provoked the ire of these people. Bound by his status, some were angry but helpless, merely glaring at him, trying to kill him with their eyes. It was useless. Ruoyu glanced around and saw that most of them were unmoved, secretly admiring that they were all smart people who understood the principle of the first bird getting shot. He decided to provoke them a bit more. "You all talk about the divine in such an extraordinary way, but I want to ask, who among you has seen it with your own eyes? How about this? Come and learn inventions from me. I will teach you the scientific outlook on development. To view the world with objective and dialectical thinking, so you can see the real world. How about that? As long as you speak up, I will agree right away. Moreover, my mining area is filled with talented individuals, each one a dragon, all aspiring to change the world. So, who among you is willing to join me?" This statement seemed to have no problem at first glance, but depended on the timing. The people sitting here were all devout worshippers of the divine, and when they heard Ruoyu seriously discussing inventions and scientific ideas, finally, someone couldn't sit still anymore. The first to jump out was a Western man with blonde hair and blue eyes. He stood 2 meters tall, his physique bulky like a bear, and although it was already autumn, he was still wearing a short-sleeved shirt with tattoos of deities engraved on his exposed arms. He walked up to Ruoyu, looking down at him, and scolded, "Traitor, do you know the greatness of the divine? You keep talking about the scientific outlook on development. Are you not afraid that the divine will strike you down with lightning? Then come strike me." Ruoyu was digging in his ear, blowing a breath towards the dirt on his little fingernail, and then directed it straight at the burly man. Loud and brazen, he exclaimed, "Today I, Redis, will teach you a lesson on behalf of the gods, so you know what it means to be human." But before he could finish, the word stuck in his throat, because right against his chest was the muzzle of a small caliber gun. "Since you like the gods so much, how about I send you to meet him? What do you think?" However, when this thing truly appeared before him and was aimed at him, he couldn't help but be frightened out of his wits. The surrounding indignant Westerners, who had intended to help, all inhaled sharply and stepped back a few paces upon seeing the handgun. Redis felt a bit awkward. It seemed that his attempt to show off had failed. At first glance of Ruoyu, he had looked down on him, thinking his face was too deceptive and that he looked weak and feeble, giving the impression that he could be knocked down with a single punch. But upon closer contact, especially when Ruoyu casually pulled out his handgun and aimed it at his chest, he truly experienced what pressure felt like. That invisible yet palpable cold killing intent almost penetrated through him, closing in from all directions, squeezing him to the point where he couldn't breathe. The person standing in front of him was no child. He was clearly a devil that would eat people without spitting out their bones. Redis took a deep breath, forcibly masking the panic within, clenched his fist and cursed, "The gods are everywhere, right beside us as long as you dare." Bang! The gun fired, and Redis' eyes widened. His massive body fell backward. The tremendous force even shattered a table. It was only at that moment that blood began to pour from his chest. The entire scene fell silent instantly. Unlike the scene of the mine, for instance, when Ouyang Xen shouted to the miners, "Tonight, Mr. Li will treat everyone to dinner." The atmosphere here was one of complete silence. Breathing could be heard. Some smart individuals, realizing something was wrong, began to retreat, knowing that even if they sensed danger, they wouldn't think about it in terms of dead people. As Li Ruoyu recklessly shot and killed, something they had held onto in their hearts was probably about to crack. It was unclear how long it took, but screams began to gradually rise. The first to come were the cries and screams of women, followed by the shouts of many Westerners. But their voices were drowned out by the subsequent gunshots. Li Ruoyu stepped on the corpse of Redis, looking at the chaotic crowd around him, and shouted, "Whoever dares to move again will be killed without mercy." His voice was not loud, but as soon as he finished speaking, the people who were originally fleeing immediately froze in place. The women stopped crying, their faces still glistening with tears, looking at him in fear. "I am not here to kill. I am here to take disciples. Today, whoever shouts long live science will not be killed. Otherwise," he cracked a smile, looking at the crowd with a chilling grin, and said, "Then I will send all of you to meet the gods." Chapter 89. Kill them all. Arrogant, overbearing, ruthless. This was old Zhang's evaluation of his current performance. Although all the words were derogatory, there was a smile in his eyes, clearly indicating that this approach was in line with his wishes. The side door of room 1 opened, revealing a passage, and a distinct scent unique to women wafted out. The sixth prince and the city lord sat aside, raising their teacups in a distant toast. Is this guy really only 14? The city lord pondered for a moment, then shook his head and nodded. After all, he was young, impulsive, and fearless like a newborn calf. The Redis just now was reportedly from a duke's family in the Rakshasa Empire. Although he was not the eldest son, his own power was not small, and he had even attended lectures by the Pope at the Holy See, yet he ended up dead just like that. Hee. The sixth prince played with his teacup, genuinely appreciating Li Ruoyu's actions. There were some things he could not openly address, but that did not mean he did not want to do them. Just like the foreigners who gathered all day in the White Tiger Hall to spread theological culture, he wished they would all die. The city lord smiled without speaking, his admiration evident, then stood up and walked through the passage to old Zhang's side. Old Zhang rose and bowed. The city lord also bowed in return. This guy, we didn't misjudge him. Yes, with him around, there are indeed fewer troubles. A lot of lice don't itch. Does he attract less trouble? After the two finished speaking, they laughed heartily. They were well aware of the chaos at the clergy conference, the killing of Braden, and the gold mine robbery. The reason the clerical factions of the Dawn Empire had not yet targeted Li Ruoyu was also because they were being restrained. Otherwise, there would have been an uproar long ago. Li Ruoyu smiled shyly, and this smile had almost become his signature move. Every time he smiled, there would inevitably be a bloodshed incident like this time. He dared to do this not on a whim or out of impulsiveness, but intentionally. He had noticed beforehand that the majority of those here to watch the opera today were from the aristocracy of Western empires. To still linger in the imperial capital on the eve of war, and even openly promote the theory of divinity, their identities were certainly not simple. Of course, even more complex was the White Tiger Hall. When he fired the first shot, the White Tiger Hall didn't send anyone to handle the situation. Instead, they took advantage of everyone's distraction to close the door, which made Li Ruoyu realize that the good show was about to begin. Thus, his smile became even brighter. However, to the eyes of the crowd, there was no aesthetic appeal. Instead, it felt like the arrival of the Grim Reaper, as if it had initiated a storm to harvest souls. The sixth prince stood by the window, looking down, and said, "This kid is clever. There's no incentive without benefit. I heard he's been inventing things in the mining area and plans to get some patents, then sell mining machines and steam engines to Western countries to make money. He really is a money grubber. No one is perfect. If someone were entirely virtuous and beautiful, it would actually be more frightening and harder to control. As for him, at such a young age, he's decisive in killing, not dragging his feet, and a style of doing things as a Grand Commander S.A.R. As for his greed for wealth, it's not excessive. After all, people die for wealth, and birds die for food." Zheng Lao said so. The sixth prince laughed and said, "But I find this person a bit sinister." Just then, downstairs, Li Ruoyu fired another shot, but this time it was aimed at the ceiling, scaring those young talents so much that their faces turned pale and they trembled all over. They say there should be respect between ruler and minister, but I see no sign of that in him. Even when kneeling and bowing, his knees don't touch the ground, as if he has a natural disdain for royal authority. Upon hearing this, Zheng Lao shook his head and said, "From what I know of him, his ambitions should not lie in the struggle for the foundation of the nation. He knows very well what he wants. If he truly wanted to rebel and become emperor, he wouldn't be doing these things now." The sixth prince and the city lord had no aversion to Zheng Dao's words. The three of them were too familiar with each other and understood that Zheng Dao's true intention was for the greater good of the country, to achieve lasting peace. Therefore, even if his words were a bit overstepping or unpleasant, they took them to heart, feeling it was the elder's concern for the younger generation. His ideal is the stars and the sea. Zheng Dao looked at the sky outside. There were clouds tonight, and the moonlight was not visible. The prosperity of the imperial capital illuminated half the sky, turning the towering lighthouses into stars of dawn. Everyone held their breath, not daring to speak. Li Ruoyu's gaze swept through the crowd and finally landed on a handsome young man, saying, "You there, stand up." Yes, the one with glasses and a middle part. That Western barbarian. The young man took a deep breath and stood up. Not bad, tall and strong, suitable for guarding the gate in the mine. What do you say, will you agree? The young man pushed through the crowd and walked over. Everyone thought he was going to attack Li Ruoyu, cheering him on in their hearts. However, when he reached Li Ruoyu, he suddenly knelt down. "As a third-class duke of the Roman Empire, I am willing to serve you like a loyal dog." Good. What's your name?" "Robin Fajita." "Nice name. Let's just call you Robin from now on. The name is too long to remember, and it's hard to pronounce." "Thank you for the name, young master." "Get up." "Yes." Robin stood up and stood beside Li Ruoyu, pointing to the crowd. "Young master, there is a core member of the Holy See here." "From the biohazard unit?" "No, a civilian." "Who? Show me." Robin raised his hand and pointed to a pale young man at the back of the crowd, saying, "It's him." Unexpectedly, there's a big catch. Li Ruoyu chuckled and raised his hand to pull the trigger. With a bang, the guy didn't even have a bubble to show. His forehead exploded and he was gone to meet the divine. "Are there any big fish left?" "No, there aren't." Li Ruoyu took a sip of tea and said, "What about you? What do you think? Are you going to rely on me, or will you stick with the gods?" The crowd exchanged glances, falling silent once again. Unlike Robin Ferreira, whose family was a fallen noble with some spare change, but no real power, they represented the sons of prominent titles from several major Western empires. They had witnessed great storms since childhood, and remaining calm in a crisis was their principle. Moreover, they did not believe that Li Ruoyu truly dared to kill them all. This was one reason. The second reason was the immense stakes involved. Who would dare to easily bow down and express their stance? Unfortunately, they were mistaken. This was Li Ruoyu, a being from a high-dimensional universe that naturally disdained all rules. So when he saw all the private rooms on the third floor opened and soldiers armed with long guns appeared in rows, Li Ruoyu sighed and shook his head, expressing a bit of disappointment. Then just kill them all. Chapter 90. Massacre. The scenes that followed were not worth watching. The massacre was as unremarkable as sweeping the floor with a broom, leaving no trace behind, or one might say it was like cutting vegetables. If one were to discuss the thrilling scenes, they were nothing more than the mixture of fear before death and the screams from wounds that did not cause instant death. In any case, the lotus flowers reflected the sun in a different shade of red. It was time for Robin to take out a cigarette and light it for Li Ruoyu, while also handing him a clean towel. Shortly after, a waiter came out to clean up. Although their entrance had predetermined what was about to happen, the waiter still turned pale upon witnessing it firsthand and couldn't help but kneel and vomit. "Are you okay?" Li Ruoyu gently asked. The waiter forced out a smile that was more appealing than crying and stammered, Thank you for your concern. It's nothing." "Well, then clean it up, but after a while, change the act. I can't stand this tune." "All right," the waiter responded, calling out to his companions who were still throwing up, and quickened the pace of clearing the bodies. In less than half an hour, the ground was as good as new. However, the backyard of the White Tiger Hall was newly turned, and the trees growing above were lush and verdant, suggesting that the soil below was rich in nutrients. "A black shop, Li Ruoyu Mutarat." The young attendant beside him twitched his mouth and said, "Young master is joking. A shop doesn't distinguish between black and white." What matters is the ingredients, just like people's hearts. Understanding the situation is crucial. Otherwise, this shop would probably be out of business by now. This statement formed a stark contrast to the scene just moments ago of someone kneeling on the ground and vomiting, which couldn't help but make Li Ruoyu take a closer look at him. What's your name? Li Mufan. What relation do you have to the Grand Marshal's mansion in the capital? Although my biological father is the Grand Marshal, my wet nurse was just a maidservant and couldn't stand in the limelight. I should have been executed, but my wet nurse was kind-hearted and secretly gave birth to me. To survive, I started working here when I was 5, and it's been over 20 years now. Assessing the situation, he was comparable to the earlier Robin Ferreira. However, the former came from a prominent family, so it was not surprising for him to have such ambition and spirit. His ability to remain composed in front of important figures shows great aspirations. The earlier incident of vomiting at the sight of a dead body was a genuine display of emotion and a common reaction. Even he felt nauseated the first time he witnessed the city lord kill someone. Yet, this young attendant was able to immediately calm his flustered emotions and become composed, which was truly remarkable. This was Li Ruoyu's objective evaluation of him. 20 years of being a shop attendant had not dulled his sharpness. Rather, like the sands of a great wave washing away, it revealed a glimpse of a hidden gem. He was a talent. Li Ruoyu silently recited the name Li Mufan, Mufan, yearning for an ordinary life. However, after tonight, the grassroots members of the White Tiger Hall would likely face a major purge, and he was very clear about this. Do you want to survive? Li Mufan pondered for a moment and said with who doesn't want to live? All right, follow me. Li Mufan knelt on the ground, bowed, and said, I am willing to dedicate my remaining life to you, my lord. Let's talk about it later. Li Mufan stood up and exchanged a smile with Robin. Standing on either side of him, old Master Zheng and the city lord, along with others, came down from the upper floor and said, You won't suffer anywhere, will you? You didn't make any money, but you did manage to take away 2 talents. A thief never leaves empty-handed. So you finally admit that you are a thief? The city lord laughed. Li Ruoyu pouted and said, Ordinary thieves steal gold, silver, and jewels, but what I steal is talent. How can I be called a thief? Besides, can the word thief bear my name? Ha ha. The sixth prince could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, nearly choking on his breath, leaning forward and backward. Realizing he might have lost his composure, he forcibly suppressed his agitation and said, You really have a way with words. Even being a thief sounds so grand coming from you. I think you don't need to call yourself a thief anymore. How about calling yourself King Li the Demon instead? Li Ruoyu pondered for a moment and said, Thank you, Your Highness, for the title. I'm just a poor talker. A group of soldiers rushed over, and the leading captain bowed to everyone and said to the people behind him, By secret order, all those under the command tonight will be executed. The soldiers took their orders and began a night of bloodshed. Then he turned to Li Ruoyu and the others and said, Gentlemen, please follow me inside to watch the show. Good. Under Li Mufan's lead, everyone entered another room, and Robin and Li Mufan were quite perceptive. They waited until everyone was seated before getting up and leaving, closing the door behind them. These two are talented individuals. I think so too. How does it feel to kill? The city lord asked. Do you really need to ask me? Li Ruoyu thought to himself that he knew the truth. Despite the city lord's beauty, resembling a delicate young lady, she was actually ruthless. If anyone was to be blamed for the killings, it was the city lord who had brought them about. Upon hearing this, Elder Zheng chimed in with a strict teacher produces outstanding students, which drew a hearty laugh from the sixth prince. However, to be honest, I didn't feel much about this one-sided massacre. We are not qualified to charge head-on. Although Morning Light is one of the 4 great empires, if we truly discuss strength, at most it's just a big fat man. Unlike the West, where they have fewer numbers but more elite troops, each one capable of fighting against 100. Not to mention the Eastern Crusaders under the Pope, which would be enough to annihilate all these principalities, let alone the Dragon Knights, Griffin teams, and biochemical units from the other 3 countries. You are merely boosting others' confidence while diminishing your own prestige. It depends on the situation. The sixth prince sighed and said, My eastern region has enjoyed peace for decades, and the bravery of our ancestors who fought through hardships has been blinded by the prosperity of peace. It is said that we in Morning Light have an army of 800,000, but those who can actually fight are only the guards of our northern frontier. The rest have long since decayed. Otherwise, how could the Westerners freely flaunt their power and promote their divine doctrine on our soil? The city lord slammed the table and said, "So we must resist. The dragon meat you brought last time, I liked it very much. Although the meat was a bit tough. It was okay for soup, but the grilled dragon steak was hard to bite and not tasty." Ruoyu was feeling a bit frustrated. In his previous life, he read many novels where others started with a powerful artifact, suppressing the heavens and invincible. But here he was, starting with chaos. Truly, the gods are blind, he cursed inwardly, saying, "Heaven and earth are merciless." Speaking plainly. All right then. Ruoyu took a sip of tea and said, "Damn it." Chapter 91. Demon King Li. Well, now that the name Li Pretty hasn't even gained much recognition. The title Demon King Li has already been firmly established. Later, Ruoyu also rebutted that it wasn't him who killed. But the eyes of the masses are sharp. Even if it wasn't you who killed, it was still your order, and what difference does that make from personally killing? In the end, Ruoyu had no choice but to happily accept this title, finally achieving his lofty ideal of stopping children's nighttime cries. Thus, when Ruoyu walked onto the street again, no one looked down on him because of his age anymore. It couldn't be tolerated. Such a beautiful face couldn't be used to confuse the enemy. What was the point? Those young nobles would walk around him, especially after witnessing him personally chop down a high-ranking official's son who was being careless. Ruoyu drew his knife and shook off the bloodstains on it. One must admit that a knife is truly the ruler among cold weapons, whether slicing or chopping. It can perform functions that other weapons cannot. The knife, named Dragon Slayer, was not forged by the Dawn Empire, but was a trophy given to him by Yu Wuqing. Just from its name, one can understand how sharp this knife must be. Each strike penetrated flesh. It could slay dragons above and break bones and cut souls below. When he swung down, the noble used his hand to block, yet he was still sliced in half. The intestines spilled out with a splash. Logically, public murder should lead to the capture of the perpetrator, but when the patrolling clan discovered it was Ruoyu, they all took a step back, covering their eyes and shouting that they couldn't see as they fled the scene. Thus, the Demon King was confirmed. "Sir, he is an assassin," Robin shouted loudly, fearing that the onlookers wouldn't hear. "Akima li Ruoyu nudda." What does it mean to call a deer a horse and turn black and white upside down? Perhaps this is it. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. This is an unchanging truth, as said by the founding emperor. I am just following the steps. Ruoyu continued to comfort himself. Besides, the one killed is a fraud. It is likely that the founding emperor would be pleased, after all. The great man from his home planet once said that after the founding of the country, no spirits should be allowed, and one must seek truth from facts, overthrowing all the monsters and demons. So, today Ruoyu on this land, overflowing with deities, fired the first shot, hoping to awaken the world and prevent them from being blinded by the gods, urging them to understand the situation. With a pistol in hand, he walked leisurely down the street, taking his time as crowds parted before him, fearing that a careless encounter would bring bad luck. His terror reached such a level that not only did he stop children from crying at night, but even when he ate a bowl of noodles, the shopkeeper dared not charge him, instead offering all of that day's sales as a tribute. Ruoyu weighed the situation, tossed the silver coins onto the table, and looked at the shop owner kneeling on the ground, constantly bowing his head. He said, "I'm a good person, never taking a single thread from the common people." "Yes, yes, yes." The shop owner continued to bow, and by the time he reacted, Ruoyu had already left. He looked at the silver coins on the table, showing signs of struggle, and then called for the servant from the back room, saying, "Pack up the valuables, we are moving." "Are you out of your mind? Are you giving up the family fortune built over 100 years? The shop owner shook his head and said, "I heard that there's a mining area in the west, in Inua City, where there are fewer businesses. If we go there, we might earn back some of our fortune." "Oh, you foul woman, don't throw a tantrum. Think a little, don't ruin me. Hurry up and pack. Let's hit the road." His wife had a graceful figure, but her lips were slightly thin, suggesting she was quite sharp-tongued in daily life. Having never seen her submissive husband so angry, she was momentarily taken aback, yet a wave of excitement surged in her heart. A long-lost passion seemed to ignite instantly. Her face flushed red, and she immediately replied softly, "All right, my husband, I will go pack now." The shop owner. This is just the tip of the iceberg in the imperial capital, and similar events are playing out in many small businesses. Of course, those who experience the same scene are all survivors. Those who weren't prepared are already dead. After a few days of cleaning up, Ruoyu was a bit tired. Upon reaching the Zheng residence, he walked inside. Robin and Li Mufan were waiting quietly at the entrance. Old Zheng was squatting by the pond, feeding the fish. Ruoyu followed him over and noticed that the ground was very soft, as if it had just been turned over not long ago. Although the air in the courtyard had been replaced, the smell of blood rising from the ground was still somewhat pungent. Ruoyu squatted on the ground, picked up a handful of bait, and threw it into the lake. Instead of seeing colorful ornamental fish, a 2-meter-long big fish leaped out of the water, swallowed the bait, and started circling on the surface. Its wide-open mouth revealed rows of sharp teeth that looked like interlocking steel saws. "What kind of monster is this?" Zheng Lao smiled and waved at the big fish, saying, "I can't name it either. Let's just call it carp. I've never seen such a big carp before." In fact, he wanted to say he had never seen a fish that could eat people. The world is vast, and there are wonders everywhere. Just because you haven't seen something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Zheng Lao patted the dust off his clothes, straightened his wrinkled collar, and said, "Have lunch with me." "Sure. 1 meat dish, 1 vegetable dish, plus a small tofu soup." The chef's dishes are very delicious. Ruoyu eagerly dug in, eating 3 bowls of rice, and finally drank a large pot of tea that Zheng Lao had been keeping. Only then did he put down his chopsticks, feeling full and satisfied. How'd it go? According to the initial plan, the venture capital had already been released, and the Crown Prince's hidden spies had mostly been cleaned out. Quite a few who knew the situation had packed their things and headed to Dark Moon City. Zheng Lao remained silent, squinting his eyes, seemingly calculating something, while Ruoyu quietly waited. Despite being a star master in his past life, he was still a powerless child at the moment, and he genuinely liked Zheng Lao. Moreover, he was aware of the old man's capabilities. It is said that experience brings wisdom, and this was evident from the recent tumultuous events in the imperial capital. Zheng Lao note that. After thinking for a moment, he said, "In a few days, the situation will likely become clearer. The recent purge was essentially a show. They were just killing off small fries, laying the groundwork, and stirring things up to see if the Snake King would jump out. I doubt it. I have great respect for the Crown Prince's patience. This guy hasn't acted yet, and I suspect he is secretly laying his own plans. Therefore, you will accompany me to the palace tomorrow." Chapter 92. The Conference of the 100 Dynasties as a reincarnated being from a high civilization. Today was the first time I entered the palace. The classical architecture that I could only experience in movies and virtual reality games now surrounded me, providing an indescribable thrill. This all cost money. After the mining area was destroyed by Huawuji, it was undergoing major repairs. They say that after a break comes a new start, and the reconstruction of the mining base is being carried out entirely according to his design. Similarly, materials and funds are being consumed rapidly, like flowing water, to the extent that every time Ouyang Xin sees Ruoyu, he manages to extort a hefty sum from him. "Stop dreaming. This isn't the Lord's mansion." Zheng Lao kicked him and said, "The palace is a sacred place. No improper thoughts allowed. Today is the conference of the 100 Dynasties, and leaders from various regions will enter the city to pay their respects. Since the late emperor passed away without appointing a crown prince, the Empress Dowager is currently in charge. The court officials convening can be said to be quite impressive. Seating is arranged by rank, and, as the head of the officials, Zheng Lao, who presides over the Dawn Alchemy Association, holds a position of great power and has assisted 2 emperors, naturally sits at the top. Ruoyu himself did not have a title and, having no significant achievements, was therefore not qualified to attend today's court meeting. He was the grandson of Zheng Dao, which also meant he had no rightful place there, as the court was not a family gathering and did not involve bringing family members. However, he had an extraordinary relationship with the Lord of Dark Moon City, who was also the reigning princess, so his entrance did not attract any criticism. After he took his seat, the middle-aged man on his left instinctively shrank back a little. Ruoyu felt puzzled and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Upon closer inspection, he found the man's face quite familiar. as if he had seen him somewhere before. The other party smiled at him. Elder Zheng said, "This is Lu Chongfeng's father, Lu Chuansheng." No wonder he looked so familiar. He was Lu Chongfeng's old man. At the last meeting in Dark Moon City, he didn't attend because he went to the imperial capital to meet the emperor, which led to the two missing their first meeting. Li Ruoyu stood up, bowed, and said, "I am Li Ruoyu. Greetings to Lord Lu." The man stroked his chin, nodded, and said, "I've heard that brat Chongfeng speak of you for a long time. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation, a true dragon among men." Old Master Zheng really has a good grandson. Old Master Zheng laughed heartily. Li Ruoyu chuckled awkwardly and said, "You flatter me, my lord." Before long, all the officials came in and began to wait. At exactly 10 o'clock, Feng Su arrived, bringing along Lu Rinjia, who had been transformed by the explosive potion created by Li Ruoyu. The other party was very polite. Upon seeing Li Ruoyu, he walked over on his own, called out his nickname, and then extended his hand. Li Ruoyu didn't even raise his eyelids and simply said, "Get lost." The crowd felt a bit awkward. Following him were the crown prince, the city lord, the sixth prince, and other princes who were not present, rumored to be dead. After all, the late emperor had passed away without leaving any instructions, and the princes began to vie for power, leading to casualties on the losing side in just a short period. 3 of them had already perished. The city lord, dressed in a phoenix robe, sat beside him and bared his teeth at Li Ruoyu. Li Ruoyu pretended not to see and closed his eyes to feign sleep, which earned him a roll of the eyes from the other party. At that moment, 2 eunuchs came in and announced, "The Empress Dowager is here." Li Ruoyu widened his eyes and looked up at the high seat, where a group of palace maids holding fans stood on either side of the dragon throne. Slowly approaching was a woman whose face could not be seen. Despite the beaded curtain separating them, Li Ruoyu still felt a powerful aura coming towards him. It was the kind of presence possessed only by someone who had held a high position for many years, embodying the virtues of a mother to the world. Dignified, virtuous, elegant, sacred, and inviolable. This aura was something that NPCs in virtual reality games on his home planet could never replicate, even if the graphics were so realistic that one could hardly tell the difference. Yet the sheer force of it was still leagues away from what he experienced now. The ministers rose and all knelt on the ground. "We, your subjects, pay our respects to the Empress Dowager and wish her longevity." They stood up. "Thank you, Empress Dowager." The city lord left his seat and walked to the side of the Empress Dowager to take his place. "The late emperor passed away too early, leaving me with such a mess. Today, I believe you all understand why the 100 Courts Conference has been convened." The crowd exchanged glances, surprised that the Empress Dowager had directly brought up the topic that everyone was reluctant to mention. For a moment, they were at a loss for words. The crown prince stood up and said, "The late emperor left too early and did not leave a will, which must be a regret in his heart. Today, I am willing to self-recommend as emperor in my capacity as crown prince, and I earnestly request the Empress Dowager's support." Since Li Ruoyu had had a confrontation with the crown prince, he had laid low significantly. Now that he dared to say this, it must mean he had made thorough preparations. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Gu Rui, the minister in charge of the Ministry of Rites, stood up. He first nodded to the group of ministers, then spoke loudly. "Rituals and laws must not be abandoned. Since the founding of the Dawn Empire, through natural disasters, we have adhered to the ancestral laws, and there's always been a saying since ancient times that the eldest son ascends to the throne. I dare to suggest that the crown prince succeed to the throne, and I hope the Empress Dowager will grant this." As soon as he finished speaking, more than half of the court officials stood up and collectively bowed, saying, "We hope the Empress Dowager will grant this. Is there any dissent?" The Empress Dowager spoke, her presence exuding authority even through the curtain. Li Ruoyu couldn't see her, but suddenly felt that the other person's gaze was fixed on him. Truly impressive. In just a few days, so many helpers had been brought in. If there were no dissenting voices, it was likely that the crown prince would be the successor. In that case, their preparations would turn to dust. They couldn't risk the great taboo of having soldiers storm the palace and crown the 6th prince as king. Meanwhile, the 6th prince's gaze swept around, and those ministers who met his eyes slightly averted their gazes, unwilling to make eye contact. This included those who usually got along well with him, a bunch of fair-weather friends. Seeing this, Li Ruoyu stood up and said, "Empress Dowager, I have a proposal." Chapter 93. The list: it rained a lot in winter, and next month, Ruoyu would turn 14. According to the laws of the Dawn Empire, 14 is the age of adulthood, allowing one to enlist in the army and expand the territory to serve the empire. Lu Changfeng and Yu Wuqing were sitting around a tent, cooking hot pot. Yu Wuqing didn't like spicy food. Every time he ate it, he would experience a sharp pain. But Lu Changfeng didn't care. Whenever it rained, he would whip up a pot of fiery hot pot, claiming he wouldn't eat it. Yet his hands were busy picking out the meat slices from the pot. "Wait, that's mine." Lu Changfeng snatched it with his chopsticks, dipped it in the sauce, and ate with relish. "One for me." Yu Wuqing raised his cup. Lu Changfeng clinked glasses with him and downed it in one go. Refreshing, refreshing. Here we are, eating hot pot, singing songs, guarding the gold mine, and admiring beauties. It's quite a fun affair. Just wondering how that kid is doing. Yu Wuqing put down his chopsticks and said, "Young master, a fortunate person has divine protection. Even if the heavens collapse, he can surely come up with a perfect plan to save us from peril." "Enough, he's not even here. Why flatter him?" Yu Wuqing said sternly, pulling back the curtain to see Lu Lixing riding over on horseback. "Old Lu, come over for hot pot. In this winter, we should be warming ourselves with wine." Lu Changfeng asked, "How's the mining area recently? Can Ouyang handle it?" "Pretty ruthless." "Impressive." Lu Changfeng and Yu Wuqing clasped their fists in salute. These people really think we are easy to deal with. After this, they've become much more honest, and the loyalty of young Master-S loyal subjects has been strengthened. Lu Changfeng asked, "How far has the new city construction progressed?" Upon hearing this, Lu Lixing became excited. "You probably won't believe it when I tell you, but that new city looks really technological. I'm truly impressed by young Master's creativity. That complex and profound design probably only he could come up with. Spending so much time with Tesla, I've unknowingly picked up some of his habits and learned quite a few new terms like technological feel, skyscraper, motorcycle, and detonator. It's not an exaggeration to say that the new city, named Dimension Tower, has already exceeded the imagination of the world, even though many necessary materials are still lacking. Its overall outline has initially taken on a modern vibe. Just the other day, Tesla extracted a chemical element from various inorganic minerals, which he named glass, and, after testing, it was installed on Dimension Tower. From a distance, the 18-story Dimension Tower, entirely covered in this new glass material, reflects dazzling light under the sun, brilliant as a pearl. The ever-changing Dimension Tower surprises people differently every day. Today is the day of the 100 Courts Assembly. Also the day the new emperor ascends the throne. Yu Wuqing laughed and said, "The late emperor's passing hasn't even been a month, and these people are already fighting for positions. It's quite laughable. 3 have already died. Can you believe it?" Lu Changfeng shot him a glare and said, "A country cannot be without a ruler for a day. If the new emperor doesn't ascend, won't our Dawn Empire fall into chaos?" As a longtime official in charge of Dark Moon City's politics, his awareness was high. At least after he said this, Lu Lixing and the others all voiced their admiration, then secretly cursed, "Hound. Young Master sent word for us to raid the Alchemy Association." "What?" Lu Changfeng thought he misheard and quickly extinguished the fire, stopping his chopsticks. Lu Lixing looked at him. Speaking clearly, young Master said to raid Gu Rui's old home. Gu Rui, the current Minister of Rights, held a high position among officials and was highly respected. Not long ago, his entire family had moved from the imperial capital and settled next to the Alchemy Association. This time, Fong Su had brought the Divine Sect's forces to the imperial capital for the 100 Courts Assembly, so it could be said that the Alchemy Association was at its most vulnerable. With Zheng Lao and Fong Su absent, the association was like a pile of loose sand. As the highest-ranking official in Dark Moon City, Lu Changfeng could, with a single command, find any pretext to lead soldiers to raid a home. Lu Changfeng fell in a deep thought. He understood the implications but found it hard to believe. After all, Gu Rui was a senior official, and his new home was right next to the association. To say it had nothing to do with Fong Su was simply unbelievable. Raiding his home was quite tricky, and doing so next to the Alchemy Association felt like stepping on the toes of a powerful entity. After all, The Alchemy Association was under the jurisdiction of the imperial capital, and this organization was particularly special. If they carelessly implicated it during the raid, it could spiral out of control. Once a small issue escalated, chaos would truly ensue. "It's young master's arrangement," Lu Lixing said. Lu Changfeng asked, "When?" "This morning." Using the excuse of violating Dark Moon City's orders by promoting feudal superstition. Lu Lixing took a sip of wine, his eyes shining with a fierce intent that even the commanding Yu Wuqing couldn't help but shrink his neck. Did he really say that? Lu Lixing took out a note filled with densely packed names. Lu Changfeng silently looked at it, and when he saw the name Lu Chuansheng, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Yu Wuqing and Lu Lixing both saw it, but said nothing, merely standing by silently. After a while, Lu Changfeng raised his head, his eyes already red. "It's young master's notes." "I acknowledge it." Lu Changfeng sighed. Although he knew this day would come sooner or later, he hadn't expected it to arrive so quickly. He had talked all night with his father more than once, just to guide him not to board Fong Su's pirate ship, but now his name appeared on the kill list. This already indicated that his heartfelt words had been completely cast aside by Lu Chuansheng. However, when he saw the name Deng Jiechi following Lu Chuansheng's, he was at a loss for words, his face already covered in tears. Why? His heart ached, bleeding. The midwife had calculated the days, and a month later, she would give birth, but now the name was on the list. This was forcing him to raid his own home and exterminate his own clan. Chapter 94. Controversy. Lu Lixing patted Lu Changfeng's shoulder and stood up to walk outside the main tent. Yu Wuqing and he stopped and gazed at the heavy rain that had set in after winter. For this matter, they could only choose silence. This was also their only right. The knife, they cannot take, nor dare to take. There is no right or wrong, only positions. When Lu Chuansheng chose to ally with Fong Su, and when the Deng family fully sided with the divine faction, the outcome was predetermined. And this could only end when one side was completely eliminated. If they lose, it won't be people like Ruoyu who suffer, but rather in Yu City. In fact, as early as when Ruoyu led the spear team to systematically remove all the nails in the imperial capital, information began to spread from the capital to the entire nation. Whether it was the scientific faction or the divine faction, a comprehensive confrontation had already begun. After the turmoil in the northern frontier, following the departure of the sixth prince, his deputy son, Yunqing, opened the city gates, allowing the fierce army of the Rakshasa Empire to surge into the land of dawn. The brutality on the front lines could not be summed up with just a word of injury. Lu Changfeng stepped out. As he left the tent, the pouring rain turned into a light drizzle. He looked at the two people guarding the entrance and said, "Leave my family's matters to me. You two take care of Ruoyu." Yu Wuqing squeezed his shoulder, said nothing, and began to assemble the troops in the camp, while old Lu stayed in place and said, "I'll go with you." "No need." Any further words would be excessive. Lu Changfeng smiled faintly, a bit grim, but he was an adult now and understood the cost of standing on the wrong side, saying then, "Thank you." Ruoyu knelt on the ground, and if one looked closely, it could be seen that his knees did not actually touch the ground, but were in a half-squatting position. How could the master of a high-dimensional universe easily kneel before someone? It's not that he couldn't kneel, but rather, could the other party bear it if he did? Ruoyu said loudly, "Just now, Lord Gu's words seemed unfair to me. If we talk about contributions to the morning sun, the sixth prince is undoubtedly deserving. The harsh conditions in the northern frontier are fundamentally different from those in the southern maritime regions. Many small countries in the southern maritime areas cannot even be called complete nations because they lack national integrity. At most, they are larger tribes. The numerous small islands they occupy are places we currently cannot govern." At this point, Ruoyu stood up and said angrily, "The Rakshasa Empire's desire to destroy our morning sun has not died. They have stationed 1,000,000 troops beyond the Great Wall. Although there have been no large-scale conflicts in recent years, bloody incidents have not ceased for a single day. The sixth prince's presence in the northern frontier has allowed our northern region to develop safely. Because of the stability in the north, our country can enjoy peace and prosperity. However, if we lose the northern frontier, we will face not just the million-strong troops of the Rakshasa Empire, but also the potential for national destruction and chaos across our vast lands." Therefore, in terms of merit, the sixth prince is truly deserving. After hearing this, the ministers were silent. If they were to discuss the matter objectively, they understood better than anyone the importance of the northern frontier, even surpassing that of Dark Moon City. However, Fong Su stood up to refute, saying, "I have a different opinion. Please speak." Especially when Fong Su stood up, it was as if she was about to flip the table. But she still steadied her breath and quietly listened to the dissenting opinions below, taking in everyone's expressions. She noted those who genuinely cared for the empire and those who were merely going through the motions, remembering it all in her heart. Thanks to the care of the divine, the founding emperor was able to establish the nation smoothly. Ruoyu sarcastically remarked, "In our Dawn Empire, where does the notion of divine care come from? Is Fong Lao getting senile? What does the establishment of the empire have to do with the gods? The empire was built by the sons of our Dawn land, through blood and lives." Fong Su's expression remained unchanged, as if he hadn't heard a thing, and continued. "The divine light shines upon the earth, with supreme power, isolating radiation and protecting us from its harm, shielding us from the attacks of fierce beasts, allowing us to enjoy the sunlight and the happiness of life on this land. Shameless. Ruoyu underestimated it. If it weren't for that time when he fully understood Fong Su's ultimate plan, he might have recognized what was said, because what Fong Su said was in fact true. However, this kind of generalization and deliberate minimization of the contributions made by the predecessors in battles is somewhat despicable. Not only does he find it despicable, but those ministers standing with the divine faction also felt their old faces flush with embarrassment as they lowered their heads. When it comes to natural disasters, which of these old foxes isn't aware of the truth? After living in peace for so long, they have forgotten who the real culprit is. The Empress Dowager. Fong Su bowed his head and said, "I implore the Empress Dowager to establish the Crown Prince as Emperor to promote the future direction of our Dawn, and to completely write the divine into the Constitution." What do you think? The ministers inhaled sharply and simultaneously stood up, kneeling on the ground. Although they didn't speak, their silence was more powerful than words. It was clear they were forcing a coup. "Do any of you have objections?" Fong Su continued. "If the Empress Dowager establishes the Crown Prince as Emperor, we, the ministers, have no objections." "All right, you have said your piece. Now please allow me to say a few words." With that, the Empress Dowager lifted the beaded curtain, revealing her sharply defined face. Ruoyu looked up and was immediately overwhelmed by the imposing aura. It wasn't fear but shock. This woman was ruthless. She held the power of the harem, and, after the death of the late emperor, single-handedly stabilized the turbulent Dawn and prevented the chariot from splitting apart. So, when the ministers knelt down and pressured her, she finally revealed her true self, or rather, her ambition. Yes, because at this moment, outside the Great Hall, countless soldiers poured in, clad in armor and wielding long swords. Glaring at everyone, the Crown Prince knelt on the ground and said, "Empress Dowager." "Shut up," the Empress Dowager rebuked, saying, "You have truly been living too comfortably for too long." She pointed at the crowd and scolded, "The northern border has been breached, and you are still entangled in discussions of divinity and science. Do you truly not regard the safety of the empire? Divinity can be supreme. It can become our ultimate faith, even amending the Constitution. What difficulty is that? It's merely a word from me. But there is a premise, that is, on the basis of the integrity of the Dawn, not falling into ruin or even splitting apart. Do you not know that the land of the northern border is now in devastation?" Chapter 95, The Empress. The ministers responded with silence, not daring to speak. Only Fong Su knelt on the ground and continued to speak, saying, "I implore the Empress Dowager to grant us this." Ruoyu recognized his courage. No matter if the Empress Dowager stood before him or if he faced 1,000 troops, he would uphold his stance. This was a person with great ambition. The Empress Dowager walked over to Fong Su, reached out to help him up, and said, "Old Fong, I remember your hardships in the early years. Your son and grandson both died on the borders of the Dawn." Fong Su was unafraid, his expression calm. Elder Zheng whispered in the early years, "I was as close to Old Fong as you are to Lu Rinjia, both of us standing firm in our positions. Ever since his children died on the battlefield, he has changed to the point where I can no longer understand him." Zheng spoke with some bitterness. Nostalgia flickering in his eyes. The Empress Dowager asked, "Do you know the foundation of our Dawn nation? The protection of the divinity. That is a natural disaster, but do you not know the real reason?" The Empress Dowager looked outside the great hall, where dark clouds rolled, thunder rumbled, and although no rain fell, the thunder was swirling above the palace. It seemed that once the Empress Dowager revealed the truth, it would anger the divinity, bringing down thunder to destroy her. Our Dawn can stand firm on this land, not because of divinity, but because of the countless brave sons of our Dawn who are not afraid of death. They have defended the four corners with their lives. The land beneath our feet sleeps with their souls, buried 3 zhang deep with immortal bones. Even if they have died, even if their names are unknown, they will forever be immortal. And this is the foundation of our Dawn, the cornerstone of our empire. The sound of thunder grew louder, and even a thunderbolt as thick as an arm struck the sacrificial altar outside the great hall. The ministers changed their expressions, thinking they had angered the divine punishment. One by one, they cried and knelt on the ground, saying in unison, "Empress Dowager." The Empress Dowager's chest heaved with anger. She was furious. This group of shameless people, if conditions allowed, she would truly want to drag them out and execute them. They enjoyed the empire's salary, lived comfortably with immense wealth and fertile fields, yet engaged in treasonous acts. Ruoyu suddenly raised his head and saw something indescribable in the eyes of the Empress Dowager, a feeling of familiarity. It dawned on him that this scene was remarkably similar to an event that had occurred on his home planet. Back then, the civilization of his home planet upgraded, leading to a war with a higher dimensional civilization, a protracted war that engulfed the entire Big Dipper. At that time, there were also factions divided into pro-war and pro-peace. The pro-war faction firmly held their position, arguing that who would willingly become a slave under a higher civilization when their civilization was about to upgrade after countless years of development. However, the pro-peace faction believed that life was the foundation for the continuation of civilization, and initiating a war for higher dimensional upgrades with a lower dimensional civilization was inherently unwise. What use was an upgrade if life was lost? In the end, the pro-war faction narrowly triumphed, which led to the glory of his home planet commanding the entire Big Dipper region. But ultimately, civilization also ended with a higher dimensional war, because even more powerful civilizations emerged, classified at least as above level 7 in terms of dimensions. Fang Su originally wanted to say something, but eventually sighed and looked out at the falling thunder with a sense of confusion, saying, "What I strive for is not to write deities into the Constitution, but the lives of the people. Deities are ultimately beyond our comprehension. Even this rolling thunder is not merely a chemical phenomenon resulting from the collision of positive and negative ions. I believe you all are aware of this." The ministers were alarmed. They did not expect Fang Su to compromise so quickly. Once he was defeated, those left behind looked around at the soldiers armed to the teeth, swallowed hard, and began to tremble. Lu Renjia saw that Fang Su had left and quickly followed. As he passed Li Ruoyu, he grinned, revealing white teeth, and spoke in a voice that only Li could hear. "The road ahead is long. I truly hope to face you on the battlefield in the future and see whether your science is superior or my divine power is stronger." With the same tone and expression, but his fists were now clenched tightly. Similarly, after Fang Su left, the Grand Prince could no longer sit still. His face turned pale, as if he had already guessed what would happen next. Li Ruoyu also sensed this unusual atmosphere. The figure of the Empress Dowager before him gradually overlapped with that of a great person from his home planet. "If it comes to a debate, then it must be cut off. I do not care about your beliefs, nor do I wish to meddle. Once this meeting is over, you will remain as you are. Privately, the belief in deities will still be free, just like the belief in science, and everyone can do as they please. However, do not let me hear that any belief in science is anti-deity or a remnant of natural disasters. If I hear such things, the punishment will extend to your entire lineage." Additionally, the sixth prince was commanded to stand up on one side. The Grand Prince's expression changed several times before he finally nodded in agreement. The ministers' hearts were shaken. The Empress Dowager's words seemed light, but they contained too much information. After the natural disasters, the belief in deities would become mainstream, and any anti-deity elements would face divine punishment. But now, with the Empress Dowager's personal acknowledgement? Did it indirectly indicate that the belief in science would officially become a protected faction in the future within a Morning Light empire? If so, the Morning Light would inevitably clash with the three major Western empires. Even the earthly representative of life, the Pope, would personally lead a crusade to the Morning Light seeking an explanation. Thus, this was not only an acknowledgement of the legitimacy of the belief in science, but also a silent attack on the belief in deities, as well as a formal declaration of war against the Western empires. The historian beside them recorded everything that happened today. Although he was also a loyal supporter of the deities, he had professional ethics. Even if writing this ran counter to his beliefs, once he picked up the pen, he had to do what he was supposed to do. Therefore, he became a historian and survived through two emperors, because he would approach every matter from the perspective of the empire. Just as he was about to put down his pen, a statement reached his ears that nearly made his legs go weak. Today, I officially ascend the throne. When you see me next time, do not call me Empress Dowager. Remember to call me Your Majesty, the Empress. Chapter 96. The change of heaven. Everyone panicked, staring in shock at the extraordinary lady before them. Even Fong Su, who had just stepped outside the hall, felt his legs weaken slightly upon hearing this statement, nearly stumbling. He never expected the situation to evolve to such a conclusion. With a bitter expression, he shook his head in reluctance, looked at the still-shocked Lu Renjia, and ruffled his hair, saying, "Don't worry." The two did not linger and quickly walked out. Meanwhile, the others were still processing the Empress Dowager's earlier words and momentarily could not react. The Empress had declared herself emperor, something unprecedented throughout history. Li Ruoyu remained calm, as if he had long anticipated this. "Someone, help me change into my robes." He had already donned the dragon robe. The phoenix crown transformed into a dragon crown, and stepping into the imperial robes, he stood once again before the ministers. At the same time, he took a decree from a palace maid and began to read, reflecting on my ancestors, who established peace in chaotic times. I have personally written down the Morning Dawn ancestral teachings. 3 generations later, we shall not count one's origins, and freedom of speech will prevail. In commerce, 100 flowers shall bloom. In thought, 100 schools shall contend. In governance, the nation and its people shall be paramount. From this day forth, science shall be included in the 100 schools of thought, treated equally with ancestral laws and theology. Whoever violates these rules shall be executed. After finishing, he put away the decree. The ministers knelt and said, "We humbly obey your orders." The Empress Dowager said, "Today, I ascend the throne and grant a general amnesty. Our emperor is benevolent. We abolish slavery. Labor contracts will be signed." This is the first point. The second point is that Li Ruoyu of Dark Moon City will immediately serve as the first deputy city lord of Dark Moon City, fully abolishing the old system, reforming new ideas, and making Dark Moon City one of the national pilot projects for a period of 1 year. If successful, it will be widely implemented throughout the Empire's territory under the control of Morning Dawn. Li Ruoyu put down the cup in his hand, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and said, "As you command." Their hard work in preparation, planning, transforming the mining area, developing new weapons, and even seizing Breton's gold mine with a steamship still in testing, whether it was causing a stir at the clergy conference or in a fit of anger circling the Spirit Star to officially declare the Earth round, was all for today. He just didn't expect it to come so quickly and so inexplicably, to the point where he felt an unreal sensation inside. However, this was a good thing. At least he could now transform Dark Moon City without restraint, no longer having to worry about Fong Su's obstruction. Just thinking about this made him want to laugh out loud, but knowing the occasion, he refrained from doing so. Instead, the Lord beside him looked at him with a meaningful gaze. If eyes could speak, the other party would be saying, "Lord Li, this matter is not as simple as you think." The Empress Dowager looked deeply at Li Ruoyu and said again, "I am the first Empress of Dawn, changing the national title. Starting tomorrow, Dawn will enter the first year of the Kaiyuan era." The Crown Prince looked at the Empress Dowager in shock, a terrible premonition suddenly arising in his heart. This scene was truly unbelievable. He felt that the Dawn Empire was about to undergo a change. Putting aside the matter of the Empress Dowager claiming the throne, they could accept it. After all, there were queens in Western empires, and since the West could do it, the East naturally could as well. However, this first command issued forcefully was indeed perplexing, even revealing a strong sense of bloodshed. Declaring war externally was one thing, but internally, such a blow was also to be dealt. It should be known that slaves were those deemed sinful by the gods after natural disasters, all of whom had committed grave sins before the disasters. Of course, the new generation growing up might not know the details, but the older generation knew very well what their ancestors had done. They were all outstanding figures in various fields. Once abolished, not only would it damage the interests of major forces, but could also risk being overturned by slaves who had accumulated benefits for decades. Because this command stated that Dark Moon City would be included in the National Pilot Program, effectively making Dark Moon City the leader in the wave of reform. Furthermore, Dark Moon City was already promoting the concept of scientific development, with new ideas inside and firearms outside, and there were also mining machines that greatly increased productivity. Given time, what kind of scene would emerge? He dared not think further. The Crown Prince took a breath, feeling a bit excited inexplicably. He had been angry earlier, but at this moment, he was startled by his own excitement. He couldn't help but doubt himself. Could it be that I'm also a remnant of scientific research? The Empress Dowager, no, she should now be called the Empress, scanned the crowd below and said, "Everyone step back." At the same time, far away in Dark Moon City, outside the imperial capital, a sweeping rectification was also underway. Lu Changfeng held a gun in his hand, and behind him was a line of armed long-gun troops, densely surrounding the entire mansion. Surprisingly, the people inside the mansion were still unaware of what was happening. Lu Changfeng looked at them and sighed. Yes, again it was the gods. He raised his head, the light rain drizzling down continuously, which was quite bothersome. Fortunately, the rain came in time. It could dilute the smell of blood that would follow. He raised his hand and said, "Do not touch the inner courtyard. Leave no one in the outer courtyard. If anyone from the inner courtyard tries to leave, kill them all." Reforms throughout history have always been accompanied by bloodshed. Countless people's blood has been used to awaken the numb. Today, Lu Changfeng, fired the first shot for reform. At the same time, he also fired the first shot for the Dawn Empire's formal adoption of the scientific development concept. However, this shot was heavy. The toy in the little boy's hand fell to the ground, and looking at Lu Changfeng's indifferent eyes, his head went bang, and he opened his mouth, unable to speak, until Lu Changfeng shot his head. The first drop of blood spilled in their own mansion. The family members who had been singing and dancing inside suddenly realized that something big had happened. A middle-aged man rushed out from inside, saw the disfigured child, and shouted, "Lu Changfeng, are you crazy?" Lu Changfeng lifted his head and stared at him. The man trembled all over, looking at those blood-red eyes. He was no longer looking at a proud relative, but a demon. Finally, he shouted out, but just as he spoke, he was shot into a sieve by the soldiers behind him. Then, the long gun troops began their charge. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 97. So-called reform, compared to the damage caused by cold weapons like bows and crossbows, the damage from firearms was clearly much greater. At least all of them could kill with a single shot, and at close range, the effectiveness of the firearms was maximized. The chest cavities burst, and bones could be seen deep within. Lu Changfeng's elderly mother also stepped out of the inner courtyard. She had been taking care of Deng Jiechi, her daughter-in-law who was about to give birth and was already past her due date, making her movement difficult. She had been resting in the inner courtyard to prepare for childbirth. However, the commotion outside puzzled this old mother, who had the audacity to come to the Lu residence to cause trouble. After all, her son was now the acting lord of Dark Moon City, wielding immense power in the absence of Zheng Dao and the lord. She angrily walked outside. As soon as she stepped out, a row of firearms was aimed at her. The old woman swallowed hard, but as someone who had seen great experiences, she quickly reacted and shouted, "Who are you? How dare you cause trouble at my Lu residence? Are you not afraid of divine punishment?" The soldiers remained unmoved, still pointing their guns at her. Lu Changfeng walked over from the back of the crowd, covered in blood. It was unclear whether it was his or his relatives, but his once fair face no longer showed its original color. Only two blood-red eyes shone with a bloodthirsty, cold light. "Xiaofengzi, how are you hurt? Are you okay?" The old woman showed a moment of worry on her face. instinctively wanting to come forward to support him, because with every step Lu Changfeng took, his body swayed as if his spine had been broken. But as she took 2 steps forward, she sensed something was off and quickly stopped, because she felt a chilling cold that froze the soul emanating from Lu Changfeng. Lu Changfeng raised his hand. The soldiers dispersed, then uniformly charged into the outer courtyard, beginning a large-scale massacre. Xiao Fengzi, you're crazy. Lu Changfeng knelt on the ground, raised his head, and the rain intensified, quickly washing away the blood on his face, revealing a twisted and grim visage. Mother, he called out, then began to bow. By the time he finished the 27th bow, he stood up, his expression calming from the previous grimace. I'm not crazy. Not crazy yet. The elderly woman slapped Lu Changfeng across the face. In an instant, a bright red handprint appeared. Lu Changfeng did not retaliate and endured this slap with all her might. The old woman trembled as she pointed at the dead relatives on the ground, saying, Why? Why did you kill them? Because of position. Science? Yes. Lu Changfeng nodded and said, Mother, I am a chemist. Upon hearing this, the old woman trembled slightly, as if she had thought of something, and her expression turned serene. She had thought she would continue to be angry or furious, but to her surprise, she began to laugh and said, This day has finally come. Lu Changfeng replied, Yes. It's a bit fast. I'm not ready yet. Some things require no preparation when the moment arrives. It is nothing more than a knife or a gun, straightforward and decisive, no need for many words. The old woman had lived for decades and had not personally experienced natural disasters, but she had heard tales from her ancestors about events before disaster struck. Those stories, which had been faded by time, gradually echoed in her ears. Before the disaster, our world had airplanes, those vehicles that could fly in the sky. Everyone could take a plane to any corner of the world to see the vast sea in the south, to witness the heavy snow in the northern border, or to gaze upon the endless deserts in the west. Dad, why are there no airplanes now? Because they were all shot down by the gods. But my textbook says the gods helped us prevent disasters and shielded humanity from calamities. Scenes unfolded before her eyes. Finally, the image froze at the moment of her father's death. A giant dragon from the western chaos bit him to death. Xiao Fengzi, hey, are you ready? I've been ready for a long time. Since he became a chemist, or rather, since he began to doubt the gods and started conducting experiments, he had already been prepared. This path was destined to be filled with danger. He had initially thought of peaceful reform, just some inventions. How could it escalate to life and death? But when Ruoyu emerged that year, everything he experienced constantly reminded him through actions that reform comes through a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. Peace. That was merely a beautiful dream. When the debate between the gods and the scientific development perspective began to clash, it was destined that one side would be completely consumed and annihilated before it could stop. And in the early stages of this reform, mercy could not be shown. Only with great determination and ruthlessness could all shackles be severed, and only then could science be fully presented to the world. The old woman showed a hint of a bitter smile and said, Jiechi is about to give birth. I originally wanted to see my grandson. She will accompany you in the underworld. You. The old woman squatted down, looking at Lu Changfeng kneeling before her, reaching out to caress his face, and said, It's still too early to act now. I'm afraid the gods will soon start a counterattack. There is no need to think about it. Although Lu Changfeng had not yet received the latest news from the capital, the moment the empress ascended the throne and issued the imperial edict, the war of beliefs between the East and the West had already begun. So what if they counterattack? Surrender on our knees? Lu Changfeng said, Mother, some things must ultimately be faced. Growing up, I have heard of the great deeds of the gods from you, but I have never seen them. If I truly underestimate them, then let me see for myself what makes these gods so formidable. Even if I lose and pay with my life, I am willing. Good. The old woman stood up, straightened her wrinkled clothes, and tidied her somewhat disheveled hair, looking at Lu Changfeng with open eyes and a smile, saying, I wish you success in your reform. The Lu family will be proud of you. In the next moment, Lu Changfeng raised his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! At the moment the old woman fell, Lu Changfeng felt as if something in his heart had broken. He put down the gun, caught the old woman's body, and took off his outer coat to cover her face. Old Lu. Yes. Go to the inner courtyard and break it too. Understood. Chapter 98. Pilot project after this. Theology will decline, and science will eventually rise. Old Lu carried the old woman's body and walked toward the outside of the mansion. As a killer, bloodthirsty to him, he was moved when he saw the earlier scene. Perhaps this was the true reform. Not just the clash of nations on the battlefield, but this reform would penetrate every city, every town, and even every person, until it spread to every inch of land touched by dawn. The surrounding sounds of killing mixed together, pulling back the curtain of Dark Moon City. At the same time, beside the Alchemy Association, the newly built Ruoyu mansion was also playing out the same scene. However, they were not as gentle as the Lu mansion. Instead, they directly bombarded it with cannons. After a few rounds, the walls collapsed, instantly killing many people. Those from the Gu family who had not yet come out to investigate were wiped out just like that. After the court session, Ruoyu and Zheng Dao returned to the White Tiger Hall. Today, it was quiet here with no one inside. Not to mention the White Tiger Hall, even the bustling White Tiger Street, which was as bright as day at night, seemed particularly desolate. The small waiter who had narrowly escaped death last time walked into the first room with a pot of hot tea. Old Zheng did not lift his eyelids. The waiter was taken aback, then nodded in acknowledgement and hurriedly left with the tea. Not long after, the city lord and the sixth prince arrived. The four took their seats in turn. Ruoyu took out some emperor's cigarettes, handed them to everyone, then lit them up, saying, "Smoke sparingly. I don't have much left." The city lord shot him a charming glance and said, "Stingy." The sixth prince did not smoke and politely declined. Old Zheng also returned the cigarette to him and lit up his favorite dry tobacco, saying, "A man should smoke this kind of tobacco to have spirit." "I'm not old yet." Old Zheng laughed back, his wrinkled face spreading out like a happy dog. "What do you think? If you think about today's events carefully, there are actually many unclear intricacies. Initially, I thought the late emperor's death was a result of several princes conspiring in the dark. But now it seems that is not the case." Ruoyu recalled the soldiers who rushed in from all directions when the Empress Dowager ascended the throne. It seemed that the other side had long been prepared to take the throne. It was a pity for everyone's many schemes. If you're not family, you don't enter the same door. But the royal family seemed truly heartless, watching their offspring fight to the death with one another, only to ultimately reap the benefits without any effort. They had effortlessly eliminated a considerable amount of resistance. And this tactic of using others to do the dirty work was executed with remarkable skill, making Ruoyu himself laugh. After all, he was a star master, with his own depths of thought, always calculating others, but today he had been outmaneuvered. He had become the Empress Dowager's knife, helping her to sever the threat of the Saintess from the west, while simultaneously suppressing the Crown Prince's imperial guards. Today, the soldiers surrounding the main hall exuded a palpable sense of menace. It was clearly not a facade. Anyone who dared to speak against it would likely lose their head on the spot, even if that person were a prince. Feng Su had left so quickly because he clearly realized this point. Otherwise, given his temperament, he would have stayed to argue his case. They were all old foxes. What else could they see? The die was cast. Resistance was futile. It was better to accept the situation sincerely. Ruoyu took a drag from his cigarette, shrugged his shoulders, and said, "At least for now, this situation is favorable for us." Superficial, Zheng Lao shook his head and said, "Don't just look at the surface. You need to break through the phenomenon to see the essence." "You say?" Ruoyu pouted, and the city lord beside him found the expression strangely cute, unable to resist reaching out to pinch his mouth. "Don't pinch. It's inappropriate for men and women to have close contact." Ruoyu turned his head and pretended to be angry. "Do you think this code of law can be smoothly implemented? I think it's impossible. First, the power in the hands of the Empress Dowager, if I'm not mistaken, should be the Imperial Guard from the Founding War. The Qinglong army? Not just that. At least she has complete control over the Qinglong and Baihu armies. Didn't you notice? When Elder Fong led the officials to pressure the Empress Dowager to support the Crown Prince, all the speakers were civil officials. When a general spoke, the two generals of the Qinglong and Baihu armies sitting on the periphery didn't say anything. Obviously, they support the Empress Dowager. As for the Zhuke army, which is currently stationed in the north under your command, and the only army that hasn't shown its stance, the Xuanwu army, remains unknown. I guess they have already sided with the crown prince. So, this is the variable. Therefore, one of the two remaining armies controlled by the Empress Dowager will be used to defend the capital, to prevent the imperial city from being attacked by hidden forces. In that case, the role of the Qinglong army will be to confront the Xuanwu army. Ruoyu pondered for a moment and said, "So, you mean the two forces are actually evenly matched?" "Yes," Zhang said, tapping his cigarette. "They might even be at a disadvantage. On paper, they are both armies indistinguishable. In terms of combat power, the Zhuge army, which frequently battles in the southern seas, is certainly stronger than the Qinglong army. And don't forget, the Xuanwu army has support from Western forces. Those biochemical troops may have already integrated into this army." The sixth prince's expression changed, then Zhang waved his hand. "There's no need to panic too much. We have Ruoyu with his firearms and cannons, so there's no need to be overly afraid. But there are many firearms. You can produce them. The Empress Dowager appointed you as the deputy lord of On-US City. Do you think it was just for your promotion? Have you looked in the mirror and thought about what you've done to deserve it?" Zhang's words might have sounded harsh, but Ruoyu was not angry. Instead, he nodded thoughtfully. Hearing this, Ruoyu's eyes lit up. It really is a good method. No matter how rich On-US City is, it can't compare to the treasury of the Dawn Kingdom. Besides, the Ministry of Rights has already been ordered to be confiscated, and next is the Ministry of Revenue. That old guy, who threatened the Empress Dowager with Feng Su today, probably won't live much longer. By then, resources from across the nation will start to shift to On-US City, which will indeed reduce many unnecessary troubles for him. However, as the first pilot city for the Empire's reforms, the dangers you will face will also be the greatest, both overt and covert. Coupled with geographical factors, perhaps before long, there will be armies coming to suppress you. The theological faction will never easily compromise. Chapter 99. Going home, strangely enough, Ruoyu was not worried. He merely felt it might be a bit troublesome. If the backlash from a theological faction truly came, so what? Just a simple phrase. Damn it. What is there to fear? The only concern was whether the Empress Dowager's forces could withstand the attack from the opposing forces. If they were defeated, then the promising situation that had been painstakingly built could collapse in an instant. Upon hearing his words, everyone laughed. Seeing this, Ruoyu immediately felt displeased and said, "What are you laughing at? Why does it feel like these inventions that could change the era lose their value when they reach your hands?" Zhang, with his legs crossed, took a sip of tea and chuckled. Great inventions often do not appear in bulk. Rather, they explode in a concentrated manner in a specific field. Ruoyu's home planet had undergone several upgrades in its civilization. The first industrial revolution was marked by the emergence of the steam engine, while the second was the electrical era, which led to advancements in aerospace, biology, and various other fields. The third was the information age, where civilization directly transitioned into data and quantum forms. Each breakthrough resulted from countless years of research, where qualitative changes produced quantitative results. In contrast, when Ruoyu said he wanted to liberate the productivity of the mining area, mining machines immediately appeared and were mass-produced. When he mentioned changing human kinetic energy, steamships emerged. When he spoke of altering the situation of warfare, guns appeared. It seemed that any high-tech item was merely a tool in his eyes, as long as he desired it. "If I may ask, what are the new weapons you mentioned?" "Of course, they are for city defense. Artillery is already in mass development, so producing a rudimentary version of a mortar shouldn't be difficult, especially since materials and money are not a concern. That thing is called a mortar." Zheng Dao's eyes narrowed as if he thought of something. Then he smiled and said, "Then I can rest assured. With that, even if the biochemical troops are at the gates, we need not fear." The city lord and the sixth prince exchanged glances, shrugging helplessly. They truly did not know what those things were. Ruoyu looked at the relaxed Zheng Dao and couldn't help but take a breath. This old guy really was as sharp as ever. To describe him at this moment as someone who could turn the tide with a laugh is truly fitting. Killing, of course, would lead to death. But these deaths were not just individual. They were in waves, far beyond what could be described as a river of blood. They did not know that at this moment, Dark Moon City was shrouded in a massacre, led by Lu Chongfeng's family being wiped out, sweeping across the entire city. Whether it was high officials or various merchant associations, as long as they uttered a single no, they would be annihilated in an instant. What awaited Ruoyu would also be a brand new Dark Moon city. The Sixth Prince said, "It's not a big problem. This is not a full-scale war. Even if the northern border wall's defenses are breached, it's just a small-scale troop movement south." Moreover, the Sixth Prince has a hunch. This sudden aggression from the Rakshasa might just be a show, using external pressure to intimidate internal opposition forces, forcing them to unite. If that's the case, the Sixth Prince's lips curled into a slight arc. Perhaps our enemies are not as numerous as we imagined. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Then upon further reflection, they all showed expressions of realization. Hopefully, everyone expressed their understanding. Having said that, Elder Zheng left the White Tiger Hall. The Sixth Prince, due to military matters, could not linger and immediately stood up to take his leave. Suddenly, the room became quiet, leaving only a large and a small smoker. The city lord, dressed in men's clothing today, looked quite dashing, propping his leg up and raising his cup, saying, "Well then, let's toast to Deputy City Lord Li's rise to power." "You're too kind," Ruoyu replied. Ruoyu raised his cup and drank it all in one go. The day after the 100 Dynasties conference ended, he set off for Dark Moon City. He arrived quietly, but left with great swagger. Besides the city lord, there was also the saintess of the church by his side. Of course, since the empress ascended the throne yesterday and declared herself emperor, the saintess from the west had become a reactionary figure interfering in another country's affairs and was imprisoned by an imperial edict. On the surface, this was the necessary action to take, as it was the stance expressed by the Dawn. After all, it was still an empire. How could it tolerate others flaunting their power in its territory so easily, especially in the capital, a sensitive area for royal authority? In reality, the saintess had been taken away by Ruoyu. This was tacitly approved by the higher-ups. As the first pilot project of reform, Dark Moon City would undoubtedly attract national attention, and even the eyes of the whole world would converge here. With the saintess as a hostage, the church would have to weigh the costs and benefits before attempting a forceful attack. Ruoyu rode a horse, walking on the left side of the carriage. The city lord lifted the curtain and said, "It's been a long time since I've had hot pot. A few days ago, we just captured a giant dragon. If the lord wants to eat, we can cook it for you at any time." Beside him, Robin and Li Mufan's mouths twitched, their hearts skipped a beat. The former felt heartache because raising a giant dragon is very costly. Even if an enemy country captured a giant dragon, they would take good care of it. Who would think of eating it? As for the latter, he was a bit excited and admired Ruoyu's courage. In the West, totemic traditions say that if you want to eat, you just eat. That said, both of their mouths were watering. It seems that dragon meat must be very delicious. Although until now, they still didn't know what hot pot actually was. Ruoyu saw their expressions and smiled. Hot pot is a great thing, but if you want to eat hot pot, you have to solve the troubles around you first. Upon hearing this, the two immediately became serious and looked around warily. "Stop it." Ruoyu rode on his horse, looking ahead at the jungle. After passing through the thicket, he could head west and enter the official road. However, it seemed that this forest would not be easy to traverse. Chapter 100, effortlessly obtained. If it were mountain bandits blocking the road, it would indeed be laughable. Under the emperor's feet, who would dare to act recklessly, unless they were tired of living? As for desperate fugitives, that was also not very realistic. The Empress Dowager ascended the throne and granted a general amnesty, announcing a civil code that guaranteed equality for all beings. Who would be foolish enough to risk their lives out of boredom? The forest was bustling. In the dusk after sunset, a dense crowd of heads was illuminated. All wore identical black armor, with the words Xuanwu prominently displayed. Ruoyu laughed, realizing it was the elusive Xuanwu army. He squeezed his legs tightly, urging the horse forward into the edge of the crowd, and looking at the well-ordered soldiers, he said, "This road was opened by me. This tree was planted by me. If you want to pass through here, leave behind your life money." The crowd. The city lord was smoking, and upon hearing this opening line, he couldn't help but laugh out loud, not to mention the astonished and strange looks from Li Mufan and Robin. This young man, could he be foolish? Moreover, the bandit was just a young kid who had not yet matured, which was truly a mix of laughter and tears. They didn't recognize me. Ruoyu saw the expressions of the crowd and realized where the problem lay. It seemed that this black tortoise army was unaware that he and the city lord were going out of the city today. The two groups encountered each other here simply because they were both using the official road. And it was not a matter of you wanting to kidnap me or me wanting to rob your money. It was a misunderstanding. Li Ruoyu clasped his hands in salute and turned his horse around, intending to run away. And he really did run. The crowd. The city lord looked at him amusingly and said, "Are you a clown sent by a monkey?" The truth often hurts the most. Even someone as thick-skinned as Li Ruoyu felt a wave of embarrassment. He chuckled awkwardly and said, "I made a mistake. Let's do it again." Everyone was dumbfounded. In the distance, the sound of hooves approached, and the soldiers on both sides parted, revealing a wide 3-meter road. A tall, middle-aged man rode slowly towards Li Ruoyu. He was clad in golden armor, with a long knife at his waist. When he reached Li Ruoyu, he frowned and sized him up. The confidential letter mentioned that Lu Renjia was a boy of 13 or 14, and the person before him was indeed no different. But since he had never seen the real person, he couldn't be sure that this individual was the contact mentioned in the letter. "What is your relationship with Mr. Fong?" "Student." The man drew his long knife and said, "Come here." The sound of hooves trembled as soldiers drew their long knives, starting to close in, ready to poke Li Ruoyu like a hedgehog. "General, may I have a word?" "Stop." The man raised his hand. "You think you can impersonate young Master Lu?" "I am young Master Lu. Why would I need to impersonate?" "Then let me ask you, who are you? How many family members do you have? And what have you done before?" Li Ruoyu took a deep breath, his expression turning serious, and said, "I was once a slave in the mining area of Dark Moon City, and I had a cousin who opposed the gods, named Li Ruoyu. We used to mine together in the mining area." "Are you really young Master Lu Renjia?" "No doubt about it." The man fell silent. Judging by his appearance, this person was indeed the same age as mentioned in the secret letter, and the situation he described matched exactly with the letter. The letter had mentioned that the other party had a 13-year-old, clever, and mischievous cousin. Thinking of this, the man's face broke into a smile as he dismounted and said, "So it's young Master Lu. I apologize for any offense earlier. Please forgive me." Li Ruoyu dismounted and walked to the man, asking, "General, you're being too polite. It's only normal for a general to remain vigilant while on duty, and my cousin, who is a rebel against the gods, is in the imperial capital. It's not wrong to be cautious. May I ask, is this General Deng Wenlong of the 3rd Corps of the Xuanwu Army?" "So it's General Deng." The young one pays his respects. Li Ruoyu bowed down deeply. Deng Wenlong helped Li Ruoyu up and said, "I dare not accept such praise. I am just a rough countryman, unworthy of the title of general. It is actually Brother Lu who is young and accomplished, earning my respect." Li Ruoyu laughed and said, "What is the relationship between General Deng and Deng Shiqi from Anmun City?" "Shiqi? That's my little sister." He snorted. "However, if the general has any questions, feel free to ask. I won't hold anything back. Is Elder Fong in this carriage?" As soon as he finished speaking, the city lord inside lifted the curtain. The moment Deng Wenlong saw the city lord, his face turned pale, and he almost drew his sword and shouted to charge. When the curtain was fully opened and he saw the saintess sitting in the center, he quickly sheathed his sword and bowed from a distance. Upon seeing the saintess, the last bit of his unease vanished. "Now you understand why we had to meet here, right?" Deng Wenlong nodded vigorously and said, "This subordinate understands." The secret letter had mentioned that the saintess was detained by the empress and locked up by the big shots, but now she appeared before him unharmed, which could only prove one thing. She had been rescued by Lu Renjia. Moreover, with the city lord of Anmun City still present, it indirectly confirmed that the other side had already been turned. If Li Ruoyu knew that this iron-blooded tough guy had such a habit of automatic speculation, he wouldn't know how to feel. "What I should do," said the subordinate. Li Ruoyu did not respond, merely taking a deep breath. He sighed at his good luck, truly feeling fortunate. Having managed to deceive a whole army, these foolish young recruits were indeed a boon for him. With that thought, he exerted strength in his legs and shouted, "Go." Chapter 101. An unexpected performance. Not long after they left, 2 disguised individuals appeared on the official road. Fong Su looked at the desolate land, many questions arising in his mind. Lu Renjia also had a strange expression. "Master." Fong Su waved his hand, unable to tell what he was thinking, but one could sense that his mood was very bad, to the extent that Lu Renjia, as his true disciple, dared not continue speaking and could only pretend to be an ostrich, standing obediently beside him. Who would have thought that an army could be led away by someone? Not to mention them. Even the perceptive Ruoyu could not foresee that things would evolve into this situation. On their return, many common folk stood outside the city, shoulder to shoulder. Foot to foot, the lively scene extraordinary. The long turbulent and Yu city had not seen such a lively spectacle in a long time. The common people did not really understand what it all meant. They just heard something about equality for all and the abolition of slavery. Moreover, work had been contracted out. That was enough for them. So they were very happy, especially since Ouyang Xian began promoting this at the right moment, saying that all of this was achieved through Li Ruoyu's hard work. They were even happier. Yes, it was that simple and straightforward. They even skipped the title and called him directly Lord Li. Li Ruoyu's face turned a bit red as he looked at the city lord descending from the carriage and said, "I didn't say that." "Oh." The city lord shot him a glance and replied, "Could it be me? You've worked hard." With that, he squeezed Ouyang Xian's shoulder firmly. The latter understood and got up to walk over. Deng Wenlong was a bit dazed, deafened by the loud shout. He couldn't believe he heard the words Li Gongzi and nearly bit his tongue off. Just as he was about to interrogate, he saw a handsome young man walking towards him. "I've met General Deng." Ouyang clasped his fists in a salute and continued forward. Deng Wenlong grew wary and quickly stepped back a few paces, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "May I ask, young friend, what is your lord's surname?" Ouyang Xian smiled and said softly, "My surname is Li, and my name is Ruoyu." "Oh my!" Deng Wenlong was taken aback, quickly drawing his dagger, but he was still a moment too late. The close-range Ouyang Xian had already pulled out a long spear hidden in his sleeve and pressed it against Deng Wenlong's waist, coldly saying, "If you don't want to be turned into a sieve, you'd better behave." Deng Wenlong's eyes darted, and he saw the dark muzzle of the spear at his waist. His mind sharpening. A long spear. He had heard more than once about the power of long spears. It was said that General Breton, who used biochemical agents, had his brains blown out by this weapon. Not only that, but even the giant dragon of Hua Wuji had perished here, and it was rumored that the Saintess had also suffered greatly from this weapon. Having survived to this day, he naturally valued his life and did not wish to lose his head so easily. He thought it over. He could always take a trip to his mining area. After all, he had 2,000 knights at his disposal, along with 500 gene agents. What was there to fear? They say, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? And you can't catch a wolf without parting with your child. With that thought, Deng Wenlong took a deep breath and snorted coldly. "If you want to go, then let's go. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Well then, please." Ouyang Xian stood beside him, and Deng Wenlong dared not be careless. He didn't want to reveal his true thoughts just yet, so he pretended to act normal and ordered his deputy to direct the troops towards the new city in the mining area. At 10 o'clock at night, with not a single star in sight, the mining area was particularly lively, with a giant round light sphere standing on the dimension building, emitting glaring white light, illuminating half the sky as bright as day. Li Ruoyu stood at the front of the stage, looking at the crowd below. He cleared his throat and said, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work, serving the young master. There's no need to be polite. This isn't serving me, it's serving yourselves." Li Ruoyu interrupted the flattery of the crowd, thinking to himself that Ouyang was indeed a charlatan. In a short period, he had managed to train them into this state. It wasn't entirely Ouyang Xian's fault. After all, when a mining area was destroyed, people's hearts were divided, and there were often rebels escaping. To consolidate people's hearts, he resorted to this desperate measure of brainwashing them. Of course, brainwashing also requires tools, and the materialism and dialectical materialism written by Li Ruoyu just happened to assist him in this regard. It is not an exaggeration to say that this group of people had undergone a journey from ignorance to awakening and then to extreme scientific worship. Now, they had become thorough believers in science. After all, they had witnessed the development of the mining area, especially the construction of the dimension building, which felt like a dream. Although the building appeared glamorous on the surface, there were many deficiencies inside, but at least the facade was perfect. Therefore, Li Ruoyu directly ignored why there were only 2 floors with stairs in the building, while the upper floors were all hollow. He did not ask why. To have the dimension building take shape in such a short time was also a hardship for this group of people. Thinking of this, he said, "What is our purpose? For science. What is our belief? To sacrifice everything for science." Good. At this point, a tall, middle-aged man walked over from the other side of the podium. "Below, let us welcome General Deng to the stage to perform, oh no, to give a speech." Chapter 102, Sold Out. After speaking, Ruoyu drew his sword, and the 4,000 long gun squad below raised their rifles in unison, simultaneously pulling the triggers. The synchronized gunfire sounded like thunderclaps, not to mention the specific lethality. At least the facade project achieved full marks. Deng Wenlong's heart sank. He had initially wanted to take the opportunity to take Li Riyu's head amidst the thousands of enemies, especially since they were so close together, and the other party was just a defenseless young lad. At least at the beginning, that was his thought. Moreover, it was night, the perfect time for murder and arson. Ironically, the Dimension building had let out a broken ball, shattering his only hope. Damn it, Deng Wenlong cursed quietly, thought for a long time, and finally awkwardly raised his hand, saying, "Hello everyone, I am Deng Wenlong, Deputy General of the 3rd Corps of the Xuanwu Army." The long gun squad remained expressionless, their actions unchanged, still holding their rifles. Deng Wenlong, is the general not worth much anymore? Deng Wenlong thought, well, fine. General Deng, misjudged this. Just based on the quality of this army, they could rival the best iron cavalry of the time, plus the long rifles in their hands. They were simply invincible. Li Ruoyu Rinat. This guy is truly someone who knows how to adapt to the situation. This time, he set up a parade, clearly intending to eliminate the Xuanwu army, but now, seeing him back down so quickly, it really feels awkward to continue taking action. Li Ruoyu took a deep breath and said, "As everyone knows, General Deng's 3rd Corps is originally an elite force under the Xuanwu army. The Xuanwu army, as everyone knows, is controlled by the gods of the Fong Su faction. Therefore, Li Ruoyu immediately seized the opportunity and said, 'Let us applaud General Li's decision.' Clap, clap, clap. The crowd in the mining area applauded. A string of question marks rose in Deng Wenlong's mind. What does this mean? I haven't said anything, yet they are applauding. This general is a bit scared. General Deng, under the order of Elder Fong, originally intended to ambush me halfway. Roar. After hearing this, the Long Spear squad raised their spears directly at Deng Wenlong, their expressions clearly indicating that with just a word from Li Ruoyu, he would be turned into a sieve. Deng Wenlong was scared. "You dog thief, how could you betray me like this?" He was sweating, feeling uneasy in front of thousands of spears, as if he were deep in hell, being closely watched by little demons. However, our General Deng is a person with discerning eyes. Seeing us, he confessed his true feelings and led thousands of soldiers from the 3rd Corps to join us. Well, this is called recognizing the times. Oh no, I misspoke. General Deng, please don't blame me. How could I dare? I, along with young Master Li, feel like we've met too late. Li Ruoyu smiled faintly and said to the crowd, "So, General Deng is sincerely willing to follow me to Dark Moon City?" "Yes, even if it means going against the 3 great empires, as long as the city stands. The people are here, even if it means fighting against the gods. We're gods, just a bunch of liars." Good, let's applaud General Deng for his choice. Clap, clap, clap. Deng Wenlong. He was almost in tears, having sold himself like this. He looked toward the crowd outside, where the Xuanwu army stationed at the edge, and its deputy officer was staring at him wide-eyed. At the same time, Lu Changfeng and Old Lu appeared, quickly splitting that army and assigning them to various regiments of the Long Spear team. He, Deng Wenlong, a dignified deputy general of the Xuanwu army, watched helplessly as his own soldiers were sold out by him. Sigh. He let out a deep sigh, stopped talking, and forced out a smile that looked worse than crying, saying, "We wish for Dark Moon City to shine forever. For Dark Moon City. For Dark Moon City." The crowd below cheered in unison. It was late at night and a bit cold. Li Ruoyu, wrapped in a mink coat and with his support, started eating hot pot in the reception room of the Dimension building. Of course, such a great moment could not be without General Deng. The corpse of the giant dragon was made into various dishes by the chef, including meatballs, old meat slices, and the giant dragon's eggs, which are quite a delicacy and very nourishing. Li Ruoyu placed an egg in Deng Wenlong's bowl and said, "Eat, don't just stare. This is dragon meat." Deng Wenlong felt like crying. He thought he was so miserable. Just moments ago, he had been pointed at by the spear team and had, against his better judgment, spoken some anti-divine words, worrying whether he would be struck by lightning. But in the blink of an eye, he was forced to eat dragon meat by the same people. Barbarians. He silently cursed again in his heart, picked up his chopsticks, and said, "Oh, divine beings, this is what young Master Li has forced me to eat. I trust the divine will forgive me." Seeing Li Ruoyu's increasingly cold gaze, he suddenly realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly changed his words. We're divine beings anyway. Old frauds. In this world, humans are at the top of the food chain. Everything is edible. What's wrong with eating this dragon meat? He smiled as he swallowed the egg. Once he started eating, it seemed he was hooked. It was truly delicious. Hot pot. It was his first time eating it. And dragon meat. It was also his first time. General Deng sighed and resigned himself to his fate, turning his anger into appetite, continuously eating the dishes in the pot. He began to understand that this hot pot diminished with each meal. Today, having witnessed the power of the Dark Moon City, it was clear that ordinary people could not compete. Given time, this army would grow larger and could easily sweep across the world. By then, he estimated he would no longer have the privilege of sitting at the same table as Li Ruoyu to enjoy hot pot. Humph, you think you're tricking me? You think you're deceiving me? I'll eat you to death, eat you poor, and eat you until you cry. Li Ruoyu and the others watched with smiles as General Deng buried himself in eating dragon meat, occasionally adding more meat to his bowl. However, the poor General Deng soon realized that no matter how much he ate, the meat in the pot kept diminishing. At this rate, his stomach would burst. We still have half a dragon's worth of meat in the freezer, General Deng. Take your time eating, there's plenty. The city lord chuckled as he looked at Li Ruoyu and said, "What kind of behavior is this? What if you scare General Deng?" Deng Wenlong, putting down his chopsticks in a vague manner, replied, "The city lord is overthinking. I understand young Master Li's intentions." "Well then, I'll just eat. Am I supposed to be afraid of you?" Chapter 103. Marshal Winter had arrived, and upon waking up that morning, Li Ruoyu saw a world blanketed in white snow. He pushed open the window, stretched lazily, and shivered as a cool breeze blew in. The city lord walked over and stood beside him, with crescent-shaped eyes and bright teeth. She looked like a half-moon. She asked, "You're up so early?" "Of course, I need to formulate an attack and defense plan. You know that the news of me deceiving the deputy general of the Xuanwu Army's 3rd Corps has already spread." The city lord crossed her arms and looked at him, saying, "I didn't expect City Lord Li to have such a mystical side." She walked in front of Li Ruoyu, extended her hand, and with one finger, drew circles on his chest, saying, "I quite like this. Always wearing a hypocritical mask in daily life, isn't appealing. Don't get the wrong idea. The city lord and Li Ruoyu didn't do anything. The reason they were coming out of his room was simply because they had drunk too much the night before." Thinking about those uncomfortable images made Li Ruoyu a bit embarrassed, and he quickly stepped back to create some distance, saying, "Men and women should keep their distance." "Aren't you a man?" "What? Come on." The city lord provocatively looked at him. "Humph." Li Ruoyu turned his head and said, "I consider you a brother, but you're thinking about sleeping with me." The city lord's old face turned red, and he gave him a hard knock on the forehead, spitting, "Shameless, get lost." "All right then." Li Ruoyu walked out with a mask-like smile. Lu Changfeng sat by the river outside the new city, holding a fishing rod without bait, not knowing how long he had been sitting, causing a thin layer of frost to form on his body. The latter sighed, walked over to him, squatted down, lit a cigarette, and handed it to him. He didn't refuse, took it in his mouth, took a deep puff, and then exhaled a thick smoke ring. The smoke enveloped his face, obscuring the tired expression etched on it. "Is the child doing well?" "Yes." "Have you named him?" "Not yet." Li Ruoyu nodded, lit a cigarette, and said, "Willow is like countless floating dust, moving with the wind, drifting yet not dispersing, possessing a certain carefree spirit, enduring through endings without dying. Wildfires cannot consume it. Spring winds bring it back to life. Your child shall be named Lu Yi." "Thank you, young master, for the name." Lu Changfeng silently remembered this name. "Are you still blaming me?" "No. Your expression clearly writes it all out. The left side says blame, and the right side says me. How could I dare?" And he, Lu Changfeng, thought of this, revealing a faint, bitter smile on his face. His family had been confiscated by himself, and his beloved wife had become a prisoner, locked in a dungeon. The only consolation was perhaps that Ruoyu did not order him to be utterly destroyed, leaving behind a descendant. The two sat like this. After a while, the sun rose, and the light of winter was very warm, dispelling the chill from their bodies. Lu Changfeng put away his fishing rod, feeling somewhat helpless. He truly couldn't bring himself to hate Ruoyu. Moreover, he couldn't find a reason for resentment. His family was killed by himself. The orders were given by Ruoyu. In fact, he hadn't even seen his father's remains. Ruoyu had an exquisite wooden box by his side, which he handed to Lu Changfeng, saying, "Please bury your father properly." Upon seeing the box, Lu Changfeng's heart trembled. A slight ripple appeared on his seemingly placid face. He cradled the box in his arms, caressing every inch of it. Then, he opened the box and scattered the ashes into the long river. "You need to get better soon. Dark Moon City can't do without you. Do you still need me?" Lu Changfeng retorted, holding back the words, "You are now the city lord, in a position of great power, appointed by the Empress." In his view, he had become dispensable in Dark Moon City. In terms of invention, Tesla was more talented than him. The Dimensional Tower was proof of that. In terms of design, Ruoyu was more skilled. The entire new city was designed and planned by him, and the surrounding two buildings were silent testimony to that. He truly felt useless. Ruoyu patted his shoulder and said, "Isn't Master Lu always eager to go into battle and fight? General Yu and Lieutenant Fan are currently training the troops, right?" "That's true." Ruoyu nodded and said, "General Deng has officially joined the Long Gun Brigade today and started training." "Xiao Lizi." Lu Changfeng hadn't called him that for a long time, and now saying it was rare, which brought them a little closer. Ruoyu wasn't angry. He just smiled slightly. "I want to be the commander." "Sure." Ruoyu nodded in agreement, and then said, "From now on, you are the commander of the 3 armies of a new city, leading the long guns, artillery, and coastal defense forces. But I also want to invent things." Chemistry was Lu Changfeng's lifelong pursuit. "You can teach Tesla. His achievements will be your achievements." Lu Changfeng nodded, as if agreeing. He threw his fishing rod into the river, shook off the ice shard from his body, turned to Ruoyu, and bowed deeply, saying, "The Lu family has failed the young master, but I will never fail science." He spoke of science, not mentioning Ruoyu, which seemed to carry deeper meaning. Ruoyu simply smiled and said, "That's enough." Little did they know, such a brief remark had already cost the world a top-tier chemist, while simultaneously gaining a formidable marshal whose every stomp could shake the entire spirit star. So much so that later, when Lu Changfeng led the interstellar battleship to breach the 3rd-level cultural star system, he remarked, "If there were no chemists in this world, we wouldn't have today's Lu Changfeng. So let's slaughter." Ruoyu also stood up, and the two stood side by side, exchanging a smile. This scene, illuminated by the sunlight, seemed to freeze into an eternal picture. Ruoyu said, "Tesla is in a laboratory." "Good." Lu Changfeng turned around, not asking him what his presence in the laboratory had to do with him, but he knew what the other party was thinking. Likewise, Ruoyu also knew that he knew his thoughts. As the other party was about to leave, he took off his sidearm, the pistol he particularly cherished, which now should go find its true owner. "This gun is me. From now on, you will be my shadow." Chapter 104, Expedition. The counterattack of the theological faction is imminent, especially with the 3rd Corps led by Deng Wenlong being abducted, which has stirred up a wave of shock within the Xuanwu army. The impact is extreme. There are rumors that Ruoyu has eliminated Deng Wenlong's elite troops without firing a single shot, and even more. It is said that Deng Wenlong has grasped the true essence of science, turning from darkness to light, becoming the first openly scientific defector from the divine. Although the higher-ups know the situation, facts speak louder than words, leaving them speechless. The more they suppress it, the more they confirm people's suspicions, leading to a shadow hanging over the Xuanwu army, from generals to soldiers, falling into extreme self-doubt. Who is the real fraud, science or theology? People always remember the first morning betrayal, but not the second. Just like Tesla's inventions, people will only say that it is the scientific mysteries taught by Ruoyu. However, for such people, credit is just a fleeting cloud. For this reason, Tesla merely smiled lightly. The purpose of invention is reform. to abolish the old and bring in the new, which is his belief. If one seeks fame and reputation, how is that different from those ignorant individuals willing to be the dogs of the divine? Therefore, the divine faction urgently needs a victory to stabilize the military morale. Otherwise, they will face the unfavorable situation of collapsing from within without a fight. Over there, the divine faction is preparing for battle, while over here, the scientific faction is also busy. After Liu Changfeng officially took office as the commander of the three armies, he began to implement sweeping reforms. The long gun team has been renamed the Army, under the command of Lieutenant Fan. Steamships have also begun to be organized. So far, 3 have been built, currently docked at the port outside Dark Moon City, with Yu Wuqing in charge of training. This guy has a natural talent for naval warfare, so his appointment as the naval commander did not raise any objections, especially since it was also approved by Ruoyu. Additionally, based on the army, cavalry and artillery have been differentiated into 2 major branches. As the name suggests, the cavalry is now the main mobile force. In the past, cavalry fought on horseback with swords, but now the swords have been replaced with guns. Once they charge, it is chilling. The artillery is currently the most intimidating branch, with a total of 300 men and 100 cannons, organized in teams of 3, responsible for loading, igniting, aiming, and other tasks. Ruoyu looked at Liu Changfeng's reforms and said, "It would be great if we had air power." Liu Changfeng smiled and replied, "It all depends on Tesla's progress with the aircraft. If we can quickly test and deploy it to the military, then with land, sea, and air, we will be invincible." The biggest threat they faced was not the biochemical troops, but the unique dragon knights from the west. After all, dragons can breathe fire and have high maneuverability. Once they launch a surprise attack, it can be completely unexpected, especially when they strike and then turn to flee. This indeed made them feel passive and brought a huge amount of pressure. This pressure fell squarely on Tesla, which is why he had not shown up these past few days, refusing to attend any meetings and immersing himself in the aircraft designs and principles provided by Ruoyu. "The gold mine is gone," Liu Changfeng said. "It's not important. We have money now." Ruoyu looked up and smiled lightly, saying, "The Empress is strongly supporting us by making Dark Moon City the first pilot for reform. However, the situation in the northern border is tense, and the Treasury cannot spare much money for us right now, so we can only rely on ourselves. By the way, how is the merchant caravan doing?" "Everything is fine, but with the soldiers about to rise, business has been significantly affected. The new city is not only focused on the research and development of military weapons, but has also produced many daily tools and accessories. For example, perfumes, soaps, shampoos, and skincare products that are highly sought after by Western court ladies have become nearly impossible to obtain despite the impending war with the East. Their desire to secure priority purchases from Dark Moon City through connections remains undeterred. Yes, we need to protect that. Women's money is the easiest to earn. If they buy a little more, our situation will improve a bit. After the first war, once we reap the benefits, things won't be so tense anymore." Liu Changfeng thought the same way, so the daily accessories developed by the new city were prioritized for shipment to the west. As Dark Moon City puts it, the products have no borders. This has also attracted much criticism, with people arguing that they should sell their products to their own people first instead of flattering the Westerners. Regarding this, Ruoyu chose to ignore it. People's perspectives are limited. One cannot just eliminate those who voice criticisms. The new city requires a large labor force for construction, so as long as they don't gather to cause trouble, that is enough. Ruoyu did not refuse and agreed, and when he left, he gave the other party a long spear for self-defense. Robin naturally accepted the spear gladly, not pretending to be modest, but rather took it seriously, appearing expressionless while his heart was boiling with excitement. Liu Changfeng said, "A spy has reported that a 40,000 strong army is gathering at the border, seemingly planning to take action against us. Are you afraid?" "Nonsense. The Morning Dawn Empire seems powerful, but since the Empress ascended the throne and initiated reforms, it has long been mired in internal and external troubles. As the first pilot of the reforms, Dark Moon City is particularly vulnerable, not knowing how many assassins and killers are hiding in the city, waiting for the chance to kill Ruoyu." Ruoyu pondered for a moment before saying, to stabilize the internal situation, we must first secure the external. An empty interior is not to be feared. As long as we win the external war, those flies will naturally be cleaned up. At this moment, Lieutenant Fan approached and directly stated his purpose. Young master, a vanguard army is already approaching Dark Moon City. So soon? Lu Changfeng raised an eyebrow and said, let's go, I'll assign the troops. Chapter 105. Test. They colluded with the nobles of the principality that were destroyed by Tomang and local warlords, actually siding with the Roman Empire, willingly acting as pawns to explore Dark Moon City. However, this was undoubtedly a path to self-destruction. Not to mention those locals who were well aware of the firepower of the new mining city. They had witnessed the terror of the long spear teams, a weapon so fearsome that even dragons would suffer losses. So, was their grand approach really just to become cannon fodder? Therefore, the most troubled one was Deng Wenlong. He was still unaware that the Deng family had been raided and exterminated. This foolish and lovable simpleton, who managed to become a deputy general in the 3rd Corps of the Xuanwu army, showed how much he was out of his depth. Of course, a person's emotional intelligence does not hinder their military command ability. Thus, shortly after defecting, he was taken away by Lu Changfeng and stationed on a small island outside the port of Dark Moon City, with strict orders issued. General Deng listened well to Lu Changfeng, as his only backing now was this little uncle with high authority in Dark Moon City. Brother, Lu Changfeng pointed to a protrusion on the sand table and said, this island, along with the one behind it, forms a defensive position that can effectively block large-scale attacks from a sea, and with less than 600 meters between them, it is a naturally easy-to-defend and hard-to-attack barrier. This time, I'm sending you to guard one of the islands, and I believe you understand the deeper meaning. Deng Wenlong looked at the sand table, imprinting the location in his mind. Setting aside other matters, as a soldier, he naturally focused on the battlefield, and he quickly understood the importance of this island to Dark Moon City. It is no exaggeration to say that with these 2 islands, they could comprehensively curb the enemy's maritime attacks, and they could advance or retreat as needed. If the enemy forcibly broke through this island and entered the inner sea, the result would merely be catching turtles in a jar. However, if this island were to be occupied by the enemy, the consequences would be unimaginable. It would be equivalent to cutting off Dark Moon City's route to the sea, and the entire port would be completely suppressed by external enemies, making it impossible to break through the chain formed by the 2 islands. Having such a task assigned to him brought both joy and worry. The joy was that as a newcomer, he was entrusted with an important responsibility, and if he successfully defended the island, it would be a significant achievement, establishing him among the military leaders of Dark Moon City. The worry? If he failed, it wouldn't just be his head at stake. Deng Wenlong frowned and asked, is something wrong with my sister? This was perhaps the thing he was most concerned about before leaving. After all, such a big mess had occurred in Dark Moon City, which couldn't be hidden, especially since Gurui's stronghold had been raided. He learned about this from overhearing discussions among the craftsmen in the mining area. Lu Changfeng's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes curved slightly as he said, very good. You will also become an uncle. Oh, Deng Wenlong felt a surge of joy and stopped pressing further, then began to formulate a battle plan. After Deng Wenlong left, Lu Changfeng went to Tesla's experiment. Li Ruoyu is also present. The 3 of them took their seats. Tesla pointed at a modified cannon behind the glass and said, this cannon is built according to the theory proposed by the young master. Currently, its effective range is about 500 meters. Has it been tested? Not yet. Good. Li Ruoyu nodded and said, take it out and give it a try. Tesla was a bit conflicted. He was a person with serious obsessive-compulsive tendencies, and he was quite harsh on any task, being meticulous to the point of nitpicking. The cannon had just been made, and its accuracy had not yet been tested. It seemed a bit hasty to take it out now and load it. Li Ruoyu said, the existence of weapons is fundamentally for destruction. Rather than being placed here as a mascot, it is far better to boldly take them out and fire. Even if there are flaws, a flaw does not obscure the gem, and it might even intimidate some indecisive people. As he spoke, his eyes glinted with cold light. Some people in Dark Moon City are quite unsettled. The cannon is produced in the new city of the mining area, but the testing location is at the port of Dark Moon City. When this new type of cannon appeared at the port, it quickly attracted attention. The port is usually bustling, and although it is currently mainly used for military purposes, it is primarily used by merchant caravans, with an enormous daily throughput. Upon learning that a weapon test was to take place, the merchant caravans preemptively moved their cargo ships away from the port, leaving the usually crowded seaside surprisingly empty. However, the periphery was surrounded by layers of people. The long cannon barrel was coated with a layer of black paint, and the original wooden wheels had been replaced with steel rollers through the craftsman's modifications. As it was pushed forward, it left 2 deep tracks on the ground. Ruoyu rubbed his chin, looked around at the crowd, and said, "Fire." As soon as the words fell, the artillery began to ignite and launch. The cannon barrel slightly contracted, then suddenly bulged outward. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a towering spray of water erupted from the sea several hundred meters away. What was shocking was that even after it calmed down, countless deep-sea fish still remained on the surface of the water. The crowd fell silent for a moment, wanting to say something, but found themselves at a loss for words. They couldn't just shout, "Damn, that's impressive." In the end, it was Ruoyu who broke the silence first, but what he said was a bit hard for everyone to accept. "This accuracy is not precise enough. The range is insufficient, and the power is lacking." The crowd, 500 meters is not enough? How many meters are needed? And the power, TSK. At least the people of Dark Moon City are witnessing this powerful weapon capable of long-range attacks for the first time. The scientific faction cheered, while the divine faction wept. Some, under the test of this power, woke up and felt genuine joy for the progress of science. This was hope, showing them the dawn. But some were already anxious and restless. Once such a heavenly weapon was mass-produced and deployed to the battlefield, what could it not destroy? 100,000 iron cavalry, under the bombardment of this artillery, could only become moving targets, let alone humans. Even true gods would be obliterated. Not a drop left. Long live Dark Moon. The scientific faction cried tears of joy, unable to help but shout out loud. The crowd surged, all loudly proclaiming, "Long live Dark Moon. Long live Lord Li." Chapter 106. Punishment. Later, a historian recorded the day's artillery test. In this prosperous era, fireworks were set off because of the Li family. Others saw the fireworks, while he saw the territory. Summary. Wherever the cannon's range extends,